The story begun deep within the terrain of Kin Nui Mountain, where the Toad Ridge can be found perched high above. There were houses that were almost empty in this community by the name of Toad Village. A man was narrating to his companion that when their old leader was around, they were so strong that even the local bandits listened to them. But when their leader died, the remaining brothers all ditched the new village master and ran away, and now they are the only ones remaining. The officers will soon arrive and clear out the bandits. They couldn't even defend against them, and they won't survive if they stay any longer. He urges his companion to flee the new village master before it's too late. Another man, whose clothing was wrapped and hung on a pole, emerged and expressed his dismay that the new leader was only 18, calling him too young and naive, before asking if they still planned to ditch him. He screamed righteously, telling those who wanted to leave their leader to get lost right away. He then ran off while grinning, saying he would go first, leaving his colleagues behind. Yet shortly after that, they smiled, looked at each other, and decided to leave as well. Cheng Dale sat in a wooden chair beneath the tiger skin rug while his hand was placed on his head, complaining that it hurts. He continued complaining about the memories pouring into his head and wondered if he may have been transported to another world. Cheng Dale was just a normal university student, playing in front of his computer with his headphones on, a strategic game called Hearts of the Mountain Bandits, when he suddenly fainted and woke up in a different world. His memories and the current body he was in were merging into one. In these memories, there was a village in despair. He became the owner of this poor village after his father passed away. Dawu was founded 120 years ago, and under its jurisdiction were 108 cities and 13 prefectures. It once ruled the sea and the land, but that was a very long time ago. Today, Dawu's imperial power was weakening, and people suffered due to the endless wars that happened almost every year. Those who couldn't survive had no other choice but to become mountain bandits, and the world was filled with them. Toad Village was one of them. When the old leader was around, Toad Village was quite powerful and famous in Kin Nui Mountain. The old Toad leader died not long ago, and the remaining bandits left one by one, and he believed he was the last one left. Cheng Dale sighed softly as he sat alone. Suddenly, a hand reached for his shoulder and called him a village master. It was Zhu Shenji, which surprised Cheng Dale that he hadn't left yet. Despite being the Toad Village strategist, Zhu Shenji's IQ was questionable, and his ideas had never been useful. Cheng Dale promptly took Zhu Shenji's hand in his and expressed his gratitude for staying behind. He stood up and went on to say that he would always remember this favor. Zhu Shenji responded, while holding Cheng Dale's hands, that he was misunderstanding something. He went on to say that the Toad Village's resources had mostly been depleted and that the only thing left was a skinny horse, which he asked if he could take because no one else wanted it. This left Cheng Dale speechless and broken inside as Zhu Shenji asked for his tiger skin too. Cheng Dale sat back in dismay and replied to take it and leave. Zhu Shenji grinned as he held onto the rolled tiger skin rug and called for Linger to hurry up and take the horse with them as they would be departing. Even after traveling down to the mountain, they would still have to rely on it to earn their keep. Cheng Dale sighed as he sat alone. He worried about how he would survive alone in this unfamiliar world. Suddenly, a symbol appeared behind his head and a hand emerged from it. This hand slowly stretched for his head and smacked him, which threw him off guard and made him wonder who it was. He stood up and looked back, perplexed about where he was and the place he was in. It was a vast space with pixelated sparkles floating around. A long-haired blonde female appeared in front of him, leaving him stunned. This lovely blonde lady had a pair of diamond-shaped antennas on her head. She described Cheng Dale as a brave young man. Her cyan-colored eyes gazed at him and she went on to say that he was finally here. Cheng Dale inquired who she was and where this place was. The blonde girl replied, while a blue diamond floated in her hand, that this was the system's subspace and she was the spirit of the system. Then, the spirit of the system with this blue diamond floated above him, applauding him for opening the hearts of the mountain bandits. This blue diamond abruptly unleashed rippling energy that caused it to explode into a tremendous amount of dazzling light. As a result, a blue pop-out screen with a loading screen emerged in front of Cheng Dale. As he looked at it, he recalled playing Heart of the Mountain Bandits just before being transported to another world. The blonde girl affirmed his thoughts and responded that she was also there to help him. The Toad Village, owned by Cheng Dale, was a beginner mountain with people leaving, and its population consisted of only 3 individuals, its leader, strategist, and groomer. Looking at the pop-out screen, Cheng Dale was taken aback by the fact that he had obtained a system after being transported. On the screen, a mission appeared: do not let the population reach 1 and stop the people from leaving. If the mission fails, the system would disappear. After that, he was surrounded by a bluish aura while a mission was issued for him to complete or regret later, as there would be no second chances. Then, the integration with the host continued, with Cheng Dale being penetrated by bursting light. The spirit of the system referred to Cheng Dale as a young boy full of energy, but the village's total population was extremely small. So, he needed to stop the strategist and groomer from leaving as a new mission appeared on a blue screen, instructing him to use a sincere way to stop the groomer and strategist from leaving. Cheng Dale replied that he could try to complete the mission, but he was unsure how he might leave the system's subspace. The blonde girl chuckled and invited him to approach her. She grabbed Cheng Dale and tossed him up in the air, saying, "There you go." Cheng Dale screamed, his eyes welling up with tears. Moments later, Cheng Dale sweated hard as he wondered, while his hands and knees were on the floor, whether it was all a dream. Suddenly, the spirit of the system whispered in his ears that if he failed to complete the mission, he would be killed, which made fear visible in Cheng Dale's eyes. The sun's warm rays beamed outside his home as Cheng Dale called for strategist Zhu. He hurriedly ran down to the forest after repeatedly calling for strategist Zhu and pleaded to wait for him. Cheng Dale finally regained his breath when he caught their attention and stopped walking away from him. Meanwhile, Zhu Shenji, with the lady and the horse beside him, questioned his village master if he regretted and wanted to withdraw his words. Cheng Dale got distracted and locked his focus on the lady. Zhu Linger placed her hand on her waist and arrogantly persuaded her father to leave. Cheng Dale blushed as he inquired about her identity with strategist Zhu. Zhu Shenji politely replied that she was his daughter, who usually takes care of the horses, and that he hadn't seen her before. While gazing at his daughter, he thought to himself that she was quite beautiful. Cheng Dale held on to Zhu Shenji, mistakenly called him father but corrected himself, then told him that he had thought of something. Without him, the village would be nothing. He went on to say that Zhu Shenji was amazing and persuaded him not to leave the village because he had worked hard for many years and contributed greatly to the village. Zhu Shenji, on the other hand, was enraged because he assumed Cheng Dale intended to die with them, but he calmly replied that he was unwilling to leave because he was old and only saw himself as a burden. However, determined Cheng Dale responded that after hearing his reply, he couldn't let him go and assured them they wouldn't go hungry as long as he lived. Cheng Dale went on to argue about which village would take them in. Zhu Shenji responded with dismay, questioning how they could survive if they stayed behind. The village master proudly replied to what he was afraid of, then proceeded to request his weapon since he was going to rob someone. He then grinned discreetly, wondering what kind of reward he would receive after accomplishing his assignment. Cheng Dale inquired about Zhu Linger's age and thought about his confident and handsome self. He believed in the generic manhwas from his past life, where the main character was typically overpowered. Zhu Linger was irritated as she carried an enormous axe towards Cheng Dale, making him sweat in disappointment because he had imagined a different weapon. He held the axe with both hands and showed his dismay as he imagined himself as a giant with great muscles and an axe in his hand, wondering if he was supposed to be a woodcutter looking for trees that required some chopping. A pop-out box appeared, indicating mission completion, stopping the strategist and groomer from leaving. As a result, Cheng Dale was rewarded with an axe skill book, which was handed to him by the spirit of the system. He immediately integrated the skill into his repertoire. It was said that Cheng Yaojin's strong axe skills came from a fairy in his dream, encompassing proper grip, accurate chops, and powerful swings. Zhu Shenji reminded his village master that going alone was dangerous, but Cheng Dale simply stared blankly at him, leaving Zhu Shenji puzzled. Zhu Shenji was surprised to learn that his village master wanted him to come along and that he would not be going alone. With the axe resting on his shoulder and a serious expression on his face, Cheng Dale asked Zhu Shenji if he had anything else to say. Zhu Shenji replied that he had nothing else to say, and they both set off, pulling the horse. A pop-out box appeared, presenting a new mission to carry out a successful robbery before nightfall. Success would grant them a chance at the lottery, while failure would result in death. With a grave expression, Zhu Shenji called for his village master. However, Cheng Dale smiled shyly and responded that he did not need to be referred to as the village master, while Zhu Shenji walked behind him. Instead, Cheng Dale grinned and insisted on being called boss. As they journeyed together, they arrived at a beautiful sunset view of a mountain surrounded by lush trees. Cheng Dale raised his hand, axe in tow. With the horse rearing up on two legs, their silhouettes etched against the backdrop of a breathtaking sunset, he yelled like a cowboy. With the midst of a mountain covered with lush trees and a breathtaking sunset, a squad of armed soldiers was moving through on horseback and walking behind a carriage. One of the soldiers called to Warrior Lin as they were two soldiers leading the route in front of the carriage on their horses. He warned Warrior Lin that there were a lot of mountain bandits in the area, and that they should take caution as they were escorting the fiancé of the city lord's son while Warrior Lin was thinking about the mountain bandits as they spoke. Warrior Lin responded strongly, saying that it had been too peaceful since the escort mission began and he had been yearning for a battle, and if they tried to rob them, he would give them a taste of his spear, he added. Cheng Dale and Zhu Shenji stood at the edge of the mountain road, watching the sunset fade away by the minute. Zhu Shenji advised his village master that the sun was about to set and that perhaps no one would arrive, so they should retreat first and rob someone tomorrow. However, Cheng Dale was adamant to wait. A short while later, this soldier was on horseback telling Warrior Lin about their very important escort mission that because of his assistance, this had been easy to accompany the lady of the Su family to Black Rock City so that he could wed the young master of the city. This would help strengthen the relationship between the Su family and Black Rock City. A soldier who was walking next to a carriage told housekeeper Wang about being overly cautious. Since they were working for the city lord, he proceeded by asking who would dare to harm them while the soldier standing next to him nodded in agreement. From a distance, Chang Dalei saw them and said, "Here they come." As Zhu Shenji counted the armed soldiers, he advised his village master that there were too many people and that they should give up and return. As Chang Dalei said that he understood his feeling, Zhu Shenji cast a puzzled look as he looked behind him. However, he persisted in boastfully telling him not to worry since he would die alongside him while lifting his arm, which disappointed Zhu Shenji as he thought to himself that he did not want to die alongside him. The armed team was making its way toward the curved road. Fearfully contemplating the need to find a way to escape, Zhu Shenji started sweating profusely. Zhu Shenji uncomfortably caressed the horse's rear and told Chang Dalei that it was rather good, which left Chang Dalei, mounted on a horse, staring back at him in confusion. Suddenly, Zhu Shenji stabbed the horse on its rear. As a result, the horse screamed and cried out in pain. While Chang Dalei yelled in panic for Zhu Shenji's name from horseback, the animal accelerated wildly and its eyes welled up. Zhu Shenji announced to the armed men that the village leader of Toad Village was robbing them as they fled down towards the armed men in a panic. As Chang Dalei and his horse approached the armed men, who simply stared blankly, Zhu Shenji went on to say that those who did not want to die had to submit or run away, leaving all their belongings behind. On the other hand, Zhu Shenji silently walked away from his village master with sobbing eyes, saying that he was sorry since he still had a daughter to feed and watch grow up, but he would burn some incense in his memory. However, Chang Dalei, still on his horse, was enraged and berated Zhu Shenji not only for betraying him, but also for announcing that he was attempting to rob them. He was also ashamed of the embarrassing nickname he had. When he got close to the carriage, Chang Dalei tugged the belt tied to the bridle on the horse's mouth, causing the horse to rear up until Chang Dalei managed to stop it and felt relieved. However, Chang Dalei stood on horseback in front of the armed men, speechless and sweating excessively. The armed men stared at him, and Chang Dalei thought that being killed by the system was a preferable option. A soldier reached for his sword, trying to comprehend that only one individual was attempting to rob them. Chang Dalei responded that it was a misunderstanding, slightly lifting both palms and explaining that he was not the master of Toad Village. Then, he confidently lifted his closed fist and stated that he was Zhu Shenji, a scholar, and that those who did not want to die should surrender right now and leave all their weapons behind. While the armed soldiers were speechless rather than startled that a bandit had actually come to steal from them, they speculated that he may have wished to commit suicide and believed jumping from a cliff would be a far better option. The soldiers burst out laughing. While Warrior Lin smiled beside him, Wang yelled for silence to his comrades. Considering this, Wang went on to tell Chang Dalei that he might not know who they were, and that his life was very valuable, and that he should think about his family and return to where he came from. A dainty hand reached outside the carriage window and lifted the pink curtain. A beautiful blue-eyed, pink-haired lady emerged and glanced outside the carriage. She noticed Chang Dalei on horseback. Meanwhile, Chang Dalei felt stunned and mesmerized because he had never seen such a beautiful lady before. The system spirit emerged out of nowhere above Chang Dalei and smacked him strongly to wake him up from his daydreaming and preached to him not to be a pervert. Only Chang Dalei could see the system spirit when it was outside the system subspace, despite the fact that the host's power and experience were minimal, and he had little chance of winning a head-to-head battle. As a reddish lump grew on Chang Dalei's head, he pleaded with her to stop whacking his head every time she showed up, while she answered that he was looking so foolish and stupid. The system spirit presented a pop-out box containing a hidden mission to rob someone's fiancée, and stated that the job's level was beyond his current abilities, and that he could reject the mission. Chang Dalei deliberated carefully because hidden missions are difficult to obtain, implying that the reward would be greater as well. Chang Dalei responded with determination that if he succeeded, he would be able to have a wife, and if he failed, he would die. If he did not have the guts for such a minor job, how would he become a successful mountain bandit in the future? The system spirit was disappointed since this pervert was just lusting after someone's fiancé's body, whereas Chang Dalei accepted the hidden mission. Warrior Lin on horseback ordered his fellow soldiers not to scare him away since he had finally found a robber with guts with whom he wished to fight. Fiercely, Warrior Lin ordered them not to interfere as this would be a 1-versus-1 battle with him. His colleagues applauded for him as they finally got a chance to see Warrior Lin's strength and to witness if every rumor about him was real or not, and they requested that he not be killed in one hit so that he could flex his skills a little more. Warrior Lin assured Chang Dalei that he would not take his life. He also firmly answered not to hold back against him as the system spirit was holding onto a pop-out box of information, explaining that his name was Lin Sheyu, an ordinary spear warrior with piercing spear striking skills and the hidden attribute of becoming a great hero. Chang Dalei, also on horseback, approached Warrior Lin and said that he had slain many nameless people with his axe, then asked for his name so that he could remember it and assured him that he would not murder him, to which he replied that his name was Lin Sheyu. Warrior Lin also inquired about his identity, specifically whether he was the Toad Village master or scholar Zhu Shenji. Chang Dalei was caught off guard by this question, and he firmly responded with a made-up name, Yangchun Yuan. Warrior Lin said that among 108 cities and 13 prefectures, there is no place named Yangchun, and his name was weird. Chang Dalei approached him, told him to stop talking nonsense, and initiated the fight. He drew his axe ferociously towards Warrior Lin and screamed that his head was his to take. Warrior Lin used his spear to deflect his strike, but he was worried when he sensed his tremendous strength as they both glared at each other. Chang Dale swung his axe again, this time with an ablaze hit, causing Warrior Lin to tumble from his horse and drop his spear. The spear spiraled before hitting the ground, and Warrior Lin fell on his back as well. Chang Dale continued riding his horse towards them, with an axe in his hand. This left the armed soldiers speechless. Chang Dale sprang from his horse and kicked the carriage driver. The beautiful lady in the carriage was worried. Chang Dale struck the horse on the ass with his chopping strike, which resulted in the horse weeping and screaming in pain, causing it to run wild as he gripped the belt to control it. They dashed towards the troops who were obstructing their path, causing them to flee. Wang yelled to chase Chang Dale down. Some of the armed troops pursued them, yet Wang still continued to scream that if the escort mission failed, they would all be killed. Zhu Shenji kept walking until he arrived at the Toad village before sundown and called for Ling Er. He made it inside and promptly urged his daughter to close the village door. Ling Er inquired as to why he returned alone and where the village master was. Zhu Shenji called the village master an idiot and said that if he hadn't been wise enough to run away quickly, Ling Er would never see her father again. Zhu Shenji sweated abundantly as he moaned and lamented the situation. His daughter tried to console him by telling him that dead people don't come back to life, therefore, he shouldn't be upset. Zhu Shenji clarified that he was not saddened by his death because he had such a wonderful horse, which disappointed Ling Er. He went on to say that this village was no longer safe for them to live in, and he ordered Ling Er to carefully check out and clean everything, including the garlic in the kitchen. At the same time, the armed troops on horseback were still pursuing Chang Dale and the carriage. Chang Dale screamed, "Hurry up," while clutching the horse's bridle belt. The system's spirit appeared out of nowhere above Chang Dale and asked if he wanted to draw one because he had just completed a mission and received one lottery draw chance, to which Chang Dale agreed and drew one now while whipping the horse's belt. The system's spirit poked fun at Chang Dale when she asked if he wanted to whip the horse or draw the reward first, which infuriated him, and he threatened to whip her. Despite this, the system's spirit remained unbothered and cute, and she kept tormenting him. Chang Dale replied that he truly wanted to draw the reward first and informed her that he was in such a situation, and that if she wanted him dead, he pleaded to just kill him, but the system's spirit only giggled and winked back at him. A lottery machine materialized with a snap of the system's spirit's finger, and she began to draw. She slowly shook the lottery machine and held it in both of her arms. Meanwhile, the armed troops were still chasing and riding their horses after Chang Dale, and Wang cursed the bandit and yelled that he would skin him alive. The system's spirit was still holding on to the lottery machine, while Chang Dale panicked and begged her to hurry up since he didn't have much time because of those obnoxious-looking assholes hunting for his life, referring to the armed soldiers. The system's spirit praised Chang Dale when a ball came out from the lottery machine and opened. He gained a great unknown hunter named Kin Man, which surprised him because the machine could draw in humans. As they chased Chang Dale, he wondered where that person was now, as there were only rocks everywhere, or whether he would fall from the sky, or if he needed to make any chance. Chang Dale chanted with his pointer finger, "Go Pikachu, I choose you," while the system's soul gazed upon him confusedly. However, that didn't work. Chang Dale kept going while gripping his axe and uttering, "I summoned you in the name of the eternal useless Sakura," while the system's soul continued to stare at him in confusion. This continued further as he gestured with his hand and said, "Calling for backup, respond quickly. Gather and create a path, shine brightly. Appear in front of me, warrior. Calling 123, respond." All the while the system's spirit looked at him in confusion. Suddenly, Warrior Lin nearly struck the carriage with his spear and called for Chang Dale to return, since he was about to murder him, which caused Chang Dale's eyes to widen in fear. A figure in the distance alerted his village master not to worry because Kin Man was on his side. Kin Man, with long brown hair and an X mark on his chest, stood boldly in front of them, wielding a spear. Chang Dale thought to himself that the system couldn't make the reward appear out of nowhere, they had to be arranged and appear at a reasonable time. Warrior Lin on horseback leaped towards Kin Man despite his best efforts to avoid him, but couldn't stop his horse. Kin Man fiercely commanded him to get off. He drove his mighty spear into the horse's mouth, causing it to pour blood, roaring, "Get off the horse." With Warrior Lin on its back, the horse lost its balance and fell. Then, the horse collapsed on the ground with a loud thud. Chang Dale was astounded by Kin Man's tremendous strength. At the same time, the armed soldiers were taken aback and left speechless. After that, Wang gulped and sweated profusely. Nonetheless, he raised his sword and said that they were men of the leader of Black Rock City, that if they didn't want to die, they should surrender and hand Miss Su over to them, or else they would gather the army and wipe this town off the map. Kin Man stood tall and magnificent as his mighty spear swung and struck the stone, which squarely hit Wang's face, causing him to lose his teeth. Kin Man shouted furiously at him to get lost. As Wang screamed for retreat, all the armed soldiers fled as they needed to report this to the leader. Kin Man approached his village master beside the carriage and informed him that he had come to work for him. Meanwhile, the system's spirit held a pop-out box containing information about Kin Man, a great unknown hunter who, at age 31, possessed the skill of a 3-core plum blossom spear. He was a hunter who lived near Black Rock City, but now he was wanted by Black Rock City, so he moved to Toad Village to work under the village master. His backstory involved living with his wife near Black Rock City. However, when the leader of Black Rock City heard that Kin Man's wife was exceptionally beautiful, he sent his men to Kin Man's house while he went hunting. Kin Man's wife ran away because she did not want to sleep with Black Rock City's leader, so she jumped off the cliff and committed suicide. When Kin Man returned, it was already too late. Enraged, he rushed towards Black Rock City and killed more than 10 guards, making him wanted in Black Rock City. After that, he decided to work for the village master of Toad Village. A few moments later, Cheng Dale realized that this was merely a character's backstory for him. But for Kin Man, it was all real life, and living in a war-torn era was extremely difficult. Cheng Dale was stunned when the skinny horse he had dumped returned on its own and instructed Kin Man to mount it. Both Cheng Dale and Kin Man reached for their horses' backs. The breathtaking sunset remained with them as they headed back to Toad Village. Zhu Shenji took a string of garlic and told Linger to carry the pot and check if anything had been left behind. Meanwhile, Linger told her father that she couldn't carry any more weight than she already did. With a garlic garland around his neck, Zhu Shenji said that he couldn't carry them, but they wouldn't survive without it either. Linger looked back as a voice emerged and asked them if they needed a horse. Cheng Dale and Kin Man arrived on horseback with a carriage at Toad Village, which Linger recognized as the village master. Zhu Shenji's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped when he realized that his village master had not died. He promptly covered his mouth, bowed slightly, and expressed his relief, as he would have blamed himself for being too useless and unable to assist him. He continued by mentioning that he didn't need to be chased away because he was a burden and would leave on his own, causing Linger to sob from behind. Cheng Dale looked at them and asked where Zhu Shenji was heading. He mocked Zhu Shenji by recounting how, when he attempted to rob them, he had given his name as Zhu Shenji to the armed men who were currently searching for him. This caused Zhu Shenji's mouth to drop and irritated. Zhu Shenji, with clenched fists and a visibly sweating and trembling body, adamantly retorted that despite being elderly, he still had his brain to come up with solutions, while Linger sobbed behind him. He went on to explain that he would always be available to assist Cheng Dale and gave a thumbs up. Reluctantly, Cheng Dale agreed and instructed Zhu Shenji to come and help him pull the horse. He introduced Kin Man to Zhu Shenji and encouraged them to get along. Cheng Dale directed Linger to feed the horses, Kin Man to prepare supper, and strategist Zhu to transport the person in the carriage to his room. He winked as he announced his intention to sleep with his wife. Quietly, Zhu Shenji boarded the carriage and began moving. Right after, Cheng Dale reflected to himself that he had completed the covert mission, but had not yet checked the rewards. Cheng Dale then snapped his fingers to call the system. So the spirit of the system appeared above Cheng Dale, but she reprimanded him for being rude, giving him a whack. With her hands crossed, she reminded him to refer to her as the system goddess, to which Cheng Dale agreed, sporting a reddish bump on his head. Afterward, the system goddess commended him for successfully robbing someone's fiancé. She went on to explain that his reward was the awakening of someone's hidden attributes as her palm was enveloped in golden energy. The system's goddess then stated that it was up to him to determine whose characteristics would be awakened. Cheng Dale was perplexed by the unexpected awakening but was interrupted. Zhu Shenji stood in front of Cheng Dale, who realized that the man's hidden attributes had been awakened. When the moon shone brightly on the Kin New Mountains, it was nearly dark. The defeated armed soldiers temporarily camped out with bonfires somewhere in the Kin New Mountains. Commander Wang asked his fellow soldier whether he wanted to live, to which his soldier replied that he naturally wanted to live. Wang pressed him once again on how many mountain bandits had attacked them earlier. His fellow soldiers were speechless as they gazed upon each other, then one of them replied that there were 100 bandits, and he was sweating heavily. Wang was upset when he heard only 100, and he aggressively refuted his fellow soldier's allegation, stating that he had seen 300 with his own eyes. As Wang sat near the bonfire, he continued his story of how they risked their lives and fought the bandits, managing to kill only some of them. He mentioned that Warrior Lin had gone missing while Miss Su had been abducted, while his fellow soldier sat silently across from him. Wang told everyone that if they wanted to live, they needed to get some wounds on themselves, which they did by wrapping themselves in bandages. Then he ordered them to follow him back to the city to request reinforcements. Meanwhile, Warrior Lin stood quietly with his spear next to the bonfire. Warrior Lin was disappointed that he had failed Commander Huang's request to oversee this escort operation, resulting in Miss Su's abduction. With apparent injuries on his face, Warrior Lin promised Huang that he would risk his life to save Miss Su. A few moments later, the system's goddess held onto the information in a pop-out box for Zhu Shenji, a famous lousy strategist at the age of 49. His hidden talent was his stupid tactics, which he suggested would only result in a loss. Cheng Dale would fail if he listened to him. Cheng Dale felt disappointed since he expected to be a below-average strategist, but he couldn't believe he was trash even with his hidden talent. Zhu Shenji asked his village master what was wrong with him, to which Cheng Dale replied nothing and inquired what he wanted while scratching his head. Zhu Shenji reported that he had already talked with the lady, whose name is Su Yi, and she is the young master's fiancée of Black Rock City. He mentioned that his village master shouldn't have abducted her. He stated that the former village master had also meddled with Black Rock City and died. If their current village master were to do the same, they would face certain death if they attacked again. Linger, holding a bowl, informed her father and the village master that dinner was ready. In the dusk sky, Cheng Dale gave the command to gather Kinman, Zhu Shenji, and Linger to discuss the situation over supper. They gathered around and sat near the bonfire, with their supper hanging on a pole, as Cheng Dale asked if anyone knew what was happening in Black Rock City. So Kinman replied that he had some knowledge about it. Kinman described Black Rock City, which is 150 miles away from Toad Ridge and ruled by Han Huji, a womanizer, ruthless tyrant with 5,000 elite troops. Zhu Shenji lamented the 5,000 versus 4 people gap and proceeded to ask his village master if he thought they could win. Cheng Dale sarcastically replied, asking what Zhu Shenji wanted him to do: send her back, admit they were wrong, and request mercy. He asked Zhu Shenji if he believed that would work. So Zhu Shenji gave in and told him to disregard what he had said. Zhu Shenji and Linger looked dumbfounded, their mouths dropping. When Kinman recommended that instead of being on passive defense, they should take the initiative to attack first because he believed they could capture Han Huji with a 70% chance of winning. Zhu Shenji leaned in closer to Linger, suggesting that they should go because they would otherwise die. Linger sobbed, saying they were already dead. Cheng Dale insisted that escape wasn't an option. He went on to explain that firstly, Black Rock City was not lacking in women, and they wouldn't attack with all 5,000 elite troops. At most, they would send 100 or 200 men. Secondly, the city was 150 miles away, and it would take them 5 days to travel back and forth. In those 5 days, they should be able to set up an ambush and win the battle. The systems goddess appeared and notified that Cheng Dale had activated a new mission, to rely on his village and fight off the enemy attack. She added that the mission's difficulty was greater than the mountain power. Cheng Dale went on to explain that third, his father died while fighting them, and that he must avenge him. Besides, Kinman and Han Huji had bad blood. If they don't take revenge, how could they have the face to live peacefully? Kinman stated that they had to secure the village no matter what happened this time, and Cheng Dale responded that there are 2 ways leading to Toad Ridge. Zhu Shenji explained that the smaller road had a valley in between, so carriages couldn't use that road. But the other one might be used if they were going to ambush, so they needed to know their path. Cheng Dale remembered Zhu Shenji's hidden talent for terrible tactics. If he listened to him, they would perish. So he asked him which way the enemy might take. Zhu Shenji, with confidence, chose the official road while holding a smoking pipe, while Cheng Dale already knew which road they would take. The village master kept asking Zhu Shenji if he thought they could win, which left him puzzled. Zhu Shenji then stated that he was sorry, but he believed they would be wiped out, and no miracles would happen. So Cheng Dale responded that he believed they stood a chance to win and that a miracle may occur. Cheng Dale grinned as he continued, saying that even though it seemed like they had no chance at first, when he thought to himself about Zhu Shenji being useless, he merely needed to do the opposite of what he says, effectively ruling out the useless choice. A few moments later, the moon shone brightly and was partially obscured by thin clouds in the dusk sky. Someone reflected on the fact that God had not given up on her yet, and that toilet paper, used tissue paper, and torn clothes might be reused. It was Miss Su who sat on the bed alone in silence. When Cheng Dale entered her room and encouraged her to eat something, she was surprised but remained silent. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale thought to himself that Miss Su is such a beautiful woman with a nice body. Suddenly, Cheng Dale's alter ego had different thoughts because it desired her, and could do whatever he wanted with her. The real Cheng Dale, on the other hand, covered his mouth as he objected to his evil thoughts. He couldn't do such things with her because he was a decent guy in the past and was afraid that if he crossed that line, he would become a villain. The system goddess appeared and praised Cheng Dale as a righteous young man. She said that because of his kindness, a new mission had been triggered, which was to win her heart without using violence. She stated that only a real man could rule the world. But first, he needed to be able to win girls' hearts by being a gentleman. Cheng Dale offered her food, thinking that she wouldn't be able to sleep that night. He mistakenly referred to her as Ying Ying but then corrected himself and addressed her as Miss Su. He asked whether she, too, couldn't sleep that night. Miss Su asserted that her family was one of the 4 great families of Fallen Leaf City. She said that she would offer him gold as payment if he would allow her to go back. She went on to say that she was also the fiancée of the young master of Black Rock City, so she warned Cheng Dale of the consequences if he harmed her. Cheng Dale explained that there must have been a misunderstanding. He had a vendetta against the Black Rock City leader and had captured Miss Su to lure him out. He promised to set her free once everything was over. Miss Su labeled Cheng Dale a liar and stated that men only wanted to sleep with her, claiming he was no different. Cheng Dale stared silently as Miss Su pleaded with him not to harm her and promised to meet his needs, whether it was gold, food, or something else. Suddenly, the system goddess emerged with a pop-out box of information about Miss Su Ying, who, despite lacking talent, possessed good insight. Cheng Dale thought to himself whether he should try to convince her. Cheng Dale told Miss Su and stood in front of her that he knew he was only a violent bandit in her eyes. But if he could live quietly, why would he become a bandit when he also wanted to be a scholar or a warrior? He then looked out the window, where the full moon shone brightly with thin clouds and a sea of stars. He continued to say that he used to hold books in his hands and wanted to learn literature, fight like warriors, win titles, and travel the world, crossing seas. However, he encountered some greedy pigs who treated others like scum. He began to wonder why the world was like this and why people were so easily swayed by greed. Miss Su sat silently as Cheng Dale went on, saying that he wanted to save this world so that all citizens could live in peace. And right at that moment, as Cheng Dale extended his hands towards her, he expressed how he wanted to grab her hand as he asked her if she would help him achieve his dream. Miss Su said that, although what he said could be a lie, she had the impression that he wouldn't hurt her and was perplexed as to why she had this perception. She went on to explain that Cheng Dale could tell her whatever he wanted as long as he didn't harm her, and she would try her best to comply. But Cheng Dale remained silent for a moment. Then Cheng Dale sat down near the table and asked her if she could tell him more about what had happened in this world, which was likely the only sincere statement he had made since entering the room. They faced each other in the room, as Cheng Dale was determined to learn everything about this world, including the fact that this girl was a merchant's daughter. Time had passed, and Cheng Dale bid farewell as he cupped his fist. After that, Miss Su read a poem by candlelight, with a sword in hand, The Ambitious Man, to rescue the people of the occupied land. Miss Su thought about the Wu Hook, which could be a sharp weapon, Guan Shang, and where the empire with only 13 prefectures had originated from. She knew that Cheng Dale was lying, but these words were too beautiful, and she praised such an amazing poem. She believed that if she could showcase this in the so-called talent poem meeting, it would definitely shock everyone. Meanwhile, Kin Man stood silently outside. He drew the attention of his village master. Cheng Dale was surprised when he saw Kin Man and asked him what he was doing there. Then he thought to himself if Kin Man had a habit of listening to people's private conversations. Kin Man cupped his fist and expressed how he felt that the village master was no better than those dirty bandits. But after he heard them speak, he was deeply moved by his words. And since he had a dream, Kin Man was willing to risk his life to make it come true. Suddenly, the system goddess appeared and told Cheng Dale that he had unknowingly achieved Kin Man's hidden mission, which was that Kin Man always had a heartache since his wife and children were taken away from him. And by treating Su Ying with courtesy, he gained his trust. Cheng Dale, with his hands crossed, looked at the pop-out screen. He thought that abducting Miss Su was actually no different from the actions of the Black Rock City's leader. So Cheng Dale assumed that if he had hurt her, Kin Man would have been the first to kill him, realizing it would not have been so easy to gain the trust of a strong person and make him loyal. The dawn arrived at Toad Village, and Linger dashed off to inform the village master that someone was attacking their village. This surprised Cheng Dale because he did not expect them to arrive quickly, so he asked how many individuals were there. Linger blushed as she replied that there was just one with a spear and that he was rather handsome. Outside the Toad Village, Warrior Lin rode his horse and demanded that the Toad Village's dirty bandits come out and face their demise. He went on to say that if they had hurt Miss Su in any way, he was going to kill them all. All four of them came outside and looked for their attacker, and Cheng Dale just scratched his head and called him an idiot for coming. Cheng Dale then gave Kin Man the command to chase him away. Warrior Lin advised Kin Man as he approached him to bring his weapon and horse, assuring him that he would not take advantage of him. But Kin Man confidently replied that there was no need. Suddenly, Kin Man sprang high, trampled the horse on its head, and grasped Warrior Lin's face with his bare hands, leaving Warrior Lin dumbfounded. Kin Man then raised his hand while still gripping Lin's face with his bare hand and exclaimed that he was weak. Warrior Lin hysterically responded to get his hands off him, so Kin Man flung Warrior Lin out with his spear. As a result, he blasted past the trees while yelling that he would return. Eventually, Warrior Lin descended from the Toad Ridge. Cheng Dale felt soft-hearted and told Kin Man not to harass him, and to let him take his horse back when he returned, which he promised to do because Kin Man would do as his village master said. Cheng Dale's eyes widened as he was informed that he had successfully defended the attack on the village and that the reward would be provided. The system presented him with a golden lined chest, which made him question if something was wrong. He wondered if it was intended to be a difficult mission that he had finished so easily. It shouldn't have been so easy, otherwise, the system would not have indicated a higher difficulty level. Cheng Dale wondered if it could be a bug in the system. Suddenly, the system goddess handed Cheng Dale a scroll with a list of his rewards. He was rewarded with a metal spear, upgraded horses in the mountain, a healing effect within the mountain, and a random skill upgrade for one person. This made Cheng Dale feel very lucky. He was also awarded 10 farming lands, and when Cheng Dale reached for his legs, which were feeling sore from being so joyful and excited, he thought it felt like killing an ant and earning gold in return. He felt like he had won the lottery or been blessed by Lady Luck. The rewards kept pouring in with 10 wooden boxes and so on, which prompted him to ask what was wrong with the system. The system goddess stated that she was simply a spirit and that, bug or no bug, it wasn't within her control. She wouldn't be chastised for it, therefore, she recommended he take them. Outside the system's subspace, Cheng Dale bowed slightly with a blank look, but he was amazed, so Zhu Shenji asked him what was wrong with him. Right after, the system goddess presented Cheng Dale with a new mission, which was to defend the village against the second attack, with the mission complexity exceeding the village's existing power. Cheng Dale sensed that the real attack was getting closer and that the rewards were only a minor consolation before the real chaos began. On the other hand, Zhu Shenji knew that his village master had gotten himself a wife, and he advised him to get a hold of himself as his legs were shaking, so Cheng Dale told him to shut up about it. Meanwhile, a spear landed on the ground as he told himself to be on guard as he was in a real life and death conflict. Lin, the warrior, was traveling over the mountains with his spear in hand. Warrior Lin resolutely stood, despite evident injuries and torn garments, and chuckled that he was back. As the warrior Lin continued to fight them, Zhu Shenji became enraged and suggested that they simply murder him this time, which enraged Cheng Dale, who branded Zhu Shenji a fool and stated that warrior Lin was their benefactor, and that whoever wanted to kill him had to first kill him. Cheng Dale continued to be friendly to warrior Lin, asking if he was hungry, if he wanted to come in and eat something, claiming that their food tasted very good, and asking if he wanted to try it. This left Zhu Shenji puzzled. Warrior Lin stood bravely from afar, his spear thrust into the ground, yelled back to the dirty bandits not to talk nonsense and come at him, and that this time he would not use his horse and weapon, but would fight with his bare hands, while Cheng Dale ordered Qin Man not to kill warrior Lin. Cheng Dale insisted on Qin Man being gentle and controlling his strength, which Qin Man assured his master. While standing in front of Qin Man, warrior Lin challenged him to combat. Then, out of nowhere, Qin Man sprang promptly. He hit him with one hand, and as a result, he flew back again. Cheng Dale asked warrior Lin if he was okay and said he would wait for him to return if his health improved. On the other hand, the system goddess appeared with a scroll of rewards for successfully completing the second defense mission, such as rewarding a mountain spring, 10 blood pills, a bonus village skill, 10 sickles, and 5 wooden boxes. However, these did not impress Cheng Dale because they were obviously mediocre compared to the first reward. Meanwhile, warrior Lin traveled slowly on the steep route towards Toad Village with a wooden staff and suddenly triggered the third mission to defend the town for the third time. When he arrived at Cheng Dale's location, the village master asked whether he was okay, to which he answered until Miss Su was released. Warrior Lin, despite having bumps, noticeable bruises on his face, and missing teeth, insisted on never stopping and coming back. Cheng Dale shook his head as he told Qin Man to be gentle with him. Qin Man punched warrior Lin once more, and the third defense was successfully completed, and they were rewarded. Warrior Lin reappeared again with apparent bruises on his face, which triggered the fourth mission for them to defend the village for the fourth time, and then they were rewarded. Every time warrior Lin appeared, a mission would be triggered, and they would be awarded again after defeating him repeatedly. A few moments later, Linger asked his village master if they could return because she was hungry, but Cheng Dale told her to wait because he knew warrior Lin wouldn't give in to him. The system goddess emerged with a pop-out box when Cheng Dale completed 10 defenses without any deaths, with a hidden attribute of increasing charisma for males, but being ineffective for females. The system thought that a kind-hearted person's fortune would be good because their righteousness would attract more and more teenagers who share their sense of justice. Cheng Dale questioned himself about why he had to play the nice guy card. He stood there and waited, wondering why warrior Lin was late this time. Shortly, he sat down, believing that he would not give up easily. Cheng Dale became concerned when he thought that warrior Lin had been attacked by some nasty individuals. He urged them to stay put while he went down the mountain looking for him. As the sun set, warrior Lin stood near the edge of the cliff with his wooden staff, wishing to become a hero with his spear alone and save the world, while creating a peaceful world free of war. He let go of his wooden staff as he continued to be humiliated by the bandits like a frog in a well, losing not only his horse but also his spear. He cried as he vowed that he would die today and that perhaps in his next life he would become a hero whose name would be recognized throughout the Muram. While tears streamed down warrior Lin's cheeks, Cheng Dale coughed and told him to choose one. The defeated warrior Lin was enraged at this bastard bandit when he made a joke out of his misery. Even if he wasn't as skilled as he was, he would rather die than be humiliated by him. Cheng Dale said that he had heard what he had said and that he was an honest guy, but that a young dumb man would die for his ambitions and dreams, whereas a real man would live his ideas in a humble manner. As he listened further to Cheng Dale, this surprised warrior Lin, who may have thought he was brave to die for his ambitions and dreams. Then Cheng Dale lambasted him and went on to say that killing oneself was not being brave. He was powerless and cowardly, and he was just trying to escape from this reality. And he yelled at him, questioning how he dared to call himself a warrior. Warrior Lin said that he didn't know and that he was simply a mountain bandit. Cheng Dale added that he knew Lin despised bandits, but he also had a dream and used to be a man full of ideas. He then inquired whether he would like to hear about his hopes and dreams. Cheng Dale continued by saying that he once wanted to learn more about literature, fight like a warrior, and win titles. A man who did not bring his Wu Hook obtained Guansheng of 50 prefectures with a poem line like, "With a sword in hand, the ambitious man, to rescue the people of the occupied land." He went on to say that he wanted to travel the world and cross seas. But then he met some greedy pigs who treated others like scum. He began to wonder why the world was like this and why people were so easily swayed by greed. Cheng Dale continued his speech, stating that he wanted to reconstruct this world and dreamed of saving it, allowing all citizens to live in peace. Right at that moment, Cheng Dale smiled and extended his hand towards him, saying he wanted to grab his hands in his and ask if he would help him achieve his dream. Warrior Lin was amazed by the words that came out of the mouth of a bandit. His eyes then drifted closed as Cheng Dale continued to inquire whether he could possibly help him fulfill his dream. Warrior Lin lost his sense of balance and was about to drift into oblivion when he questioned whether he was dreaming about how this young man, who had such a righteous dream, became a bandit. As Warrior Lin continued to wonder if his lack of insight led him to believe he was evil, he sank closer to the edge. Cheng Dale grasped Warrior Lin's hand. and caught him as he passed out. He placed him down on the ground and assessed that he had serious injuries, yet he was still attempting to rescue Miss Sue. A few moments later, a towel, water basin, and a bowl of medicinal soup were placed on the floor. Warrior Lin lay down with a cloth covering his body and a bandage on his head, while Cheng Dale asked Zhu Shenji if the village had any more medication. Zhu Shenji stated that he had been swept away by the gangs who had left a long time ago and questioned whether he had any fear of Warrior Lin because he could be a spy. But Cheng Dale responded that after hearing him, he felt he could trust him. Cheng Dale was concerned that if he couldn't reduce the inflammation, he would die, so he used the blood oil to treat Warrior Lin, then summoned Ling Er and instructed her to bring out the shovel and hoe. Afterward, Ling Er presented him with these two heavy tools. Cheng Dale received the materials he sought, while Zhu Shenji was perplexed as to what he would do with them. Headed by Cheng Dale, with Ling Er and Zhu Shenji, they marched to look for treasures. However, Zhu Shenji was opposed since he believed there would be no treasures remaining in the village and urged them not to destroy the land. He found the blood pill provided by the system and instructed them to feed it to Warrior Lin. At the stable, Cheng Dale informed Qin Man that the black horse would be his, to which Qin Man thanked him. After this, a pop-up box of information emerged, revealing that the yellow horse had an escape skill, and the black horse had a charge skill. Also, Ling Er discovered a metal spear on the road outside as she had shown to her village master. Cheng Dale got a burned copy of Zhu Shenji's black history and examined the map carefully, wondering who designed this terrible map. He discovered that it was, as expected, Zhu Shenji. Qin Man found a military drum hidden among the rocks. Meanwhile, Ling Er found a dust-covered flag under the table. Moments later, she was astounded and wondered whether it was the work of a ghost that the well, which had been abandoned for 10 years, began to spew out water. Later, Cheng Dale presented the spear to Qin Man to use as a weapon. Qin Man was astounded because he had only dreamed of having an elite spear like this and that his spear skill could be upgraded to a whole new level. A pop-up box emerged, proclaiming that he was the top bandit in the Toad Village, wielding a 3-core, plum blossom spear. The system goddess appeared with a pop-up box containing a lengthy list of rewards for that day, such as a spear, common armor, blood pills, war drum, flag, wine, and sickles, map, scribe cloth, farmland, well, mountain spring, skills, upgraded horses, heal and unity. However, it disappointed Cheng Dale because there was no sword for his dream of becoming a Murim swordsman, and he felt hopeless. Cheng Dale was puzzled that he hadn't discovered the 50 wooden boxes, while Zhu Shenji lifted a small entrance hidden beneath a haystack that led to a basement. They unlocked it with a step and walked inside to find out. Finally, they found the 50 wooden boxes piled up, and as Zhu Shenji was climbing down the stairs, he asked his village master if the old master had left him some heritage. Zhu Shenji stood next to the stack of wooden boxes and asked Cheng Dale whether these were the old village master's savings, to which he answered that he wasn't sure. When Cheng Dale invited him to open them and see what was within, both of their eyeballs radiated crimson light as they smirked sinisterly. Cheng Dale washed his face with water to wipe away all the bad luck. When he opened a wooden box, a light burst out, and he remembered drawing numerous SSRs over the years in excitement of something coming out, whether it was a famous beast, beautiful girls, or legendary weapons. He did, however, acquire one box of stone, which was essentially trash, while the system goddess smiled and gestured thumbs up. Cheng Dale felt frustrated and cursed as he gazed at the stone in the palm of his hand, knowing he couldn't change his fate. Zhu Shenji offered to open one box for his village master, but Cheng Dale declined because he was certain his luck was worse than his. Zhu Shenji opened a wooden box and wondered what it contained. Cheng Dale examined it with his hand and declared it to be gunpowder, while Zhu Shenji inquired if this black substance was edible. Then Cheng Dale told Zhu Shenji to open all the boxes and see if there were any more gunpowder boxes. When they opened all of the wooden boxes, they found 10 boxes of gunpowder, 20 boxes of trash stone, and a pile of broken weapons and torn clothes, as displayed on the system goddess's pop-out box. Cheng Dale smiled as he realized they could rely on the gunpowder and mountain roads to defend the Black Rock City attack. Cheng Dale, who had already gotten out of the basement, told Zhu Shenji to keep the boxes since he still needed them. But Zhu Shenji, who was about to exit through the small basement door, offered that it would be some good wood, which they could use as firewood in the winter. He threatened to fire him if he broke any of these boxes and then inquired where the village field was. Zhu Shenji responded that it was at the back hill and had been deserted for many years and asked why he was asking about it, to which Cheng Dale replied that he wanted to go and take a look. The full moon was visible at night. Zhu Shenji complained that it was already late and asked why they were walking so far to see a deserted field, to which Cheng Dale replied to go call Qin Man and Ling Er. All of them walked past a grassy field surrounded by a stone mountain. Zhu Shenji pointed out that he threw some wheat seeds there during the spring. Zhu Shenji was doubtful that anything would grow there because it was a wasteland. But they arrived at a flourishing wheat field, and seeing it with his own eyes, Zhu Shenji was astounded. He stepped through it, saying "God bless us." While Linger was being scolded for running around and perhaps knocking down the wheat sprouts, the system goddess emerged and confirmed that the 10 farmlands had been accounted for. Kinman explained that if they harvested these 1,000 pounds of grain, they would be able to survive the winter. He went on to say that the straws could be burned to keep warm and that they needed to harvest them quickly because the rainy season was coming soon. Zhu Shenji and Linger knelt in gratitude, thanking God for his grace and virtue. While Cheng Dale stood from a distance, he thought that not all bandits were evil, they were just living in a war-torn era. There were young and old people, some cultivating land for food, and sometimes they even went down to the mountain to buy living necessities. For example, these 3 in front of him were forced by life to become bandits. Zhu Shenji was a scholar in the village below the mountain. His greatest leisure was to earn money to buy wine and drool while staring at the widow's breasts. But there are always evil people in every world. One day, the bullies of the village were eyeing Linger, sometimes even trying to forcefully grab her. After rejecting them several times, one day Zhu Shenji invited the bully to his house. He dressed Linger up beautifully, brought some wine, and slaughtered the family's old hen which laid eggs. Zhu Shenji told them to look at how cute and beautiful Linger was, and she would definitely be able to serve him well. Zhu Shenji added that Linger was fortunate to be with him, and he hoped he could also be fortunate in the future. He laughed with them, helped them become an adult, closed the door, and made them feel comfortable. After the bully got drunk, Zhu Shenji chopped off his head. He burned his house and brought Linger along with him. After many twists and turns, they ended up in Toad Village. Perhaps that was the one and only time Zhu Shenji's scheme succeeded. But Cheng Dale also thought that his scheme was amazing. While Linger and her father sat in the wheat field, gazing at the full moon, Linger wanted to harvest some wheat and make some pancakes for them. However, Zhu Shenji reminded her not to be extravagant and suggested that she make pancakes with elm leaves so that they could be eaten for a few days. Linger replied that she was hungry and wanted to go with him. But Zhu Shenji did not want to rush because of the beautiful field. Inside the Toad Village, Cheng Dale was looking at a grayish flag with red stripes on it, while Zhu Shenji asked whether it was their flag, which he thought was sewn into someone's pants. Cheng Dale responded that he had been meaning to ask who designed the flag and what the egg on top of the toad meant. Zhu Shenji explained that it was not an egg but a heavenly toad swallowing a moon. While Cheng Dale placed his hand on the flag, he instructed Kinman to hang it. Kinman promptly jumped from the ground to the roof and then to the pole. After he hung it, Kinman jumped back down on the ground and joined Cheng Dale, Zhu Shenji, and Linger. The full moon was obscured by thin clouds, yet it shone brightly as the flag waved in the breeze, and Kinman stood looking up. Someone thought that they could survive this winter with a lot of food as long as they could successfully defend against the attack. That person believed it was his territory and he wanted to protect it. It was Cheng Dale, and that marked the beginning of his mountain village. The system goddess appeared and said that the flag was hung so that the heroes who had heard of his battles would come and become his subordinates. She delivered Cheng Dale a new mission, which was to increase the mountain's population to 100, with the reward being one lottery draw. It was a clear morning at the city lord's mansion when someone narrated how they had arrived at Toad Ridge, where there were hundreds of bandits commanded by a leader who called himself the Toad King. Commander Wang knelt in front of the city lord, with girls standing behind him, and a man sat alongside the table on the side. Commander Wang expressed his anger at their actions and how he had rushed towards them. While the city lord remained silent, Commander Wang began to sweat heavily as he explained that while they were fighting the bandits, a guy named Zhu Shenji rushed out. A man sat alongside the table inquired whether there were always so many bandits at Toad Ridge. Commander Huang sobbed as he responded that there were at least 200 people, and they called themselves Yuan from Yangchun. He then lowered his arms to the ground and continued, saying that not only did he try to protect the young master's fiancée from the bandits, but he was terribly injured and allowed her to be robbed. He believed he deserved to be punished and killed. The city lord agreed and ordered him to be killed. Someone caught the city lord's attention while they were dragging Commander Wang away. A young man emerged from behind the towering red curtain and told them to wait as he pleaded with his father to allow him to lead the troops on Toad Ridge and save Miss Sue. But his father responded that she was just a bitch and that daddy would find a new one for him. This young man bowed his head with both hands, begging his father to allow him to lead the troops because he couldn't call himself a man if he couldn't protect his wife. Tea was poured into the city lord's cup, and he then asked how many soldiers his son wanted. The city lord almost spat out his tea when he heard his son say that he wanted 2,000 soldiers. A man sat alongside the table was shocked by his young master's remarks, and he responded that 2,000 soldiers would require a large consumption of food and supplies. To travel with the supplies, they would need a lot of horses and troop arrangements, and a road to choose. Most importantly, there were only about 300 bandits, and he pleaded with his young master to reconsider. But the young master insisted that he had thought of everything and that he would prefer to overwhelm them with power. While the lady poured tea for the city lord again, he explained that Black Rock City had only 5,000 men, and he couldn't give him more than 1,000. The young master then demanded that he would like to have 200 cavalry, 200 archers, 300 swordsmen, 100 armored knights, and 200 spearmen. He confidently explained his strategy. Cavalry could chase after bandits who would run away. Archers could shoot the bandits from far away, providing support for the troops. Armored knights could block the charge impact by the bandits, and the swordsmen and spearmen would attack those bandits when their ambush was blocked. It would be a piece of cake. While his son turned his back and slowly walked away, his proud father pointed out that this was expected of his son because he had a dream of leading troops to war, and he could try it this time. The city lord went on to say that Commander Wang should go and redeem himself by following his son to war. Commander Wang thanked the city lord for his kindness and then bowed down. In his mind, he thought that having his head chopped there might not be a bad choice since there were only 2 bandits, and he could only wonder if the young master saw that after reaching Toad Ridge. When they left, the city lord asked the strategist Bai for his thoughts on his son's plan, to which he replied that in the mountains and forests, cavalry couldn't display their full potential, and since it's a long-distance travel, armored knights would not be suitable, and there was no point in using those troops. He went on to say that bandits were typically passive defenders, that overwhelming them with numbers was useless, and that the young master's plan was full of holes. But the city lord was aware of these facts and wondered why he was allowing the young master to act rashly. The city lord said that his son admired the general, that he studied the art of war, but that his skill lacked experience, and that the mountain ridge had already been attacked by them, that there would not be 300 bandits, and that he would not lose to them with 1,000 men. He went on to say that his dream was to lead troops, so let him have some fun leading the troops in this small battle, while strategist Bai said that he was relieved that the city lord was aware of this. Strategist Bai added that the young master was preparing to lead the troops. He then asked the city lord if he would inquire about how he planned to lead them. The city lord replied that there wouldn't be an issue and requested the girls to go back to his room, as he did not want to worry about anything else and only wanted to have fun with these young girls. The city lord stood beside him with the girls and added that if strategist Bai ever experienced them, then he would realize that nothing else in this world was worthy of thinking about, which left strategist Bai speechless. Meanwhile, in the inner room of Toad Village, someone asked if Black Rock City didn't have a standing army. It was Cheng Dale, who sat with maps on the floor, asking Miss Su, who sat in front of him, why Black Rock City, with only 20,000 citizens, could manage to feed 5,000 soldiers. Cheng Dale then inquired about the times of war and how he could gather soldiers to defend the city. Miss Su responded that troops could be drawn from military households, but if the conflict was large enough, citizens would have to join the army as well. She also mentioned that Bai Han Chuan had planned to train 500 standing troops, but the plan was dropped because troops require a lot of resources. Cheng Dale then inquired about Bai Han Chuan. Miss Su said that he is the strategist, in charge of everything both inside and outside of the city, and that he is truly an amazing person. Cheng Dale then stood up, gathered the maps from the floor, and remarked on what a terrible ruler Black Rock City had. Miss Su asked him if he knew how to be a better city lord and manage the city better than him. Cheng Dale replied that he did not, and Miss Su advised them to run because there were only 4 of them, and they would be faced with at least 200 soldiers. Cheng Dale boldly replied that he now had 5 members after Warrior Lin joined them and that he planned to defend against 500 men. Moments later, Cheng Dale was at the small cottages inside the Toad Village. He asked Warrior Lin, who looked back and stood from afar, how his body was. Warrior Lin was taken aback and addressed him as the village master. Cheng Dale extended his hand as he replied to him about their ideals. For a moment, Warrior Lin was speechless. Then they joined hands and said it was for their ideals. Under the tree, where Cheng Dale sat next to strategist Zhu, who was eating his bread, Cheng Dale told him that he had an important task for him that would affect their chances of survival. Strategist Zhu answered that he should find someone else because it was such an important task. Cheng Dale proceeded, saying that this task could only be completed by him, his one and only strategist, going to Gao Fei Hu, which irritated Zhu Shenji, who asked him if he wanted him to be killed so badly while eating his bread. Cheng Dale explained that he was asking him to bring them good wine and that he wanted to inform the Flying Tiger Bandits that Black Rock City would attack Kinnu Mountain, as well as the Doghead Bandits, Bald Bandits, Apricot Blossom Bandits, Wild Boar Bandits, and others. Zhu Shenji questioned if they would trust him, to which Cheng Dale responded by telling him to use his brain and make up a story. Zhu Shenji responded that he was scared because the past leader had some grudge with them, but Cheng Dale assured him not to worry and that he would let Warrior Lin follow him. Both of them went head-to-head when Zhu Shenji preferred that his village master come along, which enraged Cheng Dale because he wanted him to put himself in danger. Cheng Dale persuaded him to go while he winked and signaled with his hand that if he died, he would take care of Ling Er in his place. His face became frightening as he threatened to paste the erotic drawing he drew onto the walls of the Black Rock City, which surprised and horrified Zhu Shenji. In a wagon, Warrior Lin was in charge of the horses and jars behind him, while Zhu Shenji sat atop a haystack, and Cheng Dale and Qin Man stood behind them. Zhu Shenji was pissed yet stayed silent as he couldn't change his situation. Warrior Lin and Zhu Shenji departed, while Qin Man questioned his village master if they would trust the strategist. He answered that it was their only choice, whether they believed him or not, it was still worth a try. A wooden box was opened and filled with gunpowder. Chang Dali checked it, loaded with gravel and straws. He used oiled cotton lines as a fuse for the bomb trigger, and when he was done, he closed the wooden box. With a red flag, Chang Dali carried and waved it, instructing Kin Man to toss the box of gunpowder further away as this was the last test. A huge, fiery explosion erupted on the ground. Chang Dali and Kin Man stood at the back and watched the fire emitting black smoke. Kin Man expressed to his village master that this was the breath of an earth dragon. Chang Dali replied that this was the art of explosion. Meanwhile, outside the walls of Black Rock City, troops gathered and formed in front of an elevated stage as the sun's warm rays shone. The young master was glad for the clear skies, as this was a good omen. However, his soldiers thought otherwise, as they talked poorly about his good omen statements. Moreover, the sunlight beamed on them, making it unbearably hot. A soldier asked his Uncle Wang if he was coming to the war when he would turn 60 this year. Uncle Wang told him to quiet down and added that they were only subjugating a few thieves and bandits, so it did not matter if he was present or not. The young master stood with his sword by his side, his hair and robe blowing in the breeze. He placed his sword against the neck of a soldier who was holding a spear nearby, and inquired whether he was happy. The soldier responded with fear and confusion. The young master went on to say that he was happy for him because, in ancient times, when a famous general went to war, they would sacrifice one person. He chose him as his sacrifice. The soldier pleaded with the young master not to joke and accused him of kidding. The young master slit his throat, asking what made him thought that he was joking. As the soldier lay on the ground with tears in his eyes, he cursed for his glory. The young master stated that he would rest in peace from this day forward and that his family's name would be glorified with his name. The young master gave the command to set off with blood on his blade. Meanwhile, the soldiers stood calmly yet enraged, calling the young master an idiot. The soldiers of Black Rock City rode their horses as they headed towards the mountains. While the young master sat comfortably in his carriage with a bowl of fruits next to him and an umbrella against the heat, Commander Wang, on his horse, asked him why they weren't rushing to attack and why he was seated in a carriage. The young master cockily replied that he was not a soldier and did not need to charge into battles. The young master added that if he were to simply command his troops and only use his brain, or if he were to do hard labor, it would hinder his full potential in war, and asked him if he now understood. Commander Wang sweated profusely as he nervously replied that he understood. The young master went on to add that he wouldn't understand that he respected generals who stayed in camp and led the troops to war, while his men won the battle, which left Commander Wang speechless. A few moments later, Bai Han Chuan dashed over to the city lord, who was preoccupied with his young girls. He stood in front of him and told him he felt uneasy because the young city lord had been gone for a day, and that he needed to organize 100 men to go after him in case he was in danger. The city lord told him to do anything he pleased as long as he didn't disturb his enjoyment, to which Bai Han Chuan agreed. As soon as they received orders, soldiers on horseback began to gather, 100 of them ready to ride their horses outside the city. Headed by Bai Han Chuan, they set off as dust billowed from their horses' hooves. Meanwhile, it was almost dark, yet the troops of the young master of Black Rock City continued to march through the mountain. Commander Wang advised the young master to take a rest because they were about to reach the mountain ridge and had been rushing for the entire day. The young master explained to Commander Wang that speed is essential, and what if the bandits attacked them while they were resting? Commander Wang went on to explain that the soldiers were tired and that they might not be able to stand still much longer, and that some of them might not be able to hold on. However, the young master bluntly stated that his troops must be brave and have great willpower since they are heading to war, and many would die. And this little fatigue is nothing compared to death, which left Commander Wang astonished and dumbfounded. A soldier on horseback approached them and informed them that there were 3 roads ahead, the official road, the mountain road, and the valley road in between, and asked which way they should choose. Commander Wang strongly advised him to choose the official road and to stop asking stupid questions, but in his thoughts, he urged the young master not to take the other roads. The young master opened a scroll of war and ordered them to wait for him to check, adding that even though Commander Wang thought they should use the official way, the bandits would have known that. The young master was convinced that they would set traps along the route, but he would outwit them, leaving Commander Wang stunned and enraged. Meanwhile, a bandit in the bushes sat silently and secretly watched the soldiers. He fully convinced himself that what the Toad village said was true and that 1,000 troops were on their way to wipe them out. The bandit went quickly but quietly as the moon shone brightly in the dusk skies, as he needed to report it promptly. The news had spread all around the King Mu Mountain, and all the bandits knew about it. The bandit arrived at the Flying Tiger village and ran hurriedly inside. He reported with his fist clenched that the news was true as many soldiers came and that they did not take the official road. A man told his big brother that they don't seem to be heading towards their village as they are attacking the Toad village. Another man added that the Toad village only had about 4 to 5 people, and why would Black Rock City have brought so many troops for them? Gao Feihu, the village leader of the Flying Tiger, responded that if only their military strategist were here, he would wait and see what happened next. The troops of Black Rock City walked down a narrow path with a tall stone mountain between them. While Cheng Dale and Zhu Shenji discreetly looked at them from above the edge of the cliff with trees between them, Zhu Shenji informed his village master that there were at least 1,000 soldiers on their way. Zhu Shenji looked at his village master and told him to withdraw because they couldn't fight them. Cheng Dale replied that withdrawing was no longer an option because they would fight them as originally planned while the logs were tied on the brink of the stone cliff. He went on to say that when they arrived in the valley, they would drop the logs. Lin would fire the explosives, and Zhu Shenji, Qin Man, and Linger would toss the explosive boxes below. Zhu Shenji inquired as to why they were only blowing up one side of the valley when they could blow up both sides. Cheng Dale responded that when people are cornered in a tough situation, they would display incredible fighting prowess. However, if they know there is a way out, they will not fight to the death. He further stated that, unlike them, they do not have a way back. Cheng Dale was informed that they would be getting out of the area and what they should do. Cheng Dale was sweating profusely when he instructed them to wait a minute. He was reminded once more that their cavalry had already moved out of the line of fire. Cheng Dale screamed to do it now as he swung his axe at the rope linked to the logs. As soon as the rope was cut, the logs were released and started to fall over the mountain. As the logs struck the troops, they screamed and fell to the ground with their horses. Cheng Dale ordered Warrior Lin to light it. However, he hesitated while holding a fiery torch in his hand. Warrior Lin was seen trembling and sweating profusely as he remained still. When Cheng Dale put his hand on his shoulder and inquired if this was not his very first killing, he answered that there were simply too many people present down there. Then Cheng Dale became enraged. He pushed him against the tree with both hands while calling him a bastard. He sweated profusely as he yelled at him that this is war, it's not a child's playground, and war is never about being dignified or civilized. He screamed angrily that war is when you want to kill someone and someone wants to kill you. Warrior Lin was taken aback by his remarks. Cheng Dale grabbed the torch and added that they would all die if they let them go today. From both above and below the stone mountain, there were even more explosions. As a result, boulders began to drop from the sky. As they glanced up at the falling rocks, they frightened the Black Rock City soldiers. While the explosion continued and rocks fell to the ground, someone yelled that the exit was blocked and informed the village master that dozens of horsemen had already managed to make it out of the pass. The soldiers were terrified because they believed they were surrounded by a mountain-haunting ghost. Another scorching explosion erupted from the ground, burning the soldiers as a result of its impact and causing them to go flying. While the boulders kept falling, some ran hastily. As dust and smoke rose from the ground, a swordsman soldier screamed and ordered his comrades to rush over to the hill. Qin Man rode his black horse and declared that he would hold them off, while Cheng Dale thought to himself that although a small portion of their army had made it to the side, it would still be difficult for them to defend against them. Nevertheless, he agreed to Qin Man's plan and ordered him to hold them off while Zhu Shenji would light the pre-buried explosives and drive them away from the first line. Cheng Dale commanded Linger and Warrior Lin to continue throwing explosives at them. A black horse thudded to the ground. It was Qin Man riding his black horse in front of the swordsmen and spearmen soldiers who had been assigned to kill him. Qin Man fearlessly faced them with his spear and told them his name, warning them not to pass. As the troops approached, he unleashed an enormous strike with his spear, causing the soldiers and their horses to come crashing down. Qin Man continued to attack them with his spear, which shocked them. He fearlessly told them that they were not allowed to pass as he pierced his spear into the chest of a swordsman on horseback. The soldier spat blood from his mouth with a thought on his mind: if they were allowed to rest a bit, the outcome of the battle would be different, as he was feeling so tired. A few moments later, while the shattering explosion persisted and rocks fell down, soldiers hurriedly ran away from the narrow road. The fiery explosion erupted behind them, and someone yelled for their escape. Some were unable to avoid the explosion, and as they collided with it, they spewed black smoke. The remaining soldiers ran hurriedly out and reported to the young master, frightened, that there were monsters. The young master stood up in his carriage as he witnessed the blazing explosion and the black smoke it produced, while his soldiers ran away from it. However, the young master gestured his hand and forcefully commanded that no one was going to run away, and that those who would try to cross that line would die. The young master was convinced and thought in his mind that he was so handsome he would turn the tide of this losing battle into victory. His frightened soldiers explained to the young master that there were ghosts on this mountain. Most of his soldiers became enraged as they raised their fists and questioned why he wouldn't let them leave, despite the fact that they continued to run away with their weapons in their hands. The young master's eyes widened. He stood up and roared at his soldiers to go to their graves, but they ignored him and continued to run past him. The wheel of the young master's carriage broke. As a result, the carriage tumbled to the ground because it was out of balance. The young master stood up and saw the mayhem of his soldiers being flung apart along with the stone debris that resulted from the impact of blazing explosives. Commander Wang yelled at his young master, urging him to flee because they had failed and lost momentum, but they could still escape before the bandits caught up with them. The young master agreed that he needed to escape since he believed that in ancient times, great generals would improve through their defeats and gain experience for future battles, while his soldiers wept in fear as they ran away. While stone debris flew casually at him, the young master stayed calm as he raised both his hands and bestowed his sword upon Commander Wang, saying he would be honored to see his growth after this war. On the other hand, a rock landed on Commander Wang's head, but he didn't mind because he was annoyed with the young master, to whom he was supposed to be grateful. Commander Wang felt annoyed by the comments he had made, which left him speechless. Commander Wang pushed the young master onto his back and cursed him to die, which shocked the young master. He referred to the young master as an idiot and told him to go and die by himself as he ran away to save his own life, leaving the young master alone. Meanwhile, on the cliff's edge, Cheng Dale knelt near the ground, hunched, and looked down, unsure of whether they had won. While he thought in his mind that once a single person had lost motivation and started running, the others would also panic and run away, causing a domino effect. Zhu Shenji eagerly informed his village master that they had won. Cheng Dale stood to his feet and raised his hand, commanding warrior Lin and strategist Zhu Shenji to follow him to the battlefield. They hopped on the carriage, with Zhu Shenji controlling the horse, Cheng Dale and warrior Lin standing on the carriage with their weapons in hand, and Cheng Dale ordered Linger to begin banging the drum. Linger grasped the stick and banged the round drum with passion. The carriage drove onto the battlefield as they chanted to charge and kill them all. They arrived at the scene to find Kinman fighting alone against numerous soldiers on horseback. Cheng Dale screamed with all his might that those who didn't want to die would be spared if they got off their horses now because he only needed their horses. While Kinman proceeded to beat them alone, despite being pursued by numerous soldiers, another soldier yelled in fear for his ally to run. Other troops had already fled on foot, leaving their horses behind, while Kinman continued to poke his spear at them. Cheng Dale, his troops, and the horses stood behind as they watched the soldiers run away. Cheng Dale ordered Zhu Shenji and Kinman to bring the horses back to the stable, and warrior Lin to follow him since they were robbing some great swords. Meanwhile, another group of armed bandits gathered and lurked near the battlefield of the Stone Mountain's narrow pathway, which was engulfed in the blazing flames of the explosion and emitted dark smoke. It was the Flying Tiger Bandits. While his comrade questioned how the Toad village could withstand the assault of 1,000 warriors, leaving his village master dumbfounded. Shortly after, the village master of the Flying Tiger Bandits, Gao Feihu, responded, saying he too knew nothing and that they might have gotten some help from an expert. His comrade sighed as he couldn't believe the world was so unpredictable that even 1,000 soldiers could lose against 5 people. While beside him, another comrade scolded him to stop sighing as he was a mountain bandit and should not forget his job. Their village master, Gao Feihu, along with his sword, ordered his brothers to charge with him as they were about to rob them. The Flying Tiger Bandits slaughtered the soldiers and demanded that they hand over their weapons. They pushed the soldiers to the ground and were ecstatic with their loot. Someone stated he hadn't changed shoes in years and requested the soldiers' boots since he needed them. They stripped them and removed their pants. One of the soldiers begged that he was not gay and that he could offer the bandit anything but his virginity, and the bandit cursed him as he responded that he did not want his virginity, but only wanted his pants. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale with his axe on horseback ran after the terrified young master of the Black Rock City, demanding to give him his sword. Still, Cheng Dale pursued him with his axe and demanded that he stop running. A loud horse's stud was heard. An immense line of soldiers on horseback arrived at the stone mountain, creating a loud stud. Cheng Dale came to a halt on his horse after hearing the sound of synchronized clopping of groups of horses, which led him to believe that a group of elite troops was nearby. The leader commanded his troops to swap their spears for swords. Cheng Dale and his horse hid in the bushes as he observed the leader, who had such a strong aura. He pondered whether they could be part of the reinforcements but was perplexed as to why they had arrived so quickly. It was the strategist Bai Han Chuan of Black Rock City who came with reinforcements, and the young master raced furiously toward him, complaining that he had been bullied and all his soldiers had abandoned him. However, strategist Bai thrust his sword into the young master's throat, causing the young master to mouth pleas for him to spare his life. As the young master knelt on the ground, he bled. Strategist Bai ordered his soldiers to pick up his corpse because they would be heading back. A pop-up box appeared, containing information about Bai Han Chuan provided by the system goddess, such as the fact that he is a top strategist with a small reputation and fame, age 52, possessing the skill of 7 sword slashes, and no hidden attributes. While reading this information, Cheng Dale reflected to himself that while Kinman may be a bandit who could fight 1,000 people at once, a top strategist is in a different league. Strategist Bai suspected that something was lingering in the bushes, prompting Cheng Dale to hide in the bushes. Strategist Bai ordered them to go back. This made Cheng Dale ponder why they were leaving and speculate that, unlike Zhu Shenji, this era has some great strategists. He kicked a stone with his foot and cursed them for taking the sword with them, which he had his eye on. A pop-up box emerged for a mission that successfully completed their 11th defense and rewarded 1 lottery draw, asking if he wanted to draw now. The system goddess also emerged with ghostly vibes, stating that she had finally come out of that torturous small black room and that she did not want to go back in there again. Chang Dali questioned this because she had been so energetic before. With weeping eyes, the system goddess lamented that she had been standing in front of him, but he had only noticed her physically and that she hadn't given him any missions or talked to him about them. Chang Dali irritably said that he didn't care because all she did was hit him whenever she came out, and that he felt better when she wasn't there. The system goddess kicked Chang Dali on the head and scolded him for locking her up in that small black room. Still irritated, Chang Dali reacted by asking whether he could use bugs the next time. As she ran with a large wooden gavel, the system goddess cynically asked what did he think while Chang Dali chuckled on his horse. The Kin New Mountain map contained the locations of Black Rock City, the Doghead Bandits, the Flying Tiger Bandits, the Wild Boar Bandits, the Apricot Blossom Bandits, the Bald Head Bandits, and the Toad Village. Black Rock City's first attack had spread around Kin New Mountain. The Flying Tiger Bandits are the closest to the war area, so they attacked first. The incident would be reported to the leader of Black Rock City by the military advisor of the city. It is anticipated that his son's death would be a major event. Linger cheerfully rode a white horse in the clear morning sky, calling out to her father that it looked like a dream, while Kin Man grinned silently behind her. Zhu Shenji told Linger to prepare the horses for the ride back to the village while he gathered swords. Linger agreed with her father and mentioned how much she liked the white horse. A horse stud approached Zhu Shenji, referring to him as Old Man Zhu, and sought his attention. Gao Feihu, the Flying Tiger's leader, along with his numerous bandits, asked him if they could feed all the horses they had robbed. He continued to say that he would assist them in lessening their burden. This startled and shocked Zhu Shenji when he saw the leader of the Flying Tiger head. He replied that it was rare for him to see him there and that he woke up early. Gao Feihu went on to say that they made a fortune while they only earned a little profit. He nonchalantly mentioned how they were going to split these horses and that he needed to speak now, which worried Zhu Shenji. Linger frankly told them that they snatched these horses by their own abilities and asked why should they give them up. Despite being urged to shut up by her own father, Linger rebelled discreetly. Zhu Shenji responded that everyone worked hard and they all earned a lot of profit. However, Gao Feihu disagreed. They earned a lot, but he did not think that they earned more than them because they took most of the profits. Another bandit from the Flying Tiger on horseback yelled as he suggested to his leader, Gao Feihu, to stop talking to him. He continued to say that they should stop asking them to split the profit when they could simply snatch everything from them while charging towards them with swords. He demanded that he wanted that white horse. The horse was knocked off balance after being struck on the head. It was hit in the head with an arrow and eventually fell to the ground, while the man riding it became dizzy and couldn't see anything. Some of the Flying Tiger bandits were astounded by the amazing archery skills, while others were concerned for their second master. Kinman drew another arrow and prepared to shoot it as he fiercely informed them that if they took another step, they would die. He aimed the arrow at them while Gao Feihu questioned whether the Toad Village intended to start a war with him. Gao Feihu then firmly suggested splitting some of the profit with them because it was a significant profit, and sarcastically asked if they planned to keep it all for themselves. They remained mute and silent, resembling the horse with an arrow in its head and the second master who lay on the ground. Shortly after, Chang Dali arrived on horseback. He asked how they should split it while resting an axe on his shoulder. His troops were surprised when he called for their village master. He rode his horse toward the Flying Tiger bandits, who murmured that he was the son of the former Toad village leader, and that they had heard he was trash, but upon looking at him, he seemed different from the rumors. Gao Feihu thought to himself that Chang Dali was surrounded but remained calm and wondered if he had a hidden trump card. Chang Dali proceeded to ask if they wanted to split the profit and suggested a simple solution. He argued vehemently that if he killed all of them there, they wouldn't have to worry about splitting anything. His statements upset a Flying Tiger bandit who yelled at him and condemned him as a kid trying to act arrogant while surrounded. Another Flying Tiger bandit added that even his father wouldn't dare to speak back to them in such a manner when he was alive, so he asked what made him think he could. Then all armed Flying Tiger bandits became enraged and yelled to kill him. However, an unfazed Chang Dali yelled back and cursed at them. Chang Dali pointed at them and asked if there were 1,000 of them in there. Gao Feihu replied, questioning whether it mattered if they had 1,000 men in there or not. Chang Dali fiercely replied that if they were less than 1,000, then he wouldn't have enough men to kill. His sinister smile appeared as his eyes turned red, and he went on to say that he had already killed 1,000, questioning if it would matter to him if he killed another 1,000. Everyone was taken aback and terrified. Gao Feihu thought to himself that the Toad village only had 4 to 5 people and wondered why 1,000 soldiers had escaped in fear. He then pleaded with Chang Dali to calm down, as they were not there to fight. Gao Feihu, his fist clenched, respectfully asked how he had done it. Chang Dali chuckled loudly on his horse, causing some bandits to feel insulted as they gazed silently. He gestured with his index finger and claimed to have a divine technique. Then he raised his hand and claimed he could summon thunder. The Flying Tiger bandits looked up in anticipation as Chang Dali lifted his hand and pointed to the sky. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. Chang Dali repeated saying he could summon thunder while pointing at the sky, leaving the Flying Tiger bandits puzzled and speechless. He wondered if Warrior Lin could hear his words and urged him to hurry up. At this point, the Flying Tiger bandits were furious at him, calling him a lying kid and daring him to trick them. Despite this, Cheng Dale persisted and yelled the word thunder again as the armed bandits charged towards him to kill him. Suddenly, a loud and fiery explosion erupted, sending stone debris flying everywhere. The debris struck some bandits on the head, shocking them. While Cheng Dale maintained his composure, deep inside, he was terrified yet relieved that everything ended nicely. He then ferociously demanded if anyone else wanted a taste of his thunder. This terrified the flying tiger bandits and left them stunned. Even before civilization developed, people had been praying to different gods, burning some yellow papers and throwing them into the well to make the water holy. It was an era filled with many believers, and Cheng Dale's performance was impressive enough to make them believe in him. Even Gao Fei, who was terrified, but he remained calm and thought in his mind that if that thunder had struck him, he would have died. He believed that Cheng Dale used the thunder spell to fend off 1,000 soldiers, which is why they ran. Cheng Dale continued pointing his finger as he commanded them to move aside and make way for him, threatening that they would taste his thunder if they didn't comply. The flying tiger bandits screamed as they scrambled to move aside while Cheng Dale strode past them, repeatedly chanting the word thunder. Suddenly, Gao Fei asked him to wait. Cheng Dale sweated profusely, thinking that he had been exposed. Cheng Dale looked back and calmly asked what he could do for Gao Fei, to which he replied that he had so many horses and questioned if they could feed them all. Cheng Dale sarcastically replied that even if they couldn't feed them, they could still eat them while riding back to the village with horses and loot on their carriages. Meanwhile, it was night, and the crescent moon was obscured by thin clouds at the city lord's mansion. In a candlelit room, the city lord was still busy in his bed, surrounded by young ladies, with a liquor in his hand and a fruit bowl on the side. As soon as Strategist Bai entered his room with the corpse of the young master and its blood dripping onto the floor, he called the city lord repeatedly. He kneeled down and placed the corpse of the young master on the floor, explaining that the young master was ambushed and killed by the bandits. The city lord was startled as he got up, and his eyes widened. He stood up, and his body trembled as he shouted for his son. The city lord wept as he hugged his son. Strategist Bai knelt down quietly. Suddenly, he stroked his sword and unleashed a purple electrifying 7-sword slash that struck the city lord on his chest, causing blood to drip from it. The city lord collapsed but quickly rose, realizing that Strategist Bai had killed his son, while he placed his palm on his bloody chest. Strategist Bai admitted that he did kill him. His sword had a purple electrifying aura as he charged towards the city lord and complained that he had sat on the throne for too long. Strategist Bai stroked the city lord again, but he dodged while Strategist Bai went on to say that it was now his turn. The city lord grabbed a long torch and asked why. While they continued fighting, Strategist Bai explained that this was an era of war and it would become more chaotic in the future. Strategist Bai went on to say that the empire was weakened, and many heroes around the world were waiting for a decisive move to conquer the world. However, that city lord had become a useless man who had no ambition and simply enjoyed things such as alcohol, meat, and females. He repeated that he was useless and he would take the throne, while the young ladies on the bed sat terrified. Strategist Bai's remarks came as a shock to the city lord, as he was going to take the throne and conquer the world. The furious city lord struck back at him and reminded him that he was just a woodcutter back when he was at war with the Ring clan, and had only read a few useless books. He raised his hands and smashed right through Strategist Bai as he questioned him, daring to go against him. If he had not helped him back then, he would not have become the person he was right there. The torched head broke, and Strategist Bai moved back while the city lord went on to say that even if the empire was weakened, he would still be unable to take the throne. Strategist Bai got down while his chest spilled blood as he coughed and responded that he was ashamed. That was expected of the man who kept the city safe for 37 years. The 7th Tiger nickname was well deserved, and he was talented. The city lord, with a tall staff in his hand, continued to say that Strategist Bai was only his dog. If he couldn't be a good dog, then he had no need for him. He told him that even guarding the city for 1 month would be difficult with his skills. He added that he had slept with more women than the number of people he had seen, and the people he had killed could fill a river. He claimed that Strategist Bai was just a frog in a well. Both Strategist Bai and the city lord screamed furiously as they continued to charge and strike each other hard. Suddenly, a dainty hand appeared from the young ladies and held back the city lord, which stunned him. A young lady poked a pin into the city lord's side, and he screamed as he looked back at them. Then, Strategist Bai pierced his sword into the city lord's chest, causing blood to spill from it. He screamed and then plummeted to the ground, while Strategist Bai stood in front of him with his blood-dripped sword. Strategist Bai knew he could not become a good city lord, but he still wanted to try. On the ground with blood spilled, the city lord murmured about something black. Strategist Bai mockingly asked what it was. Strategist Bai went near him as the city lord murmured in his dying breath about the Black Rock City, the kingdom's gateway. He warned not to let it be invaded by the Ring tribe, as the world would be in chaos. This left Strategist Bai speechless as he stood up. He left the candlelight near the curtain as he bid farewell to the city lord. That night, the city lord's mansion was set on fire. The warm sun rays beamed on the wheat field of Toad Village, while Zhu Shenji berated his village master for stopping lazing around because they needed to harvest the wheat quickly before the horse they stole would starve. A basket full of wheat was placed on the ground while birds ate the remaining bits. Cheng Dale gave up and said he couldn't do that anymore because he was tired. The wheat needed to be slashed in order to be harvested. Sweaty and exhausted, Warrior Lin couldn't believe a warrior like him would do such a thing. While Chang Dale sat and leaned on the rock, complaining that his stomach hurt. He couldn't use his strength since he didn't have any energy left. Zhu Shenji loaded the wheat onto the carriage while continuing to lecture his village master to stop being lazy, as he had already used that excuse yesterday. Chang Dale held his head and complained that his head hurt as he approached Zhu Shenji, but this did not work with him as he continued to scold his village master to stop lazing around, explaining that if they waited for the sun to dry up the wheat, it would snap at the slightest touch and they would lose a lot of harvest that year. A red beetle appeared in the field, just like an idea that arrived to Chang Dale, reminding him that he hadn't robbed anyone in the past few days and he should not forget his identity as a bandit. While Warrior Lin ran after his village master to follow him and help him out, which left Zhu Shenji stunned as he stood behind. A few moments later, some poor villagers were trekking deep within Qinui Mountain when a son asked his dad whether there were any bandits nearby, to which the father replied that if he was afraid of bandits, he should forget about getting a wife. Headed by their dad, they decided to sell the firewood and buy a donkey so that they would have something to show when asking for marriage. Their dad looked back and asked them if they didn't dream of owning a horse, as now their wish could be fulfilled. While Warrior Lin and Chang Dale lurked behind the trees, the son argued with his father that horses and donkeys are different animals. His dad asked what the difference was between them, while Chang Dale and Warrior Lin jumped towards them. The dad and his sons were scared, and their jaws dropped. They promptly kneeled down with their firewood beside them as they begged for mercy, hoping to be spared. This made Chang Dale question why they were kneeling and told them to stand up. Chang Dale was pleased when he heard that they wanted to buy a horse. The dad explained that he couldn't afford a horse and planned instead to buy a donkey because his eldest son couldn't find someone to marry. Once they had a donkey, they could ask the matchmaker to find a bride. Chang Dale laughed and replied that they were lucky because he sells horses. He asked them if they were excited, happy, or felt fortunate. The dad replied that they did not have much money, to which Chang Dale asked how much they had. The dad's hand trembled as he showed his 2 copper coins. Chang Dale received the coins and then inquired if there was anything more. The dad responded that they had 4 wild vegetable breads that their mother baked for them to eat on their journey, and Warrior Lin received one of the wild vegetable breads. Chang Dale asked how the taste was when Warrior Lin ate it, and it tasted good. Warrior Lin leaned in close to his village master and whispered that 2 copper coins and 4 wild vegetable breads were insufficient for a horse. Chang Dale replied that they needed to sell the horses or they would have to kill and eat them. While the dad anxiously waited for them, Chang Dale proposed that they be kind and sell it to them, doing some good deeds for the poor. Warrior Lin verified that he was going to sell it to them, and Chang Dale agreed. Chang Dale informed them that he would give them a discount because they were his first customers. He also instructed them to follow him back to the mountain. The dad kneeled down and cried as he pleaded for mercy, begging Chang Dale to spare his children and offering to take him instead, as they still needed to give their Lai family license. Chang Dale put down the axe head on the ground near the dad, which frightened him. He addressed them in a terrifying tone, asking if they wouldn't follow them. The weary dad and his sons followed Chang Dale as he ordered Warrior Lin to take care of their customers. His son asked his dad if they would kill them, to which his dad, who sweats profusely, told him not to be a coward. However, his son pointed out why his legs were shaking. His weary dad explained that if they wanted to kill them, he would risk his life to stall them while his sons would run away. They arrived at the end of the steep slope of Toad Village, and his dad told his sons to be prepared to run. Chang Dale told them to go up the mountain while gesturing upward with his hand. The poor villager dad told them that he would risk something but got interrupted when Warrior Lin asked him what he would risk. At the stable, Chang Dale leaned on it as he questioned them for a fight and told them to quickly pick a horse first. Chang Dale asked them how many horses they wanted, which surprised the poor villagers because he was actually selling horses to them. He assured them that one would suffice. Chang Dale responded subtly angrily that they had wasted his time and only wanted to buy one. The poor villager dad asked, confusedly, what about 2? The sons smiled in excitement when they heard Chang Dale question why only 2 and offer a horse for each of them since he had 3 children. However, their dad responded that they couldn't feed 4 horses, which made his son's jaw drop in disappointment. Chang Dale agreed that 2 horses would do and asked them if they knew how to harvest wheat. His sons were nevertheless unhappy as their dad expressed that they had some farm job experience. Chang Dale told them that if they could harvest a field of wheat before sunset, he would let them take 2 horses. Under the beaming sun and clear skies, Chang Dale ordered Warrior Lin to give them the equipment, which was a sharp scythe, and brought them to the field. Linger, with a bowl of food, headed to his father, while Zhu Shenji stood by the carriage full of wheat and berated his village master, saying that he was becoming lazy again. Chang Dale sat under the shade of a tree, slurping on his water bottle next to the basket of wheat, and disagreed with Zhu Shenji's remarks, stating that he worked hard, asking if he didn't see it. In Chang Dale's mind, he was delighted that Toad Village was like a small family. Kinman is a strong warrior, and Warrior Lin is a reliable younger brother. Linger is a good worker. He also had an unmarried prisoner, and he just needed a wife. Zhu Shenji obviously seemed like a grumpy old grandpa, while Linger happily sat on the carriage full of wheat. He kind of liked this place. Warrior Lin also sat comfortably on the other carriage full of wheat. In the field, the poor villagers kept harvesting the wheat. The son asked his dad whether they would really give them the horses, to which his dad replied that he thought they really meant it, and if they did not finish it before sunset, they would kill them. The sky turned fiery orange as the sun set, and the poor villager inquired if they wanted help grinding the wheat as well. Cheng Dale denied it, saying there was no need for it and let them go to pick 2 horses. Cheng Dale, Zhu Shenji, and warrior Lin stood behind and watched them leave with 2 horses, while the son of the poor villager was excited when he asked his dad if he was dreaming. The bandits were letting them take 2 horses back home. A fiery orange sunset beamed as the poor villagers continued talking while they walked away. They expressed that bandits were good people. They gave them these horses because they pitied them. They also mentioned that the bandits even harvested wheat and expressed why wouldn't they. They found it unbelievable that not only did the bandits harvest wheat, but they also ate wild vegetable bread. They expressed that they were truly gods. Cheng Dale, Zhu Shenji, and Qin Man sat by the bonfire under the blue gradient sky with the ethereal glow of the full moon when warrior Lin arrived with another soldier, who notified their village master that someone wished to join them. Cheng Dale questioned who it was. Cheng Dale looked at the soldier and recognized that he was that escort guy. Commander Wang narrated how his life had been very miserable and painful for him. The day he escaped death, he ran back to Black Rock City but discovered that the city lord had died and strategist Bai Han Chuan was fighting with the city lord's loyal guards, killing anyone related to the city lord. Commander Wang continued to say that he didn't know if he was considered a close person to the city lord, but he thought strategist Bai Han Chuan would not let him off easily, so Commander Wang decided to escape to Fallen Leaf City. Then, coincidentally, he met warrior Lin, who was planning to rob someone and suggested that he should join Toad Village. Cheng Dale asked whether he was saying strategist Bai Han Chuan killed Han Huju and became the city lord himself. Commander Wang affirmed, and he added that strategist Bai was spreading rumors that Cheng Dale had killed Han Huju and claimed that he would avenge Han Huju by killing Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale was appalled when he responded that strategist Bai Han Chuan was so shameless, that Toad Village only had 5 people, and how could they send people to kill him? Commander Wang responded that he didn't expect only 5 of them. But strategist Bai publicized that there were 1,000 bandits in Toad Village, that Cheng Dale was killing people for pleasure, and that Toad Leader was the most ferocious bandit who ate human flesh as an everyday meal. He also put up a wanted list on the city's bulletin board, offering rewards for his head. Cheng Dale asked tenaciously how much his reward was. Commander Wang replied that Cheng Dale's head was worth 50, which disappointed him. Commander Wang went on to say that Zhu Shenji had 35, which surprised Zhu Shenji that he had 1 too, and the black-faced man was worth 30, to which Qin Man responded that it was such a pity he couldn't kill Han Huju with his own hands. Cheng Dale was apparently irritated that they were looking down on him and had only put 50 on his head. The currency used in their era was copper coins. 1,000 copper coins could be exchanged for a single silver coin, which was roughly 1,000 in Cheng Dale's previous life. The living expenses of an ordinary farmer were only 3 to 4 silver coins per year. Cheng Dale turned his head to Zhu Shenji and asked how much Gao Feihu's head was worth. Zhu Shenji replied that he thought there was a bounty of 180 on him. Cheng Dale replied with determination that he would definitely overtake him. On the other hand, Commander Wang wondered in his mind whether it was a good thing to have a high bounty. Warrior Lin chimed in, asking his village master if he might let Commander Wang join them because he was so sincere. With his fist clenched, Commander Wang Sanyuan said that he would like to join them. The system goddess appeared and stated that Commander Wang appeared to be a general but was actually a butler, so others referred to him as Butler Wang. She held a pop-out information box stating that his name is Wang Senyun, a slightly popular butler, at the age of 43, and he possessed no skills or hidden attributes. Cheng Dale asked him if Toad Village was good enough for him, to which he replied that it was. Cheng Dale then questioned him about why it was good. Cheng Dale went on to say that judging by his attitude, he was looking down on them, and that even if they were a small bandit village, each of them was equivalent to 100 soldiers, which left Butler Wang speechless. Zhu Shenji assured him that Cheng Dale was strict, but Cheng Dale continued that if he really wanted to join them, he would write him a 5,000-word application letter, and then he would decide whether or not to recruit him. This shocked Butler Wang, who complained about the 5,000-word requirement and asked if he wanted to kill him. Cheng Dale said that if he believed this was hard, how else was he going to show his sincerity? And how would it be beneficial for them? Butler Wang closed his eyes as he handed the village master a treasure map. He extended his hand and offered him a document, wondering if this would demonstrate his sincerity. Cheng Dale reached for it as he inquired about what kind of treasure map it was. Butler Wang said that the city lord treasured this map, but he stole it when escaping Black Rock City. While the map was in Cheng Dale's hands, Butler Wang continued to say that 30 years ago, they were attacked by bandits. While chasing them away, they acquired some valuables. They couldn't bring so many valuables with them, so the city lord hid those treasures in different locations. This map shows the locations of those valuables, added Butler Wang. Cheng Dale sat and opened the map, inquiring about the treasure locations on the map. Butler Wang replied that he didn't know. Looking at the map, Cheng Dalei became perplexed because he did not know which Butler Wang was referring to. Butler Wang said that if anyone knew about it, the treasure would have already been dug out. Cheng Dalei thought to himself that there were no words on the map indicating the specific position, only a depiction of a mountain and a river, so he wondered who would know where the treasure was. Cheng Dalei said that the map seemed interesting, but Butler Wang still needed to prove his worth. Now that he thought about it, his clan was going through a crisis. If he resolved that crisis well, he would accept him into his Toad village. Butler Wang reflected in his mind that no one had ever warned him that being a bandit was so hard. He asked Cheng Dalei what he wanted him to do. When Cheng Dalei explained that they had stolen many horses, Zhu Shenji and Butler Wang were puzzled. Butler Wang verified that Cheng Dalei was saying the horses were a burden. Then he proposed they sell them to the merchants in Fallen Leaf City or to other bandit clans. Cheng Dalei was glad to hear that it was a good idea and asked Zhu Shenji if he had been listening, to which he replied that he had. Zhu Shenji sighed, wanting to suggest this brilliant plan, but Butler Wang had already mentioned it. He tapped Butler Wang on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up as Cheng Dalei applauded him for his smart thinking. Cheng Dalei thought of him as someone who could adapt quickly and keep up the good work. Butler Wang smiled and thanked Cheng Dalei while contemplating why he was motivated by the remarks he had made. A few moments later, inside the wooden walls of the Flying Tiger village, surrounded by lush woods, there was a brown horse with an eye patch. Lauer was told that his horse had gone blind, that they couldn't use him in wars, but that he might be used for breeding, and that he shouldn't be sad because he would find him a good horse. Lauer was thrilled to hear that from his big brother, Gao Feihu, who was also the village master, and asked if he was going to give him his horse, to which he replied that he was only overthinking. Several knocks were heard on the gate as great news was proclaimed, surprising the bandits of the Flying Tiger village. Gao Feihu was asked if someone was attempting to invade their village, to which he answered and convinced them to go along with him to look into it. Many posters were hung on the trunks of the trees outside the Flying Tiger village. Cheng Dalei was waiting in the bushes with Warrior Lin and asked him whether he was finished pasting, to which Warrior Lin ignored his questions and notified his village master that the bandits had come out. Warrior Lin added that he was done and asked about himself. Cheng Dalei replied that he, too, was done and urged him to head over to the next village. Several Flying Tiger bandits went outside and saw the poster. One of them asked what was written on it. The intrigued bandits requested that their village master read it for them. The poster was an advertisement for horses for sale, selling them below market value, at a discount of 20% if customers brought the flyer. Gao Feihu remained cool while reading the message, but he had the feeling that the terrible handwriting and weird sentences made his heart pump with excitement. A hand was yanking the poster from the tree, which perplexed Gao Feihu. He questioned Lauer about what he was doing and why he was tearing it off. Lauer smiled and gave Gao Feihu a thumbs up as he explained to him that if he brought this paper along, he would get a discount. Kinnu Mountain's surroundings were filled with posters, and the Doghead, Wild Boar, Apricot Blossom, Bald Head, and other bandits were mostly talking about it. Other bandits were reading the posters. More people were talking about it and decided to go and see what they were planning to do. Fast forward to Cheng Dalei and some of his team standing outside Toad Village, where Zhu Shenji stated that he was skeptical that anyone would come, to which Cheng Dalei replied that there was no need to rush. Cheng Dalei confidently told him that the posters would take some time to attract people. Butler Wang thought to himself that he had just joined this arrogant person, that he always seemed to meet these kinds of people, and that he felt so unlucky, but he remained silent. Linger pointed them out and alerted their village master that they had arrived. A swarm of bandits on horseback was riding towards Toad Village. Cheng Dalei ordered his team to move quickly, prepare their horses, and not make any mistakes. A horde of bandits stopped at the entrance to Toad Village, where Cheng Dalei and Butler Wang stood, and a bandit demanded that they open the gate to their village because they were there to buy horses. Meanwhile, Kin Man was perched on the roof of its gate, preparing to draw an arrow, when Cheng Dalei told him to hold his arrow, which he understood and agreed to. This irritated a sweaty Lauer of the Flying Tiger bandit, who inquired if they really wanted to sell horses. Gao Feihu, the village master of the Flying Tiger village, told them not to be mad, as they came there sincerely to buy horses. They brought the food and demanded that they should be allowed to see the horses first. Cheng Dalei told everyone to calm down as he ordered Butler Wang to tell them the rules. Butler Wang announced that they would be using the hidden auction method. Gao Feihu, on horseback, inquired about the hidden auction method. Butler Wang said that because he had asked, he had also inquired if they could see the curtain. On the curtain was the silhouette of a horse, which was guarded. Butler Wang went on to explain that every time they held an auction, they would put a horse behind the curtain, and everyone would bid on it, with the highest bidder winning the horse. The bandits objected to this auction system since they would be unable to see the horse's condition, such as whether the horse was blind or handicapped, or if they swapped the auctioned horse for another. At this moment, Cheng Dalei became irritated, urged them to stop talking, and threatened them with eating his thunder, which scared the bandits. As a result, they remained silent and instructed Butler Wang to continue. Butler Wang reassured his fellow bandits that they did not do things like swapping the horse after they bid, and they could see movement behind the curtain, but they couldn't see what the horse looked like, and the horse they would get depended on their luck. He went on to say that they might only need a few sums to acquire an excellent horse, and because no one had any queries, he let the auction begin, with the first horse starting with a single bag of grain. The majority of the bandits remained silent and unwilling to take part. Zhu Shenji whispered to his village master what they should do because no one was bidding, to which Cheng Dale replied with concern that this could be a low-class horse. Suddenly, a lady yelled that she would be the first to bid. A group of armed lady bandits emerged, and one of them bid for 1 bag of beans. The male bandits were awestruck and praised her beauty. Zhu Shenji whispered to his village master and informed him that the lady bandit was from White Wolf from Apricot Blossom Village. As she was enraged, White Wolf drew her knife and yelled at them to stop looking, threatening them that she would dig out their eyeballs and feed them to the dogs. A bandit congratulated the Apricot village master on purchasing the horse at a low cost while thinking in his mind that she acquired a good horse for only a bag of beans. Butler Wang stated that the Apricot village had won the first horse and ordered Warrior Lin to take it out. A mighty and gorgeous white horse came out. The Flying Tiger bandits' jaws dropped as they recognized the white horse they had intended to steal previously. Meanwhile, several of the bandits were already planning to steal this horse from her. This infuriated the village master of Apricot Blossom Village, who threatened anyone who tried to steal her horse that she would kill them if they made any move. She then took the poster from her chest and asked if she might use this discount letter. Cheng Dale assured her that she had nothing to worry about, as he had kept his word and instructed Butler Wang to return her 20 kilograms of beans. While she was about to ride her horse, White Wolf stepped on the stirrup, thanked him, and she sat atop the horse, flipping her long blue hair. White Wolf smiled as she told her sisters to go back. As they were leaving, Zhu Shenji observed that she looked cuter while riding the horse, and Cheng Dale smiled at her. Cheng Dale blushed as he gazed in awe at her beauty. The crowd of bandits was noisy and impatient, with some pressing to hurry up and start the auction for the next horse, demanding that they not waste their time, while others had misplaced their flyer and asked their colleague to return it. Cheng Dale had the impression that the auction was finally going well. He then asked Zhu Shenji if he could tell him more about this white wolf, to which Zhu Shenji agreed because he knew a lot about her. Before she became a bandit, her family was a martial arts family. She had learned martial arts ever since she was a child and specialized in handling swords. But when she was about to marry, her husband died, and she was instead married to a coffin. Everyone thought she had jinxed her husband, so she was looked down on and ridiculed by people. Then one night, when her grandpa climbed onto her bed and wanted to take advantage of her, she stabbed him and ran towards Apricot Blossom Village. Back at Toad Village, Cheng Dale blushed when he asked Zhu Shenji if the Apricot Blossom bandits were all girls, to which he answered that all Apricot Blossom bandits had similar stories like White Wolf. Most of them were widows before or abandoned by their families. Cheng Dale sighed, wondering why Zhu Shenji hadn't told him such important information, and added that they should befriend the Apricot Blossom bandits in the future. Zhu Shenji said that other Kinnu Mountain bandits wanted to join hands with the Apricot Blossom bandits, but they believed that all men are trash, so he advised him to give up that idea. Cheng Dale and Zhu Shenji's attention was drawn to a commotion, and a bandit grumbled that this was not what he wanted and accused them of doing it on purpose. This bandit went on to declare that this bid should not be counted because they deliberately sold him a blind horse. Butler Wang said that he had already attempted to stop him, but he had won the bid and they do not accept refunds. Cheng Dale approached them and inquired about the situation, to which Butler Wang replied that he had already attempted to stop the bandit, but he kept raising the price for a blind horse. However, in Lauer's mind, he thought of them as greedy while Butler Wang kept stopping him. He felt it was a good horse and that they planned to hide it and sell it for a higher price, so he kept raising the price. This Flying Tiger bandit called Cheng Dale a cunning person. He grabbed Butler Wang and complained that he had given a lot of food bags, but they had given him a blind horse in return. Then, he demanded that the bid not count. Cheng Dale responded that they had already agreed that the rules cannot be changed, so he calmly threatened to put a stop to the horse bidding. This enraged his fellow Flying Tiger bandits, as they did not want to stop the bidding, while others blamed the complaining bandit for being unlucky and displeased with his decision to retract his words. Gao Feihu of Flying Tiger Village ordered them to return the bags of food in order for them to head back. Lauer, the complaining bandit, accepted his fate and told him to take it, as his hand reached for his chest inside his clothes. He gave him his flyer and reminded him to give them a discount. Later on, Butler Wang announced to everyone to continue with the bidding. In the end, each horse was sold for at least 8 bags of food. A total of 76 horses were sold for 500 bags of food, a few pieces of equipment, weapons, and other items. 1 bag of grain means 100 kilograms, and 500 bags mean 50,000 kilograms of food. For them, it was a large amount. Toad Village had never had so much food before. Now, their storage vault was filled with wheat, soybeans, black beans, small grains, millet, and sorghum. Cheng Dale thought in his mind that, as expected, war was the easiest way to earn a profit. This amount was hard to earn from just farming. The sun was about to set when Cheng Dale suddenly remembered he still had a lottery draw chance left. Wang Xuan retreated, and he got a lottery draw reward chance. He would check his luck, as he would draw it tonight. A bandit was in command of his horse. It was the Flying Tiger bandits on their way back home. A bandit sighed as he struggled to control his horse. Gao Fei who questioned his comrades why they couldn't just walk while pulling the horse, to which Lao replied that they were a group of bandits with horses, and if they got off the horse, people would believe they were poor. They stopped temporarily to appreciate the rosy orange sunset, which inspired Lao to write a poem. However, his village master told him to shut up with his education, as he did not want to be tortured by his noisy poem. Lao asked if there was really a lighting spell in this world, to which the village master believed that there was, as he had seen it with his own eyes. While he added that they should ask their advisor to come back, he must have known more about this. A few villagers were lurking in the bushes on the cliff edge of the mountain when a son asked his dad if there was a god in this world. His dad replied, questioning why wouldn't there be when Lai Dog had 2 horses that were given by the gods. After Lai Dog returned from the Toad village with 2 horses, rumors spread around the village that those horses were given to him by the gods. His son was growing impatient as they waited for so long there but had yet to see any god, to which his dad replied that they should wait a little more because these things are about sincerity. Suddenly, they heard a distant noise, which alerted the dad, who assumed in his mind that they had finally arrived. The dad leaped off a cliff and told his sons to follow up and see his performance. A few moments later, Gao Fei who told Lao not to be mad as he liked to head back and eat some food with wine. While Lao responded if they would try to sell these 2 horses, he inquired if anyone would buy them. Gao Fei who disagreed and told him that he doesn't think that anyone is as stupid as him. The villager dad rolled off the mountain while his sons were worried about him. The dad chanted for the mountain god to spare him repeatedly, which surprised the flying tiger bandit. Gao Fei who and his bandit stopped while he asked them who they were. The dad and his sons kneeled and referred to them as the mountain god and said there are poor people living below the mountain. They have wheat but couldn't harvest it and asked for a few horses. The sweaty Lao was enraged by the villager's remarks. He got down from his horse and berated him, saying that he was scammed of so many bags of food yet here he was asking for a horse, not just one but a few, which confused the villager dad. He then grabbed the villager dad and wanted to throw punches. He rhetorically asked who sent him to piss him off. The villager dad was on the ground, pleading with the mountain god to spare him as they were poor people and they did not have anything while his sons were behind him, scared for their dad. However, Gao Fei who recognized him as the rich noble Lai Zhuang of Lai village, and they had passed through their territory before, but he had many guards, which is why he hadn't robbed them before. Now, he had come by himself. This amazed Lao who responded that Lai Zhuang must have done some good deeds, and God took pity on them. He called it a blessing in disguise and ordered his comrade to tie them up and send someone to ask for ransom from their house. It was almost dark, and despite being partially obscured by clouds, the crescent moon was visible. Cheng Dale snapped his fingers and summoned the system goddess because it was time to draw the lottery. The system goddess excitedly exclaimed, "Here we go." Cheng Dale told the system goddess that he didn't ask for much. Just a bazooka, rocket launcher, tank, or helicopter would do, while the system goddess shook the lottery machine. However, it got stuck. The system goddess shook the lottery machine hard while Cheng Dale stood behind and remained silent. She got upset and said that she had only ignored the bug once, and now the lottery machine was teasing her. In her outrage, she kicked the lottery machine, and a draw ball came out of it. She was relieved that it finally came out, but it hit Cheng Dale on his head before falling to the ground. The draw ball opened, and Cheng Dale obtained the beginner defense drawing for the bandit. He thought to himself that this time the reward was completely different. That construction map was amazing. Last time, they had only 5 people, and no one wanted to mess with them. Now, things were different. They already had 50,000 kilograms of food and were richer, and everyone would be eager to rob them. But he was only a small bandit. If they encountered a disaster, he wondered what would happen to them. Time was running out. In the morning, on the cliffside of Stone Mountain, Cheng Dale asked Butler Wang, as he was more knowledgeable and well-informed, where he thought they could recruit people from. Cheng Dale wanted to expand their manpower. Butler Wang replied that it might be hard. Cheng Dale asked why it would be difficult, and Butler Wang explained that the people of the empire could be divided into 4 classes. This piqued Cheng Dale's interest, and he asked Butler Wang to explain the classes in detail. Obviously, the first class is the empire's royal family. The Laishi family was established 120 years ago. They have a lot of honor and authority, and they do not have to work. They are worshipped by many. The second class is the aristocracy, which includes noble families, city lords, and rich merchants. The third class consists of the common people, including landlords, squires, and small merchants. Lastly, the fourth class comprises outcasts, villagers, wanderers, slaves, and such. Cheng Dale asked which class bandits belong to. Butler Wang explained that bandits do not have a class, which means they could be ranked in the lowest class. The empire does not recognize bandits as their people. They are considered even worse than wanderers, slaves, and beggars. Most bandits are normal people who had no other ways to survive. Some would seek death instead of becoming a bandit. If a family had a bandit, it is considered a disgrace to their ancestors. Cheng Dale was surprised to learn that the existence of bandits was worse than trash. He then told Butler Wang that he had prepared a plan to build a wall around the village to reinforce the original defense facilities. Butler Wang responded that it sounded good but they lacked manpower. With a scroll of paper in his hand, Cheng Dale responded that he would find a way to solve it. He then handed the scroll of paper to Butler Wang, explaining that this was the defense system he designed. When Butler Wang opened it, he was amazed by his village master and asked if he had made this. Despite the fact that the system gave it to him, Cheng Dalei believed it counted as something he made up, which he confirmed to Butler Wang. Butler Wang knelt and thanked his village master for his skill, promising to do his best to support him. Cheng Dalei continued to say that regarding the matter of manpower, he would think of a way. If they couldn't find any, they could just recruit people from other bandit groups. Butler Wang replied to his village master that this could be a problem because they might act as spies to gather information about them. Cheng Dalei replied that if that method didn't work, they would still have some dynamite left. Cheng Dalei ordered him to go back and prepare things with the military strategists. He needed to take a look at the village landscape. At the brink of the cliffside, Cheng Dalei thought to himself that this cliff was quite high. He stayed there until the skies turned rosy orange, with the sun about to set. Cheng Dalei thought to himself that from here, he could clearly see the coordinates and layout of the Toad village, which was in a complete mess. He thought the previous bandit leader didn't plan anything properly. He just randomly constructed the village, and he might have to destroy and rebuild it. The system goddess emerged and alerted that the exploration of the Toad village was completed. As a reward, the Toad village landscape was imprinted into his brain. Cheng Dalei closed his eyes and thought to himself that this meant that next time, all he needed to do was explore any place, and he could get a map out of it. He then opened his eyes and thought that was very useful information. Gao Fei, who was roasting meat as he sat by the bonfire at the Flying Tiger Bandits village. Suddenly, he was surprised as he heard several knocks and heard the proclamation of great news repeatedly. Gao Fei, who thought to himself upon hearing that sound again that he had a bad feeling about it. However, Lauer grinned in excitement as he urged him to go outside. A lot of posters were plastered on the tree trunk again, and his fellow bandits asked their village master to quickly read what was written on the flyer this time. Lauer volunteered to read it for them. It was another advertisement from the Toad village, recruiting people and enticing them with noodles and pancakes. This flyer made Gao Fei visibly upset, while Lauer was pleased while reading. The idea of riding the coolest horse and enjoying beautiful girls sounded amazing. Gao Fei became enraged and called Cheng Dalei a bastard, saying he had never seen such a shameless person. Gao Fei went on to say that he was so shameless that he was trying to recruit people from other villages, and he couldn't stand it any longer. He ordered his comrade to bring his sword, and he was going to question him while Lauer was salivating for noodles and a pancake. Lauer told him to calm down. They sat near the bonfire when Gao Fei asked how he could calm down when they were trying to bully them, to which Lauer replied that they needed to wait a little bit longer for their military advisor to come back. He offered him a bottle and told him to drink some wine to cool down. Gao Fei drank the wine right away, while the bandits of the Flying Tiger were talking about going to Toad Village to test their luck, as they were drooling over noodles and pancakes, and wondered if they would have weapons if they went. Lauer told Gao Fei that he had an idea and asked if he wanted to hear it. He went on to say that since they wanted to recruit people from their village, they could send their brothers over to eat their food and drinks. Lauer clenched his fist when he said that they would find the right opportunity to strike and occupy Toad Village. Gao Fei was stunned by his comrade's remarks, while Lauer inquired if he liked his plan. However, Gao Fei responded no. He was surprised as he did not expect that he would know about the word opportunity, which left Lauer dumbfounded. A man was narrating his experience at Toad Village. His name was Zhu Xiao Shu, a minion of Flying Tiger Village, and his parents were bandits, so he was born as a bandit. Actually, his life as a bandit was not that great. People assumed that bandits ate meat and drank wine all the time, but it had been more than a year since Zhu Xiao Shu last ate a meal. These 2 years had been terrible, with no harvest and barren farms. When there was no grain to eat, poor people were forced to search for wild vegetables around the mountains. Today, he went to Toad Village with the second master of Flying Tiger Village, thinking they would join them. Lauer, the second master, said this was a scheme, but he didn't know any further details, so he would just tag along. Many bandits from other villages also came, but Butler Wang was blocking everyone from entering. He was saying that they needed to register first. Everyone else was standing in a queue, but the second master wanted to cut the queue and was blocked. He thought the second master was quite stupid. Since he was illiterate, he couldn't understand what was written on the paper. He was only attempting to replicate what the person in front of him did, but he was ashamed since he couldn't draw a circle properly. So, someone handed him a saw and told him to work by himself. The second master had no objections either. He was given the task to cut wood while the second master was assigned to move the timber. At noon, a pretty girl came by and told them that if they worked hard, they would get to eat dumplings in the afternoon. Dumplings were luxury foods they only eat during the new year. He still remembered that last year, after he ate a single bowl of dumplings, he couldn't bring himself to eat wild vegetables or bread for a few days. At lunch, they had dumplings. The dumplings had white shiny skin, and there was meat and wild vegetables inside. He ate 3 bowls, and he never imagined that one day he could eat dumplings until he was full, while he could still remember being scolded last year just for eating an extra dumpling during the new year. At night, Toad Village gave them 5 kilograms of food. After returning to their village, they told everyone about today's event. Everyone was suspicious at first and didn't believe what they said. He even heard someone say that the village master was so selfish when the second master requested that the village master send all of them to Toad Village. Now that they had made a fuss, he might not be able to go to Toad Village tomorrow. He pondered if such a good thing could happen to him every day. So just in case they did not allow him to go, he would sneak out by himself. One day's work at Toad Village was worth 5 kilograms of food. If he worked for a few more days, he would not have to worry about food during the winter. His parents had not eaten noodles and buns for more than a year. This year was bad because it hadn't rained in a long time. But he shouldn't think too much because he needed sleep first. A few moments later, inside Flying Tiger Village, the second master told Gao Feihu that the food they cooked was very delicious and that they also used just the right amount of salt. He laughed when he told him that he had secretly stolen some of their salt and they would never discover what he did. Gao Feihu was eating when the second master told him that he had sent him there to find out about Cheng Dale's thunder spell, and inquired whether he had found anything yet. The second master said that Cheng Dale had not even shown up today. Gao Feihu told him that when he went there the next day, he should bring more people with him so that they could find out all about his tricks. The second master enthusiastically agreed, saying he would go there tomorrow since he really wanted to eat more of their food, and begged him to come along because each meal had noodles. Gao Feihu cursed him to fuck off. The next day, at least 1,000 more guests arrived. Butler Wang, as expected, had excellent management skills. Some people were tasked with using stones to build walls, digging up earth, and smithing bricks. The whole village was filled with energetic people. Miss Su, on the other hand, was deafeningly quiet. She was sitting next to Cheng Dale and inquired why he wasn't going outside, to which he replied that he wanted his presence to be more mysterious. The rumors spread that Cheng Dale was increasing his cultivation and learning thunder spells. If he went outside too much and people saw that he, too, needed to use the toilet like them, all of their admiration for him would collapse. She then asked him why he was staying in her room. He replied because she was pretty. Miss Su stayed silent. Cheng Dale continued to torment her, telling her that he thought she was the most beautiful woman on the mountain, and Miss Su called him a liar. The bandits continued to work with the logs and stones, when someone pointed out that Kin Man was lifting a 340 kilograms weight, and was impressed by his strength. Kin Man, who was sweating profusely, modestly replied that he was not that amazing. Others asked Kin Man to demonstrate his strength just once. Suddenly, Kin Man lifted a stone mill while he said that he would try it out. This shocked the bandits because the stone mill weighed at least 450 kilograms, and they warned him not to overwork himself. Kin Man held up the stone mill with both of his hands, amazing several bandits with his monstrous strength, while others speculated that his strength must be more than 500 kilograms. Then Kin Man put down the stone mill. He humbly replied that he was nothing because he was not the strongest person there, and that his village master had twice his strength. Cheng Dale was watching them through a window and decided it was time for him to make his appearance. Miss Su stood by and watched him leave. She then peeked out of her window when the bandits recognized Cheng Dale and requested that he demonstrate his strength. Kin Man requested that his village master spar with him, but Cheng Dale told him that he did not have time for that and advised him to return to work. Tin Man, apparently unhappy, questioned his village master if he was looking down on him. He charged straight at Cheng Dale, who stayed calm. His fists were ready to strike, but Cheng Dale blocked him with his hand. Kin Man's hand trembled from the block, and he struggled to hold it. Cheng Dale instructed him to get lost as he let go of his hand, and Kin Man flew through the woods. He approached Kin Man, who was lying on the ground, and inquired if he was well, to which he replied that he was fine and thanked him for being gentle with him. Cheng Dale offered his assistance and warned him not to be impulsive the next time since he would get hurt if he used more than 60% of his strength. The bandits' jaws dropped in surprise. They wondered how strong he would be if he used 100%. Butler Wang ordered everyone to start working and those of them who were stronger to come over while he pointed his hand in a direction. He told them that they needed to smash a massive rock and dig out its materials to build walls. The bandits were talking about the boulder weighing more than 1,000 kilograms, speculating who could smash it and suggesting that Butler Wang should try it himself. Another bandit suggested the Toad Village master do it since he has monstrous strength and could easily break it. Butler Wang inquired of his village master if he would be bothered to smash a boulder, to which Cheng Dale replied that he should not come and ask him to do such small tasks. He also gestured for them to back up while stretching both of his hands. Cheng Dale gestured with his hand to call lightning. An explosive burst occurred on the ground, resulting in a loud noise and debris flying everywhere. The bandits were startled and used their hands to block the debris. Cheng Dale continued to gesture with his hands and told them once again not to bother him with small matters like this. He looked at them and questioned rhetorically what they were waiting for before telling them to get to work. The bandits instantly began working and stated that they were on it. Cheng Dale walked away while Butler Wang wished him a nice day. A few moments later, inside a house, Miss Su asked him what had happened to him, to which he complained that his back hurts. 10 days later, the construction project was completed, and the entire Toad Village was given a new look. It has now been divided into several areas. The outermost area is the defensive zone, surrounded by stones and mountains. There is also a watchtower near the wall. As long as the enemies are in clear sight, the person on the watchtower can spot them and quickly alert the whole village. Behind the defensive area is the preparation zone. If the invaders somehow break through the outer walls, this area will be used to slow them down. It includes a working area, a horse stable, a blacksmith's smithy, a hospital, and many other necessary facilities. A public toilet has also been built near the horse stable, as artificial fertilizers are also important. Next is the residential area, consisting of living quarters, houses, kitchens, a water well, a weapons depot, and a granary. All the trees outside have been chopped down, and there are traps set on the seemingly flat ground, designed by Kin Man. These traps include horse pits, lassos, and a specific trap for catching wild boars. Butler Wang reported to Cheng Dale that they had given away almost all of their food. They were left with 100 kilograms of food, but they don't have to worry because their village doesn't have that many people. Cheng Dale instructed Butler Wang to go back and arrange food expenses and accommodations for other people because they were going to start storing food and preparing to recruit more people. Butler Wang smiled and agreed. Someone informed Cheng Dale with a laugh that the construction of the village had been completed and the system was rewarding him with 1 acre of chili plants and the evolution of systematic animals. Cheng Dale complained that 1 acre of chili was a bit too little. The system goddess appeared taller and bigger. Cheng Dale told her that she looked different. She laughed as she explained that every time there was a big change in the village, she would also upgrade herself. Then she raised her hand and told him to move forward bravely and become the Bandit King. A pop-up box appeared with a list of missions to be achieved. The first mission was to change Miss Sue's impression of him using a non-violent approach for an unknown prize. The second was to recruit 100 people for Toad Village for an unknown reward. And the third was to complete 10 robberies for an unknown reward. Meanwhile, Gao Fei, who of the Flying Tiger Bandits, sat at a wooden table with a cup in his hand, being told that if he were present at the scene, he would be stunned. The second master went on to add that when Cheng Dale used some thunder technique, he roared, and a massive boulder exploded. They were all terrified. Gao Fei, who inquired of his advisor, who stood next to the second master, about his thoughts on this. He explained that he picked this rock from the canyon where the explosion occurred, and the mark was caused by dynamite. He further explained that there was no such thing as a thunder technique and that he got tricked. The system goddess emerged with a pop-out box of information for Yu Ran, a good military advisor at the age of 42. Whose skills are knowledgeable and experienced traveler. Gao Fei, who was confused about dynamite. He then further explained that it was similar to firecrackers, but its power was more devastating, and dynamite is rare even in the outside world, so there was no way the people of Kin New Mountain knew about it. Gao Fei, who clarified that he meant they had been fooled by the Toad Village, to which he replied in affirmation. In addition, the second master inquired whether there were any thunder techniques, to which he replied that there were none. This infuriated Gao Fei, who, since they had been fooled and had rashly declared an invasion of the Toad Village. However, military advisor Yu Ran recommended that there was no need to rush, and that the Toad Village could be dealt with later, to which Gao Fei, who responded that he wanted to vent his anger on them. He then replied that sooner or later he would get his chance, but they had something important to do right now, and the Toad Village could wait. Fast forward, Cheng Dale was thinking in his mind that he had 3 missions, that recruiting would be difficult, and that the third assignment could be completed by Kin Man and Warrior Lin. Then he was only left with 1 mission, changing Miss Su Ying's impression of him using non-violent methods. This was stage 2 of robbing a girl to become a bandit's woman, and if he fulfilled these types of connected missions, he would receive a large reward. Cheng Dale came to the conclusion that if he wanted to win her heart, he needed to be a smooth talker. He laughed and ran, expressing that he had not joined so many dating sites for nothing, and now it was time to put his knowledge to good use. This confused the system goddess. A few moments later, he called for Miss Su. She looked back at him when Cheng Dale nonchalantly added, "I love you" to her. Miss Su walked away, leaving him stunned. Cheng Dale thought her response was supposed to be different because, in his mind, Miss Su would blush when he told her, "I like you." However, determined, Cheng Dale decided to proceed with Plan B since Plan A had failed. So, he would follow her around and discreetly tell her things like where he had seen this beautiful woman before, but Miss Su would ignore him. Cheng Dale would refer to her as his sweetheart and ask her where she was going, but she would ignore him. Cheng Dale proceeded nonchalantly, telling her that he just wanted one thing from the world, to love her and think about her every day. Miss Su had nothing to reply. Cheng Dale even left some notes in Miss Su's room. She would open these notes with love-related words, many of which made no sense. Miss Su was becoming irritated by the few notes she opened, but she remained silent. Cheng Dale continued to bombard her with lines about love, such as love is passionate and love is blind. He told her that there was no better promise he could make, that he would be the best she could ever find. Miss Su was frequently startled by these statements. Cheng Dale persisted in telling her to keep him in her heart rather than her head because the mind forgets, but the heart always remembers that he loves her. He referred to himself as her honey. Finally, Miss Su handed Cheng Dale his checks, which surprised him. Miss Su inquired whether he was sick. Cheng Dale was left speechless with disappointment. Cheng Dale looks depressed when suddenly Shenji calls him. Shenji informs Cheng Dale that Linger has been poisoned, to which Cheng Dale reacts with shock and asks to be taken to see her immediately. When they arrive, Cheng Dale sees Xiao Ling lying in pain, and he calls out to her. Xiao Ling responds weakly, saying she might die soon. Cheng Dale asks what happened and why she was poisoned. Shenji explains that Xiao Ling was picking mushrooms at the back of the mountain and ate a red fruit, which caused her mouth to swell, burn, and sweat profusely. Shenji laments his daughter's love of eating things and promises to find a way to cure her. Cheng Dale asks what kind of poisonous fruit Xiao Ling ate, and Shenji shows him the fruit, to which Cheng Dale is surprised that it was a chili. Shenji asked if Cheng Dale knows about the poisonous fruit. He then explains that chili is a vegetable and a spice, not a poisonous fruit. Cheng Dale then tells him that it was a bit spicy for Ling and that she was shocked as she ate it the first time but will be fine once she drinks water. Cheng Dale remembers that chili has been known since the Kang dynasty and wonders how they didn't recognize it. He wants to confirm it and asks Su Ying about it. In the subsequent scene, Cheng Dale turns and shows the chili to Su Ying and asks her about it. Su Ying questionably replies that it's some kind of fruit. Cheng Dale then asks Su Ying about the taste and wonders if he could potentially make a lot of money by selling it. Su Ying, not having tried it before, expresses curiosity. Cheng Dale proposes that she tastes it, considering her opinion. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale reflects on the fact that even Su Ying doesn't recognize the chili, indicating that it doesn't exist in this era. He recalls that chili took time to become known worldwide, and he obtained it early thanks to a system's reward, considering it a luxurious object with a strong association with wealth. As Su Ying tastes the chili and finds it spicy, Cheng Dale shifts the conversation, remarking that it has been many days since Su Ying was kidnapped and wondering if nobody is coming to redeem her because she's not wanted. Su Ying's reaction shows irritation and surprise at Cheng Dale's comment. Cheng Dale assures Su Ying that even if the whole world were to betray her, he would not, declaring that he would betray the whole world just to be with her. Cheng Dale then smiles widely. Soon after, Xiao Yu arrives and announces that he has finished hunting. Cheng Dale inquires if Xiao Yu caught anything worthwhile, and Xiao Yu replies that he only caught a rabbit and a girl who claims to be a maid from the Su family. A child interjects, accusing Cheng Dale of eating their miss. Cheng Dale expresses surprise that such a young girl would come to King New Mountain. Su Ying recognizes the girl as Xiao Yi and calls out to her. Xiao Yi expresses relief that Su Ying is still alive and mentions that she was worried she might have been eaten by them. Su Ying reassures Xiao Yi that she has done well, then Xiao Yi asks if Cheng Dale humiliated her, to which Su Ying confirms that she's fine. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale senses that the Su family may be facing some problems, so he decides to call San Yuan and Xiao Yu to understand the situation better. As Xiao Yu goes out hunting, he initially plans to rob someone, but he is surprised when only a small girl approaches him. She introduces herself as Xiao Yi, Su Ying's maid, and reveals that she specifically came to King New Mountain to find Su Ying. Despite the potential danger, Xiao Yi shows no fear and is determined to locate Su Ying at all costs. Initially, Xiao Yu intends to send Xiao Yi back to Fallen Leaf City, but when she learns that Xiao Yu is from Toad Village, she insists on accompanying him and coming along with him. Upon hearing the story, both Cheng Dale and Sen Yuan express disbelief. They ponder why she didn't scream for help if she encountered other bandits and speculate if it's because Xiao Yu is handsome, jokingly considering his attractiveness as a reason for her trust. Cheng Dale shifts the conversation and asks San Yuan how much ransom they should ask from the Su family. San Yuan hesitates, explaining that the situation within the Su family is chaotic. Cheng Dale questions him about it, and San Yuan reveals that the boss of the 4 sea merchants, Su Sihai, has no sons but multiple daughters, and Su Ying is the most talented and suitable for inheriting the business. However, the problem lies in the fact that Su Ying's mother passed away, and now the stepmother has control over the business. The stepmother desires her own daughter to inherit the business and harbors a strong dislike for Su Ying. San Yuan thinks that they might have hoped for Su Ying to be dead at the hands of Cheng Dale. Suddenly, Su Ying interrupts, expressing her intention to leave and find a way to gather the ransom. Cheng Dale questions her decision, but Su Ying remains silent. Cheng Dale realizes that San Yuan had previously mentioned that people with even a little bit of fortune would not choose to become bandits. What's more, Su Ying is the daughter of the rich merchant. On the next day, Cheng Dale sits down and writes a letter. He speaks aloud as he writes about the ransom for Su Ying's life because he can consume humans. On that occasion, Su Ying reads the letter, which requests 500 grains, clothes, rice paper, salt, wine, and books. She then sighs and comments that he was not asking for much and promises to send him double the requested items once she solves her problems at home. After that moment, Cheng Dale informs Su Ying that Xiao Yu and San Yuan will accompany them safely to the Fallen Leaf City since the city is about 70 to 80 miles away. Cheng Dale then gives Su Ying some chili and suggests that she use it to earn profits since he heard that her family owns a restaurant, which Su Ying agrees to. At that time, Cheng Dale thinks that he has tried his best to impress her but has failed to touch her heart, wondering if her heart is made of stone. He then instructs them to prepare as it is getting late. Cheng Dale crosses paths with Su Ying and recites a poetic saying, "Flowers bloom on the street but return slowly." Su Ying then stops Cheng Dale and decides to have a conversation with him, to which Cheng Dale asks if there's something she wants to talk about. She expresses her thoughts, saying that Cheng Dale had said many nice things and did things to make her happy, leading her to believe that she might fall in love with him. However, she suspects that everything he said and did was fake. Cheng Dale looks guilty as he doesn't respond. Su Ying continued, stating that he cannot expect to receive genuine love when he only offered fake feelings. She emphasized that whether he is sincere to her or not is not important, and the same goes for her sincerity toward him. Cheng Dale asked her if there's anything she wanted. She replied that before they bid farewell, she simply wanted him to be honest and tell her a genuine feeling. Cheng Dale pondered what a real feeling would be, considering the feelings he had when he first saw her. He then leaned in and whispered something in her ear. Cheng Dale said to Su Ying that when he first saw her, he got hard and started to trail off. Su Ying, not understanding what he meant, asks him to clarify. Cheng Dale is shocked and embarrassed by what he said and is unsure how to respond. Su Ying sees Cheng Dale blushing and asks again what he meant. He stays silent, making her sulky and doesn't care anymore, and tells him that she will ask someone else about it. Cheng Dale gets frantic and asks her not to tell anyone, but eventually tells Su Ying that he will tell her once they meet again. Later, in that moment, Cheng Dale thinks that Su Ying is only 17 years old and likely has a mindset that kissing could lead to pregnancy. He considers her young and innocent, lacking knowledge about such matters. He realizes that he has said and done many things that may seem foolish or laughable. He wonders if Su Ying's heart is like an abyss. He even questions if he has been deceiving himself. Amidst his thoughts, the system alerts the completion of the second stage of robbing a wife with a reward of a heavy crossbow. However, other notes indicate that the conditions were unmet, preventing the triggering of Phase 3 of the mission. As the sun sets inside the carriage, Xiao Yi expresses her shock, mentioning that she didn't expect Cheng Dale to let them go. She then senses that something is bothering Su Ying, so Xiao Yi asks if she has something on her mind. Su Ying asks Xiao Yi what it means when a man says he is hard, but Xiao Yi is skeptical about the word in question. Upon arriving in Fallen Leaf City at night, Su Ying questions whether Cheng Dale's heart is hardened. After bidding farewell to Su Ying, Cheng Dale gathered himself and found the heavy crossbow from the reward, which he planned to use for defense. Tin Man asked where the crossbow came from, prompting Cheng Dale to suggest placing it on the watchtower. Afterwards, Cheng Dale decided to nurture and grow chili. He remembered his past experience in cultivating plants and believed it shouldn't be too challenging. He thought about the process of drying the chili and extracting the seeds. He also planned to fertilize the soil, dig small holes, plant the seeds, and cover them with soil. During that moment, Shenji interrupted the thought process and suggested going down the mountain to rob someone. But Cheng Dale dismissed the idea and accused Shenji of not wanting to help with the chili cultivation. Meanwhile, below King New Mountain, when White Wolf approached Cheng Dale, questioning why he had come down to rob someone in the hot weather, Cheng Dale replied and claimed to be a professional bandit. He then asked why she had to come to this location in the hot weather, implying that she was looking for him. In response, White Wolf mentioned receiving information about a promising opportunity, and wondered if Cheng Dale would be interested in cooperating with them. Cheng Dale suggested discussing the matter back in the village. White Wolf noticed the chili plants and mistook them for fruits. Cheng Dale clarified that they were chilies and offered some to White Wolf for cultivation, but White Wolf didn't reply to it. Later, Cheng Dale offered her a cup while apologizing, as he could only serve her well water. He then asked about the upcoming opportunity she was talking about. White Wolf revealed that a batch of birthday gifts would be transported through King New Mountain in a month. She then proposed that Cheng Dale and her group team up to rob those gifts. Cheng Dale questioned if the gifts were from Zuban Chuan, to which White Wolf confirmed, a sly smile crossing her lips. White Wolf explained that Zuban Chuan, who had occupied the city, needed to pacify the local forces and secure support from the city lord of Yuzhou to stabilize his position. White Wolf suggested that the number of gifts would be large, and they would use the specified route. She proposed an alliance, highlighting their combined strength and the potential to become rich. Cheng Dale hesitates, stating that he cannot kill innocent people due to his godly spell, fearing punishment from the heavens. White Wolf expresses disappointment in Cheng Dale's indecisiveness and withdraws the offer of cooperation. Cheng Dale contemplates wanting to participate but not wanting to risk any losses. Before White Wolf departs, Cheng Dale offers her some chili plants, suggesting she grows them. Once the chilies are fully grown, she can exchange them with the village for food. White Wolf insists that Cheng Dale keeps the chilies for himself. Later that night, a bandit from the Zhu family approached Toad Village looking for Cheng Dale, requesting to borrow some seeds for farming and promising to return them twice the number of what they borrowed. Cheng Dale thinks that the Zhu bandit family has a small number of members, mostly elderly and children, and they lack both manpower for farming and seeds. Cheng Dale asks him if they cultivate chili, to which the man questions about it. Cheng Dale suggests that they cultivate chili and offers them some seeds to take back and grow. He then explains that chili is a valuable product and can be exchanged for other food items such as wheat, grain, soybeans, and chestnuts. He directs the bandit to San Yuan to obtain the chili seeds. Cheng Dale thinks, expressing his concern that even the mountain bandits, who don't pay taxes, face a shortage of food, indicating a potential famine. After a few days, Xiao Yu and San Yuan return from Fallen Leaf City, bringing back pigs, chickens, cloth, salt, paper, grain, and a pen. Meanwhile, 50 to 60 bandits are scouting the area around 50 kilometers away from King New Mountain, preparing to ambush the guards. The news of the gift spreads quickly throughout the mountain, and everyone becomes eager to snatch them. While Cheng Dale focuses on raising chickens, growing vegetables, and occasionally robbing people. Cheng Dale, Xiao Yu, and Qin Man take turns being on duty, and after 10 days, they have completed almost half of their tasks. Even when they encounter small merchants, they only take insignificant items like buttons in return. Sometimes they even show them the way out of Qin New Mountain. He really can't lay his hands on innocent people. Xiao Yu expresses his perspective that their actions may not truly be considered as robbery. Cheng Dale responds that he can't rob the man because he's poor. However, he states that someday they will find a fat sheep to rob. In another place on Qin New Mountain, a woman asks the man to slow down and wait for her. She states that they should go back to Yuzhu City. The man responds by stating that traveling provides real-life experiences that cannot be found in books. He mentions that if he had stayed in Zhu City, he wouldn't have witnessed the beautiful scenes he is currently encountering. The woman questions what kind of nice scenes could be found in this seemingly poor place and expresses concern about the dangers of the area, including the presence of mountain bandits. The man brushes off the concern, saying he would cut down any bandits. Suddenly, Cheng Dale bursts out from the nearby bushes, blocking their path, causing the woman and the man to be startled. The man shouts Bandit in alarm, and Cheng Dale calls them to stand in the middle. He thought that the woman is a eunuch. The man takes action and reassures the woman not to be afraid, declaring that he is there with her. However, the man contemplates how he will compete with his sword against a big axe. He remains silent for a moment before stating that they surrender. The woman is taken aback by the man's decision to surrender and expresses her surprise, as well as Cheng Dale's confused face. At that time, the man introduces the woman as his sister and attempts to negotiate, offering to leave her behind if it satisfies Cheng Dale, and allows him to leave. The woman becomes flustered and exclaims, "How could my brother sell me?" The man attempts to justify his actions, assures the woman that he has a bright future ahead, and promises to always remember her sacrifice. The woman is upset. She scolds him, calling him a bastard, and expressing her disbelief that he would consider selling her. Cheng interrupts their argument, asking for their names. The woman reveals her name is Lai Wan and the man is Lai Xingzai. He also asks about their professions. Xingzai responds hesitantly, stating that he is a scholar. In his thoughts, Cheng Dale expresses disappointment, considering scholars to be poor people. Cheng Dale then asks why the scholar is there, to which Xingzai confirms that his dream is to travel the world and write many poems. He realized that Xingzai aspires to explore various places. He sarcastically remarks on their current situation, revealing that they have been kidnapped, showing that Xingzai and Wan'er maintain a poker face. Later, back at the Toad Village, Wan'er recognizes their location as the rumored Toad Village and asks Cheng Dale if it is true. Curious, Cheng Dale questions her statement, wondering what led her to believe it was the Toad Village. Xingzai explains that they were the ones who, with just 5 men, fended off an army of 1,000, causing the soldiers from Black Rock City to flee in fear, even abandoning their armor and weapons. Cheng Dale is taken aback and wonders if he has become famous. Wan'er has heard rumors about their group that eats humans and drinks their blood. She asks him if they kidnapped them to be their food. Cheng Dale finds the rumor ridiculous and points to himself, asking them if his face looks like that of a cannibal, to which Wan'er agrees. He then shifts the conversation, setting the rules straight, and informs them that as long as they stay peaceful, he won't harm or imprison them. However, he warns them that King New Mountain is filled with bandits, and if they believe they can leave this place alive, then they should be his guests. Wan'er questions why they are being kept there. Her face turns red as she foretells something without finishing her sentence. Cheng Dale then explains that since they are scholars with knowledge, they are to write down everything they know. Once they finish writing, he promises to escort them out of King New Mountain safely. He instructs Shenji to prepare ink and arrange a separate room for the captives. Later, in the captives' room, Wan'er is curious about Xingzai's decision to surrender and mentions how even their sword mastery teacher praised his skills. Xingzai responds to the question with another question to Wan'er. Xingzai tells her that he finds the bandit village interesting. Wan'er is confused about how that place could be interesting. Xingzai explains that the bandits kidnapping people for knowledge is intriguing. He finds it amazing. Pointing towards his sister, he instructs her to prepare the ink while declaring that as a poet, he will write a poem. Somewhere in Toad Village, Cheng Dale asks about the news, and San Yuan informs him that the escorting team will reach King New Mountain within the next 10 days. Based on the information they gathered, they will be sending a person named Lu Heng to escort the gift. Cheng Dale expresses curiosity about Lu Heng and asks for more details about him. Lu Heng is around 30 years old. He is an orphan and uses a big stick as his main weapon. Adopted and taken care of since he has no parents or relatives. San Yuan adds that Lu Heng is loyal and quite strong. Cheng Dale points out the obvious that if Lu Heng is strong, The other bandits wouldn't plan to rob him. San Yun agrees and suggests that they might resort to ambush, poison, or traps instead of engaging in direct confrontation. He then asks Cheng Dale if they should interfere. Cheng Dale contemplates the situation and mentions that they only have a few people. The scene then shifts to King New Mountain, where an atmosphere of restlessness can be felt throughout. Inside the Toad Village, Xingzai banged on the door of Wan'er's room, calling her name excitedly. He told her that he had something to show her and urged her to get up. Wan'er, slightly annoyed by his behavior, asked him if he had stolen the servant girl's clothes again, implying that he had a habit of doing such things. Xingzai denied it and asked her to stop talking about the past. He then insisted that they go out so he could show her something. While they were walking and talking in the Toad Village, Wan'er was curious and questioned Xingzai about the outdoor bathing. Xingzai clarified that it was not about bathing, but rather about what was in the pool. He explained that the spring water came down from the mountain into a basin covered with straw to keep out insects and dust. The basin also contained gravel and charcoal. Wan'er was slightly confused and asked about the purpose of using charcoal in the water, to which Xingzai confirmed that charcoal could indeed be used to purify the water from vermin. Wan'er asked about the possibility of bugs in the water, and Xingzai admitted that he didn't fully understand the details but had taken the trouble to create such a pool because it was useful. A minute later, somewhere in the Toad Village, Wan'er questioned why Xingzai was leading her to the hut, asking if it didn't stink. Xingzai urged her to go inside and have a look, but Wan'er refused, saying she didn't want to. Xingzai didn't persuade her and stated that if she didn't go in, he would tell her about it. Xingzai proceeded to explain that there was a large hole beneath the hut that connected to the stable for horses and pigs. He mentioned that there were beetles that could fly into humans' bodies and make them sick. He also mentioned the potential to dig out fertile fields. Wan'er questioned the purpose of it all, and Xingzai admitted that he wasn't entirely sure but believed they were useful. He mentioned that the more you explored the world, the more you would learn, and then asked Wan'er if she thought the village was simple. Wan'er responded by pointing out that there were only 6 people in total, implying that their resources and capabilities might be limited. Xingzai agrees but counters by mentioning the owner of the mountain stronghold and hinting at their big plans. Wan'er then asks Xingzai to stop staring at the thatched cottage in a suggestive manner and accuses him of being a pervert. She starts to say something more, but Xingzai shushes her, urging her not to say it. After that moment, in the evening, Cheng Dale visits Xingzai and asks him how things are going. Xingzai replies that he has been writing everything he saw and heard in Jingzhou. Xingzai asks him why he was asking about the writings, to which Cheng Dale simply responds with writing books. Xingzai questionably asks about it, and Cheng Dale responds, acknowledging Xingzai as a poet while emphasizing his own aspiration to write a masterpiece that will be passed down through generations. He comments that if he doesn't look like a writer, both Xingzai and Wan'er express neutrality at the remark. Cheng Dale shifts the topic, asking about Xingzai's poetry to see the poems he has written. Xingzai proudly mentions that he has written a few songs that even the established masters are impressed by. Cheng Dale gets intrigued and snatches the paper from Xingzai's hands, proceeding to read the poems. After reading them, Cheng Dale expresses a condescending opinion, suggesting that they can barely be called poetry and expressing his concern about the poetic talent in the empire. Wan'er, wanting to defend Xingzai, interjects, stating that Xingzai's poems are famous throughout Jingzhou. Cheng Dale suggests that they open their eyes and see what real poetry is. He then writes something and makes a comment, saying that if his writing spreads around in public, he'll be afraid that the talents in the entire empire would be too afraid to pick up a pen. Xingzai smiles and responds with a sarcastic remark about Cheng Dale's confident tone, while Wan'er thinks that Cheng Dale is too boastful. After Cheng Dale finishes writing, he abruptly declares that it's getting late and advises them to rest. He then walks to the door but stops by Xingzai, questioning why he's only writing one sentence. Cheng Dale explains that one sentence is enough, jokingly claiming that he might scare them to death if he wrote the whole poem. Xingzai adds that he doesn't know about the talents in the world, but after reading the sentence, he wouldn't be able to write anything in his life again. The following day, in the morning, Shenji informs Cheng Dale that Ju's village has been destroyed. Cheng Dale demands to see the place. Upon arriving at Ju village, Cheng Dale is filled with shock and indignation as he witnesses the place engulfed in flames and scattered with lifeless bodies. It is revealed that over 30 people, including the elderly, weak, women, and children, were annihilated, and the village was full of children and old people, and everyone was killed without mercy. The group of bandits expresses shock and wonders who could be responsible for this heinous act, as they had a peaceful relationship with the people of King New Mountain. Another person states that the attack was carried out by someone from outside. White Wolf interjects, finds the note hanging on a sword, and speculates if it's a blood-stained message left by the mastermind. The bandits are curious about the contents of the notice. White Wolf reads the letter, which reveals that in 3 days, someone will cross over from King New Mountain. The person demands that the people of King New Mountain surrender one by one and gather at the mountain's foot, or else the entire mountain will be slaughtered. The letter is signed by Liu Heng, who is associated with Blackstone City. In Cheng Dale's thoughts, he realizes that this act was intended to serve as an example to others. He comments that the lives of mountain bandits are deemed cheaper than a dog's. At Flying Tiger Village, Lauer approaches Gao and informs him that he has added 2 more posts to the back of the mountain. Lauer suggests that their people take turns on duty tonight. Gao responds by telling everyone to take weapons whenever there's any trouble, reminding them of the importance of being smart. He then turns to their strategist and asks if there are any oversights in their current arrangement. The strategist reassures them that there should be no mistake in the arrangement, as long as they can survive the next 3 days. Once they pass through the mountain, everything is going to be alright. Gao then reflects on his original plan to rob birthday gifts and let his brothers live through the winter, but he was caught off guard by Liu Heng's cruelty. He asks Lauer for news about Cheng Dale, but Lauer tells him not to mention him, insulting him by saying that Cheng Dale was scared to urinate directly and fell ill upon returning to his village. Gao comments that Cheng Dale is too young and hasn't seen such a tragedy before. He reflects on Liu Heng's cruelty and expresses fear about their current situation. Meanwhile, at Toad Village, Wanner talks about Liu Heng, noting that he even killed children and acknowledges Liu Heng's exceptional skill at what he does. Xing Zai responds that killing people is not something to be taken lightly. Wanner suggests to Xing Zai that they should find an opportunity to leave the current place, as it is no longer safe. Xing Zai agrees and proposes that they leave quietly without disturbing anyone. However, their conversation is interrupted by Cheng Dale, who casually opens their room and tells them that they are still chatting this late at night. Wanner then questions Cheng Dale why he has come to their room, considering that he is rumored to be ill. She wonders if Cheng Dale overheard their previous conversation. Cheng Dale downplays his illness, mentioning that it's only a minor ailment, and expresses his desire to talk with them. Xing Zai asks Cheng Dale what they will be discussing today. Cheng Dale asks about the history of the empire. As Lai Xing Zai continues to share his knowledge, Cheng Dale finally gets a vague impression of the world. He realizes that this world is similar to his previous world, where Pangu opened the sky and Nu Wa created humans. The 5 emperors ruled the world, and after that, the Xia, Shang, Zhu, and Spring and Autumn dynasties were in chaos. During the Chu and Han dynasties, they fought for supremacy. The Han dynasty established a country for 400 years. However, towards the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, the world was again thrown into chaos, and Kong Zhuo was in turmoil. At this time, where history deviates from Cheng Dale's previous world, there is the name of Cao Cao, but he was caught and killed when he stabbed Dong Zhuo. Thus, he didn't make a big splash in history. Furthermore, there is also no subsequent 3 kingdoms hegemony. Instead, the separation of the 19 states led to the competition in the world. Afterward, history was in a mess, with the 19 countries in constant strife. They were fighting every now and then. After a lot of chaos, Dawu founded this empire, and it continues until now. Cheng Dale was deep in thought as he considered that none of the generals from the 3 kingdoms was in history. Names like Marquis of Wu, Zhuge, Liu, and Zhang did not make an appearance in history. Interrupting Cheng Dale's thoughts, Xing Zai mentioned that Lai Manzi ruled the Dawu Empire with an iron fist until now. On the other hand, Wanner pondered that she's tired from lifting the scroll. Xing Zai continued, narrating how the empire had faced invasions from the Ring tribe about 100 years ago. The most recent significant battle had occurred 30 years ago. Despite successfully driving out the Ring tribe, the Empire had faced ongoing conflicts and skirmishes with them over the years. Wanner highlights the Empire's spending a lot of funds on the border garrisons in just a year but still being defeated many times. She questions Xing Zai about the year of battle against the Ring tribe, wondering why they haven't won. In response, Xing Zai criticized the generals of the border army, referring to them as a group of drunkards who only knew how to scrape by and manage military affairs. This caused Cheng Dale to question Xing Zai's anger. Xing Zai expressed his frustration by mentioning the numerous skirmishes between the Ring tribe and the Empire over the past few years, all resulting in defeats for the Empire. He also pointed out the existence of false reports of military achievements. He further explained that hundreds of people from the Empire had died while managing to kill only around 50 enemy troops, indicating that the frontier army was in a mess. Xing Zai turned to Cheng Dale and asked for his opinion on how the Empire could win the war against the Ring tribe. Cheng Dale, feeling uncertain, claimed his ignorance, stating that he was merely a mountain thief. This response elicited a confused reaction from Wanner. Xing Zai continued, sharing some knowledge he had acquired from an old man who said that the world's armies can be classified into 3 classes. The lowest class of soldiers fights solely for survival and prioritizes their own lives. When faced with a stronger enemy, they tend to flee. The second class consists of soldiers who fight for certain interests. Their morale soars when they win battles but plunges into panic upon defeat. Xing Zai stated that the first class fights for honor and is proud to die in battle. These individuals form the backbone of an elite class. Cheng Dale questioned Xing Zai about the source of the information he had shared. Xing Zai revealed that an old man had told him about it. Cheng Dale remained silent, seemingly contemplative. Cheng Dale was skeptical and asked if he was certain that the old man was not deceiving him, causing both Xing Zai and Wanner to look at him with a poker face. Xing Zai pondered that the person who had conveyed this information was the current marshal of the empire. Xing Zai then asked for Cheng Dale's opinion, to which he responded that an army fighting for honor is not necessarily the strongest. He explained that an army driven by faith is even stronger, as they share a common belief and are unafraid to die for their faith. Moreover, he claimed that when thousands of such people are in an army, it would be nearly invincible. Xing Zai questioned the existence of such an army, and Cheng Dale confirmed their presence, but added that an army fueled by faith is also not the strongest. He asserted that the strongest army was one fighting for survival. Wanner raised concerns that if everyone fights for their own survival, the entire army would be filled with deserters. Cheng Dale explained that running away might not guarantee survival. He used the example of the battles between the Ring tribe and the Empire to highlight his point. He asked why the Ring tribe could win many battles while the Empire lost every time. Xing Zai asked Cheng Dale's opinion on the matter, to which Cheng Dale humbly admitted not having much knowledge but offered a vague guess. He asked if they had ever considered why the Ring tribe invaded the Empire. Wanner chimed in, describing the Ring tribe as old enemies of the Empire, engaging in continuous warfare for centuries. She characterized them as cruel and uneducated robbers. Cheng Dale countered this view, stating that the Empire viewed the Ring tribe as demons who had nothing to do but constantly fight with the Empire whenever they were well fed. However, he proposed a different perspective. Cheng Dale pointed out that the Ring tribe suffered from a lack of food and that they resided in the grasslands, relying on breeding animals. Their lives were more challenging than those of the imperial people. He explained that wines can devastate grasslands, turning them into deserts and causing the death of livestock, making it unlivable due to the risk of natural disasters. In contrast, Cheng Dale described the neighboring land as a vibrant empire, brimming with abundant food and women. To him, even if they died fighting the empire, it was preferable to the death awaiting them on the grasslands. Despite this, every member of their army is determined to sacrifice their lives for even the slightest chance to conquer the empire, and the reason the Ring tribe army fights with such effectiveness is to survive. Xing Zai began by recounting the events that took place 30 years ago when the Ring tribe invaded the empire. He mentioned that during that time, a severe drought affected not only the Ring grassland but also several parts of the empire. Over the years, when the Ring tribe faced good harvests, there would be unrest on their side. However, when their harvests were poor, the scale of Ring tribe invasions would be larger. Cheng Dale questioned their mindset. The Ring tribe believed in the certainty of death, whereas the Empire's inhabitants considered retreating to the hinterlands if they couldn't defend the frontier. He pointed out that for the Ring tribe, not fighting meant starvation, whereas the Empire's side still had the option to escape for survival. He also mentioned the internal conflicts within the military court, questioning how the Empire could remain invincible in such battles. Interrupting their discussion, Xing Zai addressed Cheng Dale with a smile, suggesting that he should return to Jingzhou with him, causing Cheng Dale to become confused and ask why he had to return with him. Xing Zai complimented Cheng Dale's sharp mind and expressed his belief that Cheng Dale deserved a better future, suggesting that returning to Jingzhou would offer a great future. Cheng Dale thinks that he has fooled Xing Zai and that he doesn't have to take any matters whether he's wrong or right. He then looks at Lai Xingzai, who seems to be serious. Cheng Dale acknowledges his sincerity as Lai Xingzai seeks his opinion on important military and civilian matters, leading to a lengthy discussion about improving the Empire's current position. Cheng Dale ponders that he doesn't want to tutor Lai Xingzai all day. He awkwardly responds to Xing Zai, stating that he was just flattering him. However, Xing Zai insists that Cheng Dale possesses great knowledge and could easily obtain a prominent position in the Empire. Cheng Dale dismisses this as flattery and questions why Lai Xingzai is persistently bothering him. He makes it clear that he does not want to join the Empire, emphasizing his point by putting down his cup and heading towards the door. But he stops and turns back to Xing Zai and makes a request. He notices the good sword that Xing Zai possesses and asks if he can have it. Xing Zai simply gazes at him from a distance, smiling in response. After that moment, in the evening, Linger approaches Cheng Dale and asks for his help in grinding chili. Cheng Dale agrees and says he will be there shortly. Meanwhile, Xing Zai is contemplating his sword. He speaks to himself, saying that Cheng Dale wants his sword. With a smile on his face, Xing Zai opens a small compartment of his sword. 3 days later, in King New Mountain, General Liu Heng and his soldiers receive a report from their scouts. The soldiers inform General Liu Heng that they have thoroughly explored King New Mountain and found no signs of ambushes. Furthermore, all the village masters are waiting for them at the entrance of their respective villages. General Liu Heng, however, requests them to double-check their findings. He wants to ensure there are no surprises waiting for them. In Flying Tiger Village, the largest bandit village in King New Mountain with a population of several hundred people, a bandit spots General Liu Heng's approaching forces and quickly informs the village master. Sounds of horse hooves approaching. Everyone in the bandit village has the same thought, survive the day and mask their emotions as if nothing had happened. The mountain bandits are aware that they are no match for the elite forces of Black Rock City. Gao looked up at General Liu Heng riding on his horse with a sinister smile on his face. General Liu Heng recognized Gao Feihu and questioned his defiant attitude, noticing the sword in Gao's hand. Liu Heng warned Gao to throw away the sword and kneel within 10 breaths, threatening to break the stronghold door and slaughter everyone inside. General Liu Heng pressed his weapon against Gao's shoulder, forcing him to kneel. Gao's frustration was evident as he gritted his teeth, but he remained silent. The other bandits called out to Gao, addressing him as their big brother. Gao eventually spoke up, claiming that he was there to accompany General Liu Heng across the mountain. General Liu Heng, seemingly satisfied with Gao's response, allowed him to join their group with a smile. Afterward, in Pearl Blossom Village, the place shifts to the sound of horses' hooves again. White Wolf approached General Liu Heng, bowing before him, and declared her intention to accompany him across the mountain. General Lu Heng told her to raise her head and commented on her beauty and figure, acknowledging her well-deserved reputation. White Wolf, however, maintained a straight face in response to his remarks. General Lu Heng let out a sinister laugh, pointing his weapon towards the forehead of the White Wolf. He acknowledged that the rumors he had heard were indeed true. His weapon slowly approached the chest of the White Wolf, remarking on its size with a sense of awe, while the White Wolf grinned, baring her teeth in grief. The White Wolf's face expressed anxiety as she remained silent. In the same place, the White Wolf's people called out to her, referring to her as the Big Boss. General Lu Heng, having thoughts, urged her to burst out in anger and break free, hoping to have a chance to defeat the renowned Gorse. However, the White Wolf, composed, calmly requested General Lu Heng to cross the mountain. General Lu Heng was taken aback and burst into laughter. He belittled the situation, labeling it as nothing more than encountering a mountain bandit. He called upon their lanceman to raise his spear in response to his command. The soldier obeyed and raised his spear with the two heads hanging in it. The lives of mountain bandits are as cheap as street dogs. They belong to the lowest class of the empire and have no value. In the eyes of the nobles, mountain bandits are not even considered humans. They are just like dogs and cats on the streets. The White Wolf and Gao's reaction was one of despair and shock at the same time. Gao, having thoughts, recognizes the heads of the leaders from the Zhu village. While looking back at the place in Zhu village that got ruined, the fate of bandits without the power to defend themselves, even the common people living in cities don't have any mercy for bandits. As General Lu Heng's group passed by the grave of the bandits they had killed from Zhu village, they considered the act of killing bandits akin to cleaning up the filth from the streets, treating them as lowly as colonies of ants. Right when they got to the Toad village, General Lu Heng, seemingly frustrated, questions why nobody has come out to greet him. Impatiently, he declares that if the village gate does not open within the next 5 breaths, they will forcefully break the gate. After a minute of waiting, he suggests breaking in and killing everyone inside. Outside the Toad village, Gao wonders about Cheng Dale's intentions. He believes that Cheng Dale's previous victory against Black Rock City may have gone to his head. The gate of the Toad village suddenly opened, and Cheng Dale came out, riding a horse and carrying his weapon. On the other hand, Gao believes it would be better for Cheng Dale not to make things worse and hopes that he allows Lu Heng to pass through as if nothing has happened. Meanwhile, after Cheng Dale emerged from the Toad village, he suddenly sneezed due to his flu. General Lu Heng swiftly commanded Cheng Dale to throw away his weapon. Cheng Dale remained silent for a moment before finally speaking up, proclaiming that it was a robbery. Outside the Toad village, Gao wondered if Cheng Dale had not seen the river of blood in Zhu village. He also noted that there were several hundred soldiers in Lu Heng's elite troops. Gao wondered why Cheng Dale mentioned robbery. General Lu Heng then ordered Cheng Dale to get off his horse and kneel under his horse. Within 5 breaths, he would be forgiven. Cheng Dale reacted swiftly, shouting arrow as he raised his weapon. Linger followed by sounding the drum, and Qin Man tightened the big crossbow before releasing it. Suddenly, a swift, large arrow hurtled towards General Lu Heng's group of soldiers, hitting some of them. General Lu Heng ordered the cavalry to scatter while ordering the infantry to defend the carriages. However, even the soldiers with shields still got pierced by the arrows. Amidst the chaos, the soldiers were pierced with the massive arrow, causing chaos and confusion among them. Some called for backup, while others sought refuge behind the carriages. General Lu Heng blocked some of the arrows with his 3-stick throwing technique and pondered if they had run out of arrows before giving the command to advance. The soldiers marched fiercely towards the Toad village. Cheng Dale told Qin Man that he wanted General Lu Heng's head, and Qin Man promised to get it for him. Qin Man charged into the enemy cavalry alone, creating a hole in their formation, and his only goal was Lu Heng. Furthermore, the soldiers who survived fell into the horse pit traps, triggering a hidden arrow trap that pierced all of them. Only the members of the Toad village were aware of these traps outside the Toad village, so Qin Man took the safe path while the other paths were filled with traps. The distance of 400 steps between the Toad village has now become the longest path of their lives. Cheng Dale announced that he had a magical spell and yelled from the sky. Gao, who was just an audience, stated that Cheng Dale was summoning thunder again. In the hiding spot in the Toad village, Linger then beat the drum again, while Shenji and Sen Yun released sacks from above. The sacks suddenly exploded, creating a red fog and splattering the soldiers with dust that made them run and cough. While White Wolf and Gao observed it, White Wolf asked what it was, and Gao replied that it was a red chili bomb. Despite the chaos, the soldiers continue to charge toward the village. Cheng Dale calls Xiao Yu to join him in battle, while Qin Man engages in a one-on-one battle with General Lu Heng. He swings his spear at Lu Heng, but Lu Heng immediately blocks it. Qin Man then attacks Lu Heng again, causing Lu Heng to drop down from his horse. A soldier starts yelling that General Lu Heng has been killed. After Lu Heng falls off the horse, his men think he is dead, and their will to fight is shattered. Cheng Dale eagerly declares his intent to kill Lu Heng, while General Lu Heng challenges them to come at him. Cheng Dale strikes him with his weapon, and General Lu Heng manages to block the attack. However, the force of Cheng Dale's strike pushes General Lu Heng back. General Lu Heng, with a frustrated face, calls for his soldiers to back him up, but Cheng Dale taunts him, saying that he doesn't have any soldiers left. This statement leaves General Lu Heng stunned and speechless. In his thoughts, General Lu Heng feels humiliated by the fact that his team of elite soldiers was defeated by several people, and they had to retreat. He contemplates the dire situation he finds himself in and realizes that it might be a case of kill or be killed for him. Despite this, he fights until the end. Before he can act, Xiao Yu delivers a strike that causes General Lu Heng to fall again. Cheng Dale then addresses General Lu Heng, mocking him for underestimating the difficulty of invading the Toad Village. He taunts General Lu Heng's claims of power and superiority, stating that he likes to smash those who are stronger than him and kick their faces, sending them flying away. Cheng Dale taunts him to stop playing in the mud. He then points his axe at General Lu Heng's face while calling him a derogatory term and stating that he will spare his life this time. He instructs him to go back and deliver a message to Zhu Ba Chuan. Cheng Dale declares that Zhu Ban Chuan is free to choose any road he wants, but if he intends to cross Toad Village, he will have to face Cheng Dale. General Lu Heng questions Cheng Dale's lack of fear regarding the potential revenge from Black Rock City. Cheng Dale boldly responds by challenging them to come. Inside the Toad Village, Xing Zai and Wanner were observing the unfolding events. Xing Zai expressed his surprise at how Cheng Dale was able to defeat hundreds of elite troops with only 6 people. Wanner replied that General Lu Heng had underestimated his enemy and fallen into the traps of the Toad Village, leading to his downfall. Xing Zai recalled a sentence from a poem written by Cheng Dale and asked Wanner if she remembered it. Wanner mentioned that the sentence consisted of only 9 words. Xing Zai speculated that if the poem were to spread throughout the empire, many talented writers might stop writing, expressing uncertainty about what would happen if the entire poem were to be written. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, Qin Man, and Cheng Dale were shown smiling, and Cheng Dale smiled and raised his fist in celebration of their victory. On that day, all the bandits of King New Mountain witnessed Cheng Dale's men pulling carts filled with silver and jewelry back to their village. They pulled 10 carts, which were brought inside the village, leaving everyone in awe, and no one from other villages dared to rob them. It was a battle that showcased the strength of Toad Village. In the midst of this, San Yuan informed Cheng Dale that there were 10 carts of gifts, the exact contents of which were unknown, along with several horses. Cheng Dale instructed San Yuan to bring everything back to the village and also sent someone to bury the head of the village master in their village, to which San Yuan confirmed. At this point, Cheng Dale called upon the system, and it promptly responded. The system congratulated Cheng Dale for completing 10 robberies swiftly and remarked that the spoils obtained during these robberies would influence the system's growth. The system then proceeded to review the various items acquired, ranging from copper coins and a rabbit to sticks of wood and a button. It noted that Cheng Dale had also shown kindness by giving bags of grain and helping someone find their way out of the mountain, causing the system to question him if he was robbing or doing charity. However, the highlight came during the 10th robbery when Cheng Dale's men managed to secure 10 carts filled with gifts. The system snapped her fingers as the system notified that 10 robberies were completed and trigger conditions were reached. She stated that the new stage is the commander summoning stage, causing Cheng Dale to react, but got cut in by the system revealing that he could summon a commander when he accumulated 10,000 fear points. As Cheng Dale returned to reality, he pondered the usefulness of this new feature, realizing that he currently possessed 3,000 fear points and needed an additional 7,000 to reach the required total. The important question in his mind is how he could get the remaining fear points. As the sun sets, Cheng Dale contemplated conducting an experiment. He then called out to Shenji and playfully spanked his back, startling him. Shenji was irritated and questioned Cheng Dale's actions, to which Cheng Dale replied that it was merely a joke. Little did they know, this small interaction resulted in Cheng Dale gaining 1 fear point. Following this, Sen Yuan informed Cheng Dale that he had completed the inventory check. He revealed that 3 carts contained animal skins, 2 carts held bronze utensils, 2 carts carried exotic herbs, and 3 carts were filled with expensive fabric. Additionally, they had acquired some horses and weapons. However, San Yuan expressed concern about the shortage of food, especially with winter approaching. Cheng Dale suggested exchanging the acquired items for food, and San Yuan agreed, acknowledging the lack of alternatives. Cheng Dale mentioned that there was another option, but the strength of Toad Village is diminishing, making it difficult to find someone to exchange those gifts. San Yuan proposed the idea of conducting business with Miss Su's family. Cheng Dale expressed doubts as they were still awaiting the ransom promised by Su Ying's family, and there had been no resolution to their problems yet. They speculated that there might be trouble on Su Ying's side, and Cheng Dale decided that he would personally investigate the situation when he found the time. Cheng Dale pondered the absence of news about Su Ying and questioned the value of chili in Yuzhu City, contemplating whether Su Ying's stepmother had caused any trouble for her. The next day, Cheng Dale went to Xing Zai's room and called his name but quickly realized that both Xing Zai and Wanner had run away. He found a letter on the table and read its contents, which stated that Xing Zai wrote a farewell letter to Cheng Dale, hoping that they would meet again someday. Cheng Dale had always desired a sword, envisioning himself holding one while standing by a river in a white robe, just like a cultivator, but he couldn't get a sword for some reason. In this era, swords held more value in rituals rather than practical combat. The technological advancements in forging had led to the creation of more powerful weapons than swords could be forged. So nowadays, whenever generals head to battle, they mostly choose long spears, bronze axes, or long swords. Most of the big heroes of the time also wielded large weapons. It doesn't matter if their weapon is sharp or not if it's heavy enough to hit several people people at once. Swords, expensive and requiring meticulous maintenance, were considered a luxury item primarily used by scholars, famous individuals, and nobles in this era. In Cheng Dalei's thoughts, he pondered Xing Zai's social class, trying to determine which category Xing Zai belonged to. On the official road from King New Mountain to Jingju City, Wanner called Xing Zai to wait for her. She then questioned why he had left the sword for Cheng Dalei. Xing Zai smiled and replied that it was just a sword, and he had simply given it to him. Wanner, however, emphasized the significance of the sword, pointing out that it was a royal sword. Xing Zai responded with a smile. In the Toad Village, where San Yuan informed Cheng Dalei that there was someone standing outside the village who wished to meet him, Cheng Dalei instructed San Yuan to lead the way. When they arrived at the watchtower, Cheng Dalei was curious about the visitor and asked if San Yuan knew anything about him. San Yuan revealed that the man outside was named Lai Jia and he was the boss of the Wolf Gang, a local gang in Black Rock City consisting of 100 to 200 members. San Yuan expressed surprise since he had no direct contact with the Wolf Gang before, wondering why Lai Jia had come. Cheng Dalei speculated that Zhu Banchuan might have sent him to negotiate for birthday gifts. San Yuan could not believe it, pointing out that they had previously robbed them, questioning their cooperation with them, given their status as mountain bandits. Meanwhile, Lai Jia thought that they were discussing something among themselves. Cheng Dalei reasoned that Lai Jia might not want to engage in a fight, as he didn't have much time for them. Cheng Dalei stated that Lai Jia usurped his position as the new lord of Black Rock City and subdued rebel forces. With the approaching birthday party of the Yuzhu City Lord, Cheng Dalei asserted that it's best for Lai Jia to quickly redeem the gifts. San Yuan agreed with Cheng Dalei's statement. However, Cheng Dalei pondered why Lai Jia remained outside the village when they posed no threat to him. San Yuan shared a story about Lai Jia's pride, mentioning how once Han Huju wanted to see him, but Lai Jia remained silent for 2 hours until Han Huju spoke first. Cheng Dalei, with his big smile, confessed his own pride and appreciation for proud people. When San Yuan asked Cheng Dalei if he should come down to offer Lai Jia an invitation inside, Cheng Dalei refused, suggesting that Lai Jia should wait while he took a nap, noting that it was a fine day. Meanwhile, Lai Jia, still standing outside the village, was experiencing the heat and wondered why the backward people preferred to hide in the mountains, while the Wolf Gang conducted business in the city with nobles and dignitaries, considering themselves civilized compared to the mere bandits. A minute later, Lai Jia thought that Cheng Dalei had become rude after defeating Lu Heng. Lai Jia cursed as he wondered why nobody had opened the door for him yet. He speculated whether the villagers were preparing a grand welcoming ceremony for him, considering their behavior impolite. He also wondered if he should mention to those lunatics some tales about the city to broaden their horizons. Lai Jia also mentioned that the city lord was currently angry, and the consequences could be serious, as they needed to hand over the birthday gifts. In return, the city lord would provide them with some money. As he stood outside, Lai Jia noticed mosquitoes and flies, causing an itchy feeling. 3 hours later, Lai Jia had been waiting outside the village, feeling frustrated and overwhelmed by the heat of the sun. He cursed silently and sweated too much. Finally, to get their attention, Lai Jia shouted, introducing himself as he wanted to see them. San Yuan, noticing Lai Jia's call out, asked Cheng Dalei if he should invite Lai Jia inside. After Cheng Dalei woke up from his afternoon nap and was in high spirits, he thought that Lai Jia would get a heat stroke and suggested letting Lai Jia in to discuss the price Zhu Banchuan was willing to offer. San Yuan opened the gates, and Lai Jia was glad that the gate was finally opened. He greeted San Yuan, as they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and felt relief as he finally got saved. Inside the Toad Village, where Lai Jia and San Yuan were in the room, Lai Jia was surprised that San Yuan had left Black Rock City and was now working as a bandit. San Yuan clarified that he was no longer a housekeeper but the manager of the Toad Village. Lai Jia expressed his disappointment that he couldn't meet Cheng Dalei. San Yuan explained that Cheng Dalei was busy but offered to discuss any matters with Lai Jia on his behalf. Lai Jia then revealed that Zhu Banchuan was willing to redeem the birthday gifts for 20,000 coins and that he would serve as the guarantor. He considered it a great kindness from Zhu Banchuan. San Yuan acknowledged Zhu Banchuan's high regard for them but disagreed with the amount, stating it wasn't the correct value for the gifts. Lai Jia reminded San Yuan that they had robbed the gifts from Lu Heng, implying they didn't belong to them. San Yuan retorted, highlighting their status as mountain bandits and claiming that what they robbed belonged to them. Lai Jia reacted with surprise and accused San Yuan of shamelessness. At that moment, Cheng Dalei appeared from the doorsteps, wearing a black hooded cape and radiating a terrifying aura, adding an air of tension. Cheng Dalei, with his intimidating presence, decided to take charge of the conversation. He made a bold statement, declaring that they wanted 100,000 coins for the gifts, and asked if Lai Jia agreed or not. Surprised by the amount, Lai Jia yelled in disbelief. In his thoughts, Lai Jia remarked on the terrifying tone of Cheng Dalei's voice. Cheng Dalei expressed his dislike for bargaining and implied that he wouldn't mind if Lai Jia refused to pay. He He then walked out while dragging the body of Shenji, who cried out for help, adding tension to the situation. Thinking about the rumor he had heard about Cheng Dale's alleged cannibalistic habits, Lai Jia felt a sense of unease. In response, Lai Jia quickly agreed to Cheng Dale's demand. San Yuan confirmed the agreement, stating that Lai Jia needed to bring 100,000 ransom money, and in return, Toad Village would return the birthday gifts. However, Lai Jia expressed concern about arranging such a large sum of money at the same time. San Yuan reassured him, suggesting that he could pay in installments. Lai Jia was unfamiliar with the idea of installments, and San Yuan explained that instead of cash, Lai Jia could use salt, cloth, and grain as payment. He only needed to make a 30% down payment. Additionally, the village would charge a 20% interest on all carts passing through King New Mountain until the full cash amount of 100,000 was paid off. San Yuan proposed signing a contract and then offering a duplicate agreement. After Lai Jia signs it, he can take it to Zhu Baochuan for his signature and seal. Once the down payment is made, Lai Jia will be able to take the birthday gifts with him. Lai Jia clarified if they could take back all the gifts once they made the 30% down payment of 30,000 coins. San Yuan confirmed that Lai Jia was correct. Lai Jia then asked San Yuan about the delivery of the money. San Yuan assured him there was no need to hurry and suggested something. Inside another room, Shenji asked when they could go out. Cheng Dale responded, suggesting they wait until San Yuan finished deceiving the leader of the wolf gang. Cheng Dale mentioned his upcoming trip to Yuzhu City and instructed Shenji to accompany him. Shenji made a playful remark, asking if Cheng Dale missed his wife since he was still young. Cheng Dale explained that there were two reasons why he was going to Yuzhu. One reason was his desire to see Su Ying, and the other reason was that he hadn't been to a city in a long time. On a calm sunny day in Flying Tiger Village, where Gao was fishing, he happily caught some fish, then proceeded to put them in his pot and let them dry so they would last for a while. Suddenly, Lauer interrupted his peaceful moment by shouting his name, which made Gao startle. As a result, the pot of fish that Gao was holding slipped into the water. Lauer, who was running towards Gao, informed him that the Toad Village had posted a notice again. While Gao was devastated, he just looked at the pot drowning. Gao turned his back to Lauer and looked frustrated, jokingly choking Lauer. Lauer was struggling as he begged for him to stop because he was already choking. Afterwards, Gao set Lauer free. Lauer, who was now lying on the ground, Gao then asked him what had been written on the notice. Lauer informed Gao that the notice stated they should take chili and plant it. It was also written that 1 kilogram of chili could be exchanged for 1 kilogram of grain, implying a yield per acre of more than 1,000. Lauer questioned if the information in the notice was reliable. Gao ridiculed the idea, stating that no one would be foolish enough to believe such nonsense. However, Lauer responded, claiming that even the little white wolf from Pearl Blossom Village and the bald head bandits had taken some seeds. Lauer added that he also had some seeds for half an acre and requested Gao to provide him with a place to plant the seeds. But Gao insisted that it was nonsense and stated that they were going to plant a crop of beans for the year. He told Lauer that there was no available free space for him. However, Lauer persisted and asked Gao once again to give him a piece of land. He proposed that he would try to grow chili there, and they could both check if the rumors were true. Gao eventually agreed and gave Lauer the free space in front of the hall where he could plant. 3 days later, in the Toad Village, San Yuan called Cheng Dale, informing him that someone from Black Rock City had sent a person to deliver the down payment of the ransom. Cheng Dale instructed San Yuan to make an inventory of 10,000 copper coins, salt, iron, and grain. Cheng Dale expressed his gratitude to General Lu Heng for his patronage, while General Lu Heng reluctantly bowed in response to Cheng Dale's politeness. The handover process went smoothly. After that, Lu Heng took the gifts directly to Yuzhu City, which showed the anxiety level of Zhu Baochuan. On a sunny morning, Cheng Dale dressed in fine clothes, carried a waist knife, and prepared a thin horse. Then he went to the city along with Zhu Shenji. Meanwhile, in the Su family, two individuals were talking. A person was discussing a man named Huang Yuanwell, who was 48 years old and had lost his wife last year without a son or daughter. The person suggested that if she married Su Ying to him, she would be his first wife. The other person expressed concern about Su Ying's age, noting that she was only 17 years old. However, the person dismissed the matter of Su Ying's age, highlighting that her fiancé's family had been ruined and she had been violated by the bandits. The person believed that it was good enough that Huang wanted to marry her. Zhaoyi, the maidservant of Su Ying, stood just outside the room, listening to their conversation. Her expression was sad, while the two individuals inside were simply laughing. In another place in the Su family, Su Ying was feeding the birds when suddenly, Zhaoyi hurriedly ran towards her, calling out for her attention. Zhaoyi informed Su Ying about the old lady's plan to marry her off to an old man with a white beard surnamed Huang. Su Ying calmly confirmed that she had heard about it. Zhaoyi showed frustration and questioned Su Ying about her decision to marry someone as old as her own grandfather. Su Ying sighed and calmly explained that it was still good enough for her to get married after everything that had happened. Furthermore, she emphasized that she would still be the first wife. However, Zhaoyi expressed concern and questioned if Su Ying's heart would truly be happy, causing Su Ying to fall silent for a moment before she confirmed that she was. At the gate of Yuzhu City, a group of villagers read the poster stating that Cheng Dale was a bandit who had been born in a toad village in King New Mountain and his nickname was Toad King. The villagers described Cheng Dale's physical appearance, mentioning his square mouth, wide face, and black beard under his jaw. They also highlighted his cruel and murderous nature, mentioning that a reward of 100 coins would be given to whoever arrested him. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale reacted nonchalantly upon hearing that his bounty had increased. Shenji remarked that the wanted poster didn't resemble Cheng Dale, questioning how they would be able to catch him. Cheng Dale smirked and made the decision to get inside the town. As they were going inside, the guards noticed Cheng Dale's demeanor and stopped him, commenting that he looked suspicious. Shenji quickly intervened, claiming that Cheng Dale intended to have a good time in the city and hoped they could accommodate him. Shenji handed a gold coin to the guards. The guards then asked their names and where they came from. Cheng Dale hesitated briefly, then introduced himself as Oba from a village near King New Mountain. He further stated that Shenji, whom he named Aoi and introduced as his uncle. Cheng Dale stated that they were visiting friends in the city. The guards found the surname Oba strange, but they let them enter anyway. One of the guards advised them that since they were from King New Mountain, they should be aware that bandits from there caused trouble for them from time to time. That's why they had to be on alert at all times. Inside the city, Cheng Dale commented on the prosperity of Yuju City, while Shenji suggested finding a place to eat first. At Four Ocean Building, where Cheng Dale and Shenji ate, Cheng Dale called Xiao who was the owner. Cheng Dale requested Xiao to bring him half a caddy of wine and 2 caddies of beef. However, Xiao politely replied, stating that they did not have beef. Furthermore, Xiao mentioned the presence of a liquor shop but questioned what Cheng Dale meant by wine. Shenji intervened and took charge, instructing Xiao to take care of the preparations. He asked to arrange a bedroom for them first. Furthermore, he mentioned that their horses were tied outside and instructed to move them to the backyard and ensure they were well fed. He also requested 2 pots of huangjiu, half a caddy of mutton, half a caddy of pork, and a fish soup to be brought. Finally, Shenji urged Xiao to complete these tasks quickly. Xiao accepted the requests and assured Shenji, addressing him as Sir, that they only needed a short time to wait. After some time, the food was served, and Xiao wished them an enjoyable stay, reassuring them that they could call him anytime if they needed something. Shenji handed him gold coins. However, he had a question for Xiao for a moment, asking about the other dishes they had served. Xiao responded politely and provided them with a list of the dishes they served, though none of the dishes were particularly noteworthy. Shenji, deep in thought, observed that although Xiao had introduced more than 10 dishes, the culinary techniques involved were limited to steaming and boiling. Barbecue was absent, and even frying was a rarity. It became obvious to Shenji that the primary objective behind these cooking methods was to save the use of oil and salt. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale thought about the limited items on the menu and recognized a potential business opportunity. He thought about trying different types of food, such as Manchu hot pot, street food, and even beach food. In the midst of thinking, Xiao seized the moment and mentioned that they had found a new kind of food item, but it was rare. However, the only problem was that customers were not buying it. Xiao then asked them if they would like to try it. Curiosity was piqued, and Shenji smiled and asked about the ingredients. Xiao responded, asking them if they had heard about chili. However, Cheng Dale expressed his uncertainty and lied that he had never heard of it. Xiao responded, clarifying that he didn't intend to play down their knowledge. But the truth was that even though they hadn't seen the food before, the taste was extremely fascinating. He mentioned that the Lord of Loi City, who, after eating it, had requested half a kilo of chili. But, unfortunately, their store had only 10 kilos in total. Cheng Dale smiled and asked politely about the source of the precious food item, to which Xiao credited his wife for purchasing it from an overseas traveling merchant, praising his wife for obtaining such a precious treasure. He bet that the food was the only one of its kind in the empire. Xiao then offered to prepare a dish infused with its unique flavors, but Cheng Dale declined, reassuring Xiao and mentioning that he had been on fire lately. He instructed him to bring the rest of the food first and assured him that he would catch up later. Xiao accepted the instruction and stated that he needed to rush now. After Xiao left, Shenji engaged in speculation about the restaurant, believing it to be connected to the Sehai business. However, he firmly believed that the wife of the Sehai business was definitely not Su Ying. Shenji suspected that the chili had been taken away by Su Ying. He wondered why it was being claimed that someone else had brought it. Cheng Dale asked Shenji why he hadn't brought others with him when he came to the city, but instead chose him. Shenji boastfully replied that it was only natural because of his cleverness and ability to provide advice on any issue. Cheng Dale was annoyed by Shenji's overconfidence. However, he reminded him that their purpose in the city was not to eat, drink, or play but for their missions. He couldn't help but worry as he pondered over Shenji's behavior. Cheng Dale reminded Shenji of the tasks, emphasizing the importance of assessing the situation of the Su family, who owed them a ransom. Additionally, they needed to explore the possibility of acquiring slaves to bring a few people back to their base. Cheng Dale asked Shenji's opinion on which mission he could undertake. Without hesitation, Shenji chose the more challenging task of spying on the Su family. Cheng Dale got pissed, cursed Shenji as he instructed him to go to the streets in the afternoon to observe where slave trading took place. Once he confirmed the number of slaves, he was to return immediately to their stronghold to get the money. Shenji, however, added a personal request, mentioning his intention to buy 2 flower clothes for Linger in the city. Cheng Dale granted Shenji's request and poured small chunks of silver into Shenji's hands. Cheng Dale declared that the accounts would be settled when the matter was done. He instructed Shenji to wait for him in the inn. After Shenji received the silver coins, he expressed his lack of understanding of the situation and mentioned that he might not return tonight. He reassured Cheng Dale not to worry. Cheng Dale just remained silent in response to Shenji's statement. After Shenji left, Cheng Dale called out to the waiter, who approached him and politely asked how he could assist him. Cheng Dale hesitated to say it and couldn't think of a word for a moment before the waiter concluded that Cheng Dale's behavior indicated he was looking for a brothel. In a state of shock, Cheng Dale shushed the waiter as he became flustered and asked about the best brothel in Laoai City. In response, the waiter proudly recommended the Huiyan building. Later that moment, in the Huiyan building, Cheng Dale thought that he had finally entered the second city, feeling a sense of excitement and determination not to waste the good time in life. Inside the brothel, a woman approached Cheng Dale and commented on his elegance and smoothness, which warmed her heart. Cheng Dale's face was delighted by the ambience, and he noticed the pleasant fragrance in the air. He realized that it was indeed a good place for fun with a lot of people, but before he could continue his words, Cheng Dale's face became serious as he noticed a familiar figure. He swiftly looked back and slowly approached the man. He placed his hands on Shenji's shoulders, calling him. When Shenji turned his back, he was shocked by the unexpected encounter with Cheng Dale. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward after they saw each other in such a place. Cheng Dale's face became flustered and he struggled to find the right words as he was caught off guard. As he was about to continue, Shenji interrupted him, who immediately admitted himself as a sinner and shouldn't have been present in that place right then. Cheng Dale took the chance when Shenji started to blame himself. He then expressed his disappointment and anger as he had trusted Shenji so much to go to such a place. He accused Shenji of using the village's money. Shenji's face turned miserable as he tried to explain that he had only passed by to have a look. However, Cheng Dale cut his explanation short and lied to him, stating that he had been following Shenji and found it hard to believe his excuse. Shenji again admitted that he was wrong and pleaded not to be told by Ling and he promised to leave as soon as possible. But Cheng Dale sternly replied that he was not unkind either. Cheng Dale delightedly expressed his suggestion that since they were already there, they would just take their time and look at them carefully, trying to examine how ugly they were. As the courtesans started performing instruments and dancing, while others were serving the men, a person started asking if they had heard about a courtesan being ordered again. He continued by saying that the person had made a fortune and been promoted, and also written an excellent poem, and the group of people then started laughing at it. In that era of information lag, rumors were the most important channel of communication. Shenji asked Cheng Dale if he wanted to call an escort with some wine. Cheng Dale calmly replied to him to get lost. A person asked if anyone had seen the notice posted at the city gate. Shenji and Cheng Dale were just listening to their conversation. A response came from another person, urging the man to cut the crap. That there was no one who didn't know about the Toad King, Lu Heng, renowned for his formidable character, and no one dared to make a move in front of him. A person hiccuped uncontrollably as he spoke, mentioning the reward of 150 taels for anyone who could bring the Toad King's head, stating that someone would never have to worry about food and drinks in his life. The courtesan then added to the discussion, saying that she had heard that the Toad King was 22 feet tall and carried a 300 catty axe. A man chimed in, arrogantly silencing them, as he stated that he had heard that the Toad King had learned magic from an immortal and knew 5 different thunder methods. He claimed that the Toad King possessed a 1,000-mile vision and a magnanimous hearing capacity, adding that he could hear people talking from miles away. While Cheng Dale became anxious after hearing the conversation. The other man with a silly smile observed their lively conversation and asked if anyone had seen the Toad King. One of the men asked Zhu if he had seen the Toad King. A man introduced as Zhu spoke, filled with enthusiasm, and shared his encounter that day when he was passing through the Toad Ridge. Suddenly, he heard a loud cry that caught his attention. To his astonishment, a man came down from the sky, and that man claimed himself as the Toad King. Zhu claimed that he had struggled for 30 rounds of fighting against him and he was unfortunate that he got distracted and lost in one move. The courtesans interjected, laughing, and expressed disbelief, comparing him with Lu Heng, who couldn't do anything against the Toad King, and questioning him if he was better than Lu Heng. The other courtesans defended Mr. Zhu's claim that the swordsmanship of Master Zhu's family was excellent, expressing their trust in his skills. Zhu became defensive, stating that he had lacked in his skills last time and had been defeated by the Toad King. He grew serious and vowed that he would wipe out the Toad King for Loi City with his swords in his hands for the justice he believed in. After Zhu made his statement, he heard a chuckle from behind. Zhu turned to Shenji, anger showing on his face, and asked why he had been laughing at him and if he hadn't believed what Zhu had said. Shenji's laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by a puzzled expression, triggered by Zhu's reaction and an unexpected hiccup. He just remained silent. Cheng Dale slightly elbowed Shenji, which made Shenji taken aback by it. Cheng Dale awkwardly smiled at Zhu, making it clear that not only Shenji believed in it but also he didn't believe in Zhu. He questioned Zhu if he had really met the Toad King. Zhu confidently confirmed that he had really met the Toad King and asked who they were for doubting him. Cheng Dale mannerly introduced himself as Oba, stating that people from Jianghu called him the Gentle Hatchet. The crowd of men started to mention Oba with curiosity. Cheng Dale pondered that he had felt awkward when the bunch of roughnecks called him by that name. When Zhu suddenly spoke, laughing, and stated that whoever Cheng Dale was, his interest was only for the lady, and asked Cheng Dale if he had also been attracted to the lady's name. Cheng Dale irritatedly replied that he had been interested with a questioning tone, asking what had been wrong with that. The crowd stared to tease Cheng Dale in the vicinity, commenting that he had seemed interested in seeing the lady as well. Some of them remarked on his appearance, suggesting he had been poor, and questioning where he had come from. Cheng Dale reacted with a sharp gaze toward them but didn't say anything in response. From the public gossip, Cheng Dale gradually inquired about the lady. Her surname had been Liu, her full name Liu Zhaihong. The Liu family had also been a big family in Loi City. She had been worthy of the name of the chief courtesan. Her father had worked in the army and had been responsible for protecting the harbor from the pirates, but it hadn't been easy to suppress the pirates all the time. Later, it had been found that he had made secret deals with pirates. In a range, the city master was beheaded by her father and she was enslaved. Liu Zhai, the prime daughter of the Liu family, was sold as an official slave. Cheng Dale went to the place with the intention of buying slaves. Describing Liu Zhai's situation further, Miss Liu would turn 28 years old that year. Although she had been reduced to a courtesan and had gone from an aristocrat to a fourth-class pariah, it was not that no one wished to see her. First of all, you needed a large sum of copper coins as the entry fee. Then, you had to write an interesting poem to amuse her. Only by doing this could you have a chance to enter Liu Zhai's boudoir. There was a curtain covering her. As for how to get Liu Zhai to step out of the curtain, one would offer her a glass of wine and say a few words. If one was successful in making Miss Liu happy, she would say that she was tired and would ask for one to come back the next day. After repeating this 3 to 4 times, it was up to fate whether one could finally see each other. Finally, if one wanted to go to bed together, one would have to come up with a lot of money. Even so, there was a steady stream of people who wanted to spend money on it. Moving on, Zhu asked the maidservant of Liu Zhai if the Miss Courtesan was available that day, while Cheng Dale asked the courtesan to bring him some ink. The courtesan agreed and addressed him as a young master. After a while, Shenji approached and questioned Cheng Dale about what he was doing, while the man keeping an eye on Cheng Dale commented that he was dreaming of meeting the lady. While Cheng Dale was making a poem, he heard a man from a distance complaining about something he had just read. The man cursed and claimed that the literary work was so bad that even children could do better. Cheng Dale just glanced and chose to ignore him. After Cheng Dale finished his writing, he asked for the maidservant as he placed the letter together with the small chunks of silver. Some men discussed the lady's potential choice for the day, noting that Zhu had been present for more than 10 days and questioning how much money he had spent. Another group of men mentioned that they had heard Zhu asking an expert to write a poem, but the lady was also known to be a poet herself. After a long period of anticipation, the men were excited as they anticipated the results, some eagerly discussing the imminent outcome. Suddenly, a maidservant came out from the room and bowed in a respectful manner, and called Mr. Yu, who was Cheng Dale, informing him that the lady had invited him. This news surprised the group of men, leaving some stuttering and others in disbelief, their faces growing weary from the news. Cheng Dale smiled and playfully spanked Zhu's back and gestured a peace sign to him, while Zhu's face frowned as he was jealous. Zhu then talked about having been present for over 10 days in a row and mentioned a positive interaction he had with the lady yesterday. A man speculated that Cheng Dale's success might be attributed to the poem he had written. Zhu was confused and asked what poetry they were referring to, while the other men sympathized with him and told Zhu to stop shaking. Curious about their reaction, Zhu asked what had happened. The men noticed a piece of paper on his back and realized it was an image of a toad frog. The man exclaimed, stumbling over his words, that the image represented the Toad King. Some men expressed surprise and fear, asking themselves if the Toad King was there. Other men remarked that his warnings had been ignored, referring to his earlier discussions about the Toad King's abilities, such as 1,000-mile vision and listening. Zhu, with a gloomy face, read the note in the image, which stated it had been eye-catching and pleasing to the ears. As soon as Cheng Dale entered the room, he heard Liu Zhai reciting a poem and asked Cheng Dale if it was written by Mr. Yu. Cheng Dale politely requested her to address him by his name, emphasizing his easygoing nature, to which Liu Zhai called out his name, and Cheng Dale responded with a warm, friendly smile. As Cheng Dale waited and kept his silence in the room, he thought to himself that he should have taken a closer look at Liu, thinking how beautiful a 16-year-old girl was before she grew up. Liu Zhai gently reminded Cheng Dale that it was getting late, but he was lost in his thoughts. He thought that it wasn't early to enjoy bedtime and thought Liu Zhai's poetic lines might have meant she wanted to get out of there. Cheng Dale thought that it was a waste of money to be evicted like this. Liu Zhai asked Cheng Dale what he was going to do, and Cheng Dale slowly approached her curtain bed. As Cheng Dale was close enough to be able to open the curtain, Liu Zhai pleaded with Cheng Dale to behave himself as she noticed that the shadow of Cheng Dale was very close to the curtain. However, Cheng Dale ignored Liu Zhai's plea and still opened the curtain. Liu Zhai screamed in shock when Cheng Dale grabbed the curtain and looked at her. He wondered if the rumors had been exaggerated. He called Liu Zhai Little Loli and she looked pretty good, but he needed to ask about her family first. Cheng Dale told her not to be afraid and that he wouldn't hurt her and urged her not to scream. But Liu Zhai found him creepy and pleaded with him to stay away and not touch her. Amidst her screams, a man who had been hiding in the room prepared to attack Cheng Dale. While Cheng Dale tried to calm the situation down by saying that there was no need for screaming and that he was a gentleman, a man suddenly jumped behind Cheng Dale. A loud force fell from Liu Zhai's bed, and the man pounded Cheng Dale on the bed with a knife pointing at his neck and sat on him so he couldn't move. The man asked Liu Zhai if he should kill Cheng Dale. Liu Zhai pleaded with him not to kill him. Cheng Dale just smirked and sarcastically stated that there was already a man in her room. With a stern expression etched across his face, the man introduced as Meng Ziyun threatened Cheng Dale, questioning the point of talking when he was going to die. Liu Zhai, who simply looked at them, remained silent. Ziyun suddenly yelled, "Die," as he went to stab Chen Dale's head, but then Chen Dale shouted, claiming that he could save Liu's family. Liu Zhai ordered Ziyun to stop, just in time when the tip of the knife touched Cheng Dale's neck. But Ziyun expressed his concern, stating that Cheng Dale knew that he was hiding there and couldn't let the news spread out. Liu Zhai pleaded with Ziyun to listen to Cheng Dale first before making any rash decisions. A few moments later, the tea was served on the table, and Liu Zhai was doubtful and demanded to know who Cheng Dale was and how he planned to save her family. Cheng Dale calmly replied with another question, asking about Ziyun's presence and questioning whether he could be trusted. Ziyun annoyingly began to speak, but before he could say anything, Liu Zhai interjected, explaining that Ziyun was the adopted son by her father and he treated her as his sister. She emphasized her trust in him and the protection he had provided, stating that she had been surviving these days and that he was the person she trusted the most. However, Cheng Dale, with his frowning face and suspicious thoughts, realized that during the daytime, there was a reward for another person besides him, and concluded that Ziyun was Meng Ziyun, adopted by Liu's father to learn martial arts and serve in the army. After the tragic incident that befell the Liu family, Ziyun too suffered a demotion to the status of a slave. It became apparent that after escaping from prison, he came directly out to find Liu Zhai. He suspected Ziyun's intentions and was afraid he was trying to turn his own sister into a woman he could love since he was already 25 years old and yet dreamed of a little girl. Cheng Dale insulted Ziyun as a shameless person. Liu Zhai, eager for answers, demanded to know Cheng Dale's identity. Cheng Dale responded with a seemingly unusual claim, stating that he was the Toad King from the Toad village of King New Mountains. Ziyun reacted, labeling him a mountain bandit he hated. Liu Zhai questioned, specifically asking if he was Cheng Dale. Ziyun aggressively warned him not to speak nonsense, as the Toad King could defeat Liu Heng in a single move, asked Cheng Dale how Liu Heng had been as useless as him, and threatened to behead him if he continued to lie. In an unexpected twist, Cheng Dale playfully smiled and took back what he had said, knowing he couldn't fool them. He admitted to being a mere commoner from Toad Ridge, revealing his surname as U and his names as Oba and Vader. When he mentioned the name Vader, it triggered a reaction from Ziyun, who realized a connection to his father. Cheng Dale smirked and confirmed, playfully responding to Ziyun's thoughts as he was his good son. In the midst of the unfolding events, Cheng Dale expressed his admiration for General Liu for his leadership. Although they had never met him, they had admired him for a long time. They had heard that General Liu had been falsely accused and had come to such an end. After hearing about the incident, their leader was very angry. Liu Zhai was glad that Cheng Dale, despite being a mountain bandit, knew that her father had been wrongly accused. She believed that justice prevailed in Cheng Dale's heart. Cheng Dale revealed that their leader, referred to as the Big Boss, had emphasized the importance of not letting any harm befall the descendants of General Liu. Consequently, Cheng Dale had been specifically sent to the city to gather information about the situation. He expressed his willingness to save the lives of the Liu family. Curious about Cheng Dale's plans, Liu Zhai asked him what he intended to do. Cheng Dale responded by stating that now he had gathered all the necessary information, he would return to the stronghold to gather the money. He planned to use the money to redeem other people and subsequently rescue Miss Liu. Liu was stunned for a moment before she could speak up, as she was surprised by the Toad King's kindness. Her voice was filled with hope and a mixture of determination. She cried as she mentioned that if Cheng Dale could save the lives of her family. She struggled to find the right words as she stuttered down and stopped talking. Cheng Dale was flustered in thoughts, taken aback by Liu Zhai's words. He wondered if she was willing to commit her body. Liu Zhai continued to speak and said that she would become the slave of Cheng Dale and would serve him forever in the next life. Cheng Dale's mind raced, trying to make sense of what Liu Zhai had just said. The thought of being born and living again in the next life terrified him. The group of courtesans gossiped about the rumors that were going around about the Toad King being nearby. Other courtesans expressed disbelief, and not all the courtesans were convinced. Some expressed skepticism of the claim, and some questioned if it was an old man. As the rumors continued to circulate, the group of men discussed Cheng Dale, wondering how long he had been inside. Some men questioned if he had succeeded in his first attempt, while Zhu just looked at Shenji, who seemed to be enjoying his drink. A maidservant then approached Shenji and interrupted his moment. She informed Shenji that the lady had called him for a meeting. Shenji's face was surprised when he learned that the lady had called him, and his face brightened up by the news. He commented that he hadn't expected Cheng Dale to be caring and how it was rare for someone to share their fruits of labor. Meanwhile, the group of men watched Shenji enter the room with jealousy. Zhu entertained the thought of making a joke about the lady having a fetish for 3 people. Later, when Shenji entered the room, he was greeted by the sword of Zai Yun, which made him frightened. He asked Cheng Dale what was going on. Cheng Dale, with crossed arms, responded by introducing Meng Ziyun as an underling of General Liu, and stated that Ziyun didn't trust him. So, he instructed Shenji to take Meng Ziyun to the stronghold and bring back money to rescue people. However, Shenji asked about Cheng Dale's own plans, and Cheng Dale replied that he had some other business in the city. He told Shenji that he knew how to contact him. Cheng Dale opened the window of Liu Zhai and told Liu Zhai that when she was rescued, she must keep her promise to become a slave. He then swiftly jumped through the window. In the middle of the night, at the Su family residence, Cheng Dale observed the grandeur of the Su family and thought to himself that it appeared too big. He pondered why a family with abundant land and few people would create so much trouble. With so many rooms in the mansion, he wondered how he would find the boudoir of Su Ying. Suddenly, 2 ladies walked by and talked about something that made Cheng Dale stop thinking. The lady began to talk, mocking someone and remarking that someone considered herself the young miss of the family. The other lady chimed in, telling that the old man of the family was critically ill, and now his wife held the final say in the family. Another lady expressed her disdain, stating that if Su Ying dared to act like a young miss in front of her again, she would show her ferocity. While Cheng Dale was hiding behind a large rock, he overheard the conversation between the ladies. He concluded that the 2 ladies must have just come from Su Ying's room. In another place, Su Ying sat amidst a swarm of fireflies on her front deck, tears streaming down her face, when she suddenly caught sight of a man perched atop the wall. Startled, she became nervous and questioned the presence of the man. Cheng Dale slipped from the top of the wall and accidentally fell aloud to the ground. Su Ying was surprised and still remained silent, observing him from the ground. Cheng Dale greeted her with a casual yo, while Su Ying's reaction was horror. She wondered why Cheng Dale was still moving. Due to this, it gave 88 fear points from the Cheng Dale mission. Su Ying, still unaware of Cheng Dale's identity due to the late hour, warned him not to come closer and slid back slightly, while Cheng Dale stood up and tapped off the dust from his garment. Cheng Dale, with a big smile, greeted Su Ying first, commented on the long night, and expressed surprise that he wasn't the only one unable to sleep, as Su Ying was also awake. Su Ying finally recognized him and thought whether he was still suffering from the shock. Both were silent for a moment when Cheng Dale presented a gift to Su Ying, saying it was for her and asked if she would like it. Su Ying then smelled it and said that it was a woman's odor, asking him if Cheng Dale somehow met a woman. Cheng Dale started to sweat and didn't know what to say, but he found a reason that he had bought it, especially for her, and the seller was a little girl. Su Ying was suspicious and responded, accusing Cheng Dale of being a liar. Cheng Dale explained that it was a cologne and he had bought it for her, insisting that it was the most expensive and the best. Su Ying responded that she had never worn perfume, which made Cheng Dale curious why she wouldn't. Su Ying exclaimed that she was a naturally charming beauty. Su Ying then shifted the topic and asked Cheng Dale why he was there, to which he responded with a lighthearted remark about how he had been saying his goodbyes to her from King New Mountains and how her beautiful shadow had captured his heart, causing him to lose his will to eat or sleep. He even added that he would never forget her face, even in the slightest moment. However, Su Ying, in contrast, blushed and told Cheng Dale that he wasn't serious. Cheng Dale insisted that he was serious this time and had come specifically to see how she was doing. He even noticed that Su Ying had lost some weight and asked if she had been on a diet. Su Ying gave him a gaze and blushed after she took a glimpse. She did not respond and remained silent. Su Ying was robbed in her wedding dress. Later, the Han family was destroyed. Many people blamed Su Ying for the destruction of the Han family, saying that she was responsible for the misfortune of the Han family. Su Ying was regarded as a bad omen. The Su family wanted to evict her from the house. Even the family servants considered her disastrous. Cheng Dale asked Su Ying about her father's concern if he also didn't care. Su Ying explained that her father was bedridden due to a serious illness and was unaware of what was happening. Cheng Dale remarked on how feudal customs often resulted in killing people. A while ago, when the Ying family was insulting her, a lady referred to her as a scourge and a shame to the Su family, suggesting that she should take her own life. Another lady commented on Su Ying's marriage to Counselor Huang, implying that even her servants wouldn't want her. Su Ying, in response, expressed her sadness silently. In the next set, Cheng Dale extended his hand towards Su Ying's hair, gently caressing it, telling her not to be afraid, while expressing his discontent towards those surrounding her and assuring her that he was there for her. He promised to protect her, but Su Ying got flustered by Cheng Dale's words and asked how he could help. to which Cheng Dale replied that she was his wife and he could not allow others to bully her as he stood up. Cheng Dale slowly walked towards the wall and told her to stay where she was and that he would solve all her problems, instructing her to wait for his message as he prepared to leave. Su Ying stopped Cheng Dale just as he was about to leave, prompting him to look back and question what it was that she wanted. It was then that she requested him to take something with him. With a smile on her face, she handed over the cage containing a pigeon to Cheng Dale. However, Cheng Dale politely declined, stuttering slightly as he explained that he had already eaten dinner, and expressed that he didn't particularly like roasted pigeons. Su Ying was upset as she explained that she wanted him to have it for communication purposes. Cheng Dale said something that Su Ying couldn't hear when he suddenly jumped to the other side of the wall and carried the pigeon with him, while Su Ying watched him before he disappeared from sight. The following afternoon, Shenji arrived at the meeting place and rushed towards Cheng Dale, informing him that their men were on their way. Cheng Dale asked who else was there. Xiao Yu suddenly spoke, calling Cheng Dale a big boss, while on the other hand, Zai Yun confirmed if Cheng Dale was Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale smirked and affirmed his identity and asked if there was a problem. Zai Yun gritted his teeth and accused Cheng Dale of cheating him, prompting a sudden attack on Cheng Dale, who was unfazed by the upcoming attack. However, Xiao Yu intervened by blocking Zai Yun's fist attack with his palm, causing Zai Yun to be pushed back. Zai Yun lashed out at Xiao Yu, angrily calling him a little mountain bandit and questioning how he could have dared to attack him. As Zai Yun was about to unleash his swords to attack Xiao Yu, Cheng Dale demanded him to stop, declaring that it was enough. Cheng Dale irritably told Zai Yun that if he wanted to fight, he could have it anytime. But he emphasized the importance of rescuing people rather than fighting, causing Zai Yun to leave with no response. Cheng Dale shifted to their plans, asking Shenji if he had brought the money. Shenji responded, stating they had 1,000 pieces drawn by a carriage. Cheng Dale inquired if the amount was sufficient or if they needed more. Shenji clarified, stating that it was enough since a large sum was only necessary for adult slaves. He added that women and children only required a few bucks. The reason behind this decision was to secure the redemption of Liu Zhai and ensure a smooth transaction. Cheng Dale decided to redeem the Liu family in the afternoon and instructed them to return that night. He asked about the preparations on the road. Shenji replied that he had made a deal with the city guard who would favor them and get rid of the people. Cheng Dale assigned tasks, stating that he, Shenji, and Kinman would go to gather other people, while Xiao Yu and Zai Yun would rescue Liu Zhai. Zai Yun stared at Cheng Dale, deeply contemplating Cheng Dale's leadership, finding it strange that others obeyed him despite his drunken appearance. As they left the room, Cheng Dale stated that they would meet outside the city. After a couple of hours, the sun set in the place outside Yuzhou City, where 6 carriages filled with people had been saved from becoming slaves. The rescued people discussed how Toad Village had saved them, and some wondered if they would become mountain bandits. One person opposed the idea, mentioning that their master had been against bandits, and others stated that it would bring shame to their ancestors. Some expressed their refusal to live as mountain bandits, preferring death over such a life. In a place outside of Yuzhou City, Cheng Dale was getting annoyed listening and suddenly ordered them to shut up. He told them that they were free to die if they didn't want to be bandits. He exclaimed that there were many ways to die and that anyone who didn't know how to use a knife better jump from a cliff or hang themselves on a tree. In an irritated tone, he firmly expressed that it wasn't the time to show loyalty to the country or superiority over others. If they wanted to die, they should help themselves. After a while, Shenji reported to Cheng Dale that Xiao Yu and others had been gone for so long, and if it continued, they wouldn't be able to get out of the gate. Zai Yun suddenly approached them hastily. Cheng Dale then asked Zai Yun about the situation, looking at Xiao Yu and Liu Zhai. Zai Yun informed everyone that the Huang family had organized a family dinner. Liu Zhai had received an invitation, but before they could reach her, Liu Zhai was suddenly taken away. He also mentioned that Xiao Yu had requested him to report the news, and he went ahead alone. Shenji told Cheng Dale that Xiao Yu was in the city and asked if he had a plan for what they would do. He added that if they went back to the city, it would be difficult for them to come out again. Shenji suggested that he knew a secret road that would lead outside the city. He had learned about it when it was mentioned by his master. Kinman then revealed that he had already anticipated this situation for a long time. He had even brought Cheng Dale's axe. As Cheng Dale unwrapped his axe, he smirked and decided to lead Kinman and Zai Yun. He raised his axe toward the city and dictated to follow him back to the city, stating that it was time to rob. On the night at the Huang family's residence, Xiao Yu was hiding on the wall when others arrived at the place. Xiao Yu noticed Cheng Dale and asked why he was there. Cheng Dale inquired about what was happening inside. Xiao Yu informed him that Liu Zhai was there and it was Counselor Huang's birthday party, with many important people who had arrived as guests. There were around 70 to 80 families, and more than a dozen people were from the special guard yard. Cheng Dale told them to move and bring the horse along as they needed to look at the trail first. Meanwhile, at the banquet where the event had started, the courtesans began their performance, while a person commented on Counselor Huang's influence, mentioning that it wasn't easy to see the chief courtesan. Another person expressed gratitude to Mr. Huang for providing the opportunity that day. While Liu Jai was showing elegance in her dance, Counselor Huang drew attention to Liu Jai's dancing, describing it as having a unique taste, and invited the guests to drink and enjoy. An old man remarked that Huey Yan Lu's best item was naturally different from other cheap ones, and a pair of jade feet couldn't be valued in money. Counselor Huang responded by offering the woman to Mr. Wang, if that was his desire, suggesting that he could let the woman share a bed with him that night. Mr. Wang declined the offer, stating that he didn't dare as he was a gentleman and wouldn't seize someone else's opportunity for intimacy. However, Mr. Wang expressed a desire to invite Liu Jai to his house for a banquet in a few days. Later, in another part of the Huang mansion, Liu Jai walked into her room and took off her shoe, exclaiming that she was feeling tired. A maidservant told her to rest there and promised to send someone to take her back once the party was over. Liu Jai calmly looked at the servant without any response. When the maidservant left, suddenly, someone opened the door to her room. Liu Jai asked who it was, and a drunken man appeared. He called Liu Jai babe and complimented her beauty, which revealed that the man was the eldest son of Counselor Huang. Liu, frightened, stuttered as she asked him what he was doing there. The eldest son creepily laughed while he slowly approached her. He then grabbed her hand forcefully and told her that it was obvious that he wanted to have intimacy with her, to which Liu Jai let out a fearful scream. Liu Jai managed to break free from his grip and ran away, but the eldest son followed closely behind, calling her in a creepy way as a little beauty. Despite her attempts to escape, Liu Jai felt the soreness of her ankle and tripped and fell to the floor. A loud thud happened, and the eldest son was able to catch up to her. He grinned a creepy smile while holding Liu Jai back and started to creepily whisper to her, letting her know that he had guards all over the place, making it impossible for her to escape. Meanwhile, outside the room, Cheng Dalei and the others started throwing torches into the Huang residence, causing chaos among the people. The officers shouted in alarm, calling out for their master. People started to panic and run for their lives. A man recognized the vicinity and told the people that they should run because that was the Toad King. Quickly entered the house and broke through the city. Cheng Dalei and the others rampaged through the gates. Some people who were caught on their way ducked down with fear, trying to protect themselves. Kinman and Xiao Yu swung their spears to create space and make way. While the system kept beeping, the fear points of Cheng Dalei increased rapidly. The officers felt fear, and some officers even shouted in terror, while others called for Shiro's help. As the fear points kept increasing, the officers were knocked down and called out the name of Shiro. Suddenly, Shiro came and assured everyone that there was no need to panic. Counselor Huang and one of the officers were surprised when Shiro appeared. Shiro then told Counselor Huang not to be afraid and declared that he would not let the mountain bandits cause any more chaos. However, just as Shiro was about to launch an attack at Kinman, Kinman swiftly countered with a faster swing of his own, striking Shiro forcefully. Kinman told him to get out of his way and sent him flying. Shiro's soul left his body as he got thrown. The officers panicked and shouted that Shiro was dead. Kinman and Xiao Yu swung their spears to create a way, while the people felt fear and ran away from them. Back in Liu Jai's room, where she was scared and screamed, she was forcibly undressed by the eldest son of Counselor Huang. When the eldest son irritably asked what all the noise outside was, he stated that he didn't want to be disturbed and told them to work properly. On the other hand, Liu Jai, struggling to find her words, managed to stammer out that someone would come to save her. The eldest son slapped Liu Jai's face and grabbed her hair, telling her that no one could save her as all of his men were outside. Liu Jai was in pain but still insisted that someone would come and kill him, but the eldest son did not believe her that none was coming to save her. But Liu Jai remained stubborn, insisting that someone would definitely come to save her. In response, the eldest son forcefully squished her face, gripping her hair tightly while staring intensely into her eyes and menacingly declaring that after he would have fun, he would see who would come to save her. Suddenly, Cheng Dalei's horse burst through the window, causing both Liu Jai and the eldest son to startle. Cheng Dalei swiftly charged his horse toward the eldest son while showing his dominance. The eldest son tried to plead for mercy, but it was too late as his blood splattered and reached Liu Jai's face. Liu Jai watched in shock as the eldest son of Huang was killed. She looked at Cheng Dalei and called him her big bro. Cheng Dalei reassured Liu Jai that she didn't need to worry and told her to go out and wait for him. Liu Jai's face brightened up from crying, knowing she was safe. She handed her trust without saying a word. After a minute had passed, Counselor Huang was cowering in fear, hiding inside a large stock pot. The tension was palpable as he could hear someone approaching him. Suddenly, Cheng Dalei discovered his hiding place and confronted him. Cheng Dalei, with a cold and determined voice, called out Counselor Huang's name while carrying his axe. Counselor Huang, trembling with fear, pleaded for his life, offering anything in exchange for sparing his life. However, Cheng Dalei's anger and resentment did not let him go, especially since Counselor Huang had even tried to marry Cheng Dalei's future wife. Without hesitation, Cheng Dalei swung his axe forcefully toward the stock pot, causing a devastating blow and shattering it into fragments. Cheng Dalei exclaimed, telling him to go to hell. In the aftermath of this merciless act, the system beeped lastly, indicating that Cheng Dalei's mission was complete and he had reached 10,000 fear points. The system's voice echoed, suggesting that Cheng Dalei could now access the shopping system. After that, Cheng Dale broke the door, set fire to the whole town, and left, causing people to call for the fire to be put out. Cheng Dale and his group rushed out from Yuzhou City. Liu Zhai expressed some concern to Cheng Dale, who assured her that she didn't need to worry about anything because he was the leader of the Toad Village. Liu Zhai brought up the fact that Cheng Dale had been seen by everyone, but he brushed it off and complimented her, saying that she was nice and smart, which made her smile. Liu Zhai expressed gratitude to Cheng Dale for saving her, acknowledging that without his intervention, the consequences would have been disastrous. She reiterated her gratefulness for this favor. Cheng Dale accepted her sincerity, mentioning that she was serious and he knew Liu Zhai was famous for keeping her word. Ziyan interjected, stating that if she was frightened, they should have gotten off the horse and rested before leaving. Liu Zhai responded, assuring Ziyan not to worry about her, and insisted that they follow Cheng Dale's guidance to head to the Toad Village as soon as possible. Ziyan expressed concern about Cheng Dale being an outsider and believed that they should not burden him with their matter, as it would ruin their reputation. Liu Zhai countered by asserting that Cheng Dale was not an outsider. But if Ziyan thought about her reputation, she assured him that he didn't need to follow her. She added that Cheng Dale seemed to despise her for being weak. Cheng Dale spoke, stating that regardless of his occupation as a mountain bandit, he assured her that she shouldn't worry about anything. She responded, asking why she would look down on Cheng Dale. Ziyan, who had been silently listening to their conversation, displayed frustration and started contemplating Liu Zhai being assaulted by the counselor's son. He thought about how Cheng Dale had come to her rescue and concluded that Liu Zhai couldn't help but develop feelings of love towards Cheng Dale. Jealousy was written all over his face as Ziyan pondered that he had watched Liu Zhai grow up and saw her getting more beautiful day by day. The foster father mentioned that he would betroth Liu Zhai. He worried about how he could watch Liu Zhai being deceived by Cheng Dale and felt the need to get her out of there as soon as possible. Upon reaching Qin New Mountain, Liu Zhai expressed that now that they were outside, she suggested to Cheng Dale that he no longer address her as Miss Everyday, but rather called her directly by her name or, if comfortable, use the nickname Lele, which was how close acquaintances referred to her. Ziyan intervened and asked how much further their destination was. Cheng Dale did not say a word but instead proceeded to process his thoughts as they continued their journey. As they reached the Toad Village, where Ling Drum, the Tengu, and the people gathered together, the people from Liu's family wondered why Cheng Dale had come there for. An elderly member of the Liu family expressed deep concern about betraying his family's loyalty and righteousness for generations by how he had become a thief and questioned how he would face his ancestors in the afterlife. Another person responded, suggesting that they should rest for a few days and wait for the women and children to recover, while a few others planned to take measures against the bandits soon. One person called Cheng Dale a Yuan boy, stating that he could rest assured that in these few days, they would keep the bandits' hideout safe and he didn't need to do everything by himself, just let them take control. Other people refused to become bandits, declaring that they would not follow him in this life. Kid Spokes, calling his father, expressed that he was scared. San Yuan called Cheng Dale, but before he could finish what he was saying, Cheng Dale, deep in his thoughts, contemplated the fact that Mr. Liu had managed to recruit over 90 people from the Liu family, stating that their Toad village had increased from 6 persons to 96. However, Cheng Dale needed to make these people loyal to the village and complete system tasks. He realized that he needed to develop the system, which would require more than 6 people. He also noted that he hadn't received the system's new rewards list, recognizing that these people were completely disloyal to him. In order to address this, Cheng Dale contemplated the need to somehow appease and make them loyal to the Toad village. He considered those people stupid and needed to get used to them. Cheng Dale ordered Kinman to kick Liu's family members out. Kinman, without hesitation, agreed and leaped from the platform to face the Liu family. The man stated confidently, asserting to Kinman that he lacked the qualification to mess with him, but he vowed to teach Kinman a lesson. Recalling their storied past, the man mentioned their past, stating that they had been on the seas, where they had spent decades, making the pirates tremble with fear. He expressed that Kinman might not have heard about them in the mountains and asserted that they thought Kinman was trying to mess with them. As the conversation carried on, other men chimed in, saying that they had been responsible for suppressing bandits in King New Mountain at first. They emphasized that there were currently no bandits to be found in the area. With a sudden burst of energy, Kinman initiated the confrontation by leaping toward the two men, landing a forceful punch to their stomachs. Kinman taunted them and exclaimed to bring it on. Kinman easily defeated them with his fist and taunted them by saying, "Have a taste of my fist." The people of Liu's family looked terrified while Ziyan commented on Kinman's strength, comparing it to the previous one with a spear, which was Xiao Yu. Kinman continued to stand confidently while he defeated Liu's family members lying on the ground. The elder man from the Liu family, introduced as Liu Muyun, just watched in disbelief without saying a word. Cheng Dale spoke and said that he was still standing there and questioned whether they thought the legend of the Toad King was fake. Liu Zhai approached Cheng Dalei and suggested that they leave. Cheng Dalei, without hesitation, agreed. In the afternoon of the same day, the Liu family was driven out of the Toad village. Cheng Dalei murmured that he was not as benevolent as simply handing them over to the Toad village. Angry, Zhu Shenji lamented that the people they had rescued were shameless and ungrateful for asking them to take over their village. Cheng Dalei then mumbled that since they live for their honor, they must also be prepared to die for that honor. He then told Qin Man to remove all the traps nearby because he didn't want to hurt them, and he also told Lin Xiaoyu to go follow them so that other bandits wouldn't hurt them. Cheng Dalei then informed them that the Liu family was branded with slave marks on their bodies, so they can't enter the city and that they have nowhere else to return to. He then ordered Huang Senyuan to relay his message to the people that their village began to recruit people and that those who wanted to join must meet certain standards and should be willing to abide by the rules. After some time, the slaves were resting in the forest beyond the mountain. When a child told his mother that he was hungry, she told him that he should sleep as he wouldn't be hungry when he fell asleep. A man groaned and was asked by his companions why he was crying like a kid. He answered that his legs were hurting. He then wondered why they had to go through it. Everyone then smelled something good that came from the fortress. A man believed that if they were on the Toad village side, they would have been given a full meal. Another man informed them that they were at the bandits' nest and if they stayed for some time and ate some of their rice, which they got through robbing innocents, they would never be able to forget the guilt. Another voice said that for their child, they couldn't endure it. Liu Mian then thought that his people were confused, and that some people preferred honor while others preferred banditry, claiming that it is no surprise that they are only servants of the Liu family. A man mumbled that he had a good meal yesterday, and another man stated that the things called chili were only eaten by nobles in the city. Liu Mian then believed that his people were in disarray and even if they went up the mountain, they would be used by the bandits. He then thought that they had no place left for them to return to and wondered how they could get out of their situation. Huang Senyuan arrived and informed them that tomorrow morning they would start recruiting people, and those who were interested could go to the village for assessment. Liu Mian wondered if it was also one of the Toad village plans. Meng Xian then informed Liu Mian that he had a plan but was unsure whether it would work. Liu Mian told him to speak up. He then explained his plan. Some of their people were very hungry, and if they placed them in front of the gate, he believed that Cheng Dalei would let them in. He went on to say that as soon as Cheng Dalei opened the door, they could send in some old and weak individuals and keep the strong ones for themselves so they could negotiate with Cheng Dalei later. Liu Mian then told Meng Xian that people with lofty ideals were benevolent and that they should not harm those benevolent individuals. Meanwhile, an injured man was asking the Toad village to open its door as he wanted to join them and become a bandit. Other servants wondered how the injured man could meet their ancestors in the afterlife after becoming a bandit. The injured man then told the Toad village that he was a lowly servant of the Liu family, and that the Liu family had been destroyed, and that he had become a slave and just wanted to live. The man then thought that they were once invited to the village politely and were offered living quarters and clean clothes, but they chose to refuse for the sake of their honor. He then added that they now wanted to kneel on the ground and knock on the door tirelessly, hoping that it would open. The man felt humiliated, as if bowing and crying would not be enough to get them to open the door, and that he would have to give up his dignity and honor as a human being. After a while, Cheng Dalei realized he respected the Liu family, but he didn't realize they understood human language, which is why he had to go to such lengths. He then believed that begging for food was worse than begging for life. Morning came, and the village door opened, which shocked the group of people. They asked to be taken in, as they wanted to join the Toad village. Cheng Dalei instructed everyone to line up, as the Toad village recruitment test had begun. Huang Senyuan then informed them that in order for them to join the Toad village, they must go through an interview and meet their conditions. A man yelled that he wanted to join the Toad village. Huang Senyuan asked the man for his name, to which the man answered that his name was Sun Ju. He then asked Sun Ju what his job was before, and Sun Ju answered that he used to cook for his master. Huang Senyuan noticed Sun Ju's injuries. Sun Ju responded that his leg was smashed by a heavy boulder and that he had enough strength to pull his weight. Huang Senyuan then told him that it was difficult for him to decide. Desperate, Sun Ju told Huang Senyuan that he could handle the hard labor and that his leg would not interfere with his work. Huang Senyuan then asked Cheng Dalei for his opinion. Cheng Dalei responded by allowing Sun Ju to join for the time being, with his level positioned in the C class. Sun Ju thanked Cheng Dalei and inquired about the third class. Cheng Dalei assured Sun Ju that he would learn about it in the future and told him to see someone to tend to his injuries first, and reminded him that if he didn't perform well, he would be kicked out. Lin Xiaoyu informed Cheng Dalei that Lu Heng brought a small group of people over from Loi City. Cheng Dalei then inquired about Lu Heng's whereabouts because he wanted to meet them. Cheng Dalei called Lu Heng and asked why he had returned when he was about to give the king a birthday present. Lu Heng responded that he was back after finishing his work. Cheng Dalei then asked him if his situation was not going well. Annoyed, Lu Heng told him that his job went well. In fact, Lu Heng's trip to Yuzhu City was not smooth, it was terrible. Yuzhu King Yang Longting was the actual ruler of the land, and Zhu Banquan urgently needed Yang Longting's support after his usurpation of the throne. However, there was one thing Zhu Banquan didn't know. 10 years ago, the Rong clan invaded, and Han Hu defended the lonely city, buying time for the reinforcements from the rear. And the person who led the reinforcement army at that time was the current Yuzhu king, Yang Longting. Han Hu and Yang Longting joined the army at the same time, fighting in small skirmishes for 3 years, and they were considered brothers. Yang Longting didn't know that Han Hu was dead until Lu Heng sent him gifts. He learned of his death only after that. Yang Longting accepted the birthday gift, but he killed Lu Heng's messenger. He let him go only so that he could inform Zhu Banquan. Meanwhile, Yang Longting sent troops to attack Haishicheng and spilled Zhu Banquan's blood near Han Hu's grave. As a matter of course, Lu Heng didn't tell Cheng Dale about his predicament, as he was suffering from a bigger misfortune. Lu Heng inquired of Cheng Dale why there were so many people in the mountain. Cheng Dale then informed Lu Heng that their Toad village was hiring and offered them favorable treatment, social security, and housing funds in exchange. He then asked if Lu Heng wanted to join them. Confused, Lu Heng assumed that he was Cheng Dale's enemy. It's not that he didn't want to kill him, but he couldn't turn him into a bandit. Cheng Dale sighed and told Lu Heng that anyone who wanted to pass through the Toad village must pay toll fees. Upset, Lu Heng asked Cheng Dale to be a little kind to them. Cheng Dale then told him that if they wanted to pass, they had to pay. He had a contract signed by City Master Zhu and asked Lu Heng not to make it a big deal. Lu Heng was becoming more annoyed and told Cheng Dale that they didn't have any money. Cheng Dale then informed him that money wasn't the issue and that he knew Lu Heng had a lot of money. He would take his money and their Toad village would provide him with an escort service. Lu Heng then reasoned that if the Toad village provided them with an escort, other bandits would think twice before attacking them. They couldn't provoke the Toad village again because they were dangerous. He then realized that he didn't have enough money. Cheng Dale then told him that if they didn't have any money, they could just leave 2 people in exchange. Lu Heng then thought that small mistakes lead to bigger misfortunes in the future. He took out a jade from his pocket and asked Cheng Dale if it would be enough for their toll fee. He promised that it would ensure his men returned home safely. Cheng Dale smiled and told Lu Heng that he would arrange for him to cross over the mountain safely. Lu Heng bowed and thanked Cheng Dale for his help, saying that they would meet again sometime. He then thought that the next time they met, they would be enemies. After some time, Huang Senyuan informed Cheng Dale that more than 50 people had joined the Toad village at the time, but there were now only 30 people left. Cheng Dale then ordered Huang Senyuan to close the stall. Meanwhile, one of the people told his companions that, in his opinion, Cheng Dale was still righteous. Another one mumbled that the Toad village never treated them badly, even redeeming them from slavery and providing food and lodging. The other retorted that it was because they refused Cheng Dale's generosity. Liu Mayan was listening to his companions and called them out. The next day, Liu Jihan called for Cheng Dale and asked if he could go down the mountain and talk to Liu Mayan and the others, as they were very grateful to him. Cheng Dale responded that he also wanted to talk to Liu Mayan. However, he was busy at the moment and couldn't waste another day. Liu Jihan felt dejected and walked out. Cheng Dale believed that Liu Mayan wanted him to lower his head so he could be satisfied. He then reasoned that he was afraid that at that time, Liu Mayan would have to come up by himself. In the evening, Liu Jihan came back and told Cheng Dale that the Liu family would like to dedicate her to him and that they only hoped, in return, he would be kind to the Liu family and take them in. Cheng Dale inquired as to what she meant by dedicating. Dedicated means that as long as Cheng Dale agrees, he could have ownership of Liu Jihan. And it doesn't mean that Liu Jihan would be Cheng Dale's wife or a concubine, but only an object to be used. Cheng Dale would fully possess Liu Jihan's body and mind, and he could order her to do any kind of thing he wanted, whether it was warming his bed or even selling her to someone else. Cheng Dale then wondered if the Liu family was out of options. That's why they were forced to exchange Liu Jihan for their safety. He thought that as long as he made a good relationship with them, the Liu family would not cause much trouble in order to save the face of the young lady. He then claimed that people always make rushed decisions when they're in panic, and that even though Liu Jihan was reduced to a slave, he shouldn't take advantage of the situation right at the time she was just being used as a bargaining chip. He believed that if he refused them, she would be in a worse situation inside the Liu family. Cheng Dale stood up and patted Liu Jihan's head and told her that he would take in the Liu family. The Liu family had come under the protection of the Toad village, and they were coming up the mountain in an endless stream. Meng Xian told Liu Mayan that they were now going up the mountain and that it was getting late, and he had not properly rested for some days. Liu Mayan agreed and told him that they would now start moving. After some time, Liu Mayan and Meng Xian arrived at the gate of the Toad village, which they then noticed by Cheng Dale. Liu Mayan made a stance, took off his headband, and yelled to their ancestors that he would now be coming to join them. He then bashed his head against the ground, which made Meng Xian and the others' jaws drop open wide. Cheng Dale then believed that there are such people in the world who would gladly die for their honor. He then asked Liu Mayan's lifeless body why he had to play the hero. The scholars must not be unyielding and should take responsibility for their people, not just die at their own will. The Liu family couldn't believe that Liu Mayan had killed himself. Cheng Dale believed that with Liu Mayan's death, hatred had taken root in their hearts, and that one day it would become a deadly poison. He then pondered how he could remove their hatred. Cheng Dale instilled fear in the people. He believed that fear points could also be obtained in that manner. Huang Senyuan asked for Cheng Dale's orders. Confused, Cheng Dale didn't know what to say in that situation. He then instructed Huang Senyuan to bury Liu Mayan's body, take the Liu family to their homes, and asked him to go to sleep. After some time, Chang Dalei had just come out of the shower and noticed Liu Zhihong in his room. He then asked her what she was doing in his room, which caused him to gain fear points. Stuttering, Liu Zhihong told him that she had prepared warm water for him and had been waiting for him to wash up. Chang Dalei retorted that Liu Zhihong might have misunderstood his intentions and told her to go back to her room. Still insistent, Liu Zhihong asked Chang Dalei if he didn't need company for the night. Chang Dalei sighed and told her that he didn't need anyone. Liu Zhihong asked him if he didn't like her body. Blushing, Chang Dalei then reasoned that Liu Zhihong was still young, although the marriage age for that era was 14 years old. He believed that he needed Liu Zhihong to leave or else he couldn't control himself. He then grabbed Liu Zhihong and thought that if she didn't leave he would leave instead. Liu Zhihong cried and told Chang Dalei that if he doesn't own her she doesn't have anything left to live for. Chang Dalei then retorted and told Liu Zhihong that she might have misunderstood something about them. Liu Zhihong took a huge needle and asked Chang Dalei if he didn't like her because she was in a brothel and she drank and danced with others. She then pointed the huge needle in her throat and mumbled that she deserved to die. Chang Dalei then explained that she misunderstood something and that he doesn't dislike her, she was simply too young, and asked her to put down the needle. Liu Zhihong pouted and told Chang Dalei that she was not young. She went on to say that she knew that Chang Dalei was an upright person and would never do anything bad to her. However, if he walked out of the room that night, others would think that he despised her. She then informed him that she had saved him when she was a slave. Chang Dalei then thought that what Liu Zhihong said was not totally wrong, and people at that time would believe in superstitions, which could cause problems for her. He then believed that it would work. Both Chang Dalei and Liu Zhihong lay in bed together. He then told Liu Zhihong that they were going to talk about it first and asked her not to come over secretly as he wouldn't tolerate it. Liu Zhihong called for Chang Dalei. He then asked if she was still not asleep. Liu Zhihong responded that she had never done anything to serve people. She then asked if he wanted her help with something. Chang Dalei mused that there was one thing she should pay attention to, drinking more milk in the future. She retorted that there were no cattle in the village. Chang Dalei then told her to eat more papaya, to which Liu Zhihong had no idea what a papaya was. He then told her to do more chest exercises, of which she had no idea. Chang Dalei then told her to sleep. After a while, Chang Dalei kept overthinking and wondered where he was, believing that it was the palace of the system. The system appeared, and she informed Chang Dalei that it had been a long time since she had seen him. Chang Dalei was curious about what the system was holding. The system told Chang Dalei not to mind minor things. She then informed Chang Dalei that now he could upgrade the village to level 2 to access more options, as he had reached 10,000 fear points. Chang Dalei couldn't believe it and responded that he had just recently made the Liu family join the Toad village, and there were a total of 98 people in the village, while a total of 100 was required to upgrade it to level 2. A system notification popped up, to which Chang Dalei read that if he had less than 100 population, he couldn't access the feature. He then asked the system why everything was so difficult to make. The system responded that the requirements for primary structures were simple, while complex structures required higher levels. Chang Dalei was upset and told the system that she hadn't mentioned it before, believing that maybe she didn't even know about it. The system giggled and asked Chang Dalei to give her a few minutes, and she would help him activate the banner skills in advance. The magic card then activated. She then informed Chang Dalei that the recruiting skill cooldown was extremely long and changed with his village reputation. A flag with an image of a toad appeared, and the recruitment was open for grade C. The next day, a person informed Chang Dalei that 2 people had come to join them and were waiting near the gate. Chang Dalei greeted the 2 strangers and told them that joining his toad village was a great honor for both of them, and that he was naturally honored too. Liao Jia and Liao Yi both greeted Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei then thought that there were 2 heroes in one system window and that their skills were good enough. He then believed that it could be because his recruiting skill level was too low and wondered if he could recruit more powerful heroes if the banner skills increased. Chang Dalei assigned Huang Senyuan to sign Liao Jia and Liao Yi, informing them that they would be part of their family starting that day. A notification from the system appeared, stating that Chang Dalei's mission was complete and he had now gained 1 prize draw, and asked if he wanted to draw it. He then mumbled that the village level comes first and asked the system to call the system spirit. The system spirit appeared and informed Chang Dalei that the world channel building was complete. She then told him that he could now call a hero which was not available in that world from the channel, but it would cost him 10,000 fear points for once. Chang Dalei pondered how long it would take to accumulate 10,000 fear points. The system assured Chang Dalei that if his reputation improves, the speed of collecting points would also increase. World channel development completed, the reality rewrite logic chain repair, and the paradox of space and time have been corrected, and the barrier stability open channels started connecting. The system then told Chang Dalei that the stars from different space and time would cross the world and come to his side. She then snapped her fingers, breaking the chain. The system then told him to lead them and create his own legend during tough times. A system notification appeared, stating that the world channel development had been completed, and the village had been upgraded to a secondary village. It cost him 10,000 fear points in 1 call, and he got 1 random hero. Another system notification stated that the village upgrade was completed and all the village skills were upgraded. The system upgraded Toad Village to level 3. And the owner's level increased by 1. With each Toad Village improvement, the owner would be rewarded with one random skill. The system then asked Cheng Dale if he wanted to draw the lottery as she had just finished. Cheng Dale then opened his profile and noticed his eloquent skill, which piqued his curiosity. He also wondered if his speaking ability increased his capacity to debate or deceive. He then mumbled that the first scenario was similar to Prime Minister Zhuge, who started speaking before the battle and stated that he had never seen such a brave man. At that moment, Wang Sidu burped. Throughout the battle, Prime Minister Zhuge continued talking incessantly, while Wang Sidu surrendered even before the fight began. Cheng Dale asked the system if it was that kind of skill. The system responded that it depended on how he would use it, and asked if it wasn't a great skill. Cheng Dale mumbled that he wanted to summon a hero, but the 10,000 fear points were equivalent to all the development costs. He then set his thoughts aside and told the system to draw the lottery. The system excitedly summoned the gacha machine. Meanwhile, below the Toad Village, Xiao Dai thought that Su Ying was also contemplating something, and she was taking all those actions because of Cheng Dale. Now that something had happened, she asked Xiao Dai to find Cheng Dale. Despite the destruction of the Huang family, Su Ying also faced immense hatred but believed that it was not her fault. Xiao Dai added that their master had also expelled Su Ying from the house, providing her only with a restaurant business for support. She sighed and reasoned that Su Ying, being a princess, had to disguise herself in women's clothing and wear a black veil when going outside. She further explained that the restaurant business was extremely poor and couldn't support her at all. Additionally, there were usually troublemakers in the restaurant who tried to sabotage their business. Xiao Dai believed that Cheng Dale was at fault and wondered if he could actually help Su Ying, as she herself had requested to find him. Meanwhile, the system powered up and hit the gacha machine, causing a golden ball to appear. Cheng Dale became curious about the golden ball. The system then mumbled that she had done a great job. Cheng Dale took the golden ball, which produced a massive fire, and a weapon appeared in his hand. A system notification popped up, congratulating Cheng Dale on acquiring the Ghostface axe. The system then informed him that the Ghostface axe weighs 108 kilograms and was made by the legendary smith Magiakun, with an additional passion skill. Cheng Dale tried to lift the axe, which caused him to drop to the ground as it was so heavy. He then thought that the axe should be a huge improvement over his previous one. However, he couldn't lift his new axe. He then believed that he had to find a way to increase his strength and that, for the time being, he could only leave it. The only thing he could do was scare people with it. After spending some time in the Toad Village, Liu Zhiheng asked Cheng Dale if he was hungry and whether he wanted her to cook something for him. Cheng Dale responded that he was not hungry at the moment and asked her about the women's gymnastics he had taught her. Liu Zhiheng informed him that she had been practicing a lot. Cheng Dale then asked her to show him how much she had practiced, to which she agreed. She then grabbed her coat, turned around, and asked Cheng Dale about its use. Cheng Dale informed her that it was for her to stay healthy, never laze around during workouts, and that there are people in the world who are less privileged than her but work harder than her. He then advised her to eat well in the future and mentioned that the most important thing for her at her age was development. Blushing, Liu Zhiheng told him that she would work hard. The door opened, and a person appeared. Xiao Dai asked what they were doing. The Liu family and Su family were friends with each other, and the young misses from both families were already very close friends. Cheng Dale realized that it was Xiao Dai and wondered why she was there. Doubtful, Xiao Dai asked Cheng Dale why Liu Zhiheng was present. Xiao Dai then stared menacingly and noticed that there were 2 futons on the bed. Liu Zhiheng poured tea for Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai then informed Cheng Dale that Su Ying was thinking about him and commented that he looked happy. Cheng Dale smiled, mumbling that Su Ying also missed him, and asked Xiao Dai how she was. Xiao Dai felt depressed and informed Cheng Dale that Su Ying was in a difficult situation at the moment and that he could see it for himself. She then handed him a paper. Cheng Dale told Xiao Dai that he would send someone to Luo City to pick her up. Annoyed, Xiao Dai asked Cheng Dale if he considered Su Ying just another beautiful girl, and stated that she would never join a bandit like him. She went on to say that the last time he attacked the Huang family, the whole city was searching for him and that he couldn't enter the city at all. Cheng Dale sighed, and then the system told him that the 3rd stage of the young Mrs. mission had been activated, stating that he should help Su Ying run a restaurant and become the #1 richest person in Loi City. Cheng Dale then asked Liu Zhiheng to call Huang Senyuan, Liao Jian, and Liao Yi, to which Liu Zhiheng obliged. Cheng Dale smirked, which prompted Xiao Dai to question him. He then walked closer to Xiao Dai, who asked him what he was doing. He leaned closer and called her name. Terrified, Xiao Dai suspected that the reason Liu Zhiheng was sent away was to take advantage of her, prompting her to believe that Cheng Dale had finally revealed his true face. Cheng Dale handed silver to Xiao Dai and told her to use it to buy herself new clothes, asking her not to tell Su Ying about his situation. Xiao Dai sighed in relief. Huang Senyuan arrived with the others and wondered what was going on. Cheng Dale asked him how much cash their village had at the time. Huang Senyuan answered that there were 122 taels of silver. Cheng Dalei asked him to bring 100 taels and give it to Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai thought it was too much. He then assured Xiao Dai to take the silver and asked her to go to the warehouse with Huang Senyuan to get it, mentioning that there was silk and satin inside that she could choose and give to Su Ying. Xiao Dai agreed. Cheng Dalei then called Liao Jia and Liao Yi and asked them if there was a bounty on their heads. Liao Jia responded that they didn't get the chance to commit crimes. Liao Yi joined in and assured Cheng Dalei that the next time they got the opportunity, they would do 1 or 2 earth-shattering cases. Concerned, Cheng Dalei asked the system if the 2 brothers were right in the head. He then proceeded to tell them that he would assign them to protect someone from Loi City, someone who would be his future wife. They then told Cheng Dalei not to worry, as they would not let any harm befall his future wife. Annoyed, Cheng Dalei asked them what they would do if someone bullied their future sister-in-law. The Liao brothers didn't answer, and Cheng Dalei told them to squeeze their blood dry. Liao Jia asked him if killing them wouldn't be enough. Time passed, and Cheng Dalei requested Liu Zhihong to prepare a pen and ink and started writing his business experiences that he remembered from his previous life. Xiao Dai would deliver them to Su Ying. As he couldn't write in his current world, he asked Liu Zhihong to write it for him. Xiao Dai took the gifts and rushed back, with Cheng Dalei personally escorting her until the gates of Loi City were in sight. Meanwhile, store owners in Loi City were attempting to sell their products. Su Ying was writing her income and expenditure and thought that although her store was in a good location, there was a lot of competition with Sihelu Restaurant. A man thought that Su Ying covered her face with a veil even when she was doing business against him. Lai Dadu, the Sihelu restaurant owner, then thought that Su Sihai was seriously ill and would not live for a long time, and as long as Su Ying could be driven out of Loi City, the Su family would be given the name of Lai starting then. He then smirked and claimed that Su Ying was the daughter after all and wondered how long she could live there. A group of men entered Su Ying's restaurant and inquired about her decision to sell her restaurant. Su Ying responded that she had already told them that she would never sell her restaurant to them. The man retorted that he recommended she not be so stubborn and that it was a men's world, not something a weak girl like her could handle alone. Su Ying then told them to get out as they would be closing soon. The other man declined, saying they came to drink and that she didn't have any reason for saying such things to customers like them. Su Ying clenched her brush as she couldn't do anything. She then asked her servant to pour some wine for their customers. The servant poured wine into the customers' cups and apologized for making them wait. The man threw the cup and couldn't believe that a lowly servant served him wine when he wanted Su Ying to pour him a drink. Su Ying was watching what happened. The man then told Su Ying that he had heard she had a pretty face behind her veil, and that he would be going to see what's behind her veil at that time. His other companion stated that Su Ying had been violated by bandits and was still pretending to be a virgin. Liao Jia and Liao Yi arrived and took a jar and bashed it on the man's head, which spooked the other two. They then walked closer to the man and ran with a knife in their hands. When they caught them, they threw them out of Su Ying's restaurant. Liao Jia then told them that if they ever came back, it would not just end with him breaking their legs and arms, while Liao Yi told them to get out. Su Ying looked concerned about the occurrences. Liao Jia then apologized to Su Ying for coming late. Xiao Dai arrived and asked Su Ying if she was alright. Su Ying inquired of Xiao Dai why she had brought Liao Jia and Liao Yi. Xiao Dai then told her that Liao Jia and Liao Yi were the people that Cheng Dalei had sent, and also gave them 100 taels of silver and some goods. Liao Jia then informed her that Cheng Dalei ordered them to protect her, and if she had any task, they would complete it. Su Ying then told them that it was not convenient for them to talk there. She ordered Liao Jia and Liao Yi to move the goods first, and they would talk after that. She then asked Xiao Dai if there were any problems during her trip. Xiao Dai responded that she didn't have any trouble, and that she encountered some bandits along the way. However, once she mentioned that she came to seek help from the Toad village, they didn't dare to touch her. Su Ying was relieved that Xiao Dai was alright. Xiao Dai also informed Su Ying that Cheng Dalei wrote a letter for her. Su Ying realized that it was a woman's handwriting. Xiao Dai then told her that she had a very sharp intuition. Su Ying inquired of Xiao Dai about what transpired during her journey. Surprisingly, Xiao Dai believed Cheng Dalei. However, she did not know what actually happened as she only saw 2 beds in the room. And it would not be a big problem even if Su Ying really knew that Liu Zhihan was a slave to Cheng Dalei. However, Cheng Dalei was so close to Su Ying, and it could cause a problem later. Su Ying sighed as she couldn't believe Cheng Dalei. Moments had passed as Su Ying read Cheng Dalei's letter. Xiao Dai told Su Ying that with the silver Cheng Dalei sent, the restaurant could be renovated. She also mentioned that the chilies he sent were very popular. Su Ying wondered what Hudy fish was. After some time, in the mainland, Lin Sheiyu guided the Liu family in training. They were teaching nothing more than running, punching, and running again. They wore uniform clothing and performed boring and repetitive training. They had to shout some meaningless words during their training, the meanings of which they didn't even know. 7 days later, the Liu family began to show signs of change and became more well-mannered. Liu Zhihang called Sun Jiu as Cheng Dalei was looking for him. He responded that he would be there in a minute. He wondered why Cheng Dale always sought him out to talk about things he had never heard before, such as kung pao chicken, fish flavor goat, hot pot, and other dishes. He claimed that it was going to be a serious discussion when Cheng Dale looked for him again. Sun Ju arrived at Cheng Dale's office and asked if he was looking for him. Cheng Dale then asked him if he had ever heard of bread. Sun Ju stated that he had never heard of bread before. Cheng Dale then explained that its shape was like a square of sorts, but it could also be round. It was made by fermenting flour, adding salt, and then baking it. He showed a drawing of a piece of bread, and Sun Ju thought it looked like cake. Cheng Dale told him that it was not cake and that it was much bigger and softer than a cake. Sun Ju guessed if it was a steamed cake, to which Cheng Dale responded that it was bigger than a steamed cake. Sun Ju then admitted that Cheng Dale was more knowledgeable than him, as he had never heard of bread. Cheng Dale told Sun Ju that he must first make the oven and add fermented wheat flour into it. He then explained further how to make bread. Cheng Dale mumbled that the key to making bread was an oven and that they would need to make one first. A few moments later, they went to the kitchen. Cheng Dale then told them that they couldn't make bread like they made steamed cake. Cheng Dale struggled to remember the contents of the recipe used for making bread and that the method of making bread was not that simple, and making bread in the oven requires a little skill. Sometimes the bread is burnt, and other times it is undercooked. After several failures, the first batch of properly cooked bread was made. Cheng Dale then told Liu Jihan to try the bread with some ground honey. Liu Jihan took a bite and stated that it was good and that Cheng Dale must also try it. Cheng Dale then told them that they should study next how to make the bottom of the pot. At some point on that day, the entire Toad village tried the new type of food called bread. The unique taste was very popular with everyone, especially with children. Meanwhile, in Loi City, Su Ying asked the man if it really was impossible to hire people and that salary wasn't the problem. A man responded that at the time, salary was no longer a matter of concern, and even if he took money from her, he couldn't hire people and that no one wanted to work in her restaurant. He went on to say that his mother was very old and he was ill, and he didn't think that he could serve her again in the future. Su Ying was curious if the shop manager wanted to leave and if there was any problem. She had enough money to solve it. The shop manager told Su Ying that he regretted leaving her, so he didn't want any money. Su Ying insisted that he was also a family member of the Su family and that if he wanted to go, she would not hold him any longer. She then told him to come to her office to receive his salary. The shop manager asked Su Ying not to force him as he wanted to leave. Su Ying then couldn't do anything. Lai Dadu observed from his window what was happening between Su Ying and her shop manager. The shop manager then bid farewell to Su Ying. Su Ying then realized that she had been forced out of the Su family's house and was given a rundown restaurant. She believed that they must be there to cause some trouble again, as they never gave up. Xiao Dai asked Su Ying if she wanted her to go to the market and try to find new workers. Su Ying then told Xiao Dai that there was no need for her to go, as no one would agree to work for them. Xiao Dai was wondering and asked Su Ying what they should do. Sun Ju arrived and asked if she was Su Ying. Su Ying agreed and asked Sun Ju who he was. Sun Ju then told his companion to come out, as they had already arrived. He then introduced himself to Su Ying. Embarrassed, Su Ying told him to stop calling her sister-in-law in the future. Sun Ju responded that if she needed anything, she shouldn't hesitate to ask them. Su Ying covered her face in embarrassment. Meanwhile, at the Seilu restaurant, Lai Dadu wondered where Su Ying got the money to renovate and reopen her restaurant that day. He then believed that Su Ying must be good at using underhanded methods to obtain money from rich people and claimed that it would not affect his business. He then instructed his waiter to go to the restaurants across the street and inquire if they could lend them chairs since their restaurant had many customers. The waiter responded that he didn't think they would let them borrow their chairs. Lai Dadu laughed and told the waiter that it didn't matter if they agreed or not. He informed them that they didn't need their chairs as they had no customers. He then greeted the Honorable Zhang and invited him inside his restaurant, as he had been waiting for him since morning. Honorable Zhang told Lai Dadu that he wanted a private room and to serve all of his special dishes for his friends, as they had all come from different cities. One of Zhang's companions mumbled that he had heard that the dishes at Lai Dadu's restaurant were all unique. He personally came to check if it was true or just a rumor. Lai Dadu then informed them that he had prepared a room for them on the second floor and asked them to proceed, as he would prepare their order. He then informed Honorable Zhang that the chili they used in their dishes was their specialty made in Loi City, and that they only used fresh ingredients. One of Lai Dadu's servants informed him that there was a problem. Lai Dadu asked him what was wrong. The servant informed him that their chili was out of stock, to which Lai Dadu was shocked and wondered how it happened. The servant told him that their customers mostly came to their restaurant for their special dishes. Upset, Lai Dadu then thought Su Ying was arrogant and definitely had an idea about it. He then informed Mr. Zhang that their chili stock had run out and asked him if he wanted to change his order. Mr. Zhang told him not to worry, as he understood that chili was expensive and he was the only one who sold dishes made with chili. He reassured Lai Dadu that he didn't need to worry and that he would pay him as much as he wanted. Lai Dadu then told Mr. Zhang that he was not trying to increase the price and was telling him the truth that they had run out of stock of chilies. Upset, Mr. Zhang believed that Lai Dadu's restaurant was doing great business. He then smelled something and wondered what the fragrance was. He then told Lai Dadu that it smelled of chilies and wondered if he was trying to fool him. Lai Dadu was confused and told Mr. Zhang that the smell wasn't coming from their restaurant. He then wondered where the source of the odor was. Xiao Dai was yelling that Hudi Fishing was open, and new customers could enjoy a 20% discount, and there were also snacks to eat. Mr. Zhang told his companions that they should go to Su Ying's restaurant and check it out. Anxious, Lai Dadu asked Mr. Zhang not to leave as he would serve him and his friends vinegar-flavored fish, which was their signature dish. He then asked his other customers not to leave. Xiao Dai was all cheerful as she saw a huge wave of customers. She then noticed Lai Dadu mumbling something about telling his customers to leave and how they wished they had eaten at his restaurant instead. Xiao Dai then asked Lai Dadu if she could borrow some of their chairs as they had a lot of customers at the time and they didn't have enough seats for everybody. Enraged, Lai Dadu told Xiao Dai that he would never let them lend any chairs. Xiao Dai responded that if he didn't want to lend them chairs, he could have just declined, as there was no need to shout, and realized that he didn't have any customers that day. Lai Dadu was caught off guard by what Xiao Dai said. Meanwhile, at the Toad Village, Cheng Dale asked Liao Jia if the situation over Loi City was okay and if she ever missed him. Liao Jia then told him that Su Ying wrote him a letter and ordered him to deliver it to him personally. Cheng Dale then asked Liu Jihan to read Su Ying's letter to him. The letter that Su Ying sent had only 4 to 6 lines, and in the letter, Su Ying did her best to express her gratitude towards Cheng Dale. She was very grateful for the recipes and other things he sent. She also mentioned that she was happy to hear that he had a lovely girl with him and hoped he would have a good relationship for 100 years. If one day she could meet Liu Jihan again, she would personally congratulate her. Cheng Dale then mumbled that the words in Su Ying's letter clearly conveyed killing intentions and raised questions about women. He then asked for a pen and ink to write a response letter himself. Liu Jihan asked Cheng Dale if he didn't need her to write the letter at the moment. Cheng Dale told her that she could do it next time. He then let the messenger pigeon fly and thanked Liao Jia for his hard work. He asked Liao Jia to go back and bring Su Ying's reply to him. If there was a problem in Loi City, he should let him know. Liao Jia obliged and asked Cheng Dale why he didn't let him deliver the letter to Su Ying. Cheng Dale was speechless in response to Liao Jia's question. After some time, the messenger pigeon flew into the city and arrived at Su Ying's window. Su Ying caught the bird and took the letter it had. She wanted to know what Cheng Dale's justification was. Her eyes grew wide open after reading the contents of Cheng Dale's letter. Su Ying was perplexed, wondering what he was doing and why the carrier pigeon was there to contact her in case of an emergency, and she couldn't believe he had only sent her 3 words. She then wondered what Cheng Dale was doing and whether he wanted her to say yes. Xiao Dai arrived and told her that Cheng Dale had sent her another letter. Xiao Dai was curious about what Cheng Dale had written in his letter, to which Su Ying replied that she didn't know because she hadn't seen it yet. Su Ying's head was full of confusion as Cheng Dale's letter had only 1 word in it. Another pigeon carrier arrived carrying a message asking if Su Ying had already taken a shower. She then mumbled that it seemed that Xiao Dai had to go personally and bring carrier pigeons to raise over the Toad Village. Meanwhile, people in front of Su Ying's restaurant were debating why there were so many people crammed together and wondering if there was free money there. One person in the crowd said that if they didn't know it yet, Hai Dai Lao opened the day before and was crowded with people, and if they didn't come earlier, there would be no more seats. Su Ying's customers were very cheerful. Sun Ju then told one of Su Ying's employees to remember not to rush and to be polite to their customers, as the hot pot she was holding was hot and she had to take her time slowly. Xiao Dai rushed to serve the customers, which resulted in her tripping. Anxious, Sun Ju yelled that he had just advised them to be careful. Meanwhile, Lai Dadu consulted his little sister that things in his restaurant were bad and that Su Ying's business was booming across the street. Lai Dadu's sister then mumbled that Su Ying's shabby restaurant had been abandoned for a long time. She then reasoned that business suddenly came when it got into Su Ying's hands and wondered if she was the reincarnation of Tao Zhugong. Lai Dadu then informed her that if she wanted to eat at Su Ying's restaurant, she had to line up long in advance. However, people would still rather queue up than come to their building to eat. She then thought that Lai Dadu was a rip-off and impossible to get rid of. Lai Dadu asked his little sister to think of a solution because if it continued, their Si Hai Long would be the first to close. She then told Lai Dadu that he was useless for not being able to make the business in their restaurant boom. Moreover, he couldn't even mess up other people's business. She then asked him to find Du Mao. Since it was easier to raise the devil than to control him, Lai Dadu, who was perspiring, suggested that his younger sister call Du Mao. He also questioned whether they genuinely desired to get involved with him. She retorted that professionals handle professional affairs and Du Mao only wanted money, which they would give him. Later that day, Lai Dadu stood up in front of a huge gate. Sweating heavily, he knocked on the gate and someone opened it from behind. A man with a threatening demeanor asked what his business was. Lai told him that he was looking for Du Mao. He was then told to come inside. The man called Du Man as they were moving through the yard to inform him that his friend from Yuzhou would be arriving in 2 days and that he had been asked to take care of him. A voice asked what line of work it was. Another voice said that on the sea, he robbed a batch of goods and intended to stay there out of sight. He mentioned having a lot of stuff. A crowd of onlookers gathered around Lai Dadu as he walked, and Du Mao, a man with red hair, was sitting beneath the tree. Lai Dadu then showed his offering and told Du Mao that it was a reward for a little help. Gold came pouring out of Lai Dadu's gift, which made Du Mao's man smile. Du Mao stared at Lai Dadu and ordered one of his men to get it done for them. Ba then happily agreed and told Du Mao to watch him. After some time, Du Mao's men arrived at Su Ying's restaurant and murmured that her business was pretty good, saying that they would go inside to check it out. One of Ba's companions asked him if their food was as good as the rumors suggested. Ba then informed them that they had traveled all over the world and had already tasted dragon liver and phoenix marrow. He wondered what they had not yet tried. He then informed them that they were not in a hurry and would first taste their food before proceeding with their work. Ba's men asked him to excuse them as they ate first. Ba then asked their servers to serve them more meat. A huge number of plates were piled up, and Ba informed his men that they had plenty of food and now they were going to start their business there. He then threw a rat onto their food and exclaimed that it was no wonder the soup tasted great, as it was boiled with rat meat. People turned to look at them. Liao Jia then told Ba that his trick was old, as they seemed to have poor eyesight, claiming that he had eaten rats after finishing their food. Ba retorted that his eyesight had not been good since he was a kid and that he had already eaten half of the mouse. Liao Yi responded that the rat in the pot was clearly untouched. Ba then took the rat out and stated that they would have to accept it as half finished if he said so, and asked if they would challenge him. Liao Jia and Liao Yi then labeled them as rascals. A voice then commanded them to close the doors and draw their weapons. A large group of people stood up and armed themselves. Sweating, Ba and his companion bowed, acknowledging that they could beat them if they wished, as they had misspoken, and even mentioned that they wouldn't need to bury them if they died from the beating, as it would be their own fault. He went on to say that if they couldn't beat them to death, they must compensate for every punch and kick by giving them silver. His companion pleaded not to be hit. Liao Jia then asked Su Ying what they should do to Ba and his men. Su Ying responded that they couldn't afford to beat someone and that they had just opened their store without the intention to harm the guests. Ba and his companion quickly ran and told them that within 3 days, they should close their restaurant and leave Loi City if they didn't want anything to happen. Xiao Dai and Liao Yi was left speechless. A man then told them that they were going to see who dared to come into their restaurant. Meanwhile, Lai Dadu's employee told him that the manure vehicle was blocking Su Ying's restaurant, and it turned out it was blocking theirs too, resulting in no business. He then told him that when they go bankrupt and leave, they would no longer have to worry about not having any business, and that he didn't need to be afraid of it. However, a few days later, the culprits who were blocking the door with the manure vehicle were caught. The culprits were beaten, to which Xiao Dai told Su Ying that great thieves hang out with the little ones and that they were going to confront them. Meanwhile, at the Toad Village, Liao Jia reported to Cheng Dale that Du Mao was crazy enough to tell them to close the store, and if it wasn't closed within 3 days, he would bring people to destroy their building. He continued by saying that while he and his brother Liao Yi were not afraid of Du Mao, they were only concerned that Cheng Dale's business would not succeed, and that they just held their breath in their hearts, waiting for his decision. Zhu Shenji then informed Cheng Dale that he may not know who Du Mao was, he was no ordinary person. Cheng Dale then asked what he meant. Zhu Shenji proceeded to inform him that Du Mao once got drunk and beat a fierce tiger to death with his bare fists, and he also had a dozen villains in the city. When they had nothing else to do, they would train together in martial arts. Cheng Dale then humorously responded, no wonder he was called Du Mao if he beat a fierce tiger to death with his bare fists. Zhu Shenji then told him that some people had joined Du Mao over time, and everyone was recruited. Therefore, he had a high reputation in the business world, and people nicknamed him the Lazy Bug. And in Loi Town, not even the government would dare to touch him, and many people were proud to befriend Du Mao. As long as they managed to build a relationship with him, the mountain bandits wouldn't rob them. Liu Zhai was having a cup of wine, which she thought smelled nice. Cheng Dale then asked him if he couldn't move Du Mao's heart, given that he was so powerful. Zhu Shenji then assured Cheng Dale that he didn't need to worry and that the matter was quite simple if he were to be asked. Liu Jihan took a sip of the wine. He then told Cheng Dale that Gao Feihu and Du Mao had a great relationship and that the two called each other brothers. Every time Gao Feihu enters the town, he is received by Du Mao, and they just need to trust Gao Feihu's reputation to meet Du Mao, things could be solved. Cheng Dale then ordered him to go to Gao Feihu's fortress and ask him for help. Liu Jihan got drunk after a sip of the wine, causing her to fall asleep. Cheng Dale then pondered why Liu Jihan had been sneaking sips of freshly brewed wine. Later on that day, at the Tiger Village, Zhu Shenji arrived and asked Gao Feihu for help, as he was in a rough situation because of Du Mao. Gao Feihu responded that Cheng Dale had robbed Lu Heng to bring honor to Qin Niu Mountain, and helping Zhu Shenji would be a way to return the favor. He then informed him that his second brother would go with them. The next day, at the gate of Loi City, Qin Man then asked Gao Feihu's brother if there was any problem with his relationship with Du Mao. The second person in charge responded that he didn't even need to come in person, as passing him a message would be enough for them to get it done. He then asked one of Du Mao's men to tell his boss that Gao Fei Bao was visiting. Du Mao's men then told them to wait, as Du Mao was resting. One of Du Mao's men then noticed Gao Fei Bao and asked why he came and if he wanted to drink flower wine. Another man said that he should be careful of them, as they would judge his head to be worth 120 silver at the time. Gao Fei Bao then told them not to talk nonsense and asked where Du Mao was, as he had something to ask him. He was then informed by Du Mao's men that Du Mao was drunk and taking a nap inside and asked him to wait for a while. They then noticed Zhu Shenji and Qin Man and asked them about their origin and if they were new in the Feihu village, as they didn't look familiar. Gao Feihu then told them that they were friends from the Toad village and introduced Zhu Shenji. A man then became familiar with Zhu Shenji's name, who had a nickname, Jade-Faced Scholar, and it was said that he was behind the masterful plans for Toad Village's recent hard battles. Another man said that Zhu Shenji's name sounded extraordinary and wondered if he was real or fake. One of Du Mao's men then asked Gao Fei Bao what his thoughts were on how many villages they would be able to beat, and if the Toad village was so capable. Zhu Shenji mused that it was not easy for him to say. The man then told him what he was worried about and that he could say it with courage if it was hard for him to tell them. Zhu Shenji then threateningly told them that his only concern was that there were too few of them, as they didn't have enough to kill. Du Mao's men were left speechless. Later on, Zhu Shenji was introduced to Du Mao. Du Mao stood up, and Qin Man then told him that their village had asked him to visit and build friendship with him. He then offered him a Buddha statue, to which Du Mao said that he didn't pray to Buddha and didn't even burn incense. He wondered why Cheng Dale sent him a Buddha statue. Du Mao then told Qin Man to take it back, as he had no shortage of friends. He went on to say that dogs had different paths to follow than tigers and that he was not on the same path as the Toad village. Gao Fei Bao then asked Du Mao that at the moment, it was for Gao Feihu's honor. Zhu Shenji stopped the upset Gao Fei Bao and responded to Du Mao's mockery, saying that although dogs have a different path to follow than tigers, mountains and rivers are crossed, and sometimes it's inevitable for them to meet again. He then mocked Du Mao, saying that they would see who's the dog and tiger when the time arrives. Du Mao then told them not to leave empty-handed after visiting and grabbed a huge metal object, throwing it towards Zhu Shenji's group. Qin Man noticed and turned around to catch the metal as he was pushed back by its force. Gao Fei Bao asked Du Mao what he was doing. Zhu Shenji then told Du Mao that they had a long way to go, and it was not convenient for them to bring heavy things. He then asked Qin Man to return the metal. Qin Man threw the metal back, which was caught by Du Mao easily. Du Mao then wished them a good trip. After a while, Gao Fei Bao then told them that Du Mao was too crazy, having so much pride in being almighty on his own. He then complimented Zhu Shenji, saying that even if it's not noticeable, he does have decent skills, to which Zhu Shenji responded that he was too humble. Zhu Shenji then asked Qin Man what was troubling him. Qin Man retorted that he had been careless in causing his arm injury. They then arrived at the Toad village, and Cheng Dale inquired Qin Man about how good Du Mao was in a fight. Qin Man responded that Du Mao was not weaker than him and that it was indeed true that he had the ability to fight tigers. Zhu Shenji then informed Cheng Dale that at the time, thanks to Qin Man's skills, they had escaped. He went on to say that Du Mao also had no respect for them, as he didn't take them seriously. He said that Cheng Dale was a dog, and he was a tiger, and tigers wouldn't be friends with dogs. Huang Xinyuan also told Cheng Dale that it was never too late for him to take revenge, but at the moment, it was not the time to deal with Du Mao. He expressed his opinion to hold back for now and wait for an opportunity to get rid of Du Mao. Annoyed, Cheng Dale responded that they didn't look like gentlemen, and if Du Mao was annoying, they would beat him. Then, he thought that they were being overly friendly and wouldn't tolerate what Du Mao had done. Huang Xinyuan was concerned and told Cheng Dale that they couldn't fight with their current strength unless he had an idea. Cheng Dale then told them to get ready as he would personally go into town. Later, Gao Fei Bao complained to Gao Feihu about how Du Mao would have treated them with respect if they had visited him, instead of being treated like trash. He continued by saying that Du Mao no longer regarded them as friends and was different from before. Gao Feihu told him to shut up as he was mumbling like a coward. One of Gao Feihu's lackeys told him that Du Mao was disrespectful because of Toad Village, as its reputation wasn't small. Gao Feihu asked Gao Fei Bao for their opinion on Toad Village. Gao Fei Bao believed that with Cheng Dale's temper, they would end up in a fight. Gao Feihu smiled and wondered what Cheng Dale would use to fight Du Mao, as they already had an idea of how skillful Du Mao was. The man suggested to Gao Feihu that it might be a good idea to take advantage of the situation and use Du Mao to bring down Toad Village. And if Toad Village lost, they would know how to act in the future. At Toad Village, Qin Man questioned Cheng Dale about whether or not he really wanted to go with him to Loi City. Cheng Dale responded that he had already met with Du Mao and that it was not convenient for him to show his face again. Qin Man informed him that his wanted posters were still hanging at the town gate. In response, Cheng Dale said that he chose people with no bounties and a certain amount of fighting prowess, and that they also needed to think of a way to infiltrate Loi City covertly. He got an idea and asked Qin Man to find some carpenters. Moments passed, and Cheng Dale's lackeys were speechless. Someone yelled that their Toad Village would face grief as it was not an option. Cheng Dale asked Zhu Shenji what was wrong with his plan to break the feudal superstition. Zhu Linger and Liu Jihan called Cheng Dale out of concern. After some time, a carriage arrived in front of the gate of Loi City. They were stopped by the guards and asked what they were doing there. The man said that his grandfather died outside and they had brought his body back to have his bones buried. One of the guards shot back, stating that the bandits were acting rebelliously at the time and doubted that they were not actual bandits trying to sneak into Loi City. He asked them to open the coffin as he wanted to check its contents. Huang Xinyuan offered the guards some bribe money, telling them that the coffin cannot be opened as it would bother the dead. The The guards accepted and decided to let them in, as they didn't want to disturb the dead, for which Huang Sanyuan thanked them. Moments later, they arrived at Su Ying's front door and ordered them to carry the coffin inside and never let anyone see it. Xiao Dai noticed and asked the men to leave. The coffin shook, and a hand appeared, making Su Ying and Xiao Dai hug each other in fear. Cheng Dale threw the coffin cover aside and stood up, wiping his clothes as he was sticky from being inside the coffin. He stepped out of the coffin and greeted Su Ying, as they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Su Ying, bewildered, asked Cheng Dale for the reason for his visit. Cheng Dale responded that if she had a problem, he wouldn't dare not to come, even if it is the most dangerous place. Su Ying informed him that living people who sleep inside coffins meet with misfortune. Cheng Dale ignored Su Ying and ordered his men not to put the coffin in Su Ying's courtyard, as it brings misfortune. He also asked them to bring the wine he had prepared, to which his men obliged. Blushing, Su Ying had a thought that she wanted to ask him about Liu Jihan and the note. However, she didn't know what to say in front of him and wondered what was wrong with her. Her eyes grew wide open as she felt flattered. She informed Cheng Dale that ever since they blocked her restaurant with a manure vehicle, she couldn't do a thing about it, even after several arrests. They just kept the door closed, and that it was no big deal to her, and she just let them be for a few days. When the time comes, they'll settle old debts and new ones together. Su Ying went on to say that with the few people he brought, she believed that they were no match for Du Mao, and she asked him if he could beat him. Cheng Dale reassured Su Ying and told her not to worry, as he already had a good plan. Still flattered, Su Ying turned around and ignored him. Confused, Cheng Dale wondered what was wrong with her. At Du Mao's residence, they were having a party. Du Mao chugged a jar of alcohol, which amazed his men with his capacity for drinking liquor. The other man informed the group that when Du Mao drinks one bowl of wine, his strength increases, and with 2 bowls of wine, his strength doubles. He added that when Du Mao is drunk, he reaches his full power. He further mentioned that if there were no good wine to cheer him up, it wouldn't have been as enjoyable when he fought the tiger in the past. A merchant came by and yelled that he had wine for sale. Du Mao wondered and asked Ba to see who was disturbing their fun. Ba stood up and agreed to Du Mao's order. He went outside and noticed a merchant selling a bowl of wine. The merchant was receiving complaints from his customers that his wine was expensive. Huang Senyuan told them that they were being unreasonable, as they had agreed beforehand that a bowl of wine would cost them 100, and those who couldn't drink 10 bowls in a row wouldn't have to pay. He pointed out that the customers obviously couldn't have done it and were trying to back out of their payment. An angry man told him that he didn't even pay when he ate at a restaurant in the city and asked him what was wrong with drinking one bowl of wine from him. Huang Senyuan asked them to be reasonable and pay for their drinks. The enraged man threatened him, saying that if he kept talking, he would beat him to death. Ba grabbed the angry man by his collar and told him that if he was an honorable man, he must admit when he had done something wrong and asked him to drink 10 bowls of wine. If he couldn't, he should pay for it. The angry man asked who Ba was and told him to drink 10 bowls himself if he had the capability. If he couldn't finish, he's a wimp. Enraged, Ba asked Huang Senyuan to give him a bowl of wine. Huang Senyuan poured him a bowl and told Ba to consider the bowl as his gift of thanks. Ba asked him if he meant that he couldn't afford his wine and that he could even pay for 10 bowls. Ba drank Huang Senyuan's wine, which made his eyes widen, and he thought that it was strong. Huang Senyuan told him that if he couldn't drink, he should not force himself as his wine was pretty strong. The man laughed and told Ba that he wimped out. Ba responded that he didn't wimp out and that the man was the one who wasn't capable of drinking it. He told Huang Senyuan that he'd take him to a place where someone is able to drink 10 bowls of wine and pointed towards Du Mao's residence, doubting if he dared to go with him. Huang Senyuan told him that he only had a small business. Ba told him that they were going to pay him every single penny and that he didn't need to be afraid. Huang Senyuan asked Ba if he could let his people accompany him as he was afraid to go inside. Ba responded that he'd show him what a real man looked like. They got inside Du Mao's residence. Du Mao told Ba that it would be enough if he got rid of them and asked him why he captured them. Ba told Du Mao that Huang Senyuan was a wine seller and that his wine cost 100 per bowl. If he could drink 10 bowls in a row, he wouldn't have to pay. Du Mao responded that he was interested and asked how good the wine was that made people overconfident. One of Du Mao's men told Ba that he had been drinking and that he couldn't handle the wine. Ba responded that he came across a good wine and wanted Du Mao to try, as he couldn't get drunk from Huang Senyuan's wine. The men told him to stop bragging as they knew his drinking capacity. The other man mumbled that he wanted to try Huang Senyuan's wine. He chugged the whole bowl and mumbled that his wine was nothing and asked Ba if the wine could stun him. Ba laughed and mocked the man, informing him that he only drank 3 bowls in a row. The man was fuming and stated that he just ate too much and was stuffed with food. He asked for another bowl. As the man chugged his second bowl of wine, Du Mao's men were cheering him on. The man couldn't finish the second bowl and fell asleep on the ground. He was made a laughingstock by his companions. Huang Senyuan continued to pour a bowl of wine as Du Mao's men came to chug it. They couldn't believe that his wine was so strong. A bowl dropped, breaking it. The man puked and mumbled that Huang Senyuan's wine was really strong. Du Mao's men were falling one by one, and they couldn't handle anymore, so they asked Du Mao to experience the wine. Huang Senyuan told them that they were just a small business and asked to be spared. Du Mao asked him if he thought they couldn't afford to pay him and also asked him to fill a bowl for him. He said that if Du Mao shoveled a little, he would pay with his head. Huang Senyuan filled a bowl and told Du Mao to take it easy as his wine is pretty strong. As Du Mao was chugging the bowl of wine, Ba told Huang Senyuan that Du Mao won't fall over from dizziness even after 1,000 bowls, and that when he fought the tiger in the past, he wouldn't believe that he would feel dizzy with only his wine. Du Mao's eyes grew wide as he felt how strong the wine was. Du Mao exhaled and mumbled that the wine was great. Ba ordered Huang Senyuan to fill another bowl for Du Mao as he was just beginning to feel something. Du Mao scolded Ba as Huang Senyuan didn't know anything. He asked Huang Senyuan to fill another bowl for him, to which he obliged. Du Mao chugged his second bowl of wine. As he was drinking, Ba was cheering for him. After he drank all of the wine, he coughed, which made Huang Senyuan advise him that if he couldn't drink anymore, he didn't have to pay, as he felt bad for asking him. Du Mao insisted on filling him another bowl of wine. Huang Senyuan thought that Du Mao was really a warrior when he thought of Cheng Dale. One bowl could already make him lie on the floor. After a few bowls of wine, Huang Senyuan offered Du Mao another bowl and asked him if he still wanted to drink. Fuming, Du Mao mumbled to fill the bowl up. Huang Senyuan advised him that he should stop if he doesn't want to burn incense and doesn't respect Buddha, as drinking too much wine increases his risk of death. Du Mao's eyes widened as he realized that the man was not a nobody as he dropped the bowl. Huang Senyuan ordered his men to attack. Cheng Dale and the rest of the Toad village appeared. He announced that they are doing business and no one who messes with them could leave. His companions were ordered to tie up Du Mao's men and attack him. Du Mao shouted and slapped one of Cheng Dale's lackeys and proceeded to attack the rest. Lin Xiaoyu leaped and attacked the drunk Du Mao. Du Mao grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's spear and punched him, creating a distance between them. Lin Xiaoyu's whole body trembled after Du Mao's attack, as he was staring at Du Mao defeating his companions. Du Mao grumbled that he was having a good time at the moment. Concerned, Huang Senyuan called for Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale claimed that Du Mao was a drunken tiger. Ba told them that Du Mao was able to capture and kill a tiger and asked them to untie him, as Du Mao would probably listen to him and wouldn't kill them. Cheng Dale and Huang Senyuan smashed a jar on Ba's head, causing him to fall asleep. Cheng Dale assured Huang Senyuan not to panic as he would take care of Du Mao. Huang Senyuan believed that Cheng Dale was indeed a hero, as he would fight Du Mao empty-handed and not take advantage of weapons. Du Mao realized that the one approaching him was Cheng Dale and mocked him to come closer so he could punch him in the face. Cheng Dale clapped, creating a noise that bewildered Du Mao. Huang Senyuan and the others were also puzzled by what was happening. Du Mao was still in a trance from hearing Cheng Dale's clap sound, which made him fall asleep. Du Mao gritted his teeth and charged towards Cheng Dale, screaming. He punched him, but to his luck, Cheng Dale dodged. Du Mao threw another punch but was still unlucky. Cheng Dale countered and punched Du Mao in the face, making him fall to the ground. Huang Senyuan and the others' jaws dropped as they couldn't believe that Cheng Dale could also fight. They cheered that Cheng Dale was so powerful, he beat Du Mao in one move. Time passed after the fight, and Du Mao was asleep in a dark room. He woke up and wondered where he was. Du Mao asked who the people outside were and threatened to kill them if he got out. Cheng Dale asked him if he was out of his mind from drinking wine. Du Mao realized that it was Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale mocked him, telling him that it was a pleasure to meet him. Annoyed, Du Mao challenged Cheng Dale if he had the guts. Cheng Dale responded that he was a leader and not trying to play the hero, and that he thought their fight was good. Du Mao was enraged by Cheng Dale's mockery and told him that he had been careless last time, and if Cheng Dale wanted to kill him, he wouldn't resist. Cheng Dale told him that he wouldn't kill him if they had a conversation about recruiting. He asked Du Mao if he would like to join the Toad village. Du Mao zipped his mouth, and seconds later he laughed, which also made Cheng Dale laugh, mumbling that his laugh was ugly. He told Cheng Dale that he had once been a person with ideals. After a wave of long speeches, Du Mao told Cheng Dale that he wanted him to join the Toad village if he had the guts to face him head-on. Anxious, Cheng Dale thought that Du Mao was not easy to fool and believed that his eloquent skills were useless against him. He believed that the matter of recruiting him would be discussed in the long run. Meanwhile, people were talking about what happened to Du Mao. People were gossiping that they saw Cheng Dale hit Du Mao's head with a palm strike, leaving him half dead. Su Ying thought that after eliminating Du Mao, the Toad village's influence would expand through the Fallen Leaves city. Du Mao's evil gang could no longer rely on him. A man mumbled that Du Mao had been a bully for years and felt relieved that someone cleaned him up while pouring tea into his cup. He added that Cheng Dale's action against Du Mao proved that he was more terrifying than him. The man he was drinking with responded that he wished all the gangs fighting each other were dead, and that life had been difficult for the rest of the world. The other companion stated that Su Ying had always covered her face with a black veil, and wondered how she looked under the veil, claiming that Su Ying's face must also look good given how good her body was. The man reprimanded his companion, telling him that if he didn't want to live anymore, he didn't have to say what he said, and questioned him if he knew who was the one running Su Ying's restaurant. The man asked who it was, to which his companion answered secretly that it was Cheng Dale, which they couldn't believe. The system praised Cheng Dale, stating that he did a great job arranging the people in the streets and alleys of tea houses and restaurants and spreading the news about him, and that he was now famous at the time. Meanwhile, at the Sialu restaurant, someone was gossiping that they had to earn money without resting from morning to night. Lai Dadu told his little sister that they didn't have any customers. The little sister asked why he didn't learn from Su Ying and send someone to steal their recipes if Su Ying was so good at business. Lai Dadu replied that everything was easy to copy from them, however. Hu Dialao's business was built on chili peppers, and they didn't have any idea where to find some peppers. The little sister questioned him on where Su Ying got their chili stuff. She believed that it didn't matter if Sahelu's business was good or bad, as long as they got rid of Su Ying and took away their family's property, there would be money for them in the end. She claimed that Su Ying looked like she wanted to take root at the moment. She ordered Lai Dadu to greet their guests as they were coming. Lai Dadu greeted the guest at the entrance and asked Mr. Zhang why he hadn't been visiting their restaurant for a long time, and also wondered what he would like to eat at the moment, and that he would tell the kitchen to serve him some fish stew with bamboo shoots, which was their specialty. Mr. Zhang responded that they didn't come to eat, as they had already reserved a table in the restaurant across the street since there was a queue at the time, and there was no place for them to sit. So he came to their store to rest. Lai Dadu was speechless at what he heard. Mr. Zhang asked Lai Dadu if he minded him sitting at his store with his friend. Lai Dadu stuttered while telling Mr. Zhang that he didn't mind, as he could sit for as long as he liked. Meanwhile, at Su Ying's house, Xiao Dai informed Su Ying that their customers had mentioned having some big business for her. Mr. Zhang introduced his friend from Qingzhou and mentioned that they wanted to buy a batch of chili peppers from her. Su Ying informed them that their chilies came from someone else's hands and that she also needed to ask them. She promised to contact them when she had news. An envelope was given to the man and he was instructed not to make any mistakes, as it was an important matter. Mr. Zhang and his friend were willing to pay a high price. After a while at the Toad Village prison, Du Mao was resting in a haystack when he heard footsteps approaching. Du Mao asked for some wine and threatened that if they were even a moment late, he would blow their heads off. The man questioned him if he was really Du Mao. Gao Fei Bao told Du Mao that he would go back and talk to Gao Fei Hu. He suggested that Gao Fei Hu ask Cheng Dalei to release Du Mao and advise Du Mao to drink less in the future. Enraged, Du Mao yelled if Gao Fei Bao was insulting him. Gao Fei Bao asked Cheng Dalei how he did it. Cheng Dalei responded by telling him to read more books and newspapers, drink less cold water, and take more cold baths. He ordered Liu Jihan to bring him a basin of water. Moments later, he washed his face, thinking that he should always wash his hands and face, burn incense, and take a bath, as being diligent could change fate. Liu Jihan told Cheng Dalei that she was going to sleep as she felt sleepy. Cheng Dalei called the system, asking it to summon the general. The system appeared and informed Cheng Dalei that he currently had a fear level of 20,000. It asked him if the summoning should be done. Cheng Dalei asked the system to draw. The system informed Cheng Dalei that he was using the beginner ordering platform and that each summon would cost him 10,000 fear points, and he would immediately receive a summon from bad quality to excellent quality. The system went on to say that if he summoned 11 times in a row, every 100,000 fear points, he would inevitably obtain one of excellent quality. Cheng Dalei believed that the system was telling him to summon 10 times in a row, as summoning only once was too risky, and that the system was pretty tricky like an unscrupulous game dealer. He reasoned that if he drew immediately, the probability of obtaining ordinary quality was high, and it could also be straight to bad quality, thus adding 2 little brats to his village. He concluded that it was too hard for him to save 20,000 fear points, and it would actually be quite torturous if he held back from the draw. Cheng Dalei told the system to draw, to which the system summoned the summoning general. The system raised her hand, and the summoning general appeared, stating that there were many heroes in the world who were competing in the rise and fall. Cheng Dalei laughed at the summoning with special effects. Suddenly, a man appeared to whom the system congratulated Cheng Dalei on getting a bad brewer. The man's name was Zhang, and he was an unpopular and bad winemaker. Upset, Cheng Dalei thought that despite the brewer's usefulness, his rank was bad and claimed that it was not good at all. He wondered if Zhang would be the one in his favor or would be a burden to him, and that he still had 10,000 fear points left, believing that he could try again. He clicked and mumbled that he was going to try one more time. A star burst, and another man appeared, after which again the system congratulated Cheng Dalei on getting a normal military general. Guan Yu, the man whom Cheng Dalei got, was an unpopular, normal military general. Cheng Dalei, still disappointed, mumbled that he was, in fact, correct, and that after lowering expectations, happiness was much higher. After some time, Cheng Dalei sat on a rock, eating bread. He thought that his men hadn't arrived yet and wondered why they were taking so long. Zhang and the others arrived at the front of the Toad Village, which Cheng Dalei noticed. Cheng Dalei wondered why there were 3 of them, as it was supposedly just 2. Guan Yu asked him if they were in the Toad Village. The other companion of Zhang and Guan Yu was named Liu Bei and sighed. Cheng Dalei thought the arrival of the 2 was unsurprising, but he wondered how Liu Bei got there. He believed that it might be the recruitment skill of the village banner that had been activated. He tried to remember the 3 men's names and realized that they were the 3 sword brothers Liu, Guan, and Zhang, and that their quality was really degrading for the heroes. Liu Bei greeted Cheng Dalei and told him that they came in admiration and hoped to join his Toad Village. Cheng Dalei introduced himself as the Toad Village master and asked them who they were. Liu Bei introduced Guan Yu as his 2nd brother and Zhang Fei as his 3rd brother and informed Cheng Dalei that they had been together since childhood in the Peach Garden. Cheng Dalei reasoned that when they stood together, they looked alike. The system informed him that they were the sworn brotherhood in the peach orchard and that they met in the peach orchard for the common idea of life and death. Cheng Dale wondered if the three men didn't have any relationship with the legendary three, as they had such names and attributes. He asked them where they were from. Guan Yu answered that they lived in Fanyang County. Cheng Dale realized something and asked them if they knew a person named Jiang Fei with the middle name Ida. The three men were puzzled by Cheng Dale's question. Cheng Dale asked them why they wanted to stay in his Toad village. Guan Yu answered that the government was looking for them because they had killed the village landlord, who was evil, and that they had heard about Cheng Dale's reputation, so they came to join him. Cheng Dale smirked and thought that he knew they had killed someone, and the legend had it that Guan Yu Cheng had killed the evil landlord and switched to selling green beans. He proceeded to ask them which one of them had killed the man. Guan Yu pointed at Liu Bei, to which he responded that it was not worth it. Shocked, Cheng Dale yelled in his mind that it was Liu Bei who had killed the man. Jiang Fei joined in and told Cheng Dale that he suddenly remembered that the person Jiang Zidai he mentioned was his great-great-grandfather. Curious, Cheng Dale asked him to tell him more. The three men couldn't remember the names of their ancestors, and it took them a while to recount the story of their ancestors. According to Liu Bei, his ancestor was a very idealistic person who had vowed to become brothers with the ancestors of Guan and Jiang in the Peach Garden. As they took possession of the three weapons, the Mandarin Duck Sword, the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade, and the Jiang 8 Snake Lance, they were determined to sweep the world of rebellion and support the Han Dynasty. However, things didn't go very smoothly as they were defeated while attacking the Yellow Turban Thieves, and later, during the 19 Nations Mixed War, they defected to whoever had more influence. In the end, Liu Daer wandered through the chaos of the world for most of his lifetime, achieving nothing, and the three returned to Fanyang County when he was 60 years old to settle down. The young men were full of ambition, dreaming of breaking into the world with swords. But when they returned, they were already old and filled with the experience of change in their eyes. And every day, Jiang Ida opened the door to sell pork, Guan Yun Cheng pushed a cart in front of his door to sell mung beans, and after half an hour, Liu Daer, who sells straw sandals, came. And after sunset, the three would get together and drink day after day. Every day when Liu Daer was drunk, he would always argue that he was the uncle of Han. If heaven could help the lonely one, how many people in the world would be worthy of being king, and some other topics. The village children often made fun of him as they often saw an old man with white hair and a beard shouting something. Liu Daer would raise his cup to the heavens as he was drinking. Later on, he died at the age of 72. Guan Yun Cheng and Jiang Ida also died one after another, and the descendants of the three continued to settle in Fanyang County. Who could have imagined that if he had been given a stage, the old man with white hair, half crazed and half mad, mocked by urchins, would have been the mighty Emperor Liu Bei of Han. And in their generation, Jiang Fei had learned to make wine, and Guan Yu inherited the legacy of his ancestor and liked to read military books. Liu Bei, however, learned the art of medicine from a man named Hua. Future generations of children and grandchildren were always sworn brothers in the Peach Garden. The descendants of the Liu family would always be the eldest. Cheng Dale wondered if those three could be like the legendary Liu Guanzhang in the future. Cheng Dale sighed and told them that they couldn't help the flood of the turbulent world. As he was walking away, he told them that in the future they would stay in the Toad village and would call each other buddies, as there was no need for them to be formal. He turned around and asked them another question if they knew a man named Zhu Ji. The three were still confused by his question. However, they were interrupted as a letter arrived from Su Ying. Cheng Dale read the contents of the letter and thought that business was picking up since there was someone interested in his peppers. He realized that there were 30,000 pounds of peppers in Toad Village and some outsourced pepper seedlings. He concluded that it was the perfect time to harvest. He asked Liu Jihan to write a letter for him as his own words were too clumsy. Cheng Dale mumbled that the price could be determined by Su Yin, as she didn't need to worry about the supply since they could provide as much as the customers wanted to buy. He went on to say that they also needed to draft a notice to begin buying peppers at £1 for a pound of origin. After Cheng Dale asked Liu Jihan to write a letter, Liu Bei was talking to a man concerned about his disease in Toad Village. Anxiously, the man asked Liu Bei if his disease was serious. Liu Bei responded that life and death are decreed by fate and that the man didn't need to worry about it. He explained that it wasn't worth it to be concerned about whether it was serious or not. Upset, the man told Liu Bei that he must find a solution for his disease. Liu Bei informed him that his disease was just a cold. The man asked if it was a bad cold. Liu Bei reassured him that it was just a normal cold, leaving the man speechless. The man turned back and mumbled that he still felt bad even though it was just a minor illness. Liu Bei called for the next person. Cheng Dale thought that Liu Bei was an extreme pessimist and worried that it would affect their army if they continued in that manner. Moments later, Cheng Dale confronted Liu Bei and asked if he would mind if he didn't let him work as a doctor in his village. Liu Bei responded that sooner or later, all those who had a life would die, and whether to see a doctor or not was still the same. He wondered why people even competed for fame and fortune when, in less than 100 years, all people would be mere bones in abandoned graves. Cheng Dale couldn't believe what Liu Bei said and thought that the fight for fame and fortune was still quite interesting. He believed that Liu Bei's communication skills were really strong. He also believed that in the future he should have less contact with Liu Bei in order not to compromise his own young hero's ambitions. Cheng Dale asked Liu Bei if he could help him handle his difficult matter at the time. Liu Bei responded that Cheng Dale's life belonged to him since they joined the village, and that Cheng Dale could tell him anything. Cheng Dale told Liu Bei to follow him as there was one person he would like to ally with, and he needed Liu Bei's help to convince him. They arrived at Du Mao's prison. Du Mao noticed that someone was approaching as he heard some clattering. He asked Liu Bei if he had bought some wine again, which made Liu Bei sigh and mumble not worth it to Du Mao with a gloomy look. Du Mao was sweating as Liu Bei's look triggered a tingling inside him. Liu Bei sat down and told Du Mao to come near him as they were going to talk. Du Mao shook his head and told Liu Bei to get out as there was no one who wanted to talk to him. Meanwhile, on the front step outside the Toad Village, White Wolf noticed that a crowd was gathering in front of a poster. A man mumbled that a kilo of peppers was traded for a kilo of grain and inquired of his friend how many peppers he had planted in his village, to which his buddy replied, "Not a single one." Another man muttered that when someone finished planting, the yield of an acre of peppers would be more than 10 times that of grain. Another man asked him if he thought the poster was telling the truth. The man sighed and responded that it would be nice if it were true and reasoned that there were no such good things. He noticed White Wolf and inquired if her village had planted a lot of peppers, as he had heard. Another man told her that they were going to be rich, and one joined in, saying that they had nothing to worry about in the incoming winter as it would be comfortable for them without worrying about food supply. Annoyed, White Wolf pointed a knife at the man's neck and told him to shut up, and if he kept yapping, she would cut his head off. She walked towards the Toad Village gate and thought that if Cheng Dale dared to lie to her, she would have him prepared for his death. At the Toad Village, Zhu Linger was cooking, which made White Wolf think that the smell of peppers was quite strong. Zhu Shenji noticed White Wolf and asked her if she was off work, as they hadn't seen each other for a long time. White Wolf told him to call Cheng Dale as she wanted to settle up with him. Zhu Shenji believed that she might have wanted something romantic, as a woman looking for a man to settle a score was rare. He claimed that Cheng Dale was fast at such things and didn't even leave an opportunity for him. Zhu Shenji informed White Wolf that Cheng Dale was in the back. Cheng Dale greeted White Wolf and asked her if she had eaten. White Wolf asked him if he had forgotten what he had promised her. Liu Jihan was spooked as Zhu Shenji thought that Cheng Dale and White Wolf really had to spill some tea. Anxious, Cheng Dale asked her what it was. White Wolf assumed that the pepper field yielded 2,000 to 3,000 pounds, and the grain yielded only a few hundred pounds, believing that people would think they were insanely poor. She yelled at Cheng Dale if he had forgotten about his promise after the seeds that he gave her in the past. Cheng Dale blushed and told her that she had to be clear as the reputation of the two villages would be tarnished if word got out. White Wolf scratched her head and informed them that she was just talking about peppers. Cheng Dale replied that she scared him for a moment. He asked White Wolf how many peppers she collected in her village, to which she answered 2,000 pounds. Cheng Dale sighed as the amount was quite little. He told her to send it to him in accordance with the previously agreed upon 1 pound of pepper, and a pound of grain, wheat, or soy. She got to pick out something. He asked her to dry roast the pepper before shipping it to him. Cheng Dale ordered them to hurry up and be ready as first come, first serve. White Wolf looked down, blushing, and reasoned that she didn't expect that Cheng Dale would be so negotiable and that she couldn't do anything about him currently. Cheng Dale turned to look at her, wondering why she hadn't left yet. He believed that White Wolf didn't want to go, as she wanted to talk more to him since it was only logical for women to be attracted to him, as the Toad Village was now considered to be rich and powerful. Cheng Dale tried inviting White Wolf into his room as he composed another poem. White Wolf turned back and ran away, which left Cheng Dale speechless. He scratched his head, mumbled, and reasoned that she might not be into poems and should talk about something else next time. Meanwhile, the men outside the Toad Village asked White Wolf if Cheng Dale had admitted and assured her not to worry about it as it was not a big deal. Another man asked what Cheng Dale had said. She ran, ignoring all the men, and thought that there would be no more hunger in her village in the upcoming winter. The men murmured that the old generations had said that no money falls from the sky. That was why you should learn from your mistakes so that you don't make more of them. The other man said that it was so sad, while the other said White Wolf ran so fast. After a few days, a few more villages that planted peppers came to accuse Cheng Dale. They climbed the mountain in anger, came down the mountain in dismay, and upon their return, they began to roast peppers. She had negotiated a price with the merchant and bought a bucket of peppers for a bucket of wheat. And now they wait and see how much of the stored bell pepper seedling can be harvested. Meanwhile, at the prison, Liu Bei was still working on Du Mao's mind. And according to Liu Bei, it was quite effective. Du Mao sobbed in his prison cell and mumbled that he wanted to die. A few days later, the construction of the new medical center was completed, and with Su Ying's help, they had provided themselves with enough herbs. The system notified Cheng Dale that he was rewarded 1 medical book after the completion of the construction of the medical center. The Kainjin formula, created by the King of Medicine, could be used by healers with an excellent rank. Cheng Dale read the book and thought it was a hidden quest at the right time, as a gift for Liu Bei, and that Liu, Guan, and Zhang's hidden attitude was on the level of legendary characters and had to be focused on during training. He wondered if the descendant of Emperor Zhao Lai of Han had to be trained as a doctor. On the other part of the mountain, red smoke was covering the entire mountain, which Gao Fei Hu was overlooking. Gao Fei Bao came running towards him and asked Gao Fei Hu if he had heard about something. Gao Fei Bao replied that he had already heard and had no idea the Toad Village would do something crazy. Gao Fei Bao asked him if he thought that it was true. Gao Fei Hu contemplated that he couldn't believe that 1 hectare of pepper yields 10 times as much as other crops, wondering if it was real or not. Gao Fei Bao informed him that they had several pounds of peppers and asked Gao Fei Hu if he should look at them, saying that if it was true, they didn't have to do anything. But if it was fake, he would teach the Toad Village a lesson. Gao Fei Hu ordered Gao Fei Bao to go if he wanted to, as he would give up hope when he arrived, and scolded him that he had already told him not to plant. However, he wouldn't listen. Moments later, at the entrance of the Toad Village, a carriage was fast approaching. The people realized that it was Gao Fei Hu and wondered if the Tiger Village had also planted peppers. A man asked Gao Fei Bao what he was doing, as he remembered that it was he who had told them not to plant peppers and claimed that he secretly took seeds to plant. Gao Fei Bao retorted that he only wanted to expose the Toad Village lies and that he was transporting peppers to them at the time, and that if they didn't give grains, he wanted to see what excuse they would come up with. A man joined in their conversation and praised Gao Fei Bao for his smart move. Gao Fei Bao invited the people to climb the mountain together to hear Cheng Dalei's explanation, to which the crowd happily agreed. Wang Xinyuan noticed the approaching crowd and asked Cheng Dalei if they were about to start a fight, and if they needed to call for backup. Cheng Dalei assured him not to panic. Gao Fei Bao got down from his horse and told Huang Xinyuan that they were visiting to exchange grain, and that what he said must be counted. Huang Xinyuan checked the bag of peppers Gao Fei Bao bought and told him that he forgot to fry the peppers. Gao Fei Bao pointed at Huang Xinyuan and asked him if he wanted him to fry the peppers at the moment. Cheng Dalei told Huang Xinyuan not to let Gao Fei Bao's trip go for nothing, and that it's not much work for them to fry the peppers themselves, to which Huang Xinyuan agreed. Huang Xinyuan ordered their men to unload the goods that Gao Fei Bao bought and give him some grain. Gao Fei Bao was taken aback by what Huang Xinyuan was saying. Huang Xinyuan informed him that they had agreed to give him the grain and asked if he had any concerns, to which Gao Fei Bao responded that he had none. The men unloaded a few sacks of peppers and loaded grains onto Gao Fei Bao's cart. The crowd's mouths were wide open as they couldn't believe it. One man accused Gao Fei Bao of being the one who told them not to plant peppers before and claimed that the Tiger Village was deceitful. Gao Fei Bao asked the man if he didn't listen to what Cheng Dalei said, that they were only giving their village the grain because they were being honored. Gao Fei Bao also mentioned that they planted a few peppers, claiming that it was far better to satisfy them with a few hundred pounds than to give everyone else grains. Moments later, another cart arrived, which made Cheng Dalei notice the arrival of White Wolf and her gang, bringing with them tons of peppers. A voice announced White Wolf's arrival and ordered their men to help them unload their peppers in exchange for grain. The enraged crowd lambasted Gao Fei Hu, asking him if the Xinghua rides were also honored by the Toad Village, as they also planted less pepper. White Wolf's subordinates admired Cheng Dalei, stating that he was handsome. Cheng Dalei was proud and told the girls that he had kept it for so long. He was surrounded by a lot of women who consistently complimented his appearance, asking him why he wasn't visiting their village, as many people wanted to see his face. Cheng Dalei giggled as he flirted with White Wolf's subordinates. White Wolf told her companions to go away as she had something to discuss with him. She asked Cheng Dalei if she could leave the grain with him first, as she would come back later when she needed it. Puzzled by the sudden question, Cheng Dalei asked her if she couldn't get it herself. White Wolf responded that she was afraid she couldn't defend the food in their village. Cheng Dalei thought about the sudden requests and eventually agreed, stating that she could take away a part of it for the time being, and that he would mark the others, so if she needed it, she would only need to pick the marked ones. White Wolf agreed to Cheng Dalei's suggestion. After Gao Fei Bao's appointment at the Toad Village, he returned to Tiger Village and reported to Gao Fei Hu to take a look at what he had bought. Gao Fei Hu asked him what there was to see, as there was no interest in pulling back the old things, and that he would talk to Cheng Dalei about his mistake some other time. Gao Fei Bao stabbed the sack he had bought, and grains poured out of it. Shocked, Gao Fei Hu couldn't believe that Cheng Dalei had really exchanged. Gao Fei Bao told his brother that an adequate amount of grain was sufficient because they did not profit at the expense of others, and asked him if it looked fake. He went on to inform that Xinghua Ridge exchanged at least 1,000 pounds of grain, and luckily he bought some seeds to plant back peppers, or they wouldn't have taken advantage of their situation. Gao Fei Hu never expected that it would be real. An enraged voice shouted at the entrance of their village, calling for Gao Fei Bao. Still yelling, the two brothers were left speechless. Gao Fei Hu yelled back, asking them if they didn't want to live, as they dared to run wild in his village. Gao Fei Bao stopped his enraged brother, asking him to calm down, as it was difficult for them to go against the anger of the people. The people outside were still complaining and yelling towards them. When night fell, the Gao brothers were sitting and discussing how annoying those guys were. Gao Fei, who complained to his brother about why the people were swearing at them and why it was their fault if they hadn't planted any peppers. Gao Fei Bao told him that he thought the whole thing wasn't reliable, so he told the people not to plant. However, at that time, they didn't listen to him either, and following him was the right decision. Gao Fei Bao retorted that it should have been him who was the one to be scolded and wondered why he was dragged into the situation. A few days later, Cheng Dale and the merchant from King Zhu exchanged under the Toad Ridge. It resulted in a 10-to-1 exchange, where 1 pound of pepper was exchanged for 10 pounds of grain. And on that day, it was not known how many villages sent people to spy on the Toad Village. The spies reported seeing car after car loaded with grain going up the mountain to the Toad Village. There were even rumors that the stock of Toad Village was 500,000 pounds of grain at present. As time flew by, Su Ying wrote Cheng Dale a letter telling him that the restaurant had become more regular, with customers every day, and they were already planning to open more restaurant chains. Cheng Dale thought that Su Ying's restaurant was developing so fast and wondered if it was due to the strength of a merchant's daughter. The system notified Cheng Dale that the Rob the Village Lady mission was complete and that he was rewarded with 1 draw time, as insufficient conditions were unable to activate mission level 4, and asked him if he wanted to draw. Cheng Dale told the system that he would draw. The system summoned the lottery machine and mumbled to be more conscious this time around. The machine congratulated Cheng Dale on obtaining 1 secret book of swordsmanship. The Infinity Blade, the blade martial arts Lai Yao Chen once created for the Northwest Army's Great Blade Force, through which the Northwest Army became world famous in the Battle of Zai Feng Ku. At the front gate of Toad Village, people were gathering, telling the baffled Huang Senyuan that they were there to help them plant peppers. The people were desperately trying to win the good side of Toad Village. Huang Senyuan informed them that winter was coming and that they had to wait until next spring to plant. The people told Huang Senyuan not to forget them next year, and one of them stated that he would be the first in line and come to them as soon as spring starts. A dry leaf fell down where Cheng Dale and Liu Jihan were seated. When Cheng Dale was about to catch it, he exclaimed that winter was coming. Liu Jihan shivered in the cold. Cheng Dale asked her if she was cold, to which she agreed. He told Liu Jihan that he had to write to Su Ying to help him buy a pile of winter clothing for Toad Village and asked Liu Jihan what color she liked. Liu Jihan answered that any color was fine for her. At the same time, in Du Mao's cell, Cheng Dale asked Du Mao what was wrong and if he wasn't resting well, he would have someone send him a bed and quilt. Shivering, Du Mao questioned Cheng Dale on how long he planned to torture him. Cheng Dale responded that it wasn't their principle to torture prisoners. They treated them well, offering good wine, meat, and someone to chat with. Du Mao fell into despair as Liu Bei's face popped into his mind with what Cheng Dale had said. Cheng Dale thought that Liu Bei was able to even invite Zhu Liang in the past. Even if Du Mao had only 1/10 of the power, with time, Liu Bei would be able to move his heart. Liu Bei arrived and called Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale stood up and congratulated Liu Bei for his hard work. Du Mao noticed Liu Bei, which made his face pale. He was shocked and yelled at him never to come over. At the training ground, Cheng Dale and Guan Yu sat together. Cheng Dale questioned Guan Yu and his brother, who never practiced martial arts. Guan Yu explained their elder brother's belief that martial arts are one-on-one combat, and thus not worth learning, or they should learn how to fight against a whole legion. Cheng Dale thought to himself, indicating that Guan Yu was bragging, as he was just at an ordinary level. Despite this, he suggested that Guan Yu consider learning some self-defense. Guan Yu hesitated, citing a lack of available teachers. Cheng Dale handed a book to Guan Yu, suggesting he see if it suited him. Guan Yu opened the book and briefly glanced at its contents. Cheng Dale asked if he could read it and offered assistance. Guan Yu expressed a partial understanding of the book, mentioning that it contained foot combat sword techniques but was not suitable for horse combat, which left him feeling disappointed. He closed the book with a slam and smirked, curiously asking Cheng Dale about the source of the sword manual. Cheng Dale cryptically responded, asking Guan Yu if he knew the origin of his own martial arts skills. Guan Yu replied that he had heard rumors of gods teaching Cheng Dale in his dreams. Cheng Dale proudly confirmed this, stating that the gods had bestowed upon him 8,864 ways of the sacred axe, making him unbeatable whether on horseback or on foot. He wore a satisfied expression while speaking. Guan Yu expressed his opinion, addressing Cheng Dale and stating that although there are more powerful martial arts techniques available, the sword technique is fine to be passed down. He personally finds it too easy. Cheng Dale remained silent, skeptical of Guan Yu's claim. In his thoughts, he couldn't comprehend how Guan Yu had effortlessly grasped the essence of swordsmanship just by a cursory look at the book. He knows Guan Yu is a genius, but he shouldn't be so freaky at the same time and also put himself down that he can't read, which makes him upset. This realization left him hollow. Cheng Dale walks away while instructing Guan Yu to familiarize himself with it first, as he envisions Guan Yu eventually training other villagers and passing on the Infinity Blade skill to them. Guan Yu remarks that he no longer needs to familiarize himself with it, questioning if there is a more powerful sword technique that is more difficult. As Cheng Dale walked away from the area, he couldn't understand why he had suddenly lost the desire to continue conversing with Guan Yu. After he made his way through Toad Village Gate, Sun Ju stopped him, expressing uncertainty about whether to share something or not. Cheng Dale humbly suggested not saying it, but Sun Ju felt he should tell him anyway. As Sun Ju relayed the information, Cheng Dale seriously listened to it. After a minute, he acknowledged the information and instructed Sun Ju to continue with his work. He smiled at Sun Ju, appreciating his openness. Before Sun Ju walked away, he reminded Cheng Dale to be cautious. As the midnight hour approached, Zai Yun walked toward Elder Liu Muyun's grave, overcome with grief. He mournfully addressed Elder Liu, expressing how the Liu family had lost their dignity and had even resorted to thievery, an act they seemed proud of. The anger and frustration on Zai Yun's face were evident as he spoke. He continued, mentioning that it wasn't just the Liu family, but even Liu Zhai who had become part of these evil thieves. In the quiet of the night, Zai Yun poured out his hatred, recounting the sufferings and injustices that had befallen their people, addressing them one by one to the grave of Elder Mu Yun. Zai Yun questioned how Cheng Dale had brought about the death of Elder Liu, expressing his disbelief. He then scoffed at the comfortable lives the perpetrators led, well-fed and well-clothed, with no worries about personal safety. He also stated how there were such stupid people. Zai Yun declared that their revenge and hatred no longer mattered, calling them a bunch of bastards. He bitterly claimed that everything should have been his, if not for the misfortune that had befallen the Liu family. He envisioned a life where he would marry Liu Zhai, inherit his foster father's official position, and become the head of the Liu family. His face darkened with anger and determination fueled by his intense hatred. In a fit of rage, Zai Yun unleashed his swords, slashing uncontrollably at the grave of Elder Liu. He chanted, "Mine," in an outraged voice, his anger consuming him. The intensity of his fury led him to declare his intention to destroy the village. He muttered Liu Zhai's name, contemplating her face. As he continued slashing, his swords eventually broke, leaving him gasping for breath and momentarily ceasing his onslaught. In the midst of exhaustion, someone spoke disdainfully, commenting on the situation. A man expressed his amusement, clicking his tongue and remarking that it was a good show. Zai Yun, who had been deeply engrossed in his own rage and grief, was startled by the sudden voice. His expression shifted to one of fear and shock as he looked up at the man who had spoken. A group of mysterious men wearing hoods stood together. The hooded figure taunted Zai Yun with a mocking tone, questioning his ability to vent his anger only on lifeless beings that no longer breathe. After the mysterious man taunted him, Zai Yun's face became fierce as he looked at them. Intriguingly, one of them showed him an object, acknowledging Zai Yun's skill and added, "If Zai Yun is desperate." He paused for a moment before continuing his words. The man tossed the object off the cliff to Zai Yun and continued speaking, informing Zai Yun that he could find the Northern Barbarian Division by heading far north, as he had a place for him. Expressing doubt, one of the mysterious men questioned the man, calling him the young prince. He voiced his concerns about helping Zai Yun, labeling him as a jinx and raising concerns about the potential for their trip to leak out. The man they referred to as the young prince reassured them that no matter how much Zai Yun struggled, it would be of little use to him. He then commanded them to proceed with their journey into town. Underneath the cliff, Zai Yun gazed upon the fallen object with a reluctant expression. Despite his shaking hands, he picked it up, reaffirming the location mentioned by the mysterious man, the Northern Barbarian Division. In a solemn moment, Zai Yun declared his intention to quit the clan while looking at a nearby grave tomb. Under the cover of midnight in the Toad Village, Zai Yun made his way to the storage room where the food stock was kept. He walked slowly inside and tried to set fire to it, driven by a sense of nervousness. Thoughts raced through his mind, urging him to burn it all completely. Trembling, he attempted to ignite the fire while grinning. A sudden voice interrupted him as Cheng Dale interjected, sarcastically asking Zai Yun if there was a shortage of fire. Zai Yun felt a sudden surge of fear as he quickly turned around and saw Cheng Dale and the villagers standing behind him. Cheng Dale taunted him, asking if Zai Yun wanted him to lend him a fire. Cheng Dale instructed Xiao Yu to protect Liu Zhai, while Guan Yu was tasked with taking some men to guard the gate, preventing Zai Yun from escaping. Amidst the tension, Liu Zhai anxiously called out Zai Yun's name. Zai Yun's frustration reached its peak as he caused a commotion, unsheathing his swords. With a swift jump, he lunged toward Cheng Dale and shouted Cheng Dale's name. But Cheng Dale unsheathed his swords and commented that the wages of sin are death before blocking Zai Yun's attack. Zai Yun was surprised and taken aback by Cheng Dale's improved skills. He couldn't help but reminisce about their previous encounter when he effortlessly kicked Cheng Dale away with one foot. Zai Yun questioned how Cheng Dale had improved so much in such a short time. Undeterred, Zai Yun continued his assault, launching a series of attacks against Cheng Dale. However, Cheng Dale skillfully parried each strike with his exceptional defense. In an unexpected turn of events, Cheng Dale slid back due to the force of Zai Yun's attack but quickly regained his footing. Kinman sensed an opportunity and intervened in the fight. He suggested that Cheng Dale shouldn't have to do it and offered to kill Zai Yun himself. He then swung his spear towards Zai Yun. Unable to block or evade the strike, Zai Yun was sent flying, coughing up blood upon impact. While lying in a pile of sacks, he vowed that if he didn't die that day, he would seek revenge and kill them in the future. Zai Yun's thoughts raced through his mind. He couldn't afford to die there, not now. With a surge of determination, he grabbed a sack of flour and threw it at Kinman. Zai Yun's internal echoes stated that he couldn't die there. Momentarily blinding Kinman, the other villagers coughed due to the flour. Taking advantage of the chaos, he dashed out of the storage room, leaving the villagers clamoring to stop him. Someone suggested taking out the torches, while another villager chased after Zai Yun, their resentment towards him evident. Food meant everything to the folk, as many people were constantly on the move just for some food, but Meng Zai Yun wanted to burn the granary today, which would drive everyone to their death. Between the flickering of the torches, even the Liu family hated him to the bone at that moment. In the prison of the Toad Village, Du Mao wondered about the commotion outside, questioning the noise filtering through the walls. At night, amidst the disarray of Toad Village, the search for Zai Yun was underway. Alone, Zai Yun carefully concealed himself in a secluded spot. He saw a guard looking for him. The guard spotted him and tried to defend himself, while Zai Yun was going to attack him. Suddenly, a scream elicited reached inside the Toad Village and through the ears of Qin Man and Cheng Dale. Upon hearing the sound, Qin Man's instincts kicked in. Calling Cheng Dale, he exclaimed urgently, pointing in the direction of the prison. Realization struck Cheng Dale, his expression morphing into one of surprise. The word prison echoed in his mind, filling him with a sense of dread. Cheng Dale acted swiftly, urgently calling out to the people. He urged them to move quickly and prevent Zai Yun from releasing the monster. His plea echoed through the village, filled with a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, Zai Yun picked up the keys that belonged to the guard. Purposefully, he began making his way towards the prison, his steps echoing. At the prison, Gu Mao's curiosity was piqued by Zai Yun's presence. He asked what had brought him there and if his intention was to kill him, his voice laced with intrigue and skepticism. Zai Yun's response proposed a deal to Gu Mao, stating that he would grant him freedom in exchange for saving his life in return. Beyond the confines of the prison, the villagers gathered, clutching torches that illuminated the darkness. Their gazes were fixed on the entrance, anticipation filling the air. The prison guard recounted his harrowing encounter, describing how he had been caught off guard by a swift strike from a large blade, rendering him unconscious on the floor. In his dazed state, he witnessed Zai Yun hastily enter the prison and lock the door behind him. Cheng Dale stood in silence, his thoughts churning. The prison guard then turned his attention to Cheng Dale, addressing him as the village master. He expressed his belief that martial arts should be virtuous and speak of respect, and not fight an internecine battle. Suddenly, the front locked door of the prison was kicked open by Gu Mao, Cheng Dale, Qin Man, and the village guards, causing surprise among everyone present. Gu Mao, full of determination, proclaimed his freedom after forcefully breaking down the door. He looked at Cheng Dale with a smirk on his face, declaring his intention to kill him. Cheng Dale reacted swiftly, ordering his comrades to spread out and urging them not to die in vain. Qin Man was recognized by Gu Mao, who effortlessly destroyed the prison door with a single hand. He declared that their previous fight didn't last long enough, so they would have another round this time. Gu Mao and Qin Man confronted each other face to face, with Qin Man responding to Gu Mao as he wished. Qin Man then swung his spear toward Gu Mao, who used the door as a shield to block the attack. Both Qin Man and Gu Mao slid back from the impact, but Qin Man quickly launched another attack, which Gu Mao skillfully evaded. During their exchange of skillful attacks, Gu Mao leaped and aimed a strike at Qin Man, who expertly blocked and evaded it. Gu Mao appeared to be enjoying himself, wearing a smile as he gracefully dodged Qin Man's moves. In the midst of their fight, Cheng Dale issued a command to Qin Man, instructing him to retreat from the fight. At the same time, he ordered the archers to divide themselves into groups of 10, preparing for the attack. The groups of archers unleashed a volley of arrows, surrounding Gu Mao with a barrage of arrows. He used the door to protect himself. As Cheng Dale's voice echoed, he directed the archers, instructing the first team to stand by while signaling the second team to release their arrows. Despite being targeted by a barrage of arrows, Gu Mao managed to evade most of them but sustained a grazing hit on his cheek. He quickly instructed Zai Yun to follow him. As Gu Mao and Zai Yun fled, using the door as a makeshift shield, the villagers pursued them relentlessly, encouraging one another to corner Gu Mao and Zai Yun near the cliff, effectively cutting off their escape down the mountain. They also moved to block the outside entrance, attempting to cut off their path. Despite being struck in the leg by an arrow, Gu Mao persisted, carrying Zai Yun towards the cliff. Under the shimmering moonlight, Gu Mao and Zai Yun arrived at the edge of the cliff, only to find themselves cornered by Cheng Dale's group. Cheng Dale spoke first, addressing Chief Du and suggesting that there was no way out. He proposed that Chief Du should join his village, where they could enjoy feasting on meat and drinking large bowls of wine together, promising it would be enjoyable. Filled with anger, Gu Mao rejected the proposal, declaring that he wouldn't fall for such tricks. Even if he became a ghost, he would hunt Cheng Dale down. Cheng Dale sighed and scratched his head, frustrated by the turn of events. He then commanded Liu Bei to assist in persuading Gu Mao, to which Liu Bei responded with a sigh. After the exchange of words, Cheng Dale gives an order to Liu Bei, instructing him to convince Gu Mao. Liu Bei, wearing a bored expression, questions the worthiness of the task at hand. Gu Mao, upon seeing Liu Bei, is shocked and filled with terror. In his thoughts, Gu Mao wonders if Cheng Dale's influence extends this far, expressing his frustration. With a bored look, Liu Bei menacingly tells Gu Mao to behave and suggests that he should return so they can have a discussion. Gu Mao's thoughts reveal his resistance and desire to never see Liu Bei again, leaving him flabbergasted and sweating profusely. Gu Mao tightly grasps Zai Yun, who, worn out from the pain, urges him as they were about to run away. Without hesitation, they both leap off the cliff, leaving Zai Yun stunned and filled with fear as Zai Yun's voices blend in with screams during the fall. A villager expresses his concern, warning that the cliff they were falling from was hundreds of meters high, fearing that the fall from such a high cliff would result in their bodies turning to mush. Liu Bei, puzzled by the situation, voices his confusion as he wonders internally about the sudden turn of events, realizing that he hasn't even had a chance to speak yet. While Cheng Dale states that falling off the cliff may not necessarily lead to death and could even trigger a rare event or something, Kinman proposes sending a squad to go down and investigate. But Cheng Dale dismisses the idea, deeming it unnecessary. He asserts that broken rebels shouldn't be pursued. He believes that if Gu Mao and Zai Yun survive, it must be fate, and they will take care of them should they meet again. Amidst the conversation, snow unexpectedly begins to fall from the sky at night. Cheng Dale remarks that the first snowfall of the year has arrived earlier than usual. After the chaotic event that night, the villagers came together to support one another. Some struggled to pull themselves up from the snow, while others hurried to remove the snow. In the midst of their efforts, someone remarked on the collapse of the old house, confirming the concerns held by certain villagers regarding its structural stability. In some parts of Toad Village, Cheng Dale and Liu Zhai walk on the deck. Liu Zhai remarks on the beauty of the snow this year. Cheng Dale responds optimistically, stating that next year will be a good one. Suddenly, while Shenji pours tea into his cup, he questions Cheng Dale's optimism, pointing out that there has been no rain for half a year, leading to potential crop failures and drought. He advises Cheng Dale to refrain from talking if he doesn't have a clue, as it could lead to trouble if outsiders hear him. Cheng Dale, seemingly unfazed, questions the lack of rain for most of the year and wonders if it's like this every year. Shenji continues, emphasizing the severity of the current year, highlighting the fact that there have been barely 2 days of rain during the rainy season. He believes that it's as if the gods are intentionally starving the people. He adds that now, just as the seeds have been sown in the field, a heavy snowfall has covered the land, causing the plants that have not yet emerged from the ground to freeze to death. Cheng Dale sees an opportunity in the snow to travel to Black Rock City and gain fear points. He contemplates converting their carriage into a sled, reducing the load on the horse and increasing their speed. And he considers that if they were to encounter the grim people of Black Rock City, it would be easier for them to escape. Cheng Dale instructs Liu Zhai to fetch San Yuan as they have a big announcement to make. Soon after, the group now begins their journey, and Cheng Dale converses with the group as they embark on their adventure. He remarks about the poetic beauty of the road from King New Mountain to Black Rock City, which is flooded with night light in the snow field, and both poetry and emotions are boundless. The man passes through the roads in the village ahead, and the road seems as long as the night. Zhang Fei is taken aback by Cheng Dale's poetic abilities, expressing surprise. Cheng Dale, in a playful manner, admits to his skills and laughs about it. Cheng Dale recounts his past studies in a sage book, reflecting on his desire to contribute to the country and its people. He expresses regret that circumstances have led him, a scholar, to become a mountain bandit. He ponders aloud if he and Zhang Fei are in the same boat. Zhang Fei's revelation about his literary interests left Cheng Dale somewhat surprised. He couldn't help but think to himself how unexpected it was for someone like Zhang Fei, who didn't seem to get hung up on looks, to have a literary side. Despite Zhang Fei's vulgar exterior, Cheng Dale found the situation somewhat comical, and couldn't hide his disbelief. Zhang Fei praised Cheng Dale's poem, clearly flustered by its beauty. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over them, the system suddenly announced a mission involving robbing wealthy families. It informed them that the objective was to successfully complete 2 out of the 10 planned robberies. The system expressed excitement and joy, addressing Cheng Dale as a righteous figure and emphasizing the importance of his role as a mountain bandit. The system announced that there were wealthy and cruel families in the city and suggested taking the initiative to teach them a lesson. As Cheng Dale was preoccupied with his mission book, he pondered the account of how he had gotten the upper hand over the Huang family, recalling how he had successfully captured Liu Zhai and also apprehended Du Mao. He vividly remembered how cunningly he had tied up Du Mao and brought him to the mountain. With a sense of confidence, Cheng Dale concluded that the task would not be difficult. However, an unsettling feeling of impending doom caused doubt to arise regarding whether the operation would go wrong and if everything would go according to plan. Seeking information, Cheng Dale turned to Kinman and asked about their proximity to Black Rock City. Kinman informed him that they were an hour away and suggested a nearby Buddhist temple outside Black Rock City where they could stay later. Preparing for their arrival, Cheng Dale suggested resting for a day when they arrived and then venturing in at dawn to get an overview. Upon arriving at the abandoned Buddhist temple, their plans were disrupted as Xiao Yu spotted a fire inside. He quickly informed Cheng Dale that someone else had taken their place first. Curious about the current occupants of the deserted temple, Kinman wondered what they were doing there in such weather. Cheng Dale suggested to Kinman that they should go inside first and investigate the people in the temple. Deciding to investigate further, Cheng Dale and Kinman approached the ruined Buddhist temple cautiously. Upon opening the door, Cheng Dale discovered a burning campfire, causing him to tighten his grip on his weapon. Cheng Dale's voice echoed within the temple as he mentioned that they were also staying there and asked about the destination of the people in the temple. He also requested them to reveal themselves and settle the matter peacefully. In a moment of silence, the person inside, who was hiding, recognized Cheng Dalei and called his name. Cheng Dalei's expression transformed into a poker face upon recognizing the person as Gao Fei Bao, the Vice Master of Flying Tiger. After a brief moment, Cheng Dalei praised Gao Fei Bao for his dedication and hard work despite the cold weather. Gao Fei Bao laughed and reciprocated the admiration, pointing out that Cheng Dalei shared the same commitment despite the cold weather by not enjoying the luxury in the village. Cheng Dalei smiled as he shared the purpose of training his men, emphasizing that his intention was not to get rich. He playfully asked Gao Fei Bao about his own intentions and humorously said that they might not have any food in their village as he giggled. Gao Fei Bao irritably dismissed the notion, claiming that Tiger Village had never been poor as they were too leisurely and only went out for activities. Suddenly, a member of Gao Fei Bao's group interrupted their conversation, informing him about someone outside. Gao Fei Bao's expression turned panicked and frustrated as he questioned why everyone was in such a hurry. He advised them to put out the fire. Cheng Dalei stopped Gao Fei Bao and peered outside. He advised Gao Fei Bao not to be hasty, suspecting that the newcomers might be their acquaintances. After that moment, Cheng Dalei welcomed White Wolf inside and stated that there were no outsiders present. The newcomer turned out to be White Wolf, who expressed surprise to Cheng Dalei and Gao Fei Bao at their dedication to work. Moving forward, as they cooked meat over the fire, Qin Man offered wine to Cheng Dalei to warm him up. Cheng Dalei suggested that their men should also have some wine to combat the cold. Gao Fei Bao, who seemed so curious about Cheng Dalei's meal, asked what he was eating. Cheng Dalei replied that he had baked bread and smoked bacon, stating that one had to suffer a bit while traveling. Cheng Dalei then turned his attention to White Wolf, asking her what she was eating. Gao Fei Bao silently stared at White Wolf, making her feel uncomfortable. As Gao Fei Bao cooked steamed soup in the fire camp, he poured the soup into a bowl. Cheng Dalei recognized the soup as sorghum flour paste. He expressed curiosity, commenting on whether Gao Fei Bao and his people only ate such food. He speculated that their diet aimed to be healthy and plant-based, supplemented with fiber. Gao Fei Bao forced a laugh in response, while the people behind him seemed offended. Cheng Dalei invited Gao Fei Bao to join them for food and drinks, surprising Gao Fei Bao and his followers. Gao Fei Bao declined, stating that they were all full, although his people couldn't help but drool over the food, indicating their true desire to accept the offer. Cheng Dalei remarked that there was no need to be polite since they were all friends, emphasizing that politeness would make them seem like strangers. Gao Fei Bao awkwardly mimicked Cheng Dalei's words, thinking to himself that if Cheng Dalei asked again, he would eagerly indulge in the food and drinks. Cheng Dalei then decided that they would eat everything themselves. Gao Fei Bao and his people were taken aback by Cheng Dalei's comment. One member of Gao Fei Bao's group remarked that Cheng Dalei had even invited them, but Gao Fei Bao had refused. Another member expressed disappointment at not having eaten meat for a few months. The people showed jealousy and sadness, and Gao Fei Bao wore a puzzled expression as he looked at their reactions. Gao Fei Bao tried to remedy the situation and told them that they just didn't bring good stuff. He then suggested they share the soybean cookies he had in his bag with their group. Meanwhile, Cheng Dalei burped loudly. He then called Shenji, instructing him to feed the horses and thanking him for his effort, to which Shenji agreed. Seconds later, as Shenji looked through the sack of food, members of Gao Fei Bao's group engaged in conversation while checking one of the sacks. They expressed surprise at Bao's baking skills and asked if he could bake his own pastries. Bao quickly dismissed their comments, stating that his old mom had packed the pastries before they left. Meanwhile, another member eagerly requested to be given one of the pastries. Gao Fei Bao then turned to Shenji and asked what they fed to their horses. Shenji replied that they only had some dried cookies, lamenting that it wasn't the same as being at home and expressing sympathy for the animals. The shocked expressions on Gao Fei Bao's face and his people's disbelief were evident upon hearing that they were eating the same food as the horses. A moment of silence enveloped the atmosphere. The next day, the three groups sent their own people to the city to explore the situation. In a flash, Cheng Dalei, Xiao Bailang, and Gao Fei Bao, the three of them, were left behind in the temple. While Cheng Dalei focused on cooking meat over the campfire, Gao Fei Bao enjoyed the warmth emanating from the flames. It was then that White Wolf suggested an idea. She was playful and mischievous. She expressed her desire to play some games. Intrigued by the suggestion, Gao Fei Bao eagerly agreed. However, as Cheng Dalei chewed on bread, he questioned the amusement of the game and whether they even had enough money to bet. With a seductive smile, White Wolf leaned closer to Cheng Dalei, her voice laced with flirtatiousness. She suggested that since there was no money to pay for the loss, she could offer to pay with her life. Cheng Dalei, while chewing, looked up, his face turning slightly red, intrigued by her proposition. Cheng Dalei suggested playing a few rounds, his happiness evident in his response. He mentioned that if White Wolf won, he would also pay her with his own life. Gao Fei Bao, feeling slightly neglected, chimed in and reminded them not to pretend he didn't exist. Eventually, after Gao Fei Bao's protest, the three settled on using wine as their bet. whichever one of them won would enjoy the drinks. As the play unfolded, it became apparent that White Wolf had become quite intoxicated, her drool evident on her mouth. Time passed, and Cheng Dale shook the wine container, lost in thought. He wondered to himself if he had been losing every round and if the two, Gao Fei Bao and White Wolf, weren't working together to get themselves to drink. Just then, Shenji, a member of their group, interrupted, announcing their return. Cheng Dale warmly welcomed him and invited him to join them for a drink to warm up. Shenji proceeded to share the results of their exploration of the city, presenting a topographical map of Black Rock City. Impressed, Cheng Dale looked at the map and complimented Shenji's work, mentioning that he didn't know Shenji could draw. However, Shenji humbly replied that he didn't draw it. Curious, Cheng Dale turned his attention to Xiao Yu and asked if he drew it, remarking on Xiao Yu's hidden talents in both literature and martial arts, expressing his surprise. Xiao Yu humbly replied, stating that he found it more challenging to handle a pen than a gun, implying that he wasn't the one behind the map's creation. Cheng Dale pondered, trying to identify the map's creator, and then Zhang Fei stepped forward, revealing himself as the artist. He admitted that he was the one who had drawn the map. Zhang Fei shared a bit of his personal history, mentioning his late father's aspirations for him to participate in the imperial examinations in Beijing, during which the world became increasingly chaotic. He scratched his head, displaying a sense of contentment. Cheng Dale gestured with a thumbs up, expressing his admiration for Zhang Fei. His thoughts drifted, realizing that the path ahead was almost set and the goals were also set. He simply awaited the right moment for momentum to build up as he smiled. A few more days passed, and the people sent by the Toad Village were often busy until late at night. Gao Fei Bao approached Cheng Dale and asked him about their target and if he could provide a hint. Cheng Dale, sensing Gao Fei Bao's curiosity, responded in a secretive manner, indicating that he should mind his own business and refrain from prying into their secrets. Suddenly, a member of Gao Fei Bao rushed in, urgently addressing Gao Fei Bao to look at the poster. The person then spread the paper to their hideout, and as Gao Fei Bao and White Wolf read its contents, shock spread across Gao Fei Bao's face. Cheng Dale told Gao Fei Bao, emphasizing that his men hardly posted them overnight. He questioned why Gao Fei Bao brought them back. White Wolf interjected with concern, asking Cheng Dale if he planned to rob the entire city. Cheng Dale clarified that the situation wasn't as exaggerated as Gao Fei Bao thought. He explained that he was being cautious and his objective this time wasn't focused on money. Intrigued, Gao Fei Bao asked for clarification, wondering what Cheng Dale was really aiming for. Cheng Dale simply replied that he wanted fame. After that moment in Black Rock City, in a bustling restaurant, two men engaged in a conversation that seemed to carry a sense of intrigue as they read the poster. These two mysterious men were the barbarians previously encountered by Zai Yun. The man whom they called the young prince asked about the origin of the Toad King. The other man responded, sharing his findings and stating that the Toad King and his followers were mountain bandits from King New Mountain. He revealed their reputation for defeating 1,000 elite soldiers from Black Rock City, causing Zhu Banquan's forces to suffer defeat. The young prince calmly stated that the Black Rock City soldiers are considered elite soldiers, but he thought that those mountain bandits were interesting. He suggested that they should meet these mountain bandits if the opportunity arises. Amidst their conversation, Cheng Dale, who had been listening, interjected with a voice of skepticism. He addressed them as outsiders, urging them to refrain from speaking without knowing the facts and warned them not to speak nonsense when they knew nothing. The man was about to react in anger, but he was stopped by the intervention of the young prince. The young prince, with curiosity, wondered why Cheng Dale was speaking for the mountain bandits. Cheng Dale, with a hint of pride, responded that he had no intention of talking much, but he couldn't simply ignore their slanders. He then explained that the Toad King was renowned for his kind-heartedness as well as his remarkable looks and elegance. Furthermore, it was widely recognized within a 100-mile radius that the Toad King was called a hero, as the saying goes. The young prince expressed his confusion, stating that what he had heard differed from Cheng Dale's account. Cheng Dale responded, acknowledging that rumors are prevalent and it's natural for people to hear both false and true information. Intrigued, the young prince remarked on the genuineness of Cheng Dale's words and inquired whether he had personally met the Toad King. Cheng Dale responded with surprise to the young prince's statement and remarked that calling him a hero without having seen him in person may be in vain. Expressing his desire to meet the Toad King in the future, he then stood up from his seat and left a tip on the table. Cheng Dale responded that there might indeed be a chance. As the young prince and his man left the restaurant, Cheng Dale and Shenji remained behind. Shenji, filled with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, pondered aloud about where the person came from. He wondered if those people had powerful backing. Cheng Dale's expression grew solemn as he suspected that the Ring clan might be among those with high status. Outside the restaurant, Shenji couldn't contain his curiosity and asked Cheng Dale how he knew about them. Cheng Dale jokingly responded to Shenji's question, explaining that he possessed divine skills passed down to him by the gods, enabling him to tell certain things. He also made a request to Shenji, asking him to address him as young master while in the city. In the evening at Jia's residence in Black Rock City, a group of people gathered. One of them made a comment, remarking that on Jia's son's wedding day, even with just 1 or 2 pieces of silver, they could already immerse themselves in joy and witness a memorable ceremony. Shenji couldn't resist commenting about Jia's family having a big mouth. He questioned if there was once a famous official in their family. Liu Bai chimed in, acknowledging the truth in Shenji's statement. He noted that one member of the Jia family had indeed worked as a small official in the city. Liu Bai emphasized the current chaotic state of the world and highlighted that in the past, if the family displayed certain words on their door, it would have had the power to bring destruction upon the whole family. Cheng Dale, eager to join the event, suggested that they enter the venue. He expressed his belief that Qin Man was probably already inside. Shenji, aware of the bounty on Qin Man's head, voiced his concerns about the risk of him being recognized. Cheng Dale reassured him, stating that after being out of the spotlight for over half a year, there was no need for Qin Man to be afraid anymore. As they entered Jia's residence, the party was in full lantern lights. People were seated, and Cheng Dale's group found their table. Shenji ate a slice of meat, causing Cheng Dale to calmly scold him for his eating manners. He urged Shenji to calm down, reminding him that they had eaten similar meals countless times before. Cheng Dale expressed his embarrassment at how Shenji chewed, while also chewing food in his own mouth. Shenji retorted, dismissing Cheng Dale's comment. He pointed out that Cheng Dale's hands were just as quick as his own, and he questioned why he couldn't enjoy a hot meal for once, considering how many days he had eaten cold food. Liu Bai, observing their argument, intervened and jokingly claimed ownership of the leg of lamb. At another table, some men curiously asked about their names, sensing they were foreigners. Cheng Dale, with his mouth full of food and a piece of meat in his hand, responded in a disrespectful manner, asserting that it was none of their business. The group of men fell silent as they looked at Cheng Dale's eating manners. Suddenly, the room erupted with excitement as the bride and groom made their grand entrance. Escorted by their families, the couple approached the center of attention. The bride's face was veiled in a vibrant red fabric, adding to the air of mystery. Cheng Dale couldn't help but wonder aloud if the bride was beautiful or not, his eyes fixed on the couple. In an unexpected turn of events, a man suddenly screamed, interrupting the celebration. He yelled at them to slow down and declared that he wouldn't allow the bride to marry him. All eyes turned toward the man, startled by his outburst. The bride, with a mix of surprise and apprehension, uttered his name, Zai Kai. Someone in the crowd asked who he was, and a man recognized him, dictating his name as Luo Zai Kai. He explained that he was a close friend of the groom and even held a marriage certificate with the bride. However, the Luo family went downhill, and the Jia family took advantage of the situation and forced the woman into this marriage. Another person chimed in, expressing disbelief, wondering if such a thing could actually happen. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale and his group listened attentively, absorbing the unfolding drama. Zai Kai, seizing the moment, stepped forward with determination. He mentioned that he had a marriage certificate, called the bride's name Zulan, and declared that she couldn't marry the groom. The wedding is about getting married according to all the traditional rules, and other lengthy rituals are indispensable. If the marriage certificate is correct, then the marriage won't be possible today. Jia Wu, the groom, seething with anger, commanded the housekeeper to remove Zai Kai from his sight. Zai Kai, facing the wrath of the crowd, struggled to break free from their clutches, enduring punches and kicks as he refused to give up. The people crowded around him, mentioning that they should get him out of there and pushing him away. Someone smashed his face to the ground, causing him to be battered and bruised. Zai Kai lay on the ground, but he gathered his strength to shout at Jia Wu, expressing his deep betrayal. He accused Jia Wu of being a deceitful scoundrel, pretending to be his friend while forcing Mrs. Lan into the marriage. Zai Kai lamented that he had treated someone as cruel and unscrupulous as Jia Wu like a friend. Inside her veil, Zhu Lan, the bride, uttered Zai Kai's name again and was taken aback and began to cry. Jia Wu, fueled by anger at Zhu Lan's tears, shouted at her, demanding to know why she was crying. Further infuriated, Jia Wu ordered his people to attack Zai Kai, urging them to beat him mercilessly and dispose of his body in the mass grave outside the city. The onlookers watched as Zai Kai was subjected to a barrage of punches and kicks, while someone snatched the marriage certificate from him. Zai Kai cursed as he struggled to crawl towards the person who had taken the certificate. Zai Kai realized the dire consequences. His thoughts raced as he recognized the hopelessness of his situation. He only thought about the marriage certificate but felt the weight of despair settling in. In a menacing tone, Jia Wu taunted Zai Kai, questioning his worthiness to compete with him. Wielding a wooden stick, he blamed Zai Kai for his inability to keep a woman by his side and challenged his audacity for causing trouble in their place. Jia Wu swung the stick forcefully, striking Zai Kai's head and sending him flying. Zai Kai landed on the ground, barely conscious, and caught a glimpse of Zhu Lan rushing towards him, screaming his name. He also caught a glimpse of the man's mentioning of burning the marriage certificate among the gathered people. Some murmured with disdain, while others agreed to the act, clutching the certificate in their hands. Zai Kai, observing his surroundings, caught glimpses of the faces present as he lay supine, his gaze shifting upwards. With a mixture of resignation and sorrow, he thought of Zhu Lan. Struggling to articulate his words, he sought her forgiveness, acknowledging his failure. In the midst of this dramatic moment, he saw a glimpse of Cheng Dale waking him as he was about to close his eyes. On the other hand, Cheng Dale noticed Zai Kai's fading consciousness and made attempts to rouse him, calling out to him repeatedly. Cheng Dale examined the bruised and battered body of Zai Kai and posed a probing question to him, asking if he believed in justice. After Cheng Dale questioned Zai Kai, who couldn't seem to answer, Cheng Dale stood with a smile before forcefully knocking over the tables. He addressed the Jia family, stating that the Toad village was conducting its business and they were only targeting the Jia family, advising the others to leave if they wished not to be involved. In the background, Liu Bai muttered that he was not full yet. Suddenly, the crowd exclaimed in fear, shouting about mountain bandits. Amidst the panic of the people, some scrambled to flee the place, while Jia Wu and his companions confronted the bandits. Jia Wu questioned them as to where they came from, wondering how these petty bandits dared to cause trouble for their family. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale, Shenji, and Liu Bai found themselves surrounded by Jia's people. Jia Wu commanded his followers to beat them, while Shenji expressed concern to Cheng Dale about the larger number of people they faced. Cheng Dale, with a loud voice, shouted Qin Man's name and ordered him to take down their people. At another table, Qin Man, Xiao Yu, and Zhang Fei heard Cheng Dale's command. Qin Man responded with aggression, attacking the Jia people who were trying to stop them. Jia people were thrown aside by his onslaught. Jia Wu, commanding his people, urgently ordered them to stop Qin Man. As the Jia people contemplated how to subdue him, fear evident on their faces, Qin Man swiftly grabbed the head of one of Jia Wu's people. Qin Man intensely and rashly goes to Jia Wu, who points his weapon at Qin Man. In Jia Wu's thoughts, he acknowledged Qin Man's remarkable speed just before Qin Man forcefully slammed his head to the ground, making him unconscious. As someone intervenes and yelled stop, Old Man Jiu showed up and called out Cheng Dale, addressing him as Master Cheng, seeking his attention. Old Man Jiu, filled with desperation, pleaded with Cheng Dale, stating that they had no grudge against him and asking for mercy for his son's life. He promised to fulfill any of Cheng Dale's desires, assuring him that he would definitely be satisfied. In response, Cheng Dale questioned Old Man Jiu's claim of no hatred, reminding him that he had asked for a share of their family's money, but he didn't do it. He then accused him of forcefully marrying a girl. Cheng Dale further questioned, mentioning that he was unable to let a woman stay with him due to his own inability. He asked if Old Man Jiu would agree if someone tried to steal his daughter-in-law today. Terrified and helpless, Old Man Jiu offered to give the girl to Cheng Dale if it pleased him but begged for his son's life. Cheng Dale clicked his tongue dismissively, contemplating the situation. In his thoughts, Cheng Dale realized the potential stress he would face if Su Ying were to discover that he had brought another woman back to the village. He also admitted his lack of interest in women who were already taken. Noting the apprehensive expression on the boy's face, Cheng Dale realized that soon he would be gone and the girl would become the object of trouble once again. Cheng Dale then unveiled the veil covering the woman's face and complimented her beauty. He concluded that her desirability was the reason two men had fought over her. He then decided to take both her and the young men with them. He remarked that the wind was tight and tugging, urging his group to follow him while emphasizing the urgency of their escape. As they fled from Jiu's residence, Qin Man carried Jia Wu and Zhu Lan on his shoulders. Cheng Dale warned his group that the troops would soon catch up to them and instructed them to use the secret passage they had used to enter the city, to which the group of Cheng Dale acknowledged his command. The Empire guards pursued them, shouting for them not to escape. As the moon glimmered in their path, the group hurriedly fled outside the city, with Cheng Dale guiding them. When they reached the place where they had left the horses, Qin Man questioned the whereabouts of their horses. Cheng Dale revealed that the horses were located in the sparsely populated evergreen forest in front of them. He paused briefly, scanning the surroundings, and to his shock, his words stumbled as he anxiously questioned the whereabouts of the horses. Somewhere outside of Black Rock City, Cheng Dale expressed his frustration upon realizing that their horses were missing, and the sled had been pulled away. He angrily questioned who dared to rob him, vowing to spare no mercy if he discovered the culprit. In his irritation, he pounded his fist against the ground. Shenji suggested that perhaps someone passing by had taken the horses, but Cheng Dale promptly rejected the idea, stating that the place was well hidden. He sarcastically remarked that he had considered the possibility of theft when hiding the horse. Cheng Dale's face displayed a mix of frustration and concern, cursing under his breath as he sensed that he was being targeted for an attack. Amidst the darkness of the night, the Empire guards were drawing near as the night was filled with noise and commotion. Shenji inquired of Cheng Dale about their next course of action as their pursuers drew closer, noting that their conspicuousness with the two captives could pose a problem. Cheng Dale, despite his anger, made a strategic decision. He instructed Shenji to search for the White Wolf along with Qin Man and to take the captives to her place. He commanded everyone else to follow him into town, indicating his intent to proceed with their plan even in his enraged state. After some time, in a hidden house in Black Rock City, it was almost morning when Shenji returned from the city to report to Cheng Dale. Shenji praised Cheng Dale's plan, explaining that they had searched almost all the apartments outside the city throughout the night and found nothing. He noted that they would never have guessed their whereabouts as they were back in town. Cheng Dale, however, expressed frustration, mentioning that they were now trapped within the city. He sarcastically commented that the situation was great. Shenji then informed him that additional guards had been stationed both inside and outside the city, and several openings in the city walls were also guarded. Shenji asked Cheng Dale who he thought stole their horses. He speculated whether Gao Fei Bao might be responsible for the theft. Cheng Dale considered it a possibility and expressed his determination. He stated that whoever the culprit might be, he would make sure to catch and eliminate them. He bit his thumb in frustration. Liu Bai commented that getting so angry over a few horses was unnecessary. In a fit of rage, Cheng Dale frantically questioned the whereabouts of his axe, realizing that it had also been stolen. Meanwhile, approximately 30 miles away from the city, a group of men had gathered around a campfire. Among them, one individual commented on the audacity of the mountain bandits who had dared to enter the city with such a small number of members and cause a commotion. They chuckled, knowing that the bandits had not expected their horses to be taken. The man wondered how much the bandit would hate them, which prompted laughter from the group. As they continued drinking and eating, another man remarked on the strength of the wine they were consuming, which was much stronger than their horse milk wine. Some commented that one of the wine containers was empty, expressing frustration. The man shifted their conversation towards the stolen axe, addressing the young prince, expressing his interest in the axe, and sharing his intentions to use it in the future. However, another man playfully interjected, engaging in a friendly argument with the man whom he called Ida. He pointed out that he had actually set his sights on the axe first. Ida then challenged the man named Kaihu, to which Kaihu responded in a challenging manner, ready to engage in a fight. As the two fought for the axe, the other members only watched and cheered during the fight, showing great enthusiasm for violence. Just then, the young prince interjected amidst the fight, drawing everyone's attention. He questioned them if they wanted the axe, commenting on the weight of the axe and emphasizing its formidable size of over 100 pounds. Ida and Kaihu fell silent, and their confrontation momentarily paused. With a gleam in his eyes, the young prince continued, deciding that the two spears would now belong to Ida and Kaihu, while he reserved the axe for himself, proclaiming it would be his weapon in the future. He then positioned himself in front of a tall tree, assuming a confident stance. With determination, he swung the axe forcefully, cleanly cutting the tree in half with its powerful blade slicing through the tree. The young prince clenched his teeth as he lifted the axe high above his head, admiring it. He then bestowed upon it a fitting name, Storm Tomahawk. A contented smile crept across his face, pleased with the name he had chosen. The young prince's name is Huerle, a prince of the northern barbarian tribe of the Ring. Despite his young age, he carried significant prestige within the tribe. The people of the tribe often praised him as a cold land wolf about to roar in all directions. Ida asked the young prince which name is Hule, regarding their situation, to which Hule replied, not to rush. He described a world full of desirable things like flowers, wine, tea, weapons, silk, and delicate women that they could possess if they had the power to grab them. He pointed toward Black Rock City from the cliff where they stood. With fierce determination, Hule declared that the tribe's warriors were on their way and proposed that they first blend into the city. Once their people arrived, they would make a good raid on Black Rock City. In the chilling embrace of Black Rock City's night, Cheng Dale's group discussed the situation they were facing. One of them remarked about the cold weather, feeling the chill in the air. Shenji, expressing concern, questioned Cheng Dale about the current tense situation, seeking assurance that they would not encounter any danger on their journey. Cheng Dale was determined to carry out their mission despite the tense situation. He mentioned that there were many wrongdoers waiting for them to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. He specifically mentioned the Wang family and asked Shenji to share what he had heard about them. Shenji provided details about the Wang family, a 60-year-old man who had recently bought a 14-year-old girl, which enraged Cheng Dale. He declared that this single message alone is enough to quarter the man. Liu Bai and Xiao Yu expressed their support for taking action. Cheng Dale instructed Shenji and Zhang Fei to remain outside and wait for them. After the job is done, they plan to split up and move on to the next house. Shenji raised concerns about the heightened alertness of the city garrison after their robbery, and questioned whether they should continue to rob. Cheng Dale, however, believed that causing more chaos would work in their favor and used the chaos to escape the town. After that moment, the group then covered their faces with fabric masks and proceeded toward the Wang family residence. Qin Man positioned himself on the wall fence, keeping watch over the inside of the Wang family's property. Cheng Dale called upon Qin Man for assistance, to which Qin Man responded without speaking. As they got inside the Wang residence, the group hid, and Liu Bai asked Cheng Dale where they should go. Cheng Dale directed them to find the old man's room, expressing his disdain for their actions and stating that they deserved to be punished. They whispered their plans while staying hidden behind the house. Meanwhile, inside the Wang residence, a man and a woman whose name was Mrs. Sen were engaged in a flirtatious conversation while lying in bed together. The man offered Mrs. Sen some leftover wine, and she responded seductively by urging him to put out the lights to avoid being seen. The man, seemingly unconcerned about being caught, mentioned that the old man in the house was currently engaging in intimate activities with a young girl. He seemed unfazed by others witnessing their intimate activities, stating that he wouldn't be afraid of them. Mrs. Sen expressed her attraction to the man's masculine side, like a bandit, further fueling their flirtation. The man boasted about his bravery, claiming that he would even kill a few bandits given the chance. However, their intimate moment was abruptly interrupted when Cheng Dali's group broke into the room, shouting and startling the man and Mrs. San. Cheng Dali confronted the man and Mrs. San, commanding them to stay still. He declared their presence, referring to themselves as the Toad Village. The man and Mrs. San screamed in fear upon seeing Cheng Dali and his group. However, Cheng Dali's group momentarily paused and became visibly distracted by Mrs. San's physical attributes, their faces turning red with a mix of embarrassment and desire. Xiao Yu, still slightly flustered, managed to mumble his words in a question. He asked Cheng Dali if the girl present was the 14-year-old they were looking for. Cheng Dali, attempting to regain composure, cleared his throat and reminded everyone about maintaining decorum. He faked a cough to divert attention from the awkward moment. Recovering from the distraction, Cheng Dali approached the man and pointed his sword at him, demanding to know who they were. The man, pleading for his life, identified himself as Wang Papa, stating that Wang Yuanwei was his father. Suspecting deception, Cheng Dali angrily accused the man of daring to take advantage of him, questioning why he had the same habit. He pressed the sword closer to Wang Papa's neck, displaying his disbelief. In a fearful tone, Wang Papa reaffirmed his identity and claimed to genuinely be Wang Papa, the son of Wang Yuanwei. Cheng Dali then turned his attention to Mrs. San, questioning her Wang Papa's name is real and asking her who she was. Mrs. San revealed that she was Wang Yuanwei's third wife, further complicating the situation and adding to Cheng Dali's confusion. He pondered the messiness of this large family. Cheng Dali's group gathered together for a brief discussion, leaving the two individuals behind. Xiao Yu, addressing Cheng Dali, acknowledged the mistake of breaking into the wrong room. He expressed uncertainty about their next course of action. Cheng Dali replied, determined to maintain control of the situation, and made a decisive command. He ordered his group to tie up the individuals who were not restrained. Holding their ropes and knives menacingly, they approached Wang Papa and Mrs. San. Xiao Yu, displaying a stern and unwavering demeanor, warned them to stand still and emphasized that his knife would not negotiate. Wang Papa, filled with fear and desperation, pleaded for his life, hoping to sway Cheng Dali's group's decision. After that moment, the silence of the night was broken by the sudden chaos that erupted in the Wang residency as Cheng Dali screamed that they were there. He accused the Wang family of committing numerous evil deeds, bullying and dominating the people, and expressed their belief that the Wang family deserved punishment. In a furious act, they set fire to the house before swiftly departing. Cheng Dali rallied the group, urging them to leave. Inside the Wang family, panic ensued as one of their houses burned. A desperate voice cried out for help. Meanwhile, Cheng Dali's group fled from Wang's residence, while the Wang family members attempted to extinguish the flames. Some armed themselves, searching for the culprits, while others watched in shock and fear. The people noticed Wang Papa and Mrs. San unconscious and inside a bag. They exclaimed in surprise at the discovery of the young master and the third wife. Approaching the bag, they discovered drawings on the faces of the unconscious nobles. A piece of lumber behind them carried a message saying, "Rob the rich to feed the poor," while another piece of lumber indicated, "Enforce justice on behalf of heaven." Soon after, the Zhu, Lu, Chen, Jiang, and Wang families each faced attacks and fires in their residences, plunging the Black Rock City into widespread chaos. Someone remarked that Cheng Dali had caused significant trouble among the 7 wealthy families of Black Rock. Another person added that Cheng Dali and their group always vanished after leaving a toad stain mark. The concerned individual interrupted, urging others to fetch water and stop talking. As Cheng Dali and his group fled the area, Kinman carried Shenji. Cheng Dali carefully assessed the situation, taking into account the state of panic that had engulfed the city and the pursuit by the city guards. He concluded that it was time to escape. Meanwhile, the system beeped, indicating that Cheng Dali's fear points had reached a staggering 41,135. The system recognized the completion of Cheng Dali's task and offered a reward of 1 lottery draw. The system prompted Cheng Dali, stating that the lottery would result in a top-grade weapon, general, secret book, or prop. It asked if Cheng Dali wanted to draw now. Cheng Dali declined, suggesting they discuss it after leaving town. After Cheng Dali instigated a chaotic event in Black Rock City at night, he caused a lot of chaos in the city and wanted to take advantage of it to escape, but his plan failed. The 6 of them were big targets. No one could get past the guards without being noticed. They could already be tracked through their footprints. Instead of trying to escape, it seemed safer for them to remain within the city. As the crowd looked at the wanted images, including Hule, he appeared delighted by the sight of their images and sported a smug expression. Somewhere in Black Rock City, as the sun was setting, Shenji, who had just returned to their hideout, informed Cheng Dali that he had brought back food. Additionally, Shenji shared that while on the street, he had met an acquaintance who offered to hide them in his house for a few days. Cheng Dali recognized the acquaintance and mentioned his name, Luo Zaikai. He asked Shenji if they could trust him. Shenji assured Cheng Dali, explaining that aside from Zaikai, only an elderly mother resided in his home. Shenji expressed his confidence that Luo Zaikai would not betray them, especially considering that he seemed to be the one pursuing Zhu Lan. Zaikai approached Cheng Dali and expressed that he had stood up for him the other day. He assured Cheng Dale that he would never betray him, emphasizing that he was willing to guarantee it with his life. Considering the information and assurances, Cheng Dale made a decision. He decided that they would temporarily hide in the Luo family home and wait for things to cool down. Afterward, they planned to find a way to escape the town. After that happened, at night, inside the Luo family's residence, Cheng Dale slept and experienced a vivid and unsettling dream. Startled by the intense imagery, he abruptly woke up, his body drenched in sweat. He exclaimed that something was wrong. Sensing a disturbance, Kin Man hurried into Cheng Dale's room and asked him what happened. Still feeling uncomfortable and out of breath, Cheng Dale expressed uncertainty and responded to Kin Man that he wasn't sure while clutching his head. Kin Man pressed further, inquiring how Cheng Dale knew that something was wrong. However, Cheng Dale remained silent, lost in deep thought. In his thoughts, Cheng Dale contemplated the overwhelming surge of fear points and concluded that it was definitely not good. Eventually, he spoke up, suggesting to Kin Man that he should rest while Cheng Dale took over the night watch. After some time had passed, in the early morning at the Luo family residence, Zai Kai, filled with anger and determination, screamed at the rooms where Cheng Dale was staying, threatening to fight him to the end. Cheng Dale, puzzled by Zai Kai's behavior, questioned what he was doing. Kin Man, unsure of the situation, wondered if Zai Kai had been acting this way since he went out earlier that morning. Continuing his outburst, Zai Kai accused Cheng Dale and his group of being unscrupulous mountain bandits, vowing to report them to the guards and take them to court. Cheng Dale, yawning, instructed Kin Man to restrain Zai Kai. Kin Man clenched his fist before delivering a blow to Zai Kai, causing him to scream in pain. After a moment, they tied Zai Kai up and made him kneel before them. In an attempt to understand the situation, Cheng Dale calmly addressed Zai Kai, urging him to speak slowly and without rushing. Zai Kai expressed his outrage, stating that if he is afraid of death, then he'll study the books of the sages in vain. He then accused Cheng Dale of being responsible for the destruction of the entire Jia family and questioned whether Cheng Dale truly cared about his own life. Cheng Dale casually remarked on Zai Kai's scholarly nature before reacting to the news about the Jia family. He questioned whether he heard correctly, asking if the Jia family had indeed been wiped out. Zai Kai conveyed his dismay, emphasizing that Cheng Dale seemed unaware of the gravity of his actions. He then passionately explained that the previous night, the entire Liu family, consisting of 37 people, had been killed, regardless of whether they were old or weak, with no survivors and corpses all over the ground. He mentioned the presence of a toad painted on the wall in blood, implying that they were scared to take responsibility for what they had done. Shenji interrupted and called out to Cheng Dale, but overwhelmed with emotion, Zai Kai continued speaking. Zai Kai mentioned his fiancée, expressing concern that she had been caught by Cheng Dale and that he had had no news about her since then. He feared that she might have met the same fate as others and been killed by Cheng Dale as well. Cheng Dale questioned the meaning behind Zai Kai's statement, asserting that she was clearly the daughter-in-law of the Jia family. He pointed out that they hadn't gone out all night yesterday. He irritably smiled at Zai Kai, expressing his surprise that Zai Kai hadn't noticed at all. Seeking clarification, Kin Man asked if they were being impersonated, which startled and frightened Zai Kai. He began questioning them, reminding them of their supposed blessings from the gods. He dumbly asked if Cheng Dale could use the 5 thunder spells if he possessed psychic abilities and if they had the magic of the gods. In a fit of anger and embarrassment, Cheng Dale responded that Zai Kai shouldn't talk nonsense. He quickly turned his back on Zai Kai and faced Kin Man and Shenji. Shenji expressed annoyance towards Zai Kai, while Cheng Dale instructed Shenji to ignore Zai Kai and suggested entering the house to discuss the situation further. After several hours had passed, Cheng Dale's group gathered for a meeting to discuss the situation at hand. Cheng Dale, adopting a serious expression, summarized their discussions and stated his thoughts. Xiao Yu questioned who might be impersonating them and asked who they thought it could be. Kin Man stated that it might be Gao Fei Bao who was a possible suspect. However, Shenji dismissed this possibility, explaining that mountain bandits typically rob to earn their living and avoid unnecessary killings of people, and they would never do anything that would break people's spirits. Kin Man wondered who else it could be. Zhang Fei intervened and suggested the existence of a third force in town that they didn't know about. Liu Bei agreed, pointing out that a whole family had been destroyed overnight without any signs or noise. He emphasized that the unknown group seemed to possess a more professional technique than theirs, indicating that those certain groups were likely savage people. Cheng Dale remained determined, stating that no matter who they were, if they were unable to escape the city, the other group definitely couldn't get out of the city either. He declared that those who dared to use his name for evil purposes should be prepared to pay the price and expressed his intent to find and kill them. In a certain location within Black Rock City, rumors were spreading like wildfire about Cheng Dale. Someone said that they had heard that Cheng Dale was terrifying and rumored to have committed countless crimes. It was said that he had slaughtered his mother when he was only 8 years old and his father at the age of 9. They also mentioned that Cheng Dale ate human flesh, and it was rumored that he indulged in consuming 3 pounds of flesh and 3 pounds of blood at every meal. Inside a nearby restaurant, 2 people were still gossiping about Cheng Dale. One person stated that Cheng Dale is the kind of person who comes every 1,000 years as a great evil, and the future will apparently be very cruel. However, at another table, Cheng Dale disguised himself and observed the conversation unfolding before him. The individual expressed their belief that one day, someone would defeat Cheng Dale, and he would be fed to the dogs, while Cheng Dale would be killed by a blade with force, making the mountain bandits. He vowed to get drunk and swore that he would never return until he was dead. While Cheng Dale at the other table was just listening to them silently. In the bustling streets of Black Rock City, a crowd of people stood, their attention captured by an unfolding spectacle. Among the onlookers were Shenji and Zhang Fei, caught up in the commotion. People pointed towards a building, sharing their observations. Someone said to look at the building and mentioned that the Missy from the Huang family had used her own money to pay the army, while others noticed the toad symbol marking their presence. Whispers circulated among the crowd, with some individuals mentioning that those residing in the building were marked by the toad symbol. Concerns arose that the Huang family might be the next target for extermination. People felt pity for them as they might feel scared and panicked. In the midst of the commotion, a woman from the Huang family let out a desperate cry, seeking a warrior who could cut off Cheng Dale. She expressed her willingness to offer her own body as a reward. Meanwhile, a group of women from the Jade Spring House announced that whoever could take Cheng Dale's life would be rewarded with a free ride. Shenji couldn't resist the temptation and mischievously suggested kidnapping Cheng Dale to claim the rewards. Suddenly, a group of hooded figures stormed through the city gates, riding on horses. Panic erupted as someone screamed, stating that they should run, and great chaos ensued at the North City Gate caused by the strangers who had broken through. The group of strangers, which was the barbarians, fearlessly fought their way through the gates, swiftly dispatching any guards in their path. Citizens in the city described the gruesome events, with someone stating that they instantly came over and killed people. They added that they cut the heads in half with just one axe stroke. However, an individual speculated that those were the mountain bandits from the Toad Village. They remarked on the bandits' reputation for toughness and noted that they wouldn't dare to mess with them. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale and Liu Bei hid behind a nearby wall. Cheng Dale's anger grew, and he indicated that he had found the group that was using their name, and that those groups were responsible for the massacre of the Jia family. As Cheng Dale looked at them, he irritably said that the man was holding his axe. At that moment, General Liu Heng and his soldiers were seen preparing to confront the group, receiving expressions of support from the citizens. One woman approached General Liu Heng, urging him to return triumphantly while she would wait for him. Meanwhile, another woman approached General Liu Heng and expressed her unwavering belief in his heroism, stating that she knew he could never be wrong. In a separate message, another woman conveyed her well wishes to Mr. Zhu, urging her to take care of their journey. The man riding on the donkey happily sent a message to a woman in the crowd, promising that when he returned from killing bandits, he would propose marriage to her. He blurted out his words with excitement. Another man expressed his determination, assuring Zhaju that she need not worry. He confidently declared that today he would kill Cheng Dale, emphasizing his words by making a hand gesture. While in hiding, Cheng Dale couldn't help but express his disdain for the citizens who were riding donkeys, cows, and mules, questioning their intentions and wondering if they were going to war or what. A person in the crowd explained that the city's organized township warriors were all generous and righteous men. Another person added that their goal was to do justice and eliminate the threats. Amidst all the events, the system beep interrupted with an alert, informing Cheng Dale that his fear points were approaching 1 million and congratulating him. She added that when the fear points reach 1 million, Cheng Dale would be able to randomly redeem one item of top quality. Liu Bei noticed that people were leaving. He asked Cheng Dale for guidance on their next course of action. Cheng Dale made a decisive decision. He suggested heading to the Little White Wolf to borrow horses and retrieve his axe. Almost thousands of people from the city followed the group of barbarians, thinking that it was the Toad Village. Not far away, the barbarians stopped and waited for the soldiers and people who were chasing them. Their faces were ready to engage in violence and chaos. Kai-Hu addressed Hule, the young prince, and asked about the arrival of their people. Hule responded, stating that according to the estimated time, their people should be arriving that day and suggested engaging in play with them outside the city. Hule then raised his axe in excitement and suggested that they let the people get closer and show some of their power, to which Kai-Hu raised his arrow weapon, confirming Hule's plan. Kai-Hu advanced forward and prepared to unleash his arrow towards the group of General Liu Heng. In his thoughts, he calculated the distance, counting 3 miles, 2 miles, 300 paces, and 200 paces. Then he released his arrow toward General Liu Heng's group. With a swift and precise shot, Kai-Hu struck down one of the soldiers, causing terror and fear among the volunteer citizens. Taking advantage of the moment, Kai-Hu and the other barbarians launched a barrage of arrow attacks, causing harm to the soldiers, most of whom were hit by the arrows. General Liu Heng, who had halted and contemplated in his mind, thought that Kai-Hu was just a few hundred paces away. With a bow in his hand while on horseback, he could take a man's life with a single arrow. He couldn't help but compliment the riding skills of these individuals, acknowledging that they were truly terrifying. General Liu Heng then ordered his soldiers to get down and control their horses. Intrigued by the situation, General Liu Heng felt frustrated. He began to think that it didn't seem like the bandits were led by Cheng Dale, but rather resembled the notorious Ring clan. The barbarian group continued their assault, engaging in fierce combat with the soldiers and the pursuing crowd. Hule urged the warriors of the northern barbarians to play against the soldiers. Confident and daring, Kai-Hu expressed to Hule that he should do it. He then called out the group of soldiers, encouraging those who didn't want to live to step forward to pick up their death. General Lu Heng, determined to face the threat, shouted, questioning who would step up to fight Kai Hu. One of the soldiers volunteered, assuring them that he would defeat Kai Hu and bring an end to his menace within 3 rounds. A soldier expressed anticipation, contemplating whether Master Zhang, the soldier who volunteered, could successfully defeat the villain and eliminate him for the sake of the people. Another soldier responded, affirming that today they would witness the true extent of Master Zhang's power. As Soldier Zhang charged toward Kai Hu, a fierce battle ensued. The two combatants clashed their spears, with Soldier Zhang managing to block every strike. However, Kai Hu's agility allowed him to avoid Soldier Zhang's attacks. In a moment of vulnerability, as Soldier Zhang turned his back, Kai Hu swiftly pierced him from behind, leaving the onlooking soldiers in shock and terror. Kai Hu proudly raised his spear, dripping with blood. He called out challengingly to anyone else who dared to face him. In the midst of the intense battle, the savage warrior fought 3 times in a row and won each fight before withdrawing. Hu Lei himself stepped up, and he was even more powerful, wielding an iron axe so strong that several men died in quick succession under his horse. General Lu Heng's gaze remained fixed on the weapon that had captured his attention. The axe, seemingly familiar, hinted at Cheng Dalei's ownership. However, the presence of an unfamiliar man holding it raised suspicions in the general's mind. He doubted that Cheng Dalei, the evil thief, had colluded with the barbarian clan. He questioned how Cheng Dalei's axe could be in the hands of others. General Lu Heng also thought that there were other tribes who called the person a young prince. He then mentioned that the young prince of the rings was also called the Cold Earth Wolf. Hu Lei, with a grin on his face, confirmed that it was indeed him. When it comes to horse fighting, the rings are unrivaled in horsemanship. 30 years ago, the mighty barbarians came. They killed people like cutting grass and laid cities in ruins. A vast empire, with 20 cantons and 108 cities, but no one could stop these barbarians. After this battle, the soldiers of the empire suffered from Ragnar phobia and shuddered at the world's clan of Ring. There is even a saying that if the rings number more than 10,000, they cannot be beaten. Whatever the saying is, it's better to meet than to hear rumors. The young prince of the rings personally went to the battlefield and killed 11 people in a row. The generous and passionate soldiers were already trembling and quivering, and no one dared to step forward any further. General Lu Heng then called out, stating that he would fight Hu Lei. Hu Lei acknowledged the challenge and readied himself for combat. As the battle commenced, the two clashed in a series of fierce exchanges. Despite General Lu Heng's efforts to block Hu Lei's attacks, one forceful strike inflicted a wound on his hand and sent him flying from his horse. Pain and frustration filled General Lu Heng's thoughts. He cursed as he couldn't withstand even 1 round, and continued to indicate that the gang of villains was strong. Meanwhile, Hu Lei, displaying a menacing aura, raised his axe, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. General Lu Heng, with a mix of determination and fear on his face, thought that the axe would kill him for good. As General Lu Heng seemed to have no escape from his situation, suddenly a group led by Cheng Dalei appeared and rushed toward them. Just as General Lu Heng was about to be struck by the axe, it stopped in midair before his face. Hu Lei's thoughts were interrupted by the realization that someone in the area knew his name. Ida sarcastically commented on the approaching group led by Cheng Dalei, stating that they might want to offer their horses once again. Both Ida and Kai Hu chuckled at his sarcasm. Filled with determination and anger, Cheng Dalei screamed for Qin Man to kill Hu Lei. Qin Man approached, seemingly ready for the fight, and Hu Lei responded with a prepared statement. Hu Lei struck his axe effortlessly, destroying Qin Man's makeshift weapon with his own axe. Qin Man, who showed frustration, pondered in his thoughts, cursing the terrible quality of makeshift weapons. In the midst of the fight, General Lu Heng shouted to Qin Man, throwing his weapon for him to use. Qin Man, fueled by annoyance, retrieved the weapon thrown by General Lu Heng and prepared for another attack on Hu Lei. Confidently, Hu Lei announced that he would show him what he could do with his Storm Tomahawk, while Qin Man responded with a defiant yell. As they rushed toward each other, Hu Lei tried to get Qin Man's attention, while Qin Man responded that Hu Lei should go to hell. They engaged in an intense fight, exchanging blows with their weapons and their horses colliding into each other. The soldiers who watched the fight marveled at the terrifying power of Hu Lei's Storm Tomahawk. Cheng Dalei, who grew angrier after hearing their comments, exclaimed that the axe was his own. Observing from a distance, Xiao Yu commented on Hu Lei's riding skills, noting that he was a good rider. Cheng Dalei realized that in terms of strength, they were both equal, but in terms of riding skills, Qin Man was inferior to Hu Lei. He added that if the fight continued, Qin Man would not win. Cheng Dalei commanded Qin Man to retreat. Hu Lei chuckled at Qin Man's speed and running away. Hu Lei boasted with a smirk, sarcastically remarking that he had not yet been defeated since he acquired the axe. He stated this while bragging and smirking. Zhang Fei, angered by what Hu Lei said, retorted that Hu Lei should not be so arrogant. Zhang Fei proposed challenging Hu Lei to a competition, showcasing only his knife and preparing to attack him. But Cheng Dalei intervened and stopped him from moving, urging Zhang Fei to remain calm. He acknowledged Zhang Fei's potential to defeat Hu Lei in 10 years but emphasized that the current moment was not the time for it. Shenji looks up for guidance from Cheng Dalei on what to do next. After a moment of silence, Cheng Dalei confidently declared that he would personally fight Hu Lei. Outside of Black Rock City, Shenji urged Cheng Dalei to be cautious. Cheng Dalei, with an air of confidence, stated that he still had some unused trick up his sleeve. He slowly approached Hu Lei and threatened him, asking if he could endure it. In response to Cheng Dalei's claim, Hu Lei was doubtful and stopped his scamming. He arrogantly questioned Cheng Dalei's capabilities while maintaining a smile. This prompted anger in Cheng Dalei, who fiercely challenged Hu Lei and asked if he was able to withstand it. Taken aback by Cheng Dalei's intense demeanor, Hu Lei questioned Cheng Dalei about what he wanted to do. The horse's reaction was one of shock as well. Cheng Dalei, with a serious expression and unwavering determination, continued to press Hu Lei, repeating his question about whether he would be able to endure what was about to come. Growing increasingly enraged, Cheng Dalei screamed at Hu Lei, demanding to know what he was capable of. With a deliberate tone, Cheng Dalei revealed that he possessed only one trick, emphasizing the significance of this move. He called it draw as he attempted to activate his rewards in the system. In his thoughts during the fight, Cheng Dalei expressed his reliance on the system, hoping it would provide him with a top-level warrior to team up with Kin Man, ensuring Hu Lei's certain death. Meanwhile, in the system, it showed up with the machine pleading with the system for gentleness before forcefully smashing it. After the smash, the machine managed to get him the legendary martial arts book. The system congratulated Cheng Dalei for obtaining the legendary book of martial arts, San Mao's spear from the famous General Zhang Yida. In reality, Cheng Dalei's face displayed a mix of disbelief, shock, and speechlessness, as his request had not been fulfilled as he had expected. An awkward silence hung in the air, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Hu Lei, looking confused, questioned Cheng Dalei's actions, while even Cheng Dalei's horse appeared shaken. Sweating and attempting to lighten the mood, Cheng Dalei smiled awkwardly and remained silent for a moment before he spoke. He claimed that he was trying to create a cheerful atmosphere again. He excused his actions, acknowledging how tense the situation had been just moments ago. Hu Lei, full of anger, retorted that he didn't believe Cheng Dalei for a second. Cheng Dalei, still feeling the awkwardness of the moment, commanded his group to run, while Hu Lei, outraged, shouted that he would kill them and began chasing after them. Kin Man asked Cheng Dalei, who volunteered to hold off Hu Lei, insisting that Cheng Dalei and others should go ahead. Cheng Dalei dismissed Kin Man's suggestion, declaring that their revenge would be sought on another day. Kaihu, leading the barbarian group, ordered his warriors to follow the prince and mercilessly slaughter the people. As panic ensued, the volunteers hurriedly fled back to the cities. While running, the system fear points beeped from hundreds to thousands. As the people rushed back to their city, the barbarians caught up with them. They unleashed violence and mercilessly slaughtered those who got in their way, including innocent lives and horses. Once an entire army starts to break apart, everyone will be just a drop in the bucket. The army breaks apart like a collapsing mountain. A disintegrating army is worth less than a dog. In Cheng Dalei's thoughts, he acknowledged the ferocity of the rings. He gritted his teeth as he looked back, wondering why Hu Lei was relentlessly chasing him to death, to which Hu Lei just gave him a death stare. Cheng Dalei, while glancing at Hu Lei's expression, humorously commented on how Hu Lei looked as if he were about to eat someone. He wondered why Hu Lei harbored such intense hatred towards him and jokingly questioned if he had single-handedly wiped out Hu Lei's entire family. Cheng Dalei's horse, sensing the tension, also cast a nervous glance behind them. The story delves into the barbarian clan known as the Rings. It explains that the Rings live in a remote place and are often referred to as barbarians, savages, rings, and so on. When there was no war on the imperial border, the garrison and the Rings insulted each other every day. The most important thing was that the Rings couldn't surpass them in their stupid sayings, so they usually caught the one who cursed the most and then beat them to death. Amidst the chase, Cheng Dalei, who is scared, yelled to his horse to run while he contemplated his own regrets and shortcomings. He lamented not having taken the time to improve his fighting skills back then, wishing he could have fought with Hu Lei for 300 rounds and that there would be no reason for him to be ashamed today. He acknowledged that his victory over Du Mao in the past was largely due to luck. In his thoughts, Cheng Dalei wished he could be stronger, repeatedly emphasizing the desire for increased strength. He expressed frustration at the current situation, feeling ashamed of being chased like a dog, panting and exhausted, with his tongue out. The humiliation weighed heavily on his mind. As the barbarians relentlessly chased other people, fear points continued to rise, indicating the escalating danger. The groups of barbarians relentlessly slew people on their way. Due to this, the fear points reached 831,553 points. Cheng Dalei clung to a glimmer of hope, believing there is still a chance for him to succeed. He longed for a top-grade warrior to join forces with Kin Man, envisioning how they could defeat Hu Lei on the spot. Cheng Dalei gazed back at Hu Lei with a fierce expression, causing Hu Lei to momentarily feel fear and speechlessness. Hu Lei questioned Cheng Dalei's audacity to display his intent to kill, but quickly dismissed it, and his anger reaffirmed his determination to kill Cheng Dalei. Hu Lei's thoughts told him to kill Cheng Dalei while chasing him. Kin Man offered to stop Hu Lei while telling Cheng Dalei to go first, but Hu Lei fiercely attacked him, shouting for him to get lost. As he was still lost in his thoughts, still thinking about the idea of killing Cheng Dale. Kinman valiantly defended himself from the strike and told Hulei to go to hell, but Kinman's horse ultimately got knocked out by Hulei's strikes. Hulei decided not to kill Kinman and continued his pursuit of Cheng Dale, leaving Kinman behind, commenting that he had gotten in his way. Cheng Dale desperately pushed himself, determined to reach the 1 million fear points. He gritted his lips, causing blood to drip from his mouth, with a sense of urgency coursing through him. The chase continued, with Hulei growing increasingly enraged. Finally, as Hulei closed in on Cheng Dale, his horse got hit and caused him to be thrown off. The blood splattered everywhere as the fear points climbed to reach the 1 million mark. In the midst of the intense pursuit, Cheng Dale then managed to draw his request to the system. The system received his request, then read lines that stated that the heartbeats of the people of the world would bring the light of the stars, and countless emotions across the platform would collide to create a person who would shake the world. The hero from the story would be reborn and was about to cross time and space before the system continued her words. Cheng Dale intervened, shocked as he was overwhelmed by the chaos. He urgently asked the system to skip the lines, fearing for his life. As the system congratulated him on obtaining the top military general, Cheng Dale questioned the name mentioned, hilariously suggesting various names, mentioning the names of Long Kai, Gong Sun Long, Lai Yun Long, and lastly, he questionably thought that it could be Cheng Long and asked who Long was and who he was. Cheng Dale got frustrated and accused the system of intentionally messing with him. With no knowledge of the character or how they would appear, Cheng Dale realized he had no way out. Despite his doubts, he stood up from his fall, gritted his teeth, and prepared to face Hulei, wondering whether he was destined to die under his own axe. After all the requests Cheng Dale had received, Cheng Dale bravely stood up to the approaching horse of Hulei and waited for his attack. However, Cheng Dale's thoughts raced as he made eye contact with his own horse, which was now ridden by Hulei, and begged for its assistance. Hoping for a timely intervention, Cheng Dale reflected on the moments when he had treated his horse poorly, despite their few months of being together. In that critical moment, he pleaded silently, yearning for his horse to come to his rescue and save his life. Suddenly, Cheng Dale's horse remembered their shared experiences, causing it to rear up and throw Hulei off its back. Surprised by the turn of events, Hulei looked on in disbelief as Cheng Dale quickly reached the horses. Enraged, Hulei demanded Ida's horse, but Cheng Dale had already freed himself and was now on horseback, looking at his surroundings. As Cheng Dale rushed to escape to the place, he saw a man on the bridge. The man then asked Cheng Dale to address him as the brave man. Before Cheng Dale passed him, the man quickly asked Cheng Dale if he had ever seen a handsome gentleman with marvelous eyebrows and a graceful posture. Cheng Dale got curious, so he stopped after he had passed the man and looked back. The man just gave Cheng Dale an innocent smile. When he looked back at the man casually talked to Hulei, addressing him as brave man as well, but Hulei arrogantly told the man to leave. Cheng Dale, who had been standing behind the man, quickly rushed out to the place. However, the man was just silently looking at Hulei, who then passed him. Cheng Dale returned after a turn just to playfully respond to the man, revealing himself to be the handsome gentleman with picturesque eyebrows and a graceful posture that the man had been looking for. The man looked at him directly and gave a mischievous smirk and a wink, which amused Cheng Dale, who was trying not to show his annoyance and instead offered an encouraging look. Realizing that the man was not the one he had sought, Cheng Dale awkwardly doubted and asked the man if he was not the handsome gentleman with picturesque eyebrows and a graceful posture, but the man just laughed without saying a word. Cheng Dale jokingly suggested the name Zhao Yun, but the man shook his head, denying the name. Cheng Dale asked for the man's identity, and he calmly replied that he had a mediocre name that Cheng Dale probably had not heard of even if he had told him. The man introduced himself as Zhao Zilong from Chang Mountain. Cheng Dale reacted with surprise, commenting humorously on the mediocrity of the name. As Cheng Dale processed the introduction, members of the Toad group approached to rescue him, reassuring him that they were there to save him. Meanwhile, Zilong observed the situation. Cheng Dale asked if there was someone among his group that Zilong knew, continuing their conversation while trying to evade Hulei, who was getting closer. Zilong confirmed that he knew someone in the group. Hulei suddenly swung his axe at Cheng Dale and yelled that he would kill him. Cheng Dale struggled to evade the attack and tried to avoid being hit, but Zilong skillfully managed to dodge the attack with a small movement. Cheng Dale was surprised by Zilong's swift movements. Also, the horse cried in fear after avoiding the attack. Hulei, who was enraged, irritably questioned where Zilong came from, and he should get out of his way. He then swung his axe at Zilong, who just avoided it swiftly. After that, Zilong took off his covers, revealing himself. He sarcastically indicated that Hulei was the one in his way. In anger at Zilong's words, Hulei continued his assault. He rushed to attack Zilong, again screaming as he attacked Zilong, telling him to go to hell, while Cheng Dale called out to Zilong, ordering him to kill Hulei. However, Zilong remained silent, but Liu Bei chimed in, urging Zilong to kill Hulei. Zilong then reacted and revealed his spear, covered by a fabric, and confidently stated that he would cut off Hulei's head while displaying a smirk on his face. The system then displayed, introducing Zhao Zilong as a new character, a debutant top-grade warrior at the age of 15, known for his skill with the White Bird Pilgrim's spear. On the other hand, the rings had already routed Black Rock City's volunteer soldiers, scattering them in all directions. Kai Hu realized that Hulei had been surrounded by the mountain bandits, and he quickly instructed Ida to send some men to retrieve their troops. He then rallied the rest of the soldiers to go and support the prince. In the midst of the battle, on Hulei's side, chaos was raging. Zilong, recognizing the weight and power of Hulei's axe, knew he couldn't fight him recklessly. While in a one-on-one battle with Hulei, Zilong strategized in his thoughts, realizing that the only way to counter the relentless cavalry gallop of the rings was to make the best use of their advantages and bypass the disadvantages, and that way to knock Hulei off his horse before he could launch his attacks. A fire glowed in Zilong's weapon, and with a swift and intense move, Zilong leaped toward Hulei, engaging him in a fierce fight. In a display of skill and agility, Zilong blocked Hulei's attacks and managed to strike him multiple times in rapid succession. Zilong mockingly commented on Hulei's slashes entirely without any literary style. Hulei's face turned grim. Zilong commented disdainfully on Hulei's type of attack, likening it to a beast. Zilong unleashed a powerful attack known as the White Birth Pilgrim's Spear Wind Gust, enveloping himself in a blazing inferno and emanating intense power. He remarked that despite Hulei's wild beast, they were nothing compared to a hunter. Zilong considered Hulei's efforts to be a futile waste of power and added a smirk after he said it. Zilong's movement was so fast that it surprised Hulei. Hulei thought that Zilong was very fast. In a decisive moment, Zilong swiftly approached Hulei and struck him. Hulei gritted his teeth as he tried to avoid the attack, but a hideous blow from Zilong caused him to fall off his horse with blood splattered. By now, Hulei's group had arrived and saw what had happened and were shouting Hulei's name, calling him the young prince. The barbarians rushed towards the battle, but Kinman and the others blocked their way. Kinman then commanded Xiao Yu that they would stop them. In their clash, Zilong struck Hulei's shoulder, causing him to grit his teeth in pain and staggered from the impact. This was followed by a blast unleashed by Zilong. Zilong let out a sigh of relief, feeling triumphant, as he confidently declared that the person who had tried to block his way had been knocked aside. He expressed his intention to continue his search for a certain person. Cheng Dale, who was standing behind him, reacted with disbelief, while even his horse seemed taken aback by Zilong's words. Zilong gazed at Cheng Dale, displaying a hint of rudeness in him. He informed Cheng Dale that he was not one of his underlings and that he had only intervened because of a request from Little Bai, who was Liu Bei. Cheng Dale found himself lost in thought, realizing that top-grade characters like Zilong wouldn't listen to one without reason, and added that it was probably the same as Kin Man. He suspected that there must be a hidden task that had to be completed. However, his musings were interrupted when Zilong commented that Liu Bei and the others must be over there and wondered if they had gotten into a fight with a few people. Zilong then abruptly turned his attention back to Cheng Dale, rudely asking him to borrow his horse for a while. He added that the ring guy, referring to Hulei, had not yet been defeated and might seek revenge on Cheng Dale. Zilong warned Cheng Dale that the rings were unrivaled in horse combat, suggesting Cheng Dale not give Hulei the opportunity to mount his horse. Since Zilong had wounded Hulei's right arm and intended to take away the horse, he advised Cheng Dale to help himself. Meanwhile, the dust and smoke swarmed Hulei's surroundings. He struggled to get back up from the impact of Zilong's attack. He showed an outraged expression as he gritted his teeth and blood stained his mouth as he tried to regain his footing amidst the intense battle. In the confrontation on the bridge, Cheng Dale and Hulei stood ready to engage in combat. Meanwhile, Zilong, who had ridden away with Cheng Dale's horse, said something to Cheng Dale, wishing him good luck. Cheng Dale took a deep breath in the chilling air as he prepared to unleash his swords against Hulei's menacing axe. Hulei, who held his weapon firmly. Cheng Dale swiftly lunged toward Hulei, launching an attack. In response, Hulei shouted a threat for Cheng Dale to die. Hulei aimed to strike Cheng Dale down with his axe. However, Cheng Dale managed to narrowly evade being hit. After Hulei's attack was avoided, Hulei swiftly launched another attack, leaping towards him. Cheng Dale repeatedly said to himself that he shouldn't retreat, and at that moment, he blocked Hulei's attack. As Cheng Dale fought, his thoughts raced, determined not to display any signs of cowardice in the face and shouldn't show his back to the beast. The intensity of the fight grew as they exchanged attacks, with Cheng Dale maintaining a relentless offense. The two of them continued to block and counter each other's attacks, with the intensity of their heated combat increasing. Hulei couldn't help but wonder why Cheng Dale consistently wore that menacing look on his face. In response to his frustration, Hulei taunted Cheng Dale, labeling him a dog bandit. Hulei then swung his axe, but Cheng Dale swiftly ducked, avoiding the attack. In a moment of opportunity, Cheng Dale landed a strike, causing Hulei to cry out in pain as his hands were cut by Cheng Dale's swords. Bleeding profusely, Hulei fell onto the ground while Cheng Dale pointed his sword at him. Hulei weakly called Cheng Dalei a bandit, struggling to sit up and gritting his teeth. Cheng Dalei firmly spoke up and questioned if he didn't know that stealing meant chopping off hands, and proceeded to insult Hulei, calling him a horse thief. In the distance, Hulei's barbarian groups witnessed everything, and one shouted Hulei's name. But before anyone could react, Zai Long charged on his horse, swiftly slicing through Kai Hu, to which Kai Hu puked some blood himself. Hulei, feeling helpless, cried out Kai Hu's name as he could do nothing but watch from a distance as Kai Hu was taken away. Seizing the opportunity, Hulei let out his frustration towards Cheng Dalei, and then threatened him to die as he was about to launch an attack. Cheng Dalei, unmoved, calmly struck a final blow, causing Hulei's blood to drip onto Cheng Dalei's sword, while Hulei unconsciously still called him a bandit. Standing over him, Cheng Dalei questioned Hulei if he believed in justice, and asked Hulei if he had never heard of a particular legend even though he had been in town for a long time. Hulei looked at Cheng Dalei with a frustrated expression, offering no response. Cheng Dalei continued to speak, emphasizing the importance of righteous people and the ultimate defeat of violent evil by even stronger acts of kindness. He expressed his belief that when the day of judgment arrived, the wicked would have nowhere to hide, and those who deserved to live would live, while there would be no place for evil to hide. Cheng Dalei questioned him back if he believed in justice, to which Hulei responded with a cough only. Cheng Dalei then told him to look at the sky, while pointing his sword to the sky. He asked him how high it was. He then proceeded to look to the earth while pointing his sword down, asking how white the snow on the earth was. He then concealed his sword in its sheath. Cheng Dalei directed his gaze towards the axe, while Hulei interjected, referring to it as his own axe and mentioning its name, the Storm Tomahawk. Cheng Dalei raised the axe high above, reminding Hulei that it had been his weapon, cursing him for claiming ownership. With anger in his eyes, Cheng Dalei swung the axe down upon Hulei, blood splattering in every direction even towards his face and clothes. Amidst the carnage, Cheng Dalei declared the sky's height, the whiteness of the snow, and the ownership of the axe as undeniable truths that should never be questioned. After a long day of fighting the barbarians, General Liu Heng surveyed the surroundings. He felt a sense of fear as he realized that Hulei, the young prince of the northern barbarians, had died there at the hands of a group of mountain bandits. General Liu Heng's gaze fell upon Cheng Dalei, whose body was covered in blood. They locked eyes, and General Liu Heng took a nervous gulp rising in his throat. Cheng Dalei addressed General Liu Heng, commanding him that the head of the horse thief, which was Hulei, would be given to him. Tin Man interjected, thanking him for the weapon and returning it to General Liu Heng as he threw the weapon to him. Cheng Dalei then announced to their group that they were ready to depart. As they traveled back home, Cheng Dalei suddenly realized that the military strategist was missing. Tin Man informed him that the strategist was hiding after providing the horses and was likely behind a tree stump in front of them, while General Liu Heng just watched them move on from a distance without intervening. After a couple of hours, they reached Shenji's location, where Cheng Dalei asked Zai Long if he had been searching for Liu Bei and his brothers. Zai Long confirmed, and Cheng Dalei further asked about how they had met in the first place. Zai Long responded that it was a long story, but according to Zhao Zai Long's own account, he explained that his surname was Zhao, and his first name was Zai Long and not Zhao Yun. He was born in Chang Mountain in Jending country and had fled to Zhuo country because of the plague, and his parents had entrusted him to Zhang Fei's family before they died. Although he was ostracized by the locals in Zhuo country, he became close to Liu Guanzhang's three brothers because he grew up in the Zhang family, especially due to Liu Bei's admiration. Later, he was accepted as a student by a martial artist named Tong for 5 years. 5 years later, he returned to Zhuo country after learning the art but learned that the three had joined a mountain bandit group after committing a murder. He then followed them until here. After Zai Long's narration, he expressed his intention stating that since Liu Bei had settled in the Toad village, he would be joining too and seeking advice from the others in the future. Cheng Dalei welcomed this with pleasure. Qin Man expressed gratitude to Zai Long for saving them, acknowledging that without his help, they could not have cleaned them up. Zai Long confidently stated that courage surpassed the fear of life and death. Xiao Yu praised Zai Long's skills, tapped his shoulder, and stated that he had not expected Zai Long to be such a good fighter at such a young age, and asked him how he had done it. Zai Long responded that if Xiao Yu's heart was not afraid, he could achieve almost anything. Zhang Fei admired Zai Long's bravery, remarking that he would dare to face even 1,000 troops, that he dared to break through. Zai Long replied with confidence that the spear was like a thunderclap that shone through the liver and intestines. Cheng Dalei observed Zai Long, finding his words to be both strange and familiar at the same time. He blocked Zai Long's path momentarily, silently contemplating his thoughts. Zai Long apologized and mentioned that Cheng Dalei had been in his way, causing Cheng Dalei to change his expression and think that Zai Long thought highly of himself. Eventually, Cheng Dalei shifted the topic and asked about Xiao Yu's weapon, but Xiao Yu dismissed it. Cheng Dalei should not worry about it as it had been just an ordinary weapon, and he could just get a new one. Cheng Dalei's mind wandered as he reflected on the events of the battle. He couldn't help but notice that the rings had only been dozens of riders, yet they had managed to instill fear in hundreds of people in the area. Cheng Dalei contemplated the possibility of a larger invasion by the rings, similar to what had occurred 30 years ago. He questioned whether the Empire would be able to resist the Ring's cavalry. Recalling his discussions with Xing Zai, Cheng Dalei remembered the ongoing problem faced by the Wu soldiers for years. Some advocated the formation of infantry quadrangles and the use of heavily armored soldiers to repel the Ring's cavalry attack. Others advocated defending the city. Although the Rings could gallop well, it had still not been easy to attack the city. There had also been those who suggested focusing more on improving cavalry skills, but the Empire had lacked quality horses and skilled horsemen. In the end, Cheng Dalei concluded that maybe there had been a better way. Just like the battle that day, the Rings had not been that invincible. After contemplating, Cheng Dalei remembered something and presented it to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei had been surprised and asked Cheng Dalei where he had gotten it. Zhang Fei then recognized the book as a lost heritage of his family. Cheng Dalei responded with a questioning tone, asking Zhang Fei if he had never heard of the gods who had bestowed their skills upon him. Meanwhile, outside in Black Rock City, the volunteered soldiers informed General Lu Heng that they had retrieved the last dead body of the barbarians. General Lu Heng ordered his troops to leave. However, their departure was interrupted by the approaching noise from behind. The sounds grew louder as Ida and the other barbarians launched an attack on their position. Panic and fear swept through the soldiers as they witnessed the arrival of the Ringers. They screamed in terror as they mentioned the Ringers. Some soldiers called for a retreat, but before they could escape, they found themselves surrounded by the barbarians. The barbarians slaughtered all the soldiers on their way, and despite their efforts, the soldiers from Black Rock City were overwhelmed. It was revealed that the grim outcome was that more than 100 members of the Rings brutally slaughtered the volunteers from Black Rock City, and Hu Lei's body was recaptured. During the chaos, General Lu Heng managed to flee back to Black Rock City with only 30 riders. In the King Mu Mountain, White Wolf confronted Gao Fei Bao, questioning his intentions. Gao Fei Bao, not one to mince words, retorted by asking why White Wolf bothered asking when she already knew the answers. He declared to leave the stuff, and they would spare White Wolf's life. The two parties were engaged in a confrontation as Gao Fei Bao and his accomplices had successfully trapped the Apricot Blossom's bandit. Tempers flared as White Wolf started to wield her swords and criticized Gao Fei Bao for his lack of consideration despite being in the same line of business. Gao Fei Bao fired back a question on the morality of anyone involved in mountain banditry, and expressed his reluctance. To make things worse, Gao Fei Bao asked if she was forcing him to kill someone that day, visibly irritated. White Wolf replied that he had done the worst already. Gao Fei Bao irritably indicated that White Wolf shouldn't accuse him of being cruel to her. The tension was momentarily interrupted when Cheng Dalei interjected and questioned the ongoing commotion. Gao Fei Bao, frustrated by the interruption, irritably told them that Tiger Village was doing business there. Before he finished his words, his threats were stopped as he realized that it was Cheng Dalei. Suddenly, Gao Fei Bao, shifting the topic, expressed his surprise at Cheng Dalei's presence there. Cheng Dalei, scratching his face nonchalantly, explained his need to return home. In an unexpected turn of events, White Wolf sought assistance from Cheng Dalei, leaving Gao Fei Bao and his group bewildered by this sudden alliance. Cheng Dalei, however, reminded Gao Fei Bao of the potential consequences and rule-breaking associated with a rushed decision, speaking it with a blank expression. Gao Fei Bao, feeling caught off guard, could only awkwardly stare at Cheng Dalei. He then defiantly declared that there would be no more robbery. After a moment of silence, White Wolf expressed her gratitude to Cheng Dalei for his intervention and promised to repay his kindness some other time. Cheng Dalei stated to give her body, but before he finished, he then attempted to change the subject and asked how White Wolf ended up being robbed by Gao Fei Bao. White Wolf, with a coy expression, hesitated to continue her explanation. Gao Fei Bao, who was growing increasingly suspicious, angrily expressed his ignorance of how she managed to rob the son of the Jia family and acquire a significant sum of money. He showed his frustration and highlighted the daily struggle, talking about the time when they only ate vegetables within the city and struggled to find targets. He emphasized that they were constantly blocked and chased by soldiers. His frustration was evident as he clenched his teeth while speaking. Additionally, he mentioned that they could barely get out of the city. However, his irritation escalated when White Wolf started to boast, leading him to question Cheng Dalei about the misfortune of robbery due to White Wolf. Meanwhile, back when they were in the Black Rock City, White Wolf cunningly used her mesmerizing charm to rob them. She asked Gao Fei Bao about the amount of money he had made, leading other members of the Apricot Blossom Bandit group to comment on the valuable items they could acquire. Returning to the present, Cheng Dalei criticized White Wolf for making irresponsible and sarcastic remarks and noted that Gao Fei Bao was already unhappy. White Wolf responded by laughing uncontrollably, appearing somewhat bashful. Gao Fei Bao dismissed Cheng Dalei's attempt to appear righteous. He accused him of pretending to be a good person. He then questioned Cheng Dalei about their results this time. Cheng Dalei confidently responded that they had made a full profit. Gao Fei Bao scoffed as he expressed skepticism and implied that Cheng Dalei was exaggerating their success. Meanwhile, in the Toad Village, San Yuan stood in the watchtower as he observed the situation, when suddenly an arrow struck the tower, startling him. He then screamed out to the intruders. San Yuan, who was feeling irritated, addressed Gao and expressed his frustration at resorting to violence instead of having a discussion. Standing beside San Yuan was Guan Yu. Gao calmly replied, urging manager Huang to understand that they were all trying to make a living and requesting him to open the door, promising not to harm anyone. San Yuan proposed waiting for Cheng Dalei to return before continuing the discussion. Gao, who was lost in his thoughts, dismissed the suggestion, knowing that if Cheng Dalei were present, then he would not be able to take down the Toad Village. Meanwhile, all the villages from King New Mountain, including the Tiger Village, the Wild Boar Forest, the Bald Slope, the Dog Head Ridge, the Double Bear, and the Apricot Ridge, attempted to attack the Toad Village. San Yuan, realizing the gravity of the situation, became scared at the thought of all the mountain bandits converging on their village. Gao warned San Yuan that he only had 10 seconds to open the door and surrender, or they would engage in a fight against them. As Gao started to count down, San Yuan turned to Guan Yu and expressed his fear while seeking some advice. Guan Yu, seemingly unimpressed by the bandits, likened them to dogs and cats as he displayed his confidence in facing them. San Yuan mentioned to Guan Yu that Gao Fei, who was the word king on his forehead, who rode the black horse. Gao Yu responded, seeing Gao as a marker selling his head. Gao was just silently watching over them in the distance. San Yuan questioned and sensed the same familiar feeling while looking at Guan Yu while Gao continued to count down. He suspiciously asked Guan Yu about his skills and urged him to show them. He suggested that Guan Yu should reveal his true abilities rather than trying to maintain a professional facade while Gao's counting reached number 7. Amidst the chaos outside the Toad Village, Cheng Dalei, Gao Fei Bao, and White Wolf were having a conversation. Cheng Dalei could not resist criticizing White Wolf while highlighting the irony of a mountain bandit nearly falling victim to a robbery themselves. He sarcastically questioned the situation and wondered aloud if it was not humiliating for White Wolf to go to the Black City to steal, only to have their horse stolen in return. When Cheng Dalei and his group arrived in front of their village, he witnessed the presence of bandits, questioning why they were there and what they were doing. Suddenly, the fear points abruptly increased to hundreds. Gao wondered why Cheng Dalei came back at a particular time. Confused by the fear points he received and by the bandits' reactions, Cheng Dalei wondered why they were scared when he had not done anything yet. San Yuan, who was at the watchtower, alerted Cheng Dalei that the bandits' intention was to rob their village. As the bandits launched an attack, Cheng Dalei ordered Qin Man and Sai Long to take action. They aimed their weapons at Gao Fei Bao and White Wolf. Sai Long then pointed his spear at Gao Fei Bao, who sternly instructed him to behave, while Qin Man did the same to White Wolf. White Wolf was startled by the sudden attack and started to call out Cheng Dalei, emphasizing that they were all on the same side. Cheng Dalei dismissed her remark, accusing Apricot Ridge of attempting to rob his village. He questioned Gao's motives, as they had always been on good terms. Gao pleaded with Cheng Dalei not to blame him and reiterated that they had all been trying to make a living. However, Cheng Dalei did not buy his explanation, asking if they had robbed his village simply for their own living. In a no-nonsense manner, Cheng Dalei made it clear that his friend's life was in his hands. He demanded them to leave the village if they wanted him to live and suggested that he would pretend as if nothing had happened. If they chose to disagree, Cheng Dalei threatened to stab their friend with a spear, and tell him that they could fight along with it as well, asserting that he had no reason to fear them. At the outskirts of Toad Village, Gao's mind raced with worry as he wondered how his brother Gao Fei Bao had ended up in the hands of Cheng Dalei. Ran stated to Gao that no gentleman had a petty mind, and no true man was without venom. Things had reached a point where they could only be ruthless to their hearts. In response, Gao frustratedly rejected the idea of ruthless action, emphasizing that it had been his brother. While Gao Fei Bao, who had just heard what Ran said, irritably cursed him and threatened Ran to be punished when he got back. However, Ran remained impassive, blankly looking at Gao Fei Bao. Sensing Gao's hesitation, Cheng Dalei interjected and offered to help him out. Raising his finger, he made an announcement to everyone present, announcing that whoever could bring him Gao's head should come forward. Zhang Fei, filled with pride, boasted about his ability to take the head of a general from a massive army of 10,000 people, as if he had reached into his own pocket. Growing irritated by Zhang Fei's arrogance, Cheng Dalei attempted to calm him down. Meanwhile, Zai Long stepped forward. He stated that he would take Gao's head. With precise movements, he easily cleared his path as the bandits fled through the air. Before Gao could move, Zai Long had already cut him, using his formidable combat abilities. Ran, witnessing Zai Long's skills, experienced astonishment, unable to comprehend the existence of such a skilled warrior in the world. Overwhelmed by fear for his brother's safety, Gao Fei Bao shouted to Gao as Big Bro. Gao, though injured, mustered the strength to assure Gao Fei Bao that he was okay. He expressed gratitude to Cheng Dalei for sparing his life and urged him to proceed up the mountain. With the bandits now clearing the way, Cheng Dalei began his journey up to the Toad Village. Gao called out to Cheng Dalei, while Gao Fei Bao, wearing a sorrowful expression, called to his big bro. White Wolf pleaded with Cheng Dalei, calling him a little boy, soft or softer. While Gao desperately pleaded for Cheng Dalei to release Gao Fei Bao to go, Cheng Dalei responded, assuring Gao that Gao Fei Bao would stay with him for a few days but promising to return him one day. Filled with anger, Gao directed his frustration towards Cheng Dalei, casting accusatory glances at him. Cheng Dali calmly questioned Gao, suggesting that he could come to his mountain as a guest. Gao grew frustrated and expressed his stance. He mentioned that if Cheng Dali wanted to keep Gao Fei Bao, then he would let him stay in the Toad Village for a few days. But he warned Cheng Dali that if anything happened to Gao Fei Bao, he would not hesitate to fight it out. Cheng Dali glanced a look at Gao behind him. He stated that even though Gao would fight, it didn't guarantee that Gao would win. Inside the Toad Village, now enveloped in the night's darkness after the earlier events, Liu Jai approached Cheng Dali, suggesting he soak his feet in hot water before taking a bath, while Cheng Dali sat, engrossed in reading a large piece of paper. Cheng Dali muttered to himself, stating that the world isn't meaningless, his eyes fixed on the big paper. Curious, he turned to Liu Jai and asked why she believed that the bandits were ganging up on them, as he always thought that he was a good person. Liu Jai's retort implied that the reason for resorting to robbery was the lack of earning a living, she said while pressing the towel. Cheng Dali, upon reflecting on her remark, disappointedly questioned that they were robbed just because they couldn't earn a living. He emphasized the unfairness of their actions as a reason. Cheng Dali just sighed and gently dismissed Liu Jai, saying there was no need to serve him to that extent while patting her head. In a compassionate gesture, Cheng Dali instructed Liu Jai to bring another pot of hot water so that they could soak their feet together. He advised her to take a shower and rest early due to the cold weather outside, while he took the towel from her hand. Liu Jai obediently followed his instructions. A few minutes later, with Liu Jai's feet warmed in the hot water, she sat beside Cheng Dali, her face displaying satisfaction. While her feet soaked in the hot water, Liu Jai shyly expressed her comfort. She stumbled upon her words while calling Cheng Dali that she felt a bit cold. In response, Cheng Dali suggested that she could lean over a bit, but before he could finish his sentence, Liu Jai promptly leaned over. Her face turned completely red, displaying her delighted face. In an area of King New Mountain, Cheng Dali followed Kin Man on his journey, and they both hiked up the mountain. Cheng Dali asked Kin Man about what he should do. Kin Man looked back at Cheng Dali and advised him to avoid causing any trouble. Cheng Dali fell silent. Kin Man continued, cautioning Cheng Dali to be careful and not disturb the bears in their den. He expressed that it was enough to catch some deer and rabbits. Cheng Dali asked if they were easy to catch, to which Kin Man responded that it was not easy at all. As they walked through the mountain, they stumbled upon a hole in the ground. Cheng Dali asked Kin Man to examine it closely, curious about the animal responsible for digging it. Kin Man calmly replied that it had been dug by a person. Cheng Dali expressed his surprise, questioning why someone would dig and asking if they were not afraid of freezing their hands. Kin Man explained that despite the appearance of snow covering the mountain, many plants continued to grow underneath the snow that could fill the stomach. He mentioned that he used to dig for food in the past but no longer needed to do so. Cheng Dali asked if they were searching for ginseng, to which Kin Man clarified they were looking for grassroots. As they continued their journey, Cheng Dali and Kin Man encountered a homeless kid and a mother. Cheng Dali questioned them, asking if they were the ones who dug the holes. He asked them where the village they came from. Moved by their situation, Kin Man offered the homeless individuals a loaf of bread. The kid eagerly received it and bit it. She then showed it to her mother, and they split the bread in half, embracing each other. Cheng Dali and Kin Man proceeded with their exploration, leaving behind their footprints in the area. Cheng Dali glanced back towards the homeless individuals, who expressed silent gratitude without uttering a word. The young child began to eat the bread. Cheng Dali's expression hardened, his determination growing stronger. After that moment, in the prison of Toad Village, White Wolf and Gao Fei Bao engaged in a lively game of dice. White Wolf eagerly called for bigger numbers, while Gao Fei Bao preferred smaller ones. With excitement, White Wolf celebrated her victory. She stated that she always chose the bigger numbers. Gao Fei Bao, with a smirk on his face, acknowledged the outcome, his gaze momentarily fixated on White Wolf's chest, while another person beside Gao Fei Bao stated that they needed to remain resilient. Undeterred, White Wolf demanded another round of the game. However, their game was interrupted when Cheng Dali unexpectedly appeared in the prison, commenting on their lively game and expressing if he could join them. But he shifted the topic by announcing that he had good news for them. He decided to release some of them first and emphasized that the rest would remain locked up based on their behavior. He inquired which one of them wanted to be the first to leave. Gao Fei Bao and his people began discussing the situation. But Gao Fei Bao erupted in anger, stating that he should not pretend to be nice and that he wouldn't give in to him. He expressed his determination to stay, willing to face any consequences together. One of Gao Fei Bao's men commented on his speed in expressing their sentiment, feeling that they would have said the same. Another man criticized the unfairness of Gao Fei Bao's actions. Cheng Dali contemplated the sudden change in Gao Fei Bao's attitude, his face reflecting confusion. Cheng Dali insisted that he had to go that day, urging them to discuss among themselves who would leave. Gao Fei Bao jokingly wrapped his arms around Lai and threatened him. But Lai was visibly frightened, citing his 80-year-old mother and his 8-year-old child. He begged that he be allowed to stay for 2 more days. Another man reassured Lai that in the future he would honor his mother, raise his child, and take care of his wife. However, his words were abruptly cut off. White Wolf silently looked at them from her cell, contemplating whether she should also make a decision. Suddenly, the prison door opened, and Liu Bei entered with a food cart, announcing that dinner was ready. Cheng Dali commented on the coldness, and one of the prisoners requested the door to be closed. Liu Bei warned them that they wouldn't receive food if they continued to talk. They held conflicting thoughts about leaving the place, as they would not go out, not in that life, while looking at the magnificent food prepared for them. Some were firm about staying, thinking that they hadn't harvested in agriculture, and that prison was their only chance for a relatively normal life. On the other hand, Gao Fei Bao expressed a different perspective. He felt that being in prison felt like being at home, and that the feeling inside the prison was even better than what he felt at home. Also, he admired the talented and pleasant conversations of people there, and he particularly enjoyed the delicious food provided by the prison. White Wolf, in particular, had a happy expression on her face as she savored the thought of the tasty meals. Cheng Dale and Liu Bei left the prison, and Cheng Dale asked Liu Bei about the group of people they couldn't drive away. He wondered if they could receive psychological care. Liu Bei remained silent for a moment before inviting Cheng Dale to follow him. They arrived at the highest point of the Toad Mountain range, known as Toad's Mouth, located at the back of Toad Village, from where they could see King New Mountain in full size. Liu Bei invited Cheng Dale to see the view. He remarked that the mountain was like ice, the forests were like snow, the magic of the sky and the earth, nothing more than this, and expressed his appreciation for the majestic sight that was not perceived by ordinary mortals. Cheng Dale acknowledged Liu Bei's appreciation of the mountains and river, to which Liu Bei asked what he meant. Liu Bei then revealed that he just wanted to show Cheng Dale that only the Toad Village in King New Mountain had smoke from kitchen chimneys. Cheng Dale responded, they were, to which Liu Bei confirmed with a sigh, out of food. Cheng Dale questioned the severity of the situation, wondering if it couldn't be that serious. Liu Bei's response left no room for doubt, it was indeed that serious. Upon hearing from Zai Long, they discovered the devastating reality of a 1,000-mile drought in Yuzhou. It was revealed that the agricultural situation was grim, with a mere 8 buckets of harvest in autumn despite sowing 60 kilos of seeds during spring. Due to the severe drought in Yuzhou, landlords mercilessly evicted tenants who couldn't meet the harvest requirements. Desperate measures were taken, including sacrificing boys and girls in hopes of bringing rain. However, just as winter arrived, a heavy snowfall occurred, freezing the plant seeds in the ground instantly. The northern barbarian grasslands were sandy, and cattle and sheep were starving to death, which is why Hulei brought people to Black Rock City to fight for land. Additionally, the people didn't have enough food to eat, and the wilderness was full of dead bodies of the starved. People ate from their children and cooked from their bones. Liu Bei observed the dire situation on King New Mountain, noting the scarcity of food. He expressed concern that if the situation persisted, desperate people would likely risk coming to them. He foresaw a gathering of 5,000 hungry men who might have posed a threat to Toad Village, and that the Toad Village might not have been able to hold them back. Liu Bei advised Cheng Dale to start planning early. Liu Bei saw the dire situation as a potential opportunity. He suggested that in the face of human lives being undervalued, they could seize this moment to recruit troops, acquire horses, and sweep the other mountain villages of King New Mountain. By doing so, they could strengthen and unite the King New Mountain. However, Cheng Dale fell into silence, his gaze fixed on the cliff. Just a couple of seconds passed, and Cheng Dale noticed a man down below and questioned Liu Bei about what the guy was doing down there. Liu Bei calmly responded that the guy was burying the dead. Cheng Dale wondered why the guy had to do it secretly. Liu Bei responded, suggesting that if the burial were not done secretly, someone might have dug up the bodies and eaten them. He smirked mischievously and glanced at Cheng Dale. After hearing it, Cheng Dale felt nauseous, almost leading him to vomit. Liu Bei continued, expressing concern that if the situation persisted, more people would die. He mentioned that if Cheng Dale could not stand it, he proposed the possibility of distributing their village's food, but expressed concerns about their village's survival during winter. He then posed a question to Cheng Dale, asking him to choose between the two options, while glancing at Cheng Dale, waiting for his response. Cheng Dale responded, stating that the second option didn't seem beneficial to him. Liu Bei argued that there could still be some benefits, such as winning people's hearts or finding inner peace in his own heart. Cheng Dale fell silent and grew serious in contemplation. Suddenly, the system emerged and announced a new mission to Cheng Dale. The system cheerfully addressed him as a brave boy and presented 2 tasks. The first task was to recruit troops and begin the path to world domination by sweeping King New Mountain. The second task was to help the people around him as a righteous boy, do what he could to help them through a difficult time. In the tranquil afternoon of Toad Village, Cheng Dale and Liu Zhai sat together. Liu Zhai observed Cheng Dale with concern, noting his lack of appetite. Cheng Dale responded that he didn't have an appetite. Suddenly, he mentioned his plans for a trip to Fallen Leaf City, instructing Liu Zhai to prepare his horse. Surprised by the sudden decision, Liu Zhai asked if Cheng Dale didn't want to rest for a few days after he got back. Cheng Dale replied that he had something important to do and he would be back that night. But Liu Zhai pondered the significance of his mission, her discontent evident in her pouting expression. She called Cheng Dale and hurriedly handed him a handkerchief, stating that she had embroidered it herself. Once she handed him the handkerchief, she urged Cheng Dale to come back soon. After Cheng Dale accepted the handkerchief without a word, he continued on his way. As the sun dipped below, he journeyed through the path that led to Fallen Leaf City. Hours later, he arrived at the renowned restaurant owned by Su Ying. Just then, Sun Jiu approached him with a warm smile, addressing him as the village master. Curious about Su Ying's whereabouts, Cheng Dale inquired, prompting Sun Ju to reveal that she was in the lobby. Sun Ju added that there were some people looking for her. Intrigued, Cheng Dale asked Sun Ju about the type of people they were. Sun Ju responded that they were someone from the Su family. Inside the restaurant, a man named Su Milan, Su Ying's eldest uncle, confronted Su Ying about exposing her indecent behavior in public. He added that the face of Su's family was dishonored by her. Su Ying defiantly stated that she had been kicked out of the Su family and was no longer its member, crossing her arms in solidarity with Xiao Yi, who stood beside her. Malin asserted that the restaurant originally belonged to the Su family and demanded that Su Ying return it since she no longer considered herself a part of the family. Xiao Yi angrily retorted, accusing Malin of being unreasonable, that he had left the restaurant to Su Ying, and now he wanted to reclaim it only after seeing the restaurant doing well. Another man interjected, belittling Xiao Yi, stating that she had no right to speak and insinuating that her attitude mirrored her master's. Malin then stated that if either Su Ying returned to the restaurant and her life and death had nothing more to do with the Su family, or she went home with him and no longer disgraced the Su family. Just as tensions escalated, Cheng Dale intervened, speaking up and asking what was going on there. Malin responded disdainfully, questioning the person's identity and mocking the lack of decency among those present. Cheng Dale remained determined, demanding to know what was wrong. All eyes turned to Cheng Dale, including Su Ying. Another person who was present, caught off guard by Cheng Dale's presence, could not finish his thought and wore a worried expression, while Malin still asked who Cheng Dale was. Cheng Dale, with a serious demeanor, challenged the troublemakers, asserting his authority on his own turf and ordered them to leave, while glaring at them intensely. Recognizing Cheng Dale's identity, one of the men expressed fear, realizing that they were dealing with Cheng Dale himself. Malin, filled with frustration, directed his anger toward Cheng Dale, grinding his teeth in irritation. Suddenly, members of the Su family hurriedly exited the restaurant, urging Malin to leave swiftly. One of them warned Malin about the danger of tangling with Cheng Dale. As the Su family exited behind Cheng Dale expressed cheerfulness to Su Ying, remarking that it had been a long time since they last met. Su Ying, upon seeing Cheng Dale, blushed, feeling a mix of curiosity and intrigue. In a surprising move, Su Ying snatched the embroidery handkerchief from Cheng Dale's shirt. Shocked, Cheng Dale stumbled in his response, stating that he had intended to give it to her, but she had found it instead, complimenting her intelligence. Su Ying remained silent, her gaze fixed on the handkerchief. Xiao Yi, displaying her irritation, referred to Cheng Dale as a playboy. Cheng Dale, pretending innocence, chose to remain silent, leaving the atmosphere charged with unspoken tension. After a minute of silence, Su Ying, with Xiao Yi still resting on her shoulder, inquired about Cheng Dale's purpose for being there. Cheng Dale replied that he had come to buy grain from her. Su Ying expressed surprise, questioning why he would concern himself with such minor matters. Cheng Dale explained that witnessing people die every day in front of his eyes, he stated that it didn't matter much if Su Ying didn't see it, but he couldn't pretend that he didn't see it. Su Ying responded, letting him know that Fallen Leaf City didn't have the grain he wanted. Cheng Dale interrupted, seeking clarification about the absence of grains. Nevertheless, Su Ying continued speaking while pouring water into a teacup, mentioning that the whole Yuzhou province was experiencing no food and that food prices were skyrocketing. Even though Cheng Dale was rich, he couldn't afford it. Cheng Dale casually suggested robbing the grain, while Su Ying dismissed the idea, questioning the feasibility of stealing 100,000 or 200,000 pounds of grain. Cheng Dale acknowledged that it was unrealistic. Su Ying chuckled in response. He then questioned if it was truly impossible, to which Su Ying explained that while there were methods, only a normal person wouldn't be able to do it. Cheng Dale humorously remarked that he was a completely unusual person, except for his somewhat handsome appearance. Su Ying responded with a silent gaze. Su Ying suggested that Cheng Dale's village could trade peppers for food. She explained that Fallen Leaf City was small in the context of Yuzhou, which itself was a small province in the empire. The eastern part of the empire was poor, while the west and the south were wealthy, and the north was rife with thieves. Su Ying suggested that if Cheng Dale wanted to exchange food, he would need to travel to the south where he could obtain it from Yangzhou. As Su Ying marked the names of Yangzhou on the table, she explained that Yangzhou consistently had a bountiful harvest, providing enough food to sustain the entire country. Throughout history, it had always been the breadbasket of the world. Cheng Dale inquired how far Yangzhou was, and Su Ying mentioned that by traveling through Jiazhou, Yanzhou, and Yuzhou, she foresaw that he would arrive in 3 to 5 months. Cheng Dale expressed concern, noting that by the time he returned, most people would already be dead. Su Ying maintained a normal expression as she listened to him. Su Ying then suggested an alternative. She explained that since Fallen Leaf City was located by the sea, Cheng Dale could take the water route, which would only take about 5 days with favorable winds. A complete round trip would likely take around half a month. Cheng Dale reacted with surprise, repeating 15 days. Su Ying warned him about the potential dangers of the sea route, including turbulent waters, fast-changing conditions, pirates, bandits, and powerful locals. She explained that one disaster could mean no turning back. back. Many people had taken this route before, but they narrowly escaped by a hair's breadth. Accepting that it was his only viable option, Cheng Dale wrinkled his nose in resignation. He stated that it was the only thing left to do. He declared that it was settled, and requested that Su Ying prepare a big boat for him, expressing his desire to leave tonight. While standing up from his seat, he indicated his readiness to depart. Sun Ju, surprised by Cheng Dale's sudden departure, asked if he didn't want to stay a while. Cheng Dale replied that it was time for his departure and that he couldn't afford to rest now. In Flying Tiger Village, a person voiced their hunger and another person inquired if there was any food left. He then asked if the Toad Village had tens of thousands of pounds of grains. The person lamented their starvation and expressed a desire to live in Toad Village. Unmindful to them, Gao, a bystander in the distance, overheard their conversation. Qiran approached Gao with an idea. Gao, addressing Qiran as a military strategist, repeatedly asked Qiran if he had an idea and questioned if he had a way to acquire food. Qiran proposed sending a few of his men to sneak into Toad Village under the cover of darkness. Gao questioned if they were planning to steal food, to which Qiran replied that stealing would be difficult. Instead, he proposed setting fire to the granary of the Toad Village, vowing that if they were to die, they would die with them, and they would no longer let them go wild. He spoke with determination. Gao, looking at Qiran's distressed expression, remarked that Qiran was cruel. Qiran countered, stating that a gentleman did not possess a petty mind, and a true man was not without venom. He questioned why everyone should starve while the Toad Village survived. Gao expressed his disapproval of burning someone else's granaries, calling it an immoral act that could lead to the extinction of Qiran's family line. Suddenly, someone from the village interrupted their conversation with good news. He urged everyone to quickly go to the Toad Village, as they had an important announcement to make. Qiran wondered what Cheng Dale was up to, while Gao determinedly declared his intention to go and witness the situation for himself, stating that if Cheng Dale caused trouble again, they would burn his granary. After the announcement, people from Q New Mountain gathered outside Toad Village, and Gao's name was mentioned, stating that Gao was there. Gao inquired about the intentions of the Toad Village. A person responded, stating that they had just arrived and were unaware of the current situation, but guessing that the Toad Village had come up with some bad ideas again, while murmurs of people behind circulated. Someone suggested joining forces with him to take down Toad Village. Just then, someone announced that the Toad Village gate had opened. White Wolf appeared and addressed Gao Fei Bao, reminding him that he owed her a few meals. Gao Fei Bao responded confidently, indicating that it would be easy to handle, while Liu Bei irritably urged them to leave, mentioning that they had nearly eaten the village dry. Gao's worried expression met his brother, and he asked Gao Fei Bao if Cheng Dale hadn't done anything to him. However, Gao Fei Bao reassured him that everything was fine and even remarked that he had gained weight, joking about Gao's weight loss. Gao was taken aback, realizing that his worries had been unnecessary, considering the abundance of food in the Toad Village. Later, Cheng Dale emerged and addressed the crowd, catching Gao's suspicion. Gao angrily questioned Cheng Dale's motives, wondering why he had done that. Cheng Dale announced that they had good news for them. He happily announced that they would begin distributing oatmeal on that day. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into noisy questioning, expressing doubts about Cheng Dale's earlier statements. Someone questioned if they had heard correctly. Doubt lingered as they wondered if Cheng Dale was trying to deceive them or if he had been simply bored. Gao confronted Cheng Dale, demanding an explanation for his actions. Cheng Dale expressed a frown and a sigh, stating that he had done it because he considered himself a good person. Attempting to restore calm, Cheng Dale announced that the porridge wasn't free. He looked for volunteers to join him on a mission, offering food and lodging. He emphasized that villages with skilled fighters should not keep them hidden and welcomed volunteers. Cheng Dale asked them if they knew what the word voluntariness was, to which everyone responded with silence. He then singled out Gao Fei Bao, cautioning him about leaving after benefiting from his village. Gao Fei Bao tried to explain but was cut off by Cheng Dale as he continued to call out to White Wolf, causing her to wonder. He also chose the other individuals from the crowd and called the bald head, instructing them to pack their bags, bring weapons, and gather there the following day. Lastly, Cheng Dale chose Zhao Zilong, Zhang Fei, Zhu Shenjai, and a group of Liu family elite sailors from Toad Village to accompany him. The rest of the people kept watch in the village to survey the situation. Early the next morning, Liu Zhai pleaded with Cheng Dale to allow her to accompany him. Cheng Dale, gently patting her head, reassured her that this time they were going to work, not play, but promised that she could join him next time. Liu Zhai blushed at his reassurance. Liu Zhai insisted that she could contribute as well, sharing that her family members were all sailors, and she knew how to swim. She offered to take care of Cheng Dale during the journey. Cheng Dale just looked at Liu Zhai and then proceeded to lift her onto the horse in front of him. Liu Zhai, filled with surprise, let out a delighted smile as she settled herself in front of the horse. Cheng Dale advised her to hold on tight, and then he gave the command to depart. Liu Zhai's slight melancholy immediately faded away. As they traveled from King New Mountain, the groups had now already arrived on the ship. Among the crowd, people diligently carried provisions on board. Xiao Yi walked on the ship deck with a burdened expression, carefully lifting a heavy baggage onto the ship. Coincidentally, she crossed paths with Cheng Dale, who observed his people. Cheng Dale then noticed Xiao Yi behind him. He greeted Xiao Yi with enthusiasm, asking about Su Ying. Xiao Yi responded irritably that Su Ying was unwell due to the wind and cold. Cheng Dale expressed concern, seeking reassurance about the severity of Su Ying's condition. Xiao Yi casually dismissed his concerns, mentioning that Su Ying just couldn't come to see him off. In response, Cheng Dale remained optimistic, urging Xiao Yi to convey his well wishes and promising to visit Su Ying upon his return. He advised Xiao Yi to hurry back and take care of Su Ying. Xiao Yi's tone remained indifferent as she relayed Su Ying's request for her to follow Cheng Dale on board and take care of him. Cheng Dale, pleased by the attention, playfully remarked on his newfound popularity lately. Xiao Yi chose to remain silent, averting her gaze, indicating her lack of interest in his comment. Xiao Yi expressed her confusion regarding Su Ying's intentions, questioning what Su Ying was thinking, and sighed with disbelief. Later on, a person announced to raise the sail, while another stated, "Let's go." As the ship departed from the deck, the system observed them from above, and suddenly a beep came from the system. Cheng Dale received a message, stating that he had accepted a task to help the bandits in the King Mu Mountains survive the winter. However, on the first day of departure, all the mountain bandits were wiped out. They were seen lying on the ground, with one person expressing that he couldn't do it anymore. Cheng Dale, overwhelmed with concern and self-blame, remarked that he knew those mountain bandits had nothing to eat on the mountain, so he took them to Yangzhou to find food. But the grim reality struck Cheng Dale further as he didn't know the bandits were all seasick. Helplessly, he lamented his lack of foresight, noting their very wild behavior on the ground. While on board, they immediately panicked. The members felt discomfort. A bald man grunted and groaned before collapsing in nausea, while White Wolf struggled with dizziness, gazing out towards the ocean. Gao Fei Bao expressed grim feelings as if he had enough and threw his vomit into the ocean. Amidst the situation, Cheng Dale remained silent, closing his eyes as exhaustion and frustration settled in. As the night wore on, Cheng Dale's thoughts turned to finding solace in rest. However, upon opening the door to his quarters, he was taken aback by the sight of Su Ying, who was dressed in revealing clothing, rummaging through her belongings. Perplexed by the situation, Cheng Dale questioned his own view, wondering if he had gotten seasick and caused hallucinations. Breaking the silence, Su Ying called out to him, breaking Cheng Dale's imagination with a simple "hey." After a while, inside Cheng Dale's room, he cleared his throat as he smiled, his face still bearing the red mark from the slap. He questioned Su Ying about her sickness and asked about her presence there. Su Ying pouted in response, stating that she had decided to accompany him because he couldn't handle business on his own. Cheng Dale, in a cute and innocent manner, expressed his concern, mentioning that he hadn't seen her all day. He wondered when she had boarded the ship. Su Ying glanced at Cheng Dale and revealed that she had disguised herself as a boy and boarded the ship early in the morning, which was why he hadn't noticed her. Speaking of Yangzhu's wealth and many messy rules, Su Ying emphasized that wearing old clothes would lead to being looked down upon by others and just not wanting to do business with him. She handed Cheng Dale new clothes, stating that he needed to wear them when he arrived. Curiosity piqued, Cheng Dale touched the fabric of the clothes and inquired if she had embroidered them. Su Ying maintained silence, avoiding eye contact. Cheng Dale admired embroidered clothes, realizing the incredible amount of time and effort that must have been put into creating them with thousands of needles and threads. Meanwhile, Lu Zhai happily approached Cheng Dale's room, calling out to him in excitement, but she fell silent when she saw Su Ying. Su Ying and Cheng Dale both turned their attention toward her. Su Ying greeted Lu Zhai warmly, acknowledging their long time apart and asking about her well-being. But Lu Zhai responded with a snobby attitude, stating that she was now Cheng Dale's servant and couldn't be addressed as Miss. Su Ying maintained a friendly smile, asserting that they knew each other when they were young. She also expressed gratitude to Lu Zhai for taking care of Cheng Dale. However, Lu Zhai sternly reminded Su Ying that she was now Cheng Dale's servant, and serving him was appropriate, but hearing gratitude from Su Ying's mouth was inappropriate. Cheng Dale observed the tense interaction between the two ladies, feeling surprised and realizing that there could be superficial friendships even in ancient times. With 100,000 guan in Cheng Dale's pocket, he traveled by wind to Yangzhou. The ship adapted to the wind adapted to the ship. And along the way, the wind and waves were calm, so they arrived in Yangzhou 5 days later without incident. Gao Fei Bao commented with a smile, noting that in Yuzhou, Cheng Dale also wore such an outfit. Cheng Dale responded, emphasizing to Gao Fei Bao that they were noble people from the north. He suggested showing vision and elegance. He remarked against looking like country bumpkins who would bring shame upon themselves in the city. However, Gao Fei Bao wondered about their ability to possess vision and elegance and asked if they didn't have any. Undeterred, Cheng Dale advised him to pretend. At the bustling Yangzhou dock, amidst the lively atmosphere, an old man complimented Lu on his hard work and inquired about his well-being. But Lu brushed off the old man's concern and aggressively demanded money from him, accusing him of not paying for the month. He insisted on knowing how much money the old man had earned that day and forcefully wanted to get it. The old man defended himself, explaining that he had already made the payment yesterday. He questioned why Lu was demanding money again. However, the other man joined in, dismissing the old man's statement and wearing a wicked smirk as he insisted on the money being handed over. When the old person explained that he didn't have a single penny with him, Lu and his companions ignored his words and forcibly dragged him away. Lu responded with annoyance, calling him a poor bastard and telling him to leave and not get in his way. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale reminded his group to address him as a prince once they left the ship, emphasizing that they were noble people from the north and needed to shed their banditry habits from the mountains and adapt to the civilized and polite atmosphere of Yangzhou. Noticing Cheng Dale and his group heading down from their ship, they were confronted by Lu and questioned upon their arrival. He asked if it was their first time in Yangzhou and if they were familiar with the rules of the city. He then introduced his gang, the Cow Gang, and emphasized that those who entered their territory for business must adhere to their rules. Su Ying enlightened Cheng Dale's group about the influence of the Cow Gang, which came from the canal, and there was always such a group of people gathering at the docks around the world to prey on them. Additionally, they used knives and sticks to conquer their territory and fought another gang, and suspected that Lu was in charge of that dock, arriving freighters, middlemen who did business, hardworking workers, and carried sacks. She clarified that even beggars had to give a portion of their earnings to the Cow Gang. Shenji acknowledged the presence of the Cow Gang, referring to them as buddies. He began apologizing for any trouble they had taken on, but before he could continue his speech, Lu aggressively interrupted him. He sarcastically questioned Shenji, asking who their buddies were and where it came from. Shenji just silently looked at him with a blank face. Lu declared that the Cow Gang always took 1/10 of the goods as their share. He further stated that the Cow Gang had the decision to decide who could sell their goods and who couldn't. Shenji expressed surprise at the concept of decimation, questioning whether it meant that 10% of their goods would belong to the Cow Gang. However, Cheng Dale interrupted and fiercely questioned what would happen if he refused to follow these rules. Lu justified the rules by claiming that people and goods could not be allowed to get off the boat without following the rules. He expressed suspicions that there might be something hidden underneath their boat, such as mountain bandits or pirates. Lu further asserted, with a grin on his face, that the Cow Gang provided protection and stability. Cheng Dale responded confidently, brushing off the rules as a mere desire for money. He claimed that he could easily provide enough food and drinks for a lifetime with just a few dates from his fingertips. With a smirk on his face, Cheng Dale invited Lu to take a closer look, promising to show him a treasure. Lu commented on Cheng Dale's appearance, noting that he was dressed like an overnight millionaire, but he expressed surprise that Cheng Dale seemed to be familiar with how things were going there. With a smile on his face, Lu stated that he didn't care if Cheng Dale knew the rules and asked him what he had with him. Cheng Dale invited Lu to take a closer look with a smile on his face. In a surprising turn of events, Cheng Dale unsheathed his swords and swiftly attacked Lu, slashing him in an instant on his throat. Lu fell to the ground, shocking both his gang members and Cheng Dale's group. Gao Feibao, White Wolf, and Shenji were taken aback by Cheng Dale's unexpected act of violence. Gao Feibao couldn't comprehend his actions despite his earlier emphasis on civility, politeness, and courteousness. Shenji reflected on Cheng Dale's past as a mountain bandit in Toad Village and realized that he had never been like that. Cheng Dale confidently announced his arrival, proclaiming himself Prince Appa and declared his authority to set the rules for the area. He responded to Lu's comment about his attire, expressing his indignation and revealing that the robe he wore was embroidered by his wife. Su Ying, curious about Cheng Dale's wife, questioned him. Suddenly, the shocking news of Lu Zai's murder spread quickly among the people on the dock. People asked who died, and others responded that it was Lu Zai from the Cow Gang who was killed. Some expressed disbelief that someone would dare to kill him in the Cow Gang's territory, while others rejoiced, feeling that Lu Zai deserved it and should have died long ago. As chaos ensued, the remaining members of the Cow Gang arrived at the dock and encircled Cheng Dale's group. Liu Zhai, who stood behind Cheng Dale, trembled with fear, but Cheng Dale reassured her not to be afraid. One of the Cow Gang members confronted Cheng Dale, questioning where he came from and criticizing his act of killing someone before even leaving the ship, deeming it savage. In response, Cheng Dale defiantly challenged the Cow Gang member, demanding to know who he was. The Cow Gang member, Lai Jiaming, introduced himself as Lu's deputy and stated that he was there by order of Master Sun to settle things there. Cheng Dale, unimpressed, belittled Lai Jiaming by asking if he was qualified to talk to him and expressed disdain about the place where there was no one who understood the rules in Yangzhou. Lai Jiaming frustratedly called him in anger. Tensions escalated as Lai Jiaming called for revenge on Master Lu, prompting Gao Feibao to show that he was ready, while Zhang Fei asked Zai Long if he would do it that time. While the other member by Cheng Dale, who were on the ship, prepared their arrows, ready to engage in battle. However, Cheng Dale, now professing his recent belief in Buddhism, remarked that they didn't want to cause more deadly karma. Liu Zhai displayed a happy face while Cheng Dale patted her. Lai Jiaming contemplated the fierceness of Cheng Dale's group, realizing they had killed without hesitation, and reluctantly decided to let them pass. Cheng Dale insulted Lai Jiaming before demanding to be directed to the best inn in Thousand Boat City, causing Lai Jiaming to feel frustrated, thinking that Cheng Dale had a big mouth and wondering where Cheng Dale came from. However, Lai Jiaming directly responded that it was in Yuyang Tower, asking Cheng Dalei why he had asked. Cheng Dalei calmly replied to Lai Jiaming that he would rest in Yuyang Tower that day and instructed Lai Jiaming to have their leader come to him that night. Though enraged, Lai Jiaming recognized the dress and mannerisms of Cheng Dalei that matched with nobles from the north, and the battle-hardened soldiers accompanying Cheng Dalei. He reluctantly allowed them to pass, but one of the gang members expressed disdain about Master Lu's death. Cheng Dalei then announced to his group that they would disembark. However, Lai Jiaming halted Cheng Dalei for a moment and expressed that Cheng Dalei had killed someone from their cow gang, and someone would speak to him about it. He then inquired about Cheng Dalei's name. Cheng Dalei introduced himself as Appa U Fade, leaving Lai Jiaming to recite his name. One of Lai Jiaming's members asked him what they should do and frustratedly questioned whether they should just let Cheng Dalei go like that. Lai Jiaming instructed his members to report the encounter to Master Sun and expressed a determination not to let Cheng Dalei's group off the hook. Most Lu soldiers stayed on the ship to guard it, and the people who left the ship went to the Yuyang Tower to settle down. Everyone was split up to find traders who could negotiate with them for grain. Cheng Dalei, Zhang Fei, and Sai Long were walking. Cheng Dalei showed interest in Yangzhou, stating it had been a flourishing place for thousands of years and the dream of many talented poets. He compared the flowing water under a small bridge to the beauty of a woman. As they strolled, Cheng Dalei expressed his knowledge that Thousand Boat City was not the wealthiest city in Yangzhou. He pondered about the capital of the Yangzhou prefecture. Engaging in conversation, Sai Long remarked that the place was renowned not only for its rich literary culture, but also for being a hub for rare and high-quality weapons, known to be difficult to find elsewhere in the world. Intrigued, Cheng Dalei called upon his system to provide information about Yangzhou City. The system shared that Yangzhou had indeed been a hub of talent, listing various skilled individuals, including those with excellent manners, renowned painters, skilled tailors, exceptional matchmakers, talented woodcutters, and proficient fortune tellers. Reflecting on the system's information, Cheng Dalei realized that the number of extraordinary talents seemed rare among the millions of ordinary people. Meanwhile, Zai Long's attention was captured by something they spotted as they walked, prompting him to express curiosity with a questioning look on his face. While Cheng Dalei was still thinking about the situation, the village now had 4 people with legendary potential. He felt hopeful about the future, believing that things were heading in a good direction. Amidst his musings, a person suddenly announced that it was Wu Tianjai's 50th birthday, the owner of the Golden Dragon Security Company. In celebration, the company organized a 10-day event known as the Golden Ring. The purpose of this event was to enhance the reputation of the Yang Golden Security Company, and to host a party where individuals from the business world were invited. He further announced that regardless of the outcome of the performances during the event, there would be a reward of 1 or 2 fees for all participants who appeared on stage. The announcer informed the crowd that surviving 10 rounds against the Ring Guardian would grant them entry as a guest in the Golden Dragon Security Company. Furthermore, the victorious challenger would be rewarded with 200 taels of snowflake silver. A person in the crowd remarked that the ring keeper was their chief security guard, Luo Yinshan, and wondered who could possibly defeat him. In the intense battle inside the ring, Luo Yinshan, as mentioned by the person in the crowd, delivered a powerful punch to his opponent's face. He then forcefully grabbed the man's wrist and applied such pressure that the man's hands were broken, causing him to vomit blood and lose consciousness. Amidst the battle inside the ring, another person remarked that Luo Yinshan was renowned as the Iron Claw Eagle. With his iron whip, he had dominated the business world for many years without ever losing a bodyguard. Upon hearing this, someone suggested bringing him down and using the promised reward money to treat his injuries. Yin Shan, who had just won the battle, addressed the crowd, emphasizing the dangers of the ring and inviting those with real talent to challenge him, thereby forging friendships through martial arts. With determination, he warned those without skills to avoid making fools of themselves and risking death with his iron claw. Seizing the moment, Cheng Dalei instructed Zai Long to cripple one of Yin Shan's arms, which Zai Long accepted with a smirk. Zhang Fei, laughing hysterically, showed a determined expression and suddenly ran into the ring area to fight Yin Shan, surprising Cheng Dalei, who called Zhang Fei in horror. Yin Shan sternly questioned Zhang Fei's intentions, criticizing his reckless behavior and emphasizing that the ring was meant to be a martial arts event, not a platform for causing harm to others. Zhang Fei dismissed Yin Shan's concerns and expressed his eagerness to engage in the fight. He confidently proclaimed that he would assume the role of Yin Shan's teacher and demonstrate the true essence of martial arts. Yin Shan challenged Zhang Fei to choose between fighting with fists and kicks or using weapons. He pointed to the weapons available nearby, specifically mentioning the iron lasso he had chosen as his weapon. Zhang Fei grabbed a spear from the weapon area and charged toward Yin Shan, launching a rapid attack. However, Yin Shan reacted quickly, using his iron lasso to block Zhang Fei's assault. As the battle ensued, Yin Shan, impressed by Zhang Fei's fierce spear technique, gritted his teeth as he jumped sideways to dodge the spear. Zhang Fei's attack left an impact on the battle ring ground, causing a hole. Zhang Fei followed up with another swing, leaving Yinshin unable to position himself properly as he tried to evade the attack. Yinshin, struggling to avoid Zhang Fei's relentless attacks, thought that the first two moves had such a powerful name and questioned what the name of the third movement was, as he gritted his teeth even harder, leaving him focused solely on defending himself against Zhang Fei. Cheng Dalei observed the intense battle in the battle ring and expressed his admiration for Zhang Fei's skills, noting how he had pushed his opponent to the limit. Cheng Dalei observed Zhang Fei's astonishing growth and couldn't help but be amazed. Despite the little time he had to learn the three-handed spears technique, Zhang Fei had managed to level up so fast. When Zhang Fei was about to attack, Yinshin found an opening and delivered a strike to Zhang Fei. Zai Long commented on Yinshin, stating that he had forced Zhang Fei to take less than 3 steps, noting that Zhang Fei's spear could no longer be used. Yinshin managed to grab hold of Zhang Fei's spear, leaving Zhang Fei unable to use his moves effectively. Zhang Fei realized the disadvantage he was in. Meanwhile, Yinshin, revealing a sinister grin, took out a hidden knife from his iron lasso and aimed to stab Zhang Fei. However, before Yinshin could deliver the fatal blow, Zai Long intervened. With a swift and powerful technique, Zai Long jumped into the battle ring, separating Yinshin and Zhang Fei and creating a cloud of dust. Zai Long then confidently spoke, telling Zhang Fei that he could watch the battle and assuring him that he would handle Yinshin while smirking. Upon witnessing Zai Long, the crowd, especially the girls, were captivated by his charm. They cheered for him, expressing their admiration and finding him incredibly handsome. Somewhere in Yangzhou City, the battle between Zai Long and Yinshin took place. Now, Zai Long was the one who faced Yinshin in an intense confrontation. Yinshin was surprised by Zai Long's appearance and questioned where he had come from. He compared Zai Long to Zhang Fei, noting their similar abilities. Despite Zai Long's youth, Yinshin spared his life but told him to leave the battle ring. The crowd cheered in response. Zai Long confronted Yinshin, his face filled with seriousness, and asked if he intended to take Zhang Fei's life. Yinshin dismissed Zai Long's concern, stating that Zhang Fei was just a delusional person without any real ability. He declared his intention to teach Zhang Fei a lesson and even threatened to take one of his eyes to make him realize his limits. Refusing to back down, Zai Long declared that he would make only one move. If Yinshin could withstand the attack and survive, Zai Long would spare his life. Suddenly, Zai Long showed immense power to Yinshin, while the crowd of girls erupted in cheers for Zai Long. Amidst the cheering, Zhang Fei urged Zai Long not to spare Yinshin and teach him a lesson. Zai Long unleashed his intense power, enveloping himself in flames, and questioned Yinshin if he could stand it. The system popped out and expressed astonishment at Zai Long's intense power skills. Cheng Dalei, on the other hand, contemplated the significance of legendary martial arts and wondered about the high combat power bonus they possessed. In the battle ring, Zai Long jumped and attacked Yinshin in the air with the flames surrounding him. Yinshin covered himself with his iron lasso and pleaded desperately, unable to withstand the blinding lights emitted by Zai Long. However, Zai Long unleashed a powerful attack that engulfed Yinshin. After the attack, the battle ring was covered in smoke, and Yinshin was suffering from injuries and made an effort to get up. The girls in the crowd erupted in celebration, throwing pouches of money in the air and forming heart shapes with their eyes. Meanwhile, Zai Long, leaving the battle arena with his prize, informed Cheng Dalei that he had completed the task. He then expressed surprise at the number of girls approaching him. They bombarded him with questions and invitations, expressing their admiration and interest. Some asked about his age and marital status, while others offered him tea or invited him to their homes. The girls cheered and were thrilled at the sight of Zai Long. Overwhelmed by the attention, Zai Long blushed and tried to push the girls away, refusing their advances. Cheng Dalei attempted to calm the situation, reminding everyone that Zai Long was still a child and that they shouldn't be like that. He acted as Zai Long's agent and urged the girls to calm down. He humorously stated that Zai Long was tired and in need of rest. However, all the effort he made was not effective. Cheng Dalei then cut the bag and threw the prize money in the air, and gold coins rained down from above, causing the people in the area to be surprised. As everyone scrambled to grab their share, Zai Long, taking advantage of the chaos, managed to escape the crowd. Cheng Dalei, relieved, suggested that they withdraw. Exhausted, Zai Long agreed with a pouty expression. Cheng Dalei expressed his surprise at Zai Long's potential to become an idol. Just then, a woman in the chaos spotted Zai Long. As they continued walking, the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the city. Zai Long, curious about the concept of an idol, questioned Cheng Dalei about it. Cheng Dalei struggled to find an explanation and mentioned that people like himself could be considered idols. After a while, they arrived at Yuyang Tower. Cheng Dalei entered the hotel, and a man approached him, informing him about a treasure debate conference. If he was a guest of the hotel, he could attend. He politely explained that it was an opportunity for networking and exchanging information with businessmen from the north and the south. If Cheng Dalei had an interest, he could look at it at night. Cheng Dalei considered the treasure debate conference, mentioning that if he had the time, he would watch it. However, he was busy in the evening, depending on the available time he would have. He then instructed the man to inform all the servants to stay out and only deliver food each day. The man responded affirmatively but questioned the ability of the clumsy hands and feet to handle the needs of the distinguished guests. Even the scouts who were sent away today gradually returned. Liu Zhai and the little white wolf shopped all day long, but they only bought some brushes and powder from Yangzhou. While Shenji and Gao Feibao walked around, they went to the pub to drink wine. Cheng Dalei sighed as he touched his forehead, feeling a headache coming on as he thought about his group that didn't do their job. Cheng Dalei informed the group that they wouldn't be going out to scout for information the next day. He suggested that they gather information from the merchants in the Yuyang Tower, as it would be a convenient place for inquiries. He emphasized the need to acquire grain quickly and leave because they did not have much time left. Later, in Cheng Dalei's room with Liu Zhai, they discussed the treasure debate conference. Liu Zhai explained that it was organized by a wealthy businessman who had invited people to gather, drink tea, and discuss. There were traders from the West who sold exotic females, clothes, and novelties. Cheng Dalei expressed his interest and responded that it was worth visiting. Liu Zhai shifted the topic and suggested that Cheng Dalei should wash his face and take some rest, considering he must have been exhausted from the trip. She mentioned that she had fetched some warm water for him. Before she could finish her sentence, the room door opened, and Su Ying entered with another pot of warm water. Su Ying expressed surprise, and Cheng Dalei innocently smiled at her and questioned why she had brought water. Su Ying sarcastically remarked that she wanted to drink the water. Liu Zhai, joining in the sarcasm, mentioned Su Ying's large stomach volume in a playful tone. Su Ying asked if she had come at a bad time, and Liu Zhai reassured her, saying it had been a while since they had done anything together. The atmosphere in the room grew awkward, but Cheng Dalei managed to maintain a smile. Su Ying felt awkward, while Liu Zhai found relief from the warmth of the hot water. At the Yuyang Tower, a gathering of literati was taking place, but it was nothing more than a few literati meetings to talk about the tea ceremony, calligraphy and painting, poetry, singing, and amusing themselves sexually. One person suggested using winter as the theme at this time of the year. Then suddenly, a man's voice interrupted the moment as he expressed his feelings for Miss Wan through a lovely poem he had made. Miss Wan seemed to be amused and told the man, whose name was Prince Tang, that he was a talented poet. They began to exchange compliments with each other as Prince Tang said that the poetry of the world could not compare with Miss Wan's beauty. They started to become flirtier with each other as Prince Tang suddenly laid Miss Wan on her back and asked about how her lipstick color would taste on her lips. As they were about to engage in the deed, sudden footsteps were heard outside, and Prince Tang was surprised to find out that there were two men watching them. Zhang Fei then introduced themselves as they were also guests in the house. They had heard about the gathering, so they decided to pay a visit and write poetry with their friend. Prince Tang was confused about where these two people came from. He first thought that they might have heard the sound of the song on the second floor, which is why they wanted to go upstairs to peep at the girl playing the song. As Prince Tang was trying to draw conclusions, he also reckoned that the wine had been drunk, the song they had listened to was also finished, and the mood had also fizzled out. He decided to try to find some fun with the two people. Prince Tang then asked them if they knew how to write a poem. Gao Feibao then replied that they had little knowledge about it. Miss Wan then joined the conversation and suggested that they should be served with pen and ink to admire the masterpiece of the two. Prince Tang agreed with the idea and set them up. He even volunteered to sharpen the ink for both of them so he could admire their literary skills for once. He added that if it was a poem or a lyric, if Miss Wan sang it, then it would certainly be a sensation in the city tomorrow. Zhang Fei and Gao Feibao seemed to be doomed as they thought the people around them were underestimating them. They were determined and promised themselves to write a poem that would shock the people around them and would hit them hard in the face. They seemed to be confident as they had read so many books in their spare time, and that day, they would apply the knowledge even if their minds went completely blank. Zhang Fei suddenly stood up and announced that they had been careless and had disturbed their pleasure. He started to sprint outside as he asked for everyone's forgiveness, thinking they had been rude to them. Prince Tang told Zhang Fei to stop running and asked if he really wanted to leave already. He then told him that they must have been bandits. Zhang Fei replied that he and Gao Feibao were too uneducated to do that. He then added that he was sure their prince could write it when he arrived. Prince Tang was doubtful of Zhang Fei's answer and asked if he really called his prince and if he was not going to run away. As Zhang Fei was about to address Prince Tang's doubtfulness, he was kicked out and told to go alone. They wouldn't believe that savages from the north could write poems. Zhang Fei was outside when he called his prince, Cheng Dalei, to come quickly as something bad had happened. Cheng Dalei then asked what it was all about, and Zhang Fei told him that the people inside wouldn't let them leave. Meanwhile, at the gathering, Prince Tang was with Gao Feibao and told him that if Zhang Fei ran away, he himself would take him to the judge. Prince Tang reminded him what he was capable of, as one message from him to the head of the city could lead him to death. Zhang Fei came back with Cheng Dalei, who asked everyone if this was the gathering of literati. He expressed his interest and said he would spare today to show what he was capable of. Prince Tang greeted him to sharpen the ink, thinking Cheng Dale was just all big mouth. As Cheng Dale grabbed the ink, Prince Tang then asked if he would write or not, as it took some time for Cheng Dale to start. Prince Tang started to mock him and compared him to his men who could not think of anything. But in Cheng Dale's thoughts, he was just trying to decide which poem he should copy. His options were a Tang poem, a Song poem, or a Yuan poem. He had too much in his stash. Cheng Dale started writing down, and Prince Tang tried to distract him and asked if his handwriting had not been taught by a teacher, to which Cheng Dale totally agreed. Prince Tang could not believe what he had just seen as Cheng Dale created a masterpiece. Looking at the Great Wall and beyond, there was nothing left but a vast expanse, up and down a great river, the loss of the monstrous. Prince Tang was debating in his mind, telling himself that it was only when he felt the mountains in his chest that he would be able to feel the mountains in his poems. The mountain was danced by silver snakes, the plain was walked by wax elephants, confronting heaven in stature. Prince Tang was surprised by what he had just witnessed. He became curious about Cheng Dale's heart as he wrote such wonderful poetry. It felt like a great mountain lay on it. Everyone in the building was in awe as they witnessed Cheng Dale's work. On a sunny day, look at the enchanting red dress. The rivers and mountains were so beautiful, and they attracted numerous heroes to climb on them. Cheng Dale then halted his work as he realized that the next part couldn't be written by him. The following were the Qin Emperor, the Han Emperor, the Tang Emperor, and the Song Emperor. There was no such thing as a Tang Emperor or a Song Emperor in this world. Cheng Dale also mentioned the further generation of talent. He copied the wrong works and felt embarrassed. Cheng Dale decided to copy another poem that could not be copied and edit it out so that it would be less embarrassing to rewrite. Prince Tang was wondering why Cheng Dale stopped writing, but instead of asking him, he just outright told him that that was enough. Cheng Dale then looked at Prince Tang and asked what he meant when he said that was enough. Prince Tang clarified that the upper part was enough to shock the whole Jiangnan, and the whole piece would also shock the world, so it was better to stop. Cheng Dale then asked Prince Tang if they were now clear to leave, to which Prince Tang totally agreed. Prince Tang expressed his admiration for Cheng Dale's work as they were about to leave. As they left, Prince Tang was a bit surprised when he no longer saw the poem. Prince Tang was furious as one of the people who had gathered had hidden the poem Cheng Dale made. At night, outside Yuyang Tower, Jiaming announced the arrival of Cao Gang with their master son. The caretaker asked Jiaming about the reason behind the change in their relationship with the Trog gang despite their consistent monthly contributions meeting the requirements. Jiaming rudely told the caretaker to mind his own business and leave. Besides, Jiaming's master son, whose name is Delong, had arrived. Delong then asked if this was the place where Cheng Dale lived, to which Jiaming confirmed that Cheng Dale had indeed stayed in one of the rooms. Delong expressed his desire to see which young man had the audacity to make bold statements. After Cao Gang got inside, Delong confronted Cheng Dale, who had calmly sipped tea. Delong mentioned to Cheng Dale that he had heard someone wanted to change the rules for the pier. He then suspected that Cheng Dale was the one with a big mouth. Cheng Dale confidently confirmed and referred to Delong as an old geezer. Frustrated, Delong insulted Cheng Dale, saying he had little brains but plenty of courage. Jiaming confidently expressed his eagerness to chop up Cheng Dale first, while Cheng Dale lamented the lack of rules and discipline within the Cao Gang, remarking on anyone's ability to interfere. At the same time, a group of uninvited guests arrived in front of the restaurant. A man questioned if the person was present, to which another person confirmed having seen them enter the place. Determined, the man declared that they should not be spared and decided to take action. Jiaming informed Delong that Hong Tianji from the Golden Dragon Security Company had arrived. Delong wondered why they were here since there had been no previous conflicts with them. He peered out the window, pondering if Cheng Dale had been sent by the Golden Dragon Security to discredit the Cao Gang. Delong couldn't help but suppress a laugh at the thought, confident that the Cao Gang would remain unfazed. He finally decided to let them in. As they approached, Hong Tianji called out Delong's name. Tianji questioned if they intended to free Cheng Dale from his persecution. Speaking with authority, Inshin, in an angry tone, informed his master that it was the kid with the spear who had wounded him, referring to Zai Long. Delong questioned what they meant, reminding Tianji that he was the one supposed to support the kid. Both groups were surprised, simultaneously saying how. They then turned their attention to Cheng Dale, who calmly sipped his tea. Cheng Dale questioned who would refill his glass, ignoring the tension in the room. Tianji asked Cheng Dale if he was the one who hurt Luo Yinshin. Cheng Dale remained silent as he poured his cup. Tianji expressed his desire to punish Cheng Dale by tying him to a flagpole and exposing him to the sun for 7 days. Delong intervened, reminding Tianji that while Cheng Dale may have injured one of them, he had also killed a member of the Cao Gang. Delong stated that he couldn't let Cheng Dale die at the hands of others if he wanted to maintain the reputation of the Cao Gang. He then turned to Lai Jiaming and asked him about the punishment according to the gang's rules for such people. Jiaming replied that 3 blade strokes would have killed him and his body would have been fed to the dogs. Cheng Dale, still sipping his tea, listened to their conversation. Tianji objected, insisting that Cheng Dale should be handed over to the Golden Dragon's security, emphasizing their authority. Cheng Dale grew annoyed with their prolonged discussion, feeling frustrated and clenching his teeth in frustration. He then unsheathed his sword and challenged anyone to make a move, pointing his sword toward them confidently. DeLong was taken aback by Cheng Dale's actions, as he was at the end of his rope and got surprised when he looked closely at Cheng Dale's swords and asked for Cheng Dale's name. A collective look of confusion spread across the faces of both DeLong's gang and the group from Golden Dragon's security. Cheng Dale responded with his last name, Wu. DeLong, sweating a bit, asked if his full name was Gaijeng. Cheng Dale, annoyed by their questions, asked if they still wanted to fight. DeLong quickly backed down, claiming he didn't dare. Tianji was confused by DeLong's sudden change in behavior. DeLong advised Tianji to leave, stating that the security issues related to Prince Wu were the Cow Gang's responsibility. He emphasized his commitment to protecting the prince's safety. Tianji questioned DeLong about his statement, expressing confusion. DeLong urged Tianji to leave immediately, stating that he was doing it for Tianji's own good. Cheng Dale looked puzzled by the situation, while Zai Long expressed his irritation and asked if they still needed to fight. DeLong chivalrously stated that if his guess was correct that Cheng Dale's last name was not Wu. Cheng Dale remained silent, startled by the remark. DeLong smiled at his thought, convinced that his assumption about Cheng Dale's last name was correct. His expression changed, assuring Cheng Dale that he wouldn't expose his identity, and emphasizing that he was responsible for large and small businesses. Cheng Dale, puzzled by DeLong's mention of his identity, wondered if he had been discovered as a mountain hunter. As DeLong departed, Cheng Dale smiled at them, and Zai Long maintained a stoic expression. After the Cow Gang and the Dragon security left the area, Zai Long questioned Cheng Dale about his hidden identity that they didn't know. Cheng Dale denied it, stating that he was also confused. He pondered over the identity of his swords and wondered who he should ask if there was something wrong with them. Meanwhile, DeLong and Tianji rode horses with their respective groups following behind as they headed home. Tianji asked DeLong about the significance of Cheng Dale to him and why he had protected him. DeLong replied that he was not protecting Cheng Dale, but rather protecting Tianji. Tianji expressed confusion and asked who he needed protection from. DeLong hinted that Cheng Dale was the person that they couldn't mess with, pointing out the significance of his sword as evidence. Tianji questioned the importance of the sword, suggesting that in the business world, it held little value unless Cheng Dale came from a wealthy family that used swords as decorative items. In contrast, DeLong mentioned that it was the common man's sword. Tianji repeated DeLong's statement about the swords, but his words were left unfinished as DeLong interrupted him, suggesting that mentioning it would be a sinful act against God, implying they didn't want to commit it. Shifting back to the 22nd year of Emperor Ming, iron was taken from Tianshan Mountain, and 14 swords were forged, a sword of the Son of Heaven carried by the Emperor of the Empire, and 12 swords of the vassals given to the 12 princes. There was a 6th prince who, since childhood, didn't want to study but preferred to associate with powerful merchants and porters. The Ming Emperor ignored his inflexibility and liked his frankness, so he had a sword made especially for him. The name of the sword is the Common Man's Sword. At Yuyang Tower, Cheng Dale stood alone on the terrace, his eyes fixed upon the glinting swords in his grasp. Lost in his thoughts, Cheng Dale recalled the sword left behind by Lai Xingzai. He commented on the sharpness and toughness, realizing that it could withstand the power of the Ghost Face Axe. Cheng Dale also recognized its significant value, knowing that it could fetch a high price. A question sparked within him, wondering if these swords held an emblematic meaning or represented an aspect of Lai Xingzai's identity. Curious, Cheng Dale wondered about the sword's meaning and Lai Xingzai's true identity. With limited information and unable to ask the old man, he felt frustrated and eager to uncover the truth. Suddenly, Su Ying appeared behind Cheng Dale and asked him why he was still awake at such a late hour. She mentioned that she noticed a change in him since he had arrived in Yangzhou and wondered if something was on Cheng Dale's mind. Cheng Dale's response carried a touch of confusion as he asked if there was something on his face. Su Ying hesitated, her words stumbling slightly, implying that he appeared somewhat arrogant. Cheng Dale repeated her words, musing on them for a moment. Sighing, he acknowledged the limited time he had, aware of the urgency pressing upon him. On the terrace, as Cheng Dale and Su Ying viewed their surroundings, suddenly the caretaker in Yuyang Tower approached them. The caretaker informed Cheng Dale that there was something important he needed to share. He mentioned that a guest from the Koshi wished to visit Cheng Dale but was concerned about potentially causing any inconvenience. Instead, the guest asked the caretaker to relay a message to Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale thought to himself that the news of the earlier events must have spread, achieving his goal of making a name for himself, even though it was a bit confusing. He then asked about the identity of the visitor, and the caretaker explained that it was Zheng Xing, who had invited him to the treasure debate conference that night. Later, inside the Koshi compound, Cheng Dale was greeted warmly by Xing. Xing expressed surprise at his timely arrival, mentioning that they had been discussing Cheng Dale just before his appearance. Cheng Dale explained that he had intended to visit Liu the previous night but had been preoccupied with daily tasks. Xing then invited Cheng Dale inside, urging everyone to gather, and announced that the treasure debate conference would be divided into 3 parts: food, beauty, and exotic treasures. He then requested the exhibition to begin. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale sat at his table, observing his surroundings as the event started. One person mentioned that he had carried 10 buckets of night pearls, resembling the appearance of their late father, and boldly recognized him as their godfather. A person then began discussing his famous cakes from the Wu family. Another person expressed interest and encouraged them to share more. However, there was a momentary interruption as another person called for the cake seller to be thrown out. But upon realizing that he had a wife named Pan, he decided to continue the conversation. Engaging with Cheng Dale, Zheng Xing, holding a cup of tea, playfully questioned why he wasn't eating the dishes, suggesting that perhaps the food didn't suit his taste. Cheng Dale responded by saying that he had already eaten something before and mentioned that Yangzhou was a small place. In terms of eating and living, it was still expandable. He expressed disappointment that Yangzhou couldn't even produce a dish that one could eat. Nonetheless, he stated that he didn't want to cause trouble and suggested putting the chili they brought in the kitchen so that the cooks could use it to prepare some dishes and send them over. Shortly after, some individuals arrived carrying dishes. Xing, while eating, questioned Cheng Dale about the ingredients Cheng Dale had added to the food. Cheng Dale proudly revealed that he had a special spice from his hometown called chili pepper, praising its ability to ward off the cold, give fragrance to the food, and enhance its taste. The aroma of the spice dishes captivated those present, with a man exclaiming at the fragrance while others expressed curiosity about chili pepper, something they had never heard of before. Some men invited Zheng to join them in trying it. Xing decided it would be impolite to decline the invitation. Xing coughed briefly, finding the food too spicy. However, he realized that spicy food could be traded for a good amount of money. Xing mentioned to Cheng Dale that he had heard about the load of peppers he brought. Cheng Dale confirmed it. Xing then proposed a deal, offering to buy the peppers for a price. Cheng Dale stated that he didn't want money but rather grain. Xing suggested a quantity of 300,000 pounds of rice to be delivered in 7 days. Cheng Dale expressed his impatience, and Xing suggested a shorter time frame of 5 days. Cheng Dale expressed that he would have liked to accept the deal, but he didn't have enough time and could only wait until the next day. Xing acknowledged this and remarked that it would be challenging to find someone who could provide 300,000 pounds of rice in a day. Cheng Dale agreed to wait a little longer and mentioned that if he couldn't find a deal tonight, he would visit Xing again. Xing then shifted the conversation and stated that he had shown the beauty segment of the treasure debate conference. He then called for someone to bring it up and revealed 2 pacifiers he had bought from a Persian dealer at a high price, emphasizing their potential value as virgins that could fetch a high price in the capital. Cheng Dale's thoughts wandered toward the notion of human trafficking, contemplating the presence of foreign women despite the empire's lack of contact with foreigners. He couldn't shake the suspicion that Zheng Xing was no ordinary Beijing businessman. Suddenly, Liu Zhai spoke and expressed her fascination with the smooth garment on the woman's legs. Cheng Dale, slightly taken aback, responded with a question, pondering when the stockings appeared in a historical context. Xing, noticing Cheng Dale's interest, offered to send Cheng Dale a batch of stockings if he liked them. Cheng Dale responded with feigned excitement, imagining Su Ying wearing them and letting out an embarrassed chuckle. Su Ying, catching his train of thought, playfully remarked on his contemplative expression. Continuing their conversation, Xing then offered foreign girls as well as the 300,000 pounds of rice, suggesting they could provide pleasure for a few days before the rice was delivered in 5 days. Su Ying maintained a blank expression as she looked at Cheng Dale, while Liu Zhai appeared despondent. Cheng Dale, feeling awkward, joined Xing in toasting and tried to divert the focus away from business matters, despite his embarrassed but secretly excited expression. Xing suggested that Cheng Dale could hug one woman on the left and cuddle with the other on the right to enjoy all the blessings, stating that a normal vulgar woman would be boring. Cheng Dale awkwardly laughed in response. Xing offered a drink to Cheng Dale and suggested they continue drinking. Amidst the drinking, Liu Zhai, who had been observing, suddenly displayed surprise. She clutched her chest, appearing worried. Su Ying, puzzled by Liu Zhai's actions, looked at her with concern. Liu Zhai's worried expression prompted her to call out to Cheng Dale. Liu Zhai called Cheng Dale, who responded to her, asking what was wrong. She then whispered something in his ear. Cheng Dale listened attentively as Liu Zhai conveyed her concerns. Xing noticed and asked if everything was all right. Cheng Dale reassured him, attributing Liu Zhai's discomfort to having eaten too much chili and experiencing some stomach upset. However, Liu Zhai's worried expression persisted, hinting at something deeper. Interrupting the conversation, a servant informed Xing of a person outside who wished to sell something. In Xing's mind, Cheng Dalei quietly reassured Liu Zhai, telling her not to worry. Liu Zhai responded with just a murmur. Xing dismissed the servant's concerns, deeming them trivial. He expressed his frustration at the interruption, stating that it had ruined their fun for no reason. Cheng Dalei intervened, suggesting that they let the man in to see if he had anything valuable to sell. Xing agreed to Cheng Dalei's request and allowed the man to enter. The man entered, carrying a large stick. Cheng Dalei asked the man what he wanted to sell, and Xing expressed his annoyance at encountering people in Yueyang Tower who claimed to be expert treasure hunters in the past. He revealed that his father had left behind a weapon. Cheng Dalei asked about the kind of weapon it was and its name. The man explained that his father, a former bodyguard, had found the weapon in the north and called it a serpent-headed spear. Suddenly, the system interjected with amusement at the sight of the weapon. Still at the Koshi compound, Cheng Dalei thought to himself how heavy the spear felt, and despite its age, it appeared to be an authentic piece. Curious about the price, Cheng Dalei asked about the cost of the weapon. The man responded, asking for a mere 100 coins. Cheng Dalei was taken aback, considering it surprisingly cheap. He glanced at the man before asking further. The man quickly lowered his price, stating that 10 silver coins would be enough for him. Cheng Dalei was confused by the drastic reduction. The man pleaded, asking for any form of compensation so as not to leave empty-handed. Realizing that the man was unaware of the true value of the weapon and had initially quoted 100 coins for the price to test his luck, Cheng Dalei decided to let him have the 10 coins if he was satisfied with only that. He then tossed the coins to the man, who eagerly accepted them with excitement. Cheng Dalei then told him to keep the change. Xing congratulated Cheng Dalei on acquiring the treasure and expressed curiosity about its specifics, hoping to expand their knowledge. Cheng Dalei told him that it was only a mere toy, unworthy of mention, and suggested moving on. As the treasure debate conference continued, every now and then someone came up with a treasure. The pearls of the southern ocean, the gems of the northern mountains, the sunken wood of the eastern sea, the beauty of the far west, but nothing that interested Cheng Dalei. After the meeting, many traders came to him, but they only bought a few £100 of peppers. However, these were not the people he had been waiting for. Afterward, they returned to their rooms, and Cheng Dalei brought the weapon and presented it to Zhang Fei. As Zhang Fei swung the weapon above, Cheng Dalei noted that the weapon's ability made a sound like a dragon. Zhang Fei expressed his gratitude to Cheng Dalei, saying that the weapon was good to handle despite being a little old. He thanked Cheng Dalei, referring to him as the village master. The next morning, Cheng Dalei told Dalong to sit, but Dalong humbly refused, stating that as a prince, Cheng Dalei deserved the honor of having him serve even while standing. Confused by Dalong's visit, Cheng Dalei asked him why he had come. Dalong, using a cryptic gesture, questioned Cheng Dalei if he had paused midway in the sentence as he hinted using hand gestures. Puzzled by the gesture, Cheng Dalei mimicked the hand gesture, saying 666. Dalong smiled slightly, indicating that Cheng Dalei had understood correctly. Dalong reassured Cheng Dalei, referring to him as the sixth son, as an old servant who would never disclose his true identity. This made Cheng Dalei suspicious, wondering if Dalong had somehow discovered that he was a mountain bandit. Cheng Dalei made it clear to Dalong that it was enough for him to understand and emphasized not to tell it to anyone, to which Dalong readily agreed, showing respect by bowing. Dalong's emotions overwhelmed him, and he tearfully expressed how it had been 30 years since he had left the capital. He admitted that he hadn't expected the sixth son to have grown so much during that time. Cheng Dalei was puzzled by Dalong's reference to him as the sixth son and questioned who the sixth son was. Avoiding the topic of the past, Cheng Dalei urged Dalong not to dwell on it, describing life as stormy. Dalong, wiping his tears, acknowledged his emotional response. Dalong, on the other hand, openly acknowledged that he, the old servant, was overwhelmed with emotions while wiping away his tears with puffy eyes. Dalong's thoughts were filled with emotion as he reminisced about the past, feeling as if he had been transported back to that eventful autumn 30 years ago. 30 years ago, after the death of his parents, Dalong faced extreme hardships and starvation. Desperate to survive, he entered the government and became a eunuch, where he learned martial arts as a palace guard. Over time, his skills improved, and he eventually became a member of the emperor's personal guards. When Emperor Ming fled the capital due to the invasion of the Ring clan and military chaos, Dalong was separated while hunting through the rings and found himself in Yangzhou. Fearful of returning to the palace, he gained a firm foothold in Yangzhou, based on his fighting skills, coupled with the character of an aspiring wolf. He became a member of the Cow Gang, mentioning that he had been on a smooth path. After the Ring clan withdrew, Dalong didn't dare to return to the palace for fear of receiving the crime. However, he went back to watch the ceremony where the 14 swords were being forged. Apart from that, he never set foot in the capital again for 30 years. Despite having grown up in the palace, he has always considered himself a part of the royal family. Dalong thought for a moment about 30 years and let out a sigh. Shifting his focus back to Cheng Dalei, Dalong acknowledged his knowledge of Cheng Dalei's shipload of goods at the dock. He then expressed his interest in purchasing the entire shipload from Cheng Dalei. However, Cheng Dale simply stated his requirement of receiving grain in exchange for the goods. DeLong swiftly inquired about the specific quantity of grain that Cheng Dale desired. Cheng Dale countered, stating he wanted 300,000 pounds of grain within a day. DeLong questioned whether that quantity would suffice. Cheng Dale was taken aback by the request for 300,000 pounds of grain within a single day. He pondered the feasibility of such a demand and couldn't help but wonder why DeLong had the audacity to make such a bold request, especially considering that even Zhang Xing couldn't fulfill it. Skeptical, Cheng Dale asked DeLong how much he could gather in a day. DeLong reassured him, expressing confidence that with the assistance of his cow gang, Cheng Dale would be satisfied with the quantity by the next day. Cheng Dale remained unconvinced and displayed an awkward expression. Before leaving the room, DeLong instructed Cheng Dale to meet him at the pier the next day. Cheng Dale remained silent, contemplating the situation. Following that moment, DeLong rode on a horse, urgently calling out to his group members, urging them to gather quickly and meet him at the pier. The sound of his voice reverberated like a bell, catching the attention of those dining in restaurants and going about their activities. Men glanced out of windows, one of them questioning what the old man was up to. Another man, intrigued by DeLong's urgency, urged others to hurry and join in. In the blacksmith's forge, a man entered and addressed Yinshin, who was working on forging a weapon, as Master Liu. He informed Yinshin about the message sent by the old man, referring to DeLong. Yinshin, already aware of the message, acknowledged the man's words and motioned for him to come along. Even among the street laborers, some men urged their colleagues to hurry. Meanwhile, in the red light district, a woman approached a man named King, expressing her desire for him to stay with her for a while. King, adjusting his clothes, politely declined her offer, stating that he had received a message from the old man. He assured the woman that once he had taken care of the matter, he would return to spend time with her, playfully referring to her as a sweet demon. Following DeLong's command, the members of the cow gang, including rowers, blacksmiths, street laborers, and individuals from the red light district, all gathered at the pier. As the sun began to set, they arrived one by one, coming from various places in Yangzhou. DeLong confirmed the arrival of the 10 tigers and 8 dogs, and his men raised the red flag and confirmed their arrival. A bald man asked DeLong about their tasks with a serious expression, while another man inquired about who they killed and how many. DeLong made it clear that he wanted rice, emphasizing the need for a substantial amount. DeLong showed a smirk on his face, referring to his followers as monkeys and instructing them to get to work. In response, all the men respectfully acknowledged the orders, bowing to DeLong in a show of obedience. The cow gang was a spider that had taken up residence in the thousand-boat city. For 30 years, it had been spitting spider silk and weaving a great web. Today, the cow gang network was fully operational. The rice supplies in the city were swept away by the cow gang. The wharf was bought by the cow gang at a low price as long as the ship carrying grain had not yet docked. They sneaked into the official granary at night, and 4 or 5 people stole several carts of grain. Some large families in the cow gang talked to the 10 tigers and 8 dogs and finally gave out more or less food. But it wasn't until a day later, when this big web of the gang came to light, that people in the city knew that this big web was already so huge. The man had shown the whole city what he was capable of. The next morning, Cheng Dale, Su Ying, and Liu Zhai arrived at the pier, shocked by the view that unfolded before them. Su Ying expressed her confusion, asking what was happening. Liu Zhai remained silent, observing the situation with a surprised expression. Cheng Dale, equally perplexed, admitted that he didn't fully comprehend the events either. However, he speculated that perhaps the good people were not as bad as they initially seemed. In that moment, Cheng Dale felt a glimmer of hope for King New Mountain. At the pier in Yangzhou City, DeLong informed Cheng Dale that the grain he had requested was ready, totaling 5,000 pounds and divided into 2 deliveries. DeLong then extended an invitation for Cheng Dale to stay a few more days so that he could pay his respects. However, Cheng Dale declined, explaining that his wife and children at home were starving and couldn't afford to wait. He scratched his head awkwardly, expressing his dilemma. DeLong seemed surprised to learn about Cheng Dale's marital status and inquired further. Cheng Dale responded with an awkward laugh, while Su Ying and Liu Zhai blushed and looked down, feeling shy, to which DeLong agreed. DeLong revealed that he had initially prepared 10 maids, assuming Cheng Dale was traveling alone and could use their company, causing Cheng Dale's face to express excitement. However, since Cheng Dale already had maids with him, DeLong decided not to burden him further. He advised Cheng Dale, as a prince, to focus on poetry, meditation, and diligent rule rather than being seduced by beauty. Cheng Dale fell into silence, feeling a sense of sadness after DeLong's words. Later, they boarded the ship to return to their place. White Wolf happily leaned towards the ship, bidding farewell to Yangzhou. Gao Fei Bao expressed his enjoyment of the restaurant they had visited the previous night, and suggested going together next time. Shenji agreed with a smile as he wrapped his arms around Gao Fei Bao. As the ship set sail, people in the city waved and cheered for them. Among the crowd, a person called out for Cheng Dale to stay and begged him to remain with them. Others echoed the sentiment, pleading for Cheng Dale to stay and live among them. Cheng Dale asked Liu Zhai about the willow branches being thrown toward their ship, and she explained that it was a gesture from the people to ask them to stay. Prince Tang called out to Cheng Dale, requesting him to write a poem about the current event. Although Prince Hu couldn't remain with them, Prince Tang expressed his desire for a poem from him as a way to commemorate his presence. Cheng Dale, with a wry smile, was aware that it was time to pretend once again to assume his poetic persona. He closed his eyes and pondered over various poems, searching for the one that would be most fitting for the occasion without carrying any unintended implications. As he mentally reviewed different poems, he set aside several options, considering their connotations and appropriateness to the current time. Eventually, he settled on a poem fragment, even though he couldn't recall the first half of it. Cheng Dale realized he had no more time to ponder and decided to use this poem. With a smile on his face, he called for Liu Zhai to bring the wine, signaling the beginning of the poetic recitation. Raising his cup of wine, Cheng Dale addressed the crowd, starting to recite the poem. The paper was them, which was abandoned by the noble and virtuous people, and the knife and the pencil were of little use. Therefore these must not be preferred before wine. With a joyful expression, Cheng Dale then drank the wine, stating that it was all in the wine, while Liu Zhai stood behind him, sharing in his delight. The people continued to shout, urging Cheng Dale to stay. Some expressed their love and affection for him, calling out his name. Cheng Dale became fascinated, thinking he had many female fans. He couldn't help but feel flattered, thinking that he had acquired a sudden influx of female fans. The girls continued to shower him with attention, addressing him as Prince Zhao and Prince Zilong, their excitement evident in their voices. Confusion washed over Cheng Dale as he realized that these enthusiastic fans were actually calling out to Zilong, not him. He was ashamed at the misunderstanding and felt slightly embarrassed for assuming they were his fans. Realizing his mistake, Cheng Dale delightedly called out to Zilong, who was hiding in a corner, and asked him to come and take a look. However, Zilong remained hidden in the corner, wearing a blank expression. Zilong hesitated before calling Cheng Dale and explained that he had been locked in the restaurant for several days, unable to leave during that time. With seriousness, Zilong continued, stating that he already had someone in his heart and wouldn't make a second choice. Cheng Dale's expression turned curious yet blank, intrigued by Zilong's confession. Couldn't help but want to know more about the person. Liu Zhai, joining in the conversation, playfully suggested that it could be a girl from their village, wondering which girl could have that luck. Her smile hinted at a hint of mischief. Zilong frantically denied it. Cheng Dale, mischievously teasing Zilong, speculated whether the person he had feelings for could be a girl from Apricot Hill. He playfully suggested that the White Wolf could assist in bringing them together. Liu Zhai jokingly mentioned Liu Bei, adding to the lighthearted atmosphere. Zilong, feeling a bit embarrassed, revealed that the person he had feelings for was actually his senior female fellow student and pleaded with Cheng Dale not to interfere in his personal matters. As the ship sailed, DeLong watched them from a cliff in the distance. His men approached him, offering a coat due to the strong wind on the water, and suggested to him that they should go back. DeLong agreed to return. The man mentioned the boatload of goods and asked him what they should do with it while putting the coat around DeLong. He instructed his man to sell them if possible, but if not, to come up with a plan to dispose of them. DeLong contemplated the recent events and realized that while they had successfully executed a great show, it wasn't necessarily beneficial for the reputation and honor of the Cow Gang. He let out a sigh, anticipating that the days ahead would be difficult. Suddenly, an old man approached DeLong, expressing gratitude for his hard work. The old man mentioned that he had heard about DeLong's achievement of collecting 400,000 pounds of rice in one day to monopolize the pepper market. He acknowledged that it was quite a big deal. But before he could continue, DeLong interrupted him. DeLong questioned whether the old man had approached him just to mock him. The old man expressed admiration for DeLong's courage and requested to purchase some of his pepper. He mentioned having the silver ready for the transaction and awaited DeLong's confirmation for the sale. As other people gathered around DeLong, they expressed their desire to buy the chili pepper. A young man pleaded not to be left behind and insisted on having a share. A woman also joined in, expressing her interest in purchasing the pepper. Even the old man reiterated his request, stating his intention to buy some. DeLong, shocked by the overwhelming response, remained speechless, unable to respond to their requests. He cried as he asked Cheng Dale, addressing him as the sixth prince, to have mercy on him. One of DeLong's men alerted them to the strong wind, signaling that it was time to return. DeLong's gaze shifted towards their ship in the distance, realizing his earlier doubts about Cheng Dale were unfounded, sincerely apologized to him. Meanwhile, at the Saidi tribe of the Rings, a man dressed in a hoodie sweater sat near a crackling fire, cooking meat for his meal. The sound of the fire crackling reached his ears as he prepared to eat. Suddenly, he sneezed, causing him to question whether someone was thinking of him or if he had simply caught a cold. It revealed that the man was none other than Lai Xingzai. As the sun set and cast its fading glow on the ship, Cheng Dale sat calmly at the mainmast, sipped his tea, as Shenji approached him, expressed his concern about the strong headwind, and informed him that the ship would only be able to travel in a zigzag line. He further added that it would take approximately 10 days to return back. Addressing the information shared by Shenji, Cheng Dale remained composed and calmly responded, expressing his hope that nothing would go wrong. Shenji confidently reassured Cheng Dale, stating that with the support of the Cow Gang, there was no reason for anything to go wrong. He emphasized that pirates or river bandits were no match for the Cow Gang, indicating that Cheng Dale worried too much. Cheng Dale, however, responded sternly, telling Shenji to shut up. Hours later, under the moonlit night, a group of pirates gathered in the middle of the vast ocean. A pirate asked if the two-legged sheep had arrived, to which another pirate informed the second boss that they were locked in the cabin. Another pirate informed the second boss that the captives were locked in the cabin. The big boss instructed them that they should go to Peking to unload the goods there, as the great personalities there like the goods. However, the pirate asked about the two fat sheep. Another pirate relayed the news from their big boss sent from Yangju, stating that the target ship would arrive soon, and the boss had already sent the sister-in-law there. The pirates discussed their plan to attack the ship once it entered their encirclement, intending to kill the people on board while leaving the ship intact. Another pirate reassured the second boss, mentioning that there were over 50 people on the ship, including a nobleman as their leader. They anticipated the nobleman's fear when faced with a sword. Confidently, the pirate asserted that nothing had ever gone wrong when Skull Island was involved. They urged everyone to get to work. Back on Cheng Dale's ship, Shenji approached him, bringing news of several survivors rescued from the water and claimed to have been attacked by pirates, seeking refuge on their ship. Doubtful, Cheng Dale decided to check them himself. As Cheng Dale and others looked at the survivors, a woman among the group pleaded for Cheng Dale, referring to him as a graceful man, and requested his help to save them. In response, Cheng Dale asked them about their situation, questioning why they had been on the sea. The woman explained that they had intended to return to their hometown with their master, but encountered pirates along the way. Tragically, their master and his wife were killed by the pirates, and only a few of them managed to escape. She humbly pleaded with Cheng Dale to show mercy and to save them. Cheng Dale sighed, acknowledging the dangers that existed at sea and the importance of helping one another in times of need. The woman expressed her gratitude to Cheng Dale. Eventually, she flirtatiously said that she would repay her benefactor even if she became a cow or horse in her next life, accompanied by a seductive expression and a touch to her chest. Cheng Dale, taken aback by her remark, questioned her choice of being a cow or horse, suggesting that she should give her life instead. Confused, the woman responded with, "What?" Suddenly, Cheng Dale unsheathed his sword, his face filled with frustration and the intention to kill. He slaughtered all the male survivors accompanying the women and caused the woman to be shocked by what had happened. The woman saw blood splattered everywhere. Shenji, puzzled, questioned Cheng Dale about what he was doing, but Cheng Dale ignored Shenji's question. Cheng Dale, with his sword in hand, menacingly threatened the woman, stating that he believed she knew what it took to go on living and questioning her moral character. Additionally, he mentioned that there was a saying in this world that death was better than life. Cheng Dale sternly demanded the woman to answer a question quickly and face her death with flattery. Cheng Dale's voice was stern as he posed his first question to the woman, demanding to know who she was and why she wanted to join his ship. Liu Zhai stood silently behind him, casting her gaze downward. The woman's response was hesitant and filled with fear. She claimed not to know and explained that they were just a group of people in distress. Cheng Dale's voice carried a firmness that brooked no deception as he admonished the woman to stop pretending. He emphasized that in a situation where they had truly been invaded by pirates, the one with the most power would naturally assume control. Yet, these people seemed to follow her orders alone. With his sword pointed menacingly at her neck, the woman trembled under his investigation. He firmly stated that the ring appeared familiar to him, leading him to suspect that she was one of Zheng Xing's people. The woman's eyes widened. However, the woman stumbled over her words and attempted to hide her true identity. Cheng Dale's voice hardened as he confronted the woman's denial. He pointed out that the ring she wore was a precious heirloom of the Liu family, which should have been included in the city's treasury after their downfall. He demanded to know where she got it. With a fierce gaze and his sword still pressed against her neck, Cheng Dale suspected that Zheng Hexing might be involved in slave trading or piracy. The woman's fearful eyes met his intense stare and she attempted to respond but was unable to find the right words. Cheng Dale, driven by frustration and suspicion, swiftly slashed her shoulder, causing her to bleed. He continued to press and admonish the woman for her reluctance to answer. He warned her that if she failed to answer his questions promptly, she would not have a choice anymore. The woman cried out in pain and blood dripped from her hand. She mustered the courage to reveal the truth. She admitted that they were indeed members of Skull Island, under the command of Zheng Xing. Curious, he questioned the number of pirates lying in wait, seeking to gauge the magnitude of the potential ambush. The woman revealed that there were 200 men under the command of the second boss from their village. Liu Zhai, who had been silently observing, asked if the downfall of the Liu family was connected to the woman. The woman recognized recognized Liu Zhai and exclaimed in shock, realizing that she was from the Liu family. Upon realizing Liu Zhai's identity, the woman's demeanor changed dramatically. She cursed the Liu family and regretted not having killed them all before. Liu Zhai, frightened by her outbursts, backed away. The woman blamed Liu Zhai, expressing her anger and frustration that they could have made a fortune if Liu Zhai hadn't interfered and blocked their way. She gritted her teeth, directing her frustration towards Liu Zhai. Continuing her rant, she blamed City Lord Fang Bashan for their current situation and expressed frustration that if he hadn't been concerned about others, they wouldn't be facing such consequences. She shouted in anger while Liu Zhai kept her gaze lowered. The woman unleashed her anger, revealing that they had not wiped out the entire Liu family but had left Liu Zhai as an orphan. With madness, the woman declared that those who stood in their way would always meet their demise, emphasizing her ruthless nature. She let out a piercing scream followed by a hysterical laugh, showcasing her twisted mindset. She confessed to having killed Liu Zhai's father and sunk their fleet, expressing her dissatisfaction with the level of enjoyment they had derived from it. Furthermore, she mentioned how they had exterminated Liu Zhai's entire family, except for a few remaining servants. In her delirium, she declared that it was now Liu Zhai's turn to suffer, vowing that everyone on Skull Island would join in the slaughter, especially the women. Her words were filled with deranged intensity. In response, Cheng Dalei swiftly ended her life, cutting short her disturbing and menacing words. Shenji expressed his admiration for Cheng Dalei's intelligence, mentioning that the pirates had never expected Cheng Dalei to recognize them. He admitted that they had disguised themselves well and that he had almost fallen for it, but Cheng Dalei sarcastically questioned if he had truly been fooled. Shenji confidently stated that even if Cheng Dalei hadn't uncovered their true identities, he would have still warned him. He expressed his belief that the pirates' acting skills were enough to fool him. Cheng Dalei, feeling irritated by Shenji's annoyance, simply muttered to him to get lost. Shenji tried to comfort Cheng Dalei by acknowledging that while he might have been slightly less attentive than he was, he still performed admirably. Cheng Dalei, still puzzled, asked for clarification. He emphasized that given their current situation, even encountering people who didn't cause problems would be needed to kill them all. He then emphasized the importance of their ship, carrying 5,000 lives, and the need to avoid any risks. Raising his swords above, Cheng Dalei rallied his companions, urging them to prepare for battle as the moon illuminated their path. In the distance, Cheng Dalei and his crew spotted the approaching Skull Pirates. Meanwhile, the lifeless body of the woman they had interrogated earlier floated in the sea. On the pirate ship, the man observed Cheng Dalei's ship. His thoughts raced with anticipation, stating that the target was in his sight. Thoughts raced through his mind as he planned to destroy the sails after they boarded the ship. The man introduced himself as Zheng Xinghan, as he recognized the strategic advantage of disabling the enemy's sails, likening a ship without sails to a defenseless girl in the hands of a robber's den, ready to be exploited. He eagerly awaited the opportunity to strike. However, before he could finish his thoughts, a fast and deadly arrow flew toward him. The sound of the approaching weapon startled him, and he managed to evade a second attack just in time. Arrows struck their mast, causing a loud bam in their ship and confusion among the pirates. Realizing the threat they faced, Xinghan shouted out orders to his crew, alerting them to the unexpected danger of the giant crossbow, and the realization that their information about Cheng Dalei's ship had been false. He urged them to prepare for the impending confrontation with their enemy. Amidst the crashing waves, the birds darted through the onslaught of fast arrows from Cheng Dalei's ship, targeting the Skull Pirates with intensity. Cheng Dalei's authoritative voice sliced through the roaring wind as he issued clear commands to his crew. With a pointed gesture to the northwest, he directed their focus and signaled the direction of their coming attack. The arrows launched by Cheng Dalei's group hit each of the pirates from the Skull Pirate ship. Zheng Xinghan swiftly ordered his crew to turn the rudder fully to the left, maneuvering their ship to evade the incoming arrows. With determination in his voice, he shouted, "Kill," as they charged toward Cheng Dalei's ships. On Cheng Dalei's ship, he asked Zai Long about how far he could shoot at sea. Zai Long, confident in his abilities, responded without hesitation, stating that he could shoot within 100 steps. Cheng Dalei ordered Zai Long to provide cover from above with his bow and arrow, ensuring that for every one of their people who fell, one of the enemies would fall too. Zai Long acknowledged the command and got ready to launch his attack. Frustrated, he issued orders to Su Ying, Liu Zhai, and Xiao Yi to retreat to the cabin if they were unable to fight. He noticed Shenji holding a knife and instructed him to also retreat to the cabin. He raised his voice and expressed annoyance at Shenji's action. Cheng Dalei gave the command to prepare the arrows. As the Skull Pirates ship approached, one of Cheng Dalei's men started beating a drum, signaling the attack. Arrows rained down from the ship, expertly aimed by Zai Long and his fellow archers. Many pirates died as they were struck down by a significant number of pirates manning the enemy boat. Xinghan commanded his men to fire a barrage of fire arrows at Cheng Dalei's ship. Cheng Dalei's crew swiftly raised their shields to defend against the fiery assault, protecting themselves from the blazing arrows. Chaos ensued as their ship caught fire from the flaming arrows striking the gaff sail. Cheng Dalei swiftly commanded the crew to haul in the sails and stop the ship, allowing the pirates to get close. The two ships neared each other, and Xinghan urged his crew to board Cheng Dalei's ship and urged his members to kill Cheng Dalei's people. The battle unfolded with swords clashing, arrows flying, and the sound of metal meeting metal. The fight for survival intensified as the two crews engaged in a fierce and deadly struggle. Enraged, Cheng Dalei commanded their people to draw their swords and urged his men to draw theirs as well, preparing for a fight to the death. The pirates managed to breach Cheng Dalei's ship, stabbing two of his crew members. Some pirates on the boat threw a rope towards Cheng Dalei's ship, successfully securing it above, and they began climbing up the rope to infiltrate Cheng Dalei's ship. Fortunately, Cheng Dalei's people quickly reacted, using their swords to stab and push back the invading pirates. With a display of strength and teamwork, they managed to fend off the attackers, sending them back into the sea. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Cheng Dalei and Zhang Fei, unaware of each other, fought side by side, fiercely defending their ship. Amidst the flurry of sword strikes and parries, Cheng Dalei called out, searching for Zhang Fei's presence. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Fei responded, confirming his presence and readiness to fight. Cheng Dalei, seizing the moment, issued a strategic command to Zhang Fei, instructing him with Zai Long to board the pirate ship, kill the horses, and capture the leader before the others. Zhang Fei confirmed the order, briefly glancing back at Cheng Dalei. After Cheng Dalei ordered Zhang Fei, both Zai Long and Zhang Fei made their way toward the pirate ship. Zai Long urged Zhang Fei to cover him while Zhang Fei was overwhelmed by the fight and confirmed it. Meanwhile, Gao Fei Bao fought fiercely, taking down pirates left and right, and suddenly screamed his name. However, before he could finish his words, a pirate strike flew from behind, sending him flying as well. While White Wolf utilized her agile fighting skills, killing pirates surrounding her. One pirate who attacked her ordered his comrade to kill White Wolf. Undeterred, White Wolf responded by coming her way with kunai in her hands as she was ready to fight. However, their fight was momentarily interrupted by a sudden and powerful explosion, causing White Wolf and the others to pause and turn their attention to the source. Surprised, White Wolf looked up to see Zhang Fei and Zai Long clearing their path, causing all the pirates to fly as they attacked them. Then they jumped on the pirate ship. Zhang Fei announced his arrival, and a group of pirates surrounded them. Zhang Fei dared the pirate to fight with him to the death while showing a smile with determination. The pirates, taken aback by Zhang Fei's fierce appearance, taunted him as a gorilla-faced man and shouted for others to kill him. The pirates rushed, attempting to attack him, but Zhang Fei's combat skills kept them at bay, preventing anyone from getting close. He swiftly defeated the pirates, leaving them defeated on the ship's floor. Frustrated, Xinghan stared, asking Zhang Fei who he was. In response, Zhang Fei proudly announced his identity as the top general from the Toad village on the Toad Hill, his face beaming with confidence. Zhang Fei then questioned Xinghan about who he was. Xinghan responded with a hint of confusion, mentioning the Toad village, but quickly shifted his focus, stating that he would remember Zhang Fei. He proudly declared himself as Zhang Xinghan, the second leader of Skull Island, and swiftly launched an attack on Zhang Fei, wielding his two three-pronged spears. In the midst of their intense battle, Zhang Fei skillfully utilized his techniques against Xinghan. Observing the duel, Zai Long advised Zhang Fei to prevent Xinghan from getting any closer. As the fight continued, Zhang Fei successfully blocked Xinghan's attacks. With a powerful blocking move, Zhang Fei forcefully threw Xinghan away, remarking his combat skills catchphrase "catch the pigs." Zhang Fei launched an attack on Xinghan, shouting with intensity. In response, Xinghan couldn't help but think about the weird name Zhang Fei had yelled. However, just as Zhang Fei's attack was about to land, a massive and powerful explosion erupted, shaking the ship. Zhang Fei's formidable skill was known as Grounded Pierce. Without giving Xinghan a chance to catch his breath, Zhang Fei relentlessly continued his assault, utilizing his skill known as Catch the Pigs. Meanwhile, Zai Long silently observed the battle, his mind filled with contemplation. In the midst of their clash, Zhang Fei announced his final attack, confidently proclaiming his last strike of Catch the Pigs. Xinghan, growing frustrated, cursed Zhang Fei and told him if he was finished. However, Zhang Fei pressed on, not giving Xinghan any chance to retaliate. He used the technique Poke in Heaven instead of Catch the Pigs he had said a while ago. He executed a piercing attack that struck Xinghan with such force that blood spewed from his body, leaving him in a state of shock. Tears formed up in Xinghan's eyes as he struggled to comprehend why Zhang Fei's attack, which he said was Catch the Pigs, used a different attack instead. He gave Zai Long a thumbs up and smiled at him, stating that Xinghan was pretty hard to handle. Zai Long, however, asked Zhang Fei who had taught him those moves. Zhang Fei confidently revealed that Cheng Dalei had taught him the move, emphasizing its effectiveness in targeting the heart and its usefulness. Zai Long looked unsure and didn't know how to respond. After a night of fighting, Toad Village lost 5 men, and the others were wounded more or less. Skull Island lost more than 50 people. The main ship was occupied by Zhang Fei, and the rest of the people could only take a small boat and flee in fear. As the sun rose, illuminating the aftermath of the battle, the group of Cheng Dale celebrated their hard-earned victory. Suddenly, the system updated, showing the achievement of completing the hidden mission related to the Liu family. The system chimed, praising their victory. Back on the Thousand Boat, Yuyang Tower, Zheng Xing was deeply engrossed in playing his instrument, absorbing the enchanting vibrations it emitted. Suddenly, his concentration was shattered as his man approached him. The man stuttered as he conveyed a piece of news from the sea. Xing, surprised by the sudden interruption, asked about the status of the second boss and if he had completed all the tasks that he had instructed. The man's response was filled with distress. He revealed that their mission had ended in failure, resulting in the death of over 50 members of their group, including the second boss. The shocking revelation caused Xing to break a string on his instrument. Unable to comprehend, he exclaimed his disbelief aloud. Seeking to make sense of the situation, Xing questioned how their 200 men could have lost to a group of only 50, led by a drunkard. He yelled at his man, demanding answers. Nervous, the man explained that the people who escaped back reported that the opponents from Toad Village, particularly Toad Hill, had fought unexpectedly hard against them. Xing's eyes filled with tears of disbelief as he listened to the man's words. Xing muttered to himself about Toad Village while furrowing his brow in deep thought. Back at the ocean, White Wolf informed Cheng Dale that the sails were being repaired and they would be ready to set sail in half an hour. She went on to share news about the capture of the enemy's main ship by Zai Long and Zhang Fei. They were in the process of transferring the captured goods, which included some gold and silver scraps. Notably, the main catch included foreign female slaves intended for delivery to influential figures in the capital. White Wolf then asked Cheng Dale about their plans for the group of female slaves. Cheng Dale deliberated on the matter, stating that they weren't sure if there were people from Skull Island among the captive slaves and noting that they didn't have time to save people. He proposed 2 choices, leaving them on the ship or killing them all. Expressing her objection, White Wolf, being a woman herself, couldn't fathom the thought of letting the girls die. However, Cheng Dale emphasized the significance of their mission, which involved carrying life-saving food for 5,000 people in King New Mountain, and if something happened, it would result in the loss of more than just a few lives. Overwhelmed by the weight of the situation, White Wolf found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Cheng Dale contemplated the actions of Skull Island, recognizing their cunning tactics as he considered the rescue of the group. He thought of the potential consequences, which might have been another ambush, and that would have led to their destruction if they hadn't taken care of those people. He recognized it as purely the trolley problem. Understanding the gravity of the situation, White Wolf proposed a compromise. She offered to watch over the captives and suggested not letting them out of the cabin, stating that if there were a problem, Cheng Dale could blame her for it. Reluctantly accepting her proposal, Cheng Dale agreed to assign additional guards and promised the captives their freedom once their journey was complete. White Wolf, relieved, expressed her agreement. After a couple of hours, one of Cheng Dale's men approached him with news of the ship's repair. Cheng Dale then commanded that they set sail. However, the return trip didn't go smoothly. On the way, they kept encountering alleged victims who had planned robberies on small boats. Halfway there, they found themselves in the middle of a storm, and although they eventually weathered it safely, they lost 2 days in vain. As they battled the storm, panic set in among the crew. Cheng Dale ordered the sails to be lowered. Shenji, panicking, expressed his fear, screaming that they were going to die, while Zhaoyi sought help from Su Ying. After enduring the hardships, the way there took 5 days, and because of the headwind, the way back was longer. Finally, 20 days later, the ship docked at an abandoned dock outside Fallen Leaf City in the night. Having arrived at their destination, Cheng Dale instructed Zhang Fei and Gao Fei Bao to return to the village and call for someone to pick up the grain. As the night fell, Cheng Dale found solace by a bonfire, resting against a tree. Su Ying approached him, and as her footsteps made a sound, Cheng Dale became alert. Cheng Dale questioned her why she was outside in such chilly weather. Su Ying responded that she had come to keep him company. As Cheng Dale noticed Su Ying wearing stockings, he remarked that stockings looked good on Su Ying, but he recalled her previous reluctance to wear them. Su Ying responded by saying that it had been simply too cold and wearing stockings had helped to keep the cold out, while seductively brushing her hair. Feeling the chill in the air, Cheng Dale commented on the cold weather while both he and Su Ying sat near the bonfire, seeking warmth. Su Ying agreed as she also sat down to warm herself. Then, Su Ying turned her gaze towards Cheng Dale and remarked that he hadn't closed his eyes for a long time in those days. Cheng Dale expressed his concerns to Su Ying about the dire situation caused by the drought in Yuzhou, spanning thousands of kilometers. He emphasized the gravity of the food shortage, stating that if they were to leave the 2 big loads of food on the ship and someone discovered it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Explaining that his original plan had allowed for only 15 days, as the villages would have sufficed only for so long. However, the journey had taken a month to come back. Cheng Dalei further described the worsening conditions as they moved further north from prosperous Yangzhou, with the fleeing victims already in Qingzhou. He mentioned how desperate some people had become, even resorting to trading their teenage daughters for a bucket of rice. Expressed his distress, stating that people were dying everywhere and he was uncertain about the current situation in the mountains and whether they could still hold out. Cheng Dalei questioned how much longer it would last and how many people had to die. At that moment, Su Ying reached out and held Cheng Dalei's hands, offering comfort to the tension he was feeling. Su Ying advised Cheng Dalei to take a breath and reassured him that he had already done his job enough, and they couldn't help the whole world, stating that it was good to have a clear conscience. She reminded him to stop pushing himself too hard. Then, Su Ying smiled at him, asking if it was still cold. Cheng Dalei hesitated but calmly remarked that her hands were actually colder. Feeling sad, she pouted in response. Cheng Dalei gently suggested that she should go back, as he needed to concentrate. Su Ying reluctantly agreed. After a while, Cheng Dalei's people alerted him to the arrival of someone. The sound of rushing horses filled the air. Gao, accompanied by a group of people, approached Cheng Dalei. They screamed, calling Cheng Dalei the village master, and bowed before him. Cheng Dalei cautioned them not to attract unwanted attention and hungry wolves nearby. Gao expressed his gratitude towards Cheng Dalei for his kindness and pledged that his life now belonged to Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei brushed off the gratitude for the moment and inquired about Gao's injuries, asking if something had happened in the village. Gao sighed heavily and decided to share the recent events with Cheng Dalei. He revealed that 3 days ago, Yu Ran had gathered a group of around 200 people to withdraw. However, before their departure, Yu Ran attempted to take the remaining food supplies with him. Gao stated that he was a little hurt when he argued with Ran. Eventually, Ran realized the futility of his plan but took advantage of the chaos to set fire to the remaining grain before fleeing with a group of people. The granary had been burned, leaving the mountain with no food. He shared his fear that if Cheng Dalei had not returned, the consequences would have been even more severe, gritting his teeth in frustration. Cheng Dalei sighed in frustration, finding the behavior of these military strategists ungrateful, wondering if their excessive book knowledge had made them stupid. Then, Cheng Dalei reassured Gao, urging him not to be saddened by the situation. He emphasized that the time to get even would come when the opportunity presented itself. Gao responded that he was too hungry to feel sad anymore and asked Cheng Dalei how much food he had brought back. Cheng Dalei, rubbing his head due to a headache, simply responded that he had brought 500,000 pounds. Gao, overwhelmed with disbelief, questioned whether Cheng Dalei was joking or not. Irritable, Cheng Dalei responded that he had no time to fool around, explaining that 2 ships had transported it. Overwhelmed by the news, Gao couldn't contain his excitement and screamed that Cheng Dalei had indeed brought 1,000,000 pounds of grains. However, Cheng Dalei cautioned against celebrating just yet, emphasizing the importance of safely transporting the food back to the mountain. With enthusiasm, Gao reassured Cheng Dalei that he would personally carry the grain back to the mountain, even if it meant shouldering the load himself to ensure not a single grain would be dropped on the ground. After that moment, the bandits swiftly began unloading the grains from the ship, aware of the urgency to transport them back to the fortress before dawn. The urgency stemmed from the potential consequences if the news leaked. Thousands of people and hundreds of horses were on the way from King New Mountain, and yet they had to go back and forth at least twice. As long as you could breathe, you needed the wood to be made into sleds on the spot, when the horses could no longer pull it along. The old, the weak, the women, and the children, people, the horses, they all carried and pulled. But each person seemed to have inexhaustible power. They started immediately after taking the 100-pound bags. There was occasional laughter during the busy work. Even children had to carry a bag of grain and rice on their shoulders. In a line stretching several hundred meters, they formed a lifeline, a symbol of continuous hope as it slowly dawned. As the bandits made their way back to King New Mountain with the grains, they encountered a group of people waiting for them. One of the individuals, armed with a spear, questioned Mao about what they were carrying. Mao explained that it was the food brought back by Cheng Dalei. He recognized the man who was Huzi and expressed surprise that he was still alive. Mao advised Huzi to seek forgiveness from Cheng Dalei, noting that he was known for his soft-heartedness and thought that they would surely forgive him. Huzi, however, remained defiant, stating that he had left when the food supply was cut off, and now that there was food in the village, he questioned Mao how Cheng Dalei would forgive him. He believed that taking 1 or 2 bags of grain wouldn't make a significant difference. He demanded that Mao give him the grain. Frustrated, Mao refused to give in, asserting that everyone needed to survive the winter, and he couldn't allow Huzi to take even a grain of rice. Growing desperate, Huzi argued that they would starve if they didn't receive the food. Threatening to take it by force, he prepared to attack. In a swift and decisive move, Cheng Dalei, without hesitation, intervened, cutting down the individuals attempting to rob them. Huzi's companions grew nervous, calling out his name in alarm. Cheng Dalei, firm and resolute, demanded action from his comrades. He ordered them to kill anyone who dared to rob them, showing no mercy. The bodies of 4 individuals lay on the ground as evidence of his swift actions. Aware of the urgency to proceed, Cheng Dalei urged his group to move quickly, singling out Fei Bao and eliminating the remaining companions of Huzi, ensuring their safety. Fear points accumulated for Cheng Dalei as the intense situation unfolded, causing a beep of fear points he achieved. Cheng Dalei received 91,135 fear points as of now. Gao, displaying his loyalty, warned anyone else who dared to step forward that they would meet the same fate. After dozens of miles, they finally transported all the food back to the village within a day. The people marveled at the sight of the abundance of food. They expressed their joy, remarking that they had never seen so much grain in their lives. Cheng Dalei called for everyone's attention and declared that no one was allowed to touch the grain anymore. As the bandits celebrated outside, cooking and enjoying themselves, the people ate heartily and found happiness in their newfound abundance. Even the women were delighted with their current circumstances. Cheng Dalei stood apart, observing his people as they enjoyed their meal and the company of one another. Sipping on his drink, he found himself approached by the system spirit, which materialized behind him. Suddenly, the system appeared and called Cheng Dalei, telling him that he seemed happy. While Cheng Dalei turned his gaze towards the system spirit and invited the system to try their village cuisine, showing his hospitality. Curious about Cheng Dalei's chosen path, the system questioned why he hadn't seized the opportunity to dominate King Nu Mountain, as it was the fastest way that cost the least. In response, Cheng Dalei emphasized that there was always something to do. But for peace of mind, it was best not to dwell too much on the future. The system's spirit burst into laughter, expressing delight at Cheng Dalei's wise words. It congratulated him for successfully completing his mission and assured him that he would receive his reward. Cheng Dalei received a level 3 construction blueprint for his village. As Cheng Dalei examined the new construction drawing he had received, he thought to himself that, unlike the defensive drawings he had received previously, this one was a complete construction drawing. It included designs for various structures such as village walls, dwellings, a gathering hall, a beacon, a fortress bunker, an observation deck, a cavalry training ground, an infantry drill ground, and even a small schoolyard. The drawing provided detailed specifications for materials and indicated a population of 1,000 and 1,000 acres of good land. Cheng Dalei, trying to comprehend the scale and requirements, wondered if he would need to purchase slaves once again to fulfill the population requirement. As he pondered the requirements for the construction, Gao and White Wolf approached him. They knelt before him in a gesture of respect. Cheng Dalei looked at them with confusion, questioning what they were doing. White Wolf told him that several of them had discussed it, while Gao spoke up, expressing their admiration for Cheng Dalei's righteousness and stating that their lives now belonged to him. He mentioned that the people of Mount King Nu would honor Cheng Dalei from that point forward. Confused by their intentions, Cheng Dalei questioned whether they had tried to join the Toad village. The system spirit reacted with excitement upon hearing the news. Cheng Dalei suspected that the system might have interfered in some way, but the innocent smiling system denied his suspicion. In his thoughts, Cheng Dalei acknowledged the challenges of leading the 5,000 mountain bandits, half of whom were old, weak women and children, with only around 2,000 capable of fighting. He realized that feeding 5,000 would not be an easy task, but with the village's upgrade and increased level, he would have the strength to face formidable opponents like Hulei again. He contemplated whether he should take a step forward and make a decision. Standing up from the kneeling bandits, Cheng Dalei raised his cup in acknowledgement of everyone's words, mentioning what the most important thing was when doing business. He paused for a moment before speaking again. With determination, Cheng Dalei emphasized the importance of righteousness, expressing his strong conviction on the matter. Cheng Dalei declared that from that day forward, they were a united family, assuring them that no one would go hungry as long as he had food. The bandits joined in the celebration, enthusiastically cheering in agreement. As they gathered in the meeting room, a person cleared their throat and addressed the crowd, acknowledging their high regard for Cheng Dalei. They announced that Cheng Dalei reluctantly assumed the position of leader as the chief of King Nu Mountain. They vowed to follow Cheng Dalei's command, willingly going west or east as instructed. A person emphasized that anyone who disobeyed Cheng Dalei would also be disobeying him. Gao mentioned that they had many villages together and suggested asking their friend from the business world to give them a witness. Intrigued by the idea, Cheng Dalei asked who the Greenwood heroes were outside of King Nu Mountain. Gao mentioned Chief Du from the Fallen Leaves City, but he's gone. Cheng Dalei cut him off, stating that he had the one who got rid of him and continued to ask about the available options. Gao mentioned various individuals, including Zhu Gu and Zhu Shu, the solo travelers, the father and son from the Ma family involved in fishing, and the formidable Black Whirlwind from Fuhu Mountain. Cheng Dalei questioned if the Black Whirlwind mentioned was Lai Kui, but Gao clarified that his last name is Sun. Seemingly content with their current situation, Cheng Dalei made the decision not to invite any outside allies, so they just had to close their door and enjoy their little life there. Cheng Dale, shifting the topic, informed Gao that he wanted to discuss building a new village in a different location. Gao expressed his concern, questioning the need to tear down and rebuild, if that was really necessary, asking if their current situation was not doing well. White Wolf chimed in, suggesting that they could all move to the Toad Village instead, while another person beside her noted that the Toad Village was too small. Cheng Dale mentioned if everyone fought only for themselves, stating that one would only lead to loss, but together as a united force they could go far. He then instructed everyone to go back to make the preparations while he personally went to assess the terrain for the new village. He entrusted someone with taking care of something. In the following days, Cheng Dale, along with Lin Xiaoyu and Zhu Shenji, explored the entirety of King New Mountain. Shenji asked Cheng Dale what he was looking for, suggesting that Apricot Hill could be a good place. Cheng Dale explained the specific criteria for the new village location, emphasizing the need for water, defensibility, security, and convenient transportation. He also mentioned the importance of finding ample agricultural fields, highlighting that the existing villages did not meet these requirements. Shenji expressed concern about the snowy conditions on the mountain and suggested going back. However, Cheng Dale insisted on moving forward, stating that they were not going back but rather heading forward. As they reached the cliff, Shenji's eyes widened in awe, asking if that was the Bull's Horn Peak as they continued their journey up the hill. Shenji remarked that it was not only the highest point in the range but also in the entire King New Mountains. Cheng Dale signaled to proceed to check it out. The entire King New Mountain resembled a reclining buffalo with its horns pointing east and its tail pointing west as a river slowly flowed past the bull. Observing the surroundings, Shenji noted that the wind blew from the east, providing a refreshing breeze. He mentioned that facing south towards the capital with all four hooves in the water, one could enjoy the pleasant wind and fresh air. Impressed by the scenic beauty of Mount King New, Shenji expressed his admiration. Xiaoyu, taken aback by Shenji's appreciation for the landscape, voiced his surprise and questioned Shenji's sense of a good landscape. In response, Shenji humbly mentioned that he had a bit of understanding. Cheng Dale proudly declared that they had found the perfect location for their new village. He pointed to a gourd-shaped valley with a wide plain in the middle and a river running through the mountains below, emphasizing that was where they were going. Observing the landscape, Shenji remarked that the wind came from the east and the clouds appeared to look calm, giving the impression that they needed to be stirred to move. He agreed that it was indeed a favorable place. However, Shenji raised a concern, stating that they couldn't build a village, which Cheng Dale questioned him about. Shenji then pointed out that due to a current drought, there had not been much water in the river. He voiced his anticipation that the water situation in the valley might change in the coming year, with the possibility of flooding during the melting of snow and rainfall. Cheng Dale acknowledged the concern but assured that it could be addressed by digging a deeper river ditch to allow excess water to drain away, forming a protective ditch outside the valley. They agreed to return and made the necessary preparations to complete the construction before spring. As they returned to the village, the group discussed the plan and construction was in full swing. First, they cut roads through the forest and created fire breaks. Then they threw fire into the valley, which burned for 10 days and 10 nights, turning the forest into ashes. The animals in the valley were frantically driven out by smoking fire. Everyone waited at the entrance of the valley and actually caught a tiger. It was the first time Cheng Dale had ever tasted tiger meat. Enjoying, Gao suggested that Cheng Dale should try the tiger tail, claiming it to be a great tonic. Cheng Dale reluctantly tasted it and agreed that it was not very tasty. In his thoughts, he found it awful and felt like he was going to vomit. Huang Sunyuan came in handy again at this time, serving as the chief commander. Under his command, buildings were erected one after another: a medical center, a granary, an arsenal, and housing. The materials needed were taken from houses of other villages, and when 5,000 people worked on it, the project progressed very quickly. The system seemed to have fallen asleep when construction of the village began for another new evolution. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has now passed. The construction of the village was stopped by a cold snap, and Cheng Dale's fear points were going up every day, and it exceeded 100,000 that day. Cheng Dale's thoughts urged to draw 10 times in a row with his accumulated 100,000 fear points, feeling that it would somehow complete his life. He checked his mission and muttered to summon a character. As he summoned characters, accompanied by multiple beeping sounds, he received a bad hunter, a normal ranger, another bad hunter, a normal farmer, and an excellent blacksmith. However, his face turned shocked and he felt a sense of disappointment as the last character revealed itself. In his thoughts, Cheng Dale stumbled upon the concept of the guaranteed minimum. He regretted his decision and found the situation ridiculous. Frustrated, Cheng Dale couldn't contain himself. He let out a loud scream at the cliff, ridiculing the situation, and catching the attention of Gao and Gao Fei Bao, who were nearby. Gao, concerned, asked what was wrong with Cheng Dale. Gao Fei Bao, on the other hand, made a humorous comment, asking if Cheng Dale was constipated. On a peaceful day in the Toad village, a man approached Cheng Dale with news of a group of migrants who wanted to join their village. Cheng Dale listened attentively and inquired, asking if there was a blacksmith among them. If so, he asked them to bring the blacksmith to him. Inside Cheng Dale's room, he was immersed in reading numerous papers when another person approached him. Looking up, Cheng Dale acknowledged their presence. The person introduced herself as Zhu Yu, a blacksmith. She wondered what Cheng Dale could possibly want from a blacksmith like her. Cheng Dale's thoughts raced as he realized she was a rare hidden NPC. Curiosity was piqued. He mentioned that he knew her master, Blacksmith Nu from Magia Village. Zhu Yu expressed surprise, wanting to know more about her master. Cheng Dale explained that he hadn't heard from the blacksmith and said that he had her master forge a weapon. Just wanted to inquire about it. He placed his weapon on the table, stating that he got the haunted axe by chance. He expressed his belief that the blacksmith who could forge such a divine weapon must not be an ordinary person. Cheng Dale expressed his uncertainty about whether he would have the opportunity to meet the blacksmith in the future. Zhu Yu confirmed that the axe was indeed crafted by her master for the descendants of General Biokai but was lost after the owner was killed in an attack. She expressed her disbelief upon seeing the weapon. Intrigued, Cheng Dale asked if the axe possessed any unusual attributes. Zhu Yu explained that it combined special martial art techniques to unleash its true power. Otherwise, it was just a heavy piece of ordinary iron. Cheng Dale reflected on how Hu Lei, who had wielded the axe, couldn't match Sai Long's strength, and he himself was completely unable to use the skills of the axe. Changing the subject, Cheng Dale presented a sword to Zhu Yu and asked about its origin. Zhu Yu closely examined the weapon, noting that it was not an ordinary weapon. She measured its unique features and identified it as a remarkable weapon, mentioning the starburst steel handle, calcined blade made from Tian Mountain iron, and the intricately designed scabbard with a cloud pattern. She concluded that it was a truly good weapon. Curious, Cheng Dale asked Zhu Yu if she knew who the sword belonged to or what it represented. In response to Cheng Dale's question, Zhu Yu stated that based on her observation, the sword resembled the common man's sword from the 14 swords of Tian Mountain. However, she expressed surprise that it belonged to the 6th prince and shouldn't have been lost there. She slightly opened the swords and continued her analysis, noting that while there were limitations compared to the sword of the Son of Heaven, it was rare to come across such an exact imitation. Intrigued, Zhu Yu expressed her uncertainty about how Cheng Dale obtained the sword but reassured him that there shouldn't be any problem because not a lot of people knew about the sword. Interest grew as Cheng Dale mentioned the significance of the sword and the 6th prince. Cheng Dale expressed his interest in showing Zhu Yu a design plan for a giant crossbow, asking her if she was able to replicate it. She was puzzled by his request, and he clarified that he wanted her to build defense buildings and fortifications based on the blueprint. Zhu Yu assured Cheng Dale that with a group of skilled craftsmen, it would not be much of a problem. Cheng Dale entrusted her and San Yuan with the responsibility of city fortifications. He then instructed San Yuan to accompany Zhu Yu to their new smithy. A few days later, in Tiger Village, Cheng Dale was talking to Gao and Gao Fei Bao. Curiosity piqued, Cheng Dale asked them for their last names. They introduced themselves as Kai Deqiang and Kai Dedong, both from Yuzhou, and respectfully bowed to Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale's thoughts wandered as he wondered when Gao Fei who was in charge of King Nu Mountain, asking when the young man became the new one. Deqiang explained that they were sent by the king of Yuzhou to visit the heroes of King Nu Mountain. Cheng Dale, trying to keep the conversation light, asked if Deqiang's brother's name was Kai Delong. Surprised by the accuracy of Cheng Dale's guess, Deqiang inquired about Cheng Dale's knowledge of his brother. Cheng Dale chuckled and claimed it was a mere guess, expressing his admiration for the renowned reputation of the king of Yuzhou. Intrigued by their unexpected visit, he then questioned why the lord of Yuzhou had thought of the mountain bandits this time. Deqiang expressed his admiration for Cheng Dale's modesty and emphasized that it was a great honor for the lord to mention the heroes of King Nu Mountain. He revealed that the lord had personally written a letter and instructed Deqiang to deliver it to the head of Mount King Nu. Deqiang then discussed the current threat posed by the Ring tribe, who had been invading the borders, committing acts of pillaging, murder, and plunder, and had become increasingly aggressive in recent years. He noted that they were wild but still people in their kingdom. Recognizing the skills and abilities of Cheng Dale and his men, Deqiang suggested that they join the military service to serve the country. In a serious tone, Cheng Dale inquired about the meaning behind the lord's intentions, looking for recruitment. Deqiang explained that despite the kingdom's existence for 120 years, the Ring tribe perceived them as weak and vulnerable. Cheng Dale inwardly scoffed at the notion of them being held down and beaten for decades. Deqiang's words highlighted the 90,000 miles of rivers and mountains, but all men should join the military and defend the country with their bodies. He then expressed that their lord exclusively sought talented people to serve in high positions and reassured Cheng Dale that if he accepted the recruitment, he would have the opportunity to become a general and lead future generations. Cheng Dalei pretended to be moved by Dekyang's words and expressed his desire to protect the country. Dekyang, sensing Cheng Dalei's enthusiasm, questioned whether Cheng Dalei was indeed saying yes. However, Cheng Dalei expressed his intention to request time to discuss the matter with the other villagers. He assured the general that he would provide guidance to those who might not be well informed, offering good advice. Dekyang agreed, informing Cheng Dalei that in 10 days, all the heroes from the mountains in the Yuzhu area would gather outside the city at the Fengyu Pavilion, and Cheng Dalei should attend. Showing a forced smile, Cheng Dalei expressed his eagerness for the upcoming gathering. He then offered to see off General Kai, but the general declined the offer, indicating that there was no need for any further trouble. Cheng Dalei insisted on seeing off General Kai and his brother, emphasizing that it was a must for him. With Gao and Gao Fei Bao accompanying him, they escorted the Kai siblings out of the Flying Tiger village. As they departed, Cheng Dalei waved goodbye to them, showing a friendly gesture. After a few minutes, Dekyang asked Dedong if they had still been watched from behind, to which Dedong confirmed. Dekyang then expressed his suspicion about Cheng Dalei's mental state, questioning if he had been mentally ill. As the shadows of the two siblings faded into the distance, Cheng Dalei expressed disappointment as he lamented not having had the strength to turn the situation around. Gao informed Cheng Dalei that Dekyang and Dedong had gone, prompting Gao Fei Bao to question whether they should have accepted the recruitment, to which Cheng Dalei sighed heavily, stating that war had been imminent. Gao pondered the possibility of war with the Ring tribe and questioned Liu's audacity to have initiated an attack after so many years. Correcting Gao's assumption, Cheng Dalei stated that it had not been about fighting the Ring tribe, but rather about confronting Black Rock City. Gao expressed curiosity about Black Rock City, prompting Cheng Dalei to explain its strategic importance. He emphasized that the King New Mountain had been the only official road from Yuzhu to Black Rock City, stating that in other places the geography had been extremely complex and not suitable for large marches. Cheng Dalei affirmed that if Liu had wanted to wage war on Black Rock City, he would have had to find a way to eliminate their presence. Gao Fei Bao repeated his earlier question, inquiring about their acceptance of the recruitment offer. Cheng Dalei cursed and dismissed the idea of accepting the recruitment, stating that it had been impossible in their lifetime. He believed that if they had been recruited, they would have been sent to fight Black Rock City, which would have only benefited Yuzhu, likening it to a snipe and clam locked in a fight where the fisherman would have been the ultimate winner. Gao suggested not going to the meeting at Fengyu Pavilion and outright rejecting the recruitment, but Cheng Dalei disagreed, saying that they should still attend the meeting at Fengyu Pavilion. He saw it as an opportunity to observe others in similar situations. He explained that if they had rejected the offer directly, they would have become immediate targets. Cheng Dalei then tore apart the recruitment paper and scattered it in the wind. He expressed his concern about opposing the Lord of Yuzhu, emphasizing that they had still been in the process of recovering. As Cheng Dalei scattered all the torn paper, Gao asked about their next course of action, to which Cheng Dalei replied that they should focus on their work and quickly build the village before spring. The scene transitioned to 10 days later at Fengyu Pavilion. In Yuzhu City, inside the City Lord's palace, a man sat solemnly among the gravestones, addressing his fallen comrades. He spoke to Han, expressing his sorrow over the loss of their mutual friends who had all served in the same battalion. Reflecting on their past, he mentioned Chang Feng as the first to die, emphasizing their status as mere pawns at that time. Sighing, he mentioned that he had become a higher-ranking officer and had more soldiers under his command, but fewer buddies around him. The man also mentioned taking care of Luo's son, acknowledging the son's lack of talent and arrogance but promising to raise him well. He expressed playful comments to his fallen comrade, Han, stating that he had envied him for having the man's company in death, and expressing his sadness that if he passed away, no one would accompany him. With determination, he vowed to take the enemy's head and pay homage to Han at their graves. As he drank a cup of wine and shattered it, he declared that he would join them one day, asking them to wait for him. The man was revealed as the Lord of Yuzhu, named Longing, as he walked outside the gravestones solemnly. Deking informed Lord Longting that the message had been sent to gather the bandits in Yuzhu City at the Rain and Wind Pavilion. Deking expressed concern about accepting these troublemakers, fearing it would tarnish Lord Longting's reputation. Lord Longting dismissed the concern, stating that even garbage could be useful if properly utilized. He acknowledged the rampant banditry in Yuzhu and saw them as a means to sharpen his forces. He mentioned King New Mountain, but Deking cut his words before he could finish talking. Deking mentioned that he had been on King New Mountain and told Lord Longting that Cheng Dalei, the current master, seemed willing to serve him. Lord Longting considered Cheng Dalei a wallflower, recognized his ability to get things done, and expressed that if he proved to be useful, he could be given a task. However, if the bandits failed to make any progress, Lord Longting instructed Deking to find a reason to eliminate them all. Lord Longting decided not to attend the Rain and Wind Pavilion personally, and left the task to Deking. Deking, showing his loyalty, responded affirmatively to Lord Longting's instructions, bowing in agreement. At that moment, a man suddenly arrived, calling Lord Longting his adoptive father. He suggested wiping out the bandits instead of bothering with them. With clenched teeth, the man proposed taking 500 soldiers and horses to exterminate the bandits within a month to save Lord Longting the trouble. The man introduced himself as Luo Tai, Yang Longting's adopted son. However, Lord Longting ordered DeLong to take Luo Tai away and keep him away from the Rain and Wind Pavilion, to which DeLong responded attentively. DeLong and Decking dragged Luo Tai away as he desperately called out to his Lord Longting, wanting to prove himself. Somewhere in Yuzhu City, 2 lifeless women's bodies lay on the ground, and a masked person stood up to a woman who had been tied up, warning her not to scream and instructing her to call her parents, with the intention to kill them, relishing the idea of her sorrow. He spoke of his desire that if he went to Yang's place, he would become a general and marry numerous concubines. He paused for a minute, showing his evil eyes before emphasizing his intention to make that woman his first concubine. The masked man was introduced as Dan Fei and then leaped away from the balcony, disappearing through the roof as he laughed maniacally with evil and twisted delight. On the desolate wild man's shore, a person spoke to Koji that his frostbite hadn't healed yet, concerned about the severity of the condition, which could ruin his legs. The man mentioned a deal made half a month ago, where they had killed a woman and a child but allowed a man to escape, realizing that they could have earned more money for it. Despite their remorse, they acknowledged that by joining Yang's recruitment, even if they suspected his evil intentions, at least they got a bit to eat. Meanwhile, in the Black Bear village of Fuhu Mountain, a large man lay sleeping alongside a bear. Suddenly, he woke up and let out a wide yawn, perhaps indicating a sense of weariness or the need for rest. Somewhere in the eerie silence of an abandoned cemetery, setting the stage for a foreboding atmosphere. With just a single message from the Lord of Yuzhu, many demons in the forest of Yuzhu woke up. In the midst of a snowy mountain landscape, the old man spoke, mentioning that the 9th day of the month was unfavorable for various activities, and he cautioned against traveling far, meeting with guests, and making any significant moves. The kid stated that nothing seemed appropriate at the moment. He then asked the old man if they were still going to the Rain and Wind Pavilion. The old man responded with a cryptic answer, emphasizing the importance of various factors such as distance, heaven, destiny, and humans are important, stating that heaven was not benevolent, and the path on his own feet he had to walk himself. Interrupting the old man's train of thought, the kid expressed their concern about their current situation and mentioned that they hadn't eaten anything for 2 days, which confirmed it. Continuing the conversation, the kid asked why the Lord of Yuzhu had recruited the savages and bandits and chosen the Rain and Wind Pavilion as the location. The old man admitted his lack of knowledge but warned that they should remain cautious. He speculated that the Lord might exploit the recruitment as an opportunity to eliminate everyone. The old man explained that the pavilion's openness provided little opportunity for an ambush, reflecting the Lord's desire to convey a sense of sincerity. The kid questioned whether they were going to the pavilion to secure 2 days' worth of meals, prompting the old man to admit. He asked the kid what the most important thing in the world was. In response, the kid's answer was to act fast. The old man further asked about one of the 36 rules, and the kid answered that if all else failed, they should retreat. Impressed by the child's cleverness, the old man praised his quick thinking. With their discussion concluded, the old man determined that they should proceed. The place was set in the Rain and Wind Pavilion, where a gathering of all kinds of heroes from different places met in there. The bandits gathered at the Rain and Pavilion, discussing how the people who had come were all well-known figures. They then exchanged greetings as they recognized one another. A man was confused as to why Yang Longting had only prepared a few seats when there were so many people expected. Another man explained that there were only a few seats because the master sat in the center and the left side was at the top, while the right side was at the bottom. The man went on to say that anyone who dared to sit in the center was daring to occupy the highest position as a bandit. The brothers Guo and Shu then believed they had a right to the seats. An unknown man chimed in, noticing that the 2 graveyard rats were also making a splash that day, which made the people wonder who the man was. Dan Fei arrived and was mocked by the brothers who recognized him and asked him why he was so miserable. Dan Fei then suggested that if they wanted to be considered for the position, they should approach him first. One of the brothers told Dan Fei that the boss bear sat first in the forest, however, he was still far from second. Dan Fei took a step forward and suggested that if they weren't convinced, they could settle it with swords, and that he would take the second position in the forest as he ran towards the seat. They were caught off guard and attempted to pursue Dan Fei, ordered him to stop and asked him what else he could do besides running fast. Dan Fei then retorted that if they didn't run, anyone could beat them. A man and a boy arrived at the Rain and Pavilion, mumbling that the 3 emperors and 5 emperors of antiquity were the best in terms of morality, while the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties were the best in terms of merit. He went on to say that for many years, the 7 heroes of the warring states and the 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn periods had been in strife and had undergone rise and fall and change in a short period of time. The old man then asked the boy what the most important thing in the world was, to which the boy answered that it was peace. The bandits noticed the two and recognized them, asking the old man what he had to say. The old man informed them that they were all allies from the forest who had gathered and asked them if he could help determine their position, assuring them that he would be fair. Somewhere at the top of a cliff, Yang Longting and his advisor watched the bandits from a distance. The man asked Yang Longting what the reason was for fighting over a few chairs, as they were only a bunch of troublemakers. Yang Longting explained that if he thought the bandits were fighting for status, as there was no first place in literature and no second in martial arts, they fought over every centimeter when a group of wild people got together. Lai Shanyan, the military strategist of Yang Longting, asked him if he wanted him to take charge as he was afraid chaos would arise. Yang Longting then told Lai Shanyan that there was no need for it because he just had to let them fight and didn't care if a few of the bandits died, because all he wanted to know was who would become the leader of the bandits under his jurisdiction. He went on to say that they were poachers from the forest. However, he believed that there were also exceptional people, but unfortunately, they were not useful to him. One of the bandits asked the fortune teller which one of them would take the second chair, as it was clear to them that the first chair was for the boss bear of Fuhu. Another bandit said that they didn't want to compete with the boss bear for the first chair, so he could tell them about the second place. The fortune teller asked them about their achievements that they had made in the forest, and in that way, he would know who could be ranked second in the forest of Yuju. He then pointed to the two brothers, telling them that their mother died too soon for some reason, and that after the funeral, they were discovered by grave robbers. They also grew up to be grave robbers who robbed people's graves. The fortune teller called out the Ma family from the wild man's shore, telling them that they liked to rob on waterways. However, their real hobby was slaughtering the whole family. And as for Liu, the fortune teller asked him if he wasn't afraid of being held down and beaten to the ground. A man told the fortune teller that he didn't need to speak nonsense because he should have just told them who should sit in the second chair, and that if he said anything wrong, he would have cut his neck. The fortune teller then informed them that as for the second seat according to the ancient Tao, they did not deserve to sit, as there was one person in the Yuju forest who deserved it. The people asked who it was as they noticed Gao Fei Hu and some others were coming. They greeted Gao Fei Hu, and a man approached him, saying that the last time he had been a guest in the tiger village, he didn't have enough wine, while another man chimed in, saying that he had been thinking about doing a deal with him and asking him if he was interested. Zhu Shenji informed Cheng Dale that they needed to find shelter because the winds were strong. Cheng Dale noticed the chairs, looked around, and sat down, mumbling that he had been riding for so long that his feet were numb. The bandits were then alerted, and Dan Fei asked Cheng Dale if he wanted to die. He pointed his knife towards Cheng Dale and questioned him if he was worthy to sit in the position as the chief of the bandits. Dan Fei threatened Cheng Dale to get down and grovel or she would let him taste her knife. Cheng Dale asked if she was Dan Fei, the famous lady hunter, to which Dan Fei threatened him more to get off. Cheng Dale giggled and called Kin Man, ordering him to slaughter Dan Fei for him. Kin Man sprang towards Dan Fei, who had been thrown to the ground and coughed a mouthful of blood. Dan Fei then believed that she had to run as Kin Man was unbeatable. She flipped and ran as Kin Man was standing behind her. Kin Man unsheathed his spear, stared intently at the running Dan Fei, and threw his spear at her. Dan Fei was struck, bled, and died, and the people who saw what happened wondered where Cheng Dale and company had come from. Cheng Dale laughed and murmured that it was much quieter at the moment than it had been earlier. The fortune teller mumbled while sitting and eating that the few lines of names in history books had created countless burial mounds, and that the subsequent generations had seen the foundations created by earlier dynasties taken over by later generations, while the parties themselves thought they were engaged in a tiger fight. He then asked him if he was Cheng Dale of the Toad Village. Cheng Dale asked the fortune teller what his name was, to which the old man answered that his last name was Guo. Cheng Dale took a guess that his name was Guo Jedang. Guo suggested that he should just call him Mr. Beidou, as his real name was pretty annoying. Cheng Dale told Mr. Beidou that he was mysterious because he thought it was not his real name. Mr. Beidou mused, telling Cheng Dale that he was just a regular old guy who had nothing to hide. The system then popped up notifying Cheng Dale that the old man's name was Annoying Guy Guo, and his nickname was Mr. Beidou, age 75, and had a skill that could see through the world. Cheng Dale thought that it was another inscrutable person, exactly the same as Lai Xingzai, as he believed that the system couldn't see through every person. He responded to Mr. Beidou that he was just joking. The bandits realized that it was the devil of the Qingniu mountain, while others said that they heard a rumor that Du Mao was killed by Cheng Dale, and that he had also burned Black Rock City and slaughtered people, while the others saw him as an ordinary person. A bear roar alerted the people that Boss Bear was on his way. A huge man riding a bear arrived, and the system informed Cheng Dale that the man was named Sun Du and was nicknamed Black Whirlwind, age 38, and the master of the Fuhu Mountain. Each bandit greeted Sun Du with respect, telling him that he had recently lost weight, and would appreciate it if he could give him some ginseng to use as a tonic. The other bandit introduced himself as Haiwa and asked Sundu if he remembered him. Sweating, Cheng Dale wondered if Sundu was the boss bear, and was amazed by the bear he rode. Cheng Dale's eyes shone as he wondered how someone could tame a black bear as a mount, and was captivated by the appearance of Sundu. Stuttering, one of the brothers informed Sundu that one of the seats at the Wind and Rain Pavilion was occupied by Cheng Dale. Sundu stared intently and stood up on his bear mount and leaped towards where Cheng Dale was sitting. Sundu stared down at Cheng Dale and leaned closer to him, threatening him to get lost. Cheng Dale stared back and informed Sundu that he had an eye booger. Sundu gritted his teeth and scoffed and proceeded to laugh hysterically. Cheng Dale then mocked him, saying that his laugh sounded worse than crying. Sundu raised his axe and was about to hit Cheng Dale, telling him to die. Kinman intercepted Sundu's axe and parried it, making Sundu praise him as he had been able to block a blow from him. Cheng Dale ordered Kinman to block another of Sundu's attacks as he would summon the thunder to kill him. Sundu yelled at him, asking Cheng Dale if he still wanted to harm him. Cheng Dale raised both of his hands and told Sundu to look at the thunder in the sky. With a grim expression, Sundu stepped back, readying himself for Cheng Dale's attack. However, there was no thunder that struck, leaving them completely speechless. Gao Fei Hu and the bandits murmured when Cheng Dale started to laugh like crazy, asking Kinman if he had seen their expressions. He then mumbled that Sundu was really stupid. Enraged, Sundu threatened Cheng Dale that he would rip him apart. General Kai arrived, asking for Sundu and Cheng Dale to wait as he advised them not to do it as it would violate the peace between the two sides. He then informed Cheng Dale and Sundu that Yang Longting had recently caught a cold and that he would be hosting the event. However, Yang Longting was watching them from a distance, so he requested them to mind their manners. Sundu scoffed and told Cheng Dale that if it hadn't been for General Kai, he would have chopped him up. Cheng Dale mocked him sarcastically, telling him that he was scared. General Kai told them that as long as they promised to listen to Yang Longting's commands and forget all the deeds of the past, there would be a great future for them that would assure their families. Cheng Dale and Mr. Beidou yelled patriotic statements for their country as they celebrated the good news. They both stared expressionlessly at each other and shook hands after having the thought that they could be friends for a long time. Cheng Dale then informed General Kai that for a long time he had desired to serve the realm, and that since his youth he had read wise books and thought about doing something for the country and the people, which made General Kai uncomfortable. He went on to say that if he could, he would have loved to rip his heart out and show General Kai how hot it was. General Kai told Cheng Dale that there was no need for him to get excited at their recruitment at the time, and that Yang Longting was ready to form an army of heroes, and from the two of them, a general would be chosen. Cheng Dale claimed that he had accepted the official position of general and would keep his promise. Surprised, General Kai told Cheng Dale that he hadn't said that he was the one who was chosen. Cheng Dale held General Kai and convinced him that if he still didn't believe him, he would show him his heart. Sundu questioned him if he was worthy of it. General Kai then told them not to hurry to argue as at the moment they wanted to leave behind not only the past of the bandits but also weapons and equipment, assuring them of Yang Longting's sincerity. While Yang Longting was watching them, he told Lai Shanyan that he found the bandits amusing because they were so excited about getting a few benefits. Lai Shanyan claimed that the one from King Yu Mountain was reasonably disciplined. However, he couldn't say the same for Sundu. Yang Longting ordered him to keep testing the bandits and provoke them a little, as he was fine with a few more deaths. His gaze was disrupted as Luo Tai arrived, humiliating the bandits and asking them if they still called themselves humans. Sweating, General Kai was puzzled and asked Luo Tai why he had come, and Luo Tai answered that he was helping him with his work. Yang Longting was angry, telling Lai Shanyan to bring Luo Tai back. General Kai asked Luo Tai not to make trouble for him and to go back. Luo Tai responded that he wouldn't cause problems and that he would show the whole country with his sword. He then told the bandits that as long as they won against his swift sword in his hand, they could stay or do as they wished. Cheng Dale asked Luo Tai how fast his swift sword was. Luo Tai tossed some coins and told Cheng Dale that it was very fast. He focused on the coins, took a swinging stance with his sword, and swung, cutting the coins in half. He smirked and sheathed his sword, and the system informed Cheng Dale that the man's name was Luo Tai, and he was 25 years old and a top swordsman. The bandits were in awe after Luo Tai cut with 3 cuts in one sword. Believing that he was indeed powerful, Luo Tai laughed and told the bandits that even if one of them could cut 3 copper coins, he would let them go. Cheng Dale was unimpressed and informed Gao Fei Hu that they were leaving, to which Gao Fei Hu responded by asking him if he didn't want to watch the show. Cheng Dale then asked him what he wanted him to watch because it wasn't a sideshow, and the wind was starting to get tighter. General Kai asked Cheng Dale why he wanted to leave. Cheng Dale responded that he still had some work to do in the village and assured General Kai that his heart would always belong to Yang Longting, and that if given an order, he would not hesitate to walk through the fire. General Kai and Luo Tai agreed with Cheng Dale, telling him that he had a good point while a strange man lurked on their back. The 2 soldiers dragged Luo Tai, which made him throw a tantrum asking them to let him go as he did his duty for Yang Longting. Cheng Dale asked General Kai who those people were and asked if he could introduce him to them. General Kai responded that they were just his fellow co-workers. He asked Cheng Dale if he was about to leave, to which Cheng Dale answered that he was going to go at the moment. Cheng Dale waved at Luo Tai and company, telling them that he had talked to General Kai about them, while Luo Tai struggled, asking the two soldiers to let go of him. Cheng Dale then told them that he had heard a lot about them and that General Kai's buddies were also his buddies, and he knew them like the back of his hand. He suggested that they pay tribute to each other, which surprised General Kai. One of the soldiers informed General Kai that they were soldiers and were incompatible with the bandits. He also reminded him that he had to think about his future and not get close to the bandits, which left General Kai speechless. Meanwhile, on their way back, Cheng Dale told them that Luo Tai seemed crazy, and that he also seemed to have no regard for the people in the Yuju forests. Qin Man responded and told Cheng Dale that he hadn't given his order, or he would have made Luo Tai's life hell. Cheng Dale told him to let Luo Tai be crazy as he had nothing to do with them. Gao Fei who chimed in and informed them that Luo Tai was the adopted son of Yang Longting, who was headstrong and not willful enough to be feared. Cheng Dale mumbled that it was hard to say that Luo Tai had some real skills and that Yang Longting was indeed surrounded by a wealth of talent, as several powerful people were claimed to be watching them at the time. Zhu Shenji asked Cheng Dale if it was okay for them to leave and that Yang Longting wanted to recruit generals. He expressed concern that if they were not there, the position could be snatched away by Sun Du. Cheng Dale responded that he had just decided to go to show his face and express his sincerity to everyone. And as for Sun Du and himself, it would be Yang Longting who would need him and give him the official post. One of them then informed Cheng Dale that he had seen a big tree in front of them and suggested that they take shelter under the tree and eat something before they continued, to which Cheng Dale agreed. As they were camping, they took a break and chatted for a while. Qin Man noticed someone behind them and asked who it was. A group of people appeared, armed with weapons. One of them introduced himself as Kai Dao and said that he was the second leader of Fuhu Mountain. He told Chen Dale that Sun Du had ordered them to send him to his death as they began to charge at them. Gao Fei who wondered what Sun Du meant, as they had always been at peace with Fuhu Mountain. Cheng Dale took his sword and asked Gao Fei why he was still talking to them and also ordered his men to kill their attackers. Qin Man slashed through them, and Gao Fei who also did the same. Plenty of blood dropped towards their campfire. Later on, a man was sweating as he was threatened by a sword at his throat. The man then asked Cheng Dale to spare his life and not to kill him. Cheng Dale accepted and told the man that no one would kill him and ordered him to take Kai Dao's head back and send him a message for Sun Du. However, he set it aside and told the man that Sun Du would understand his message when he saw Kai Dao's head. The man ran, and Cheng Dale muttered that with just a few of them trying to kill him was just too childish. Qin Man suggested that they needed to go back as it was getting dark, to which Cheng Dale agreed. One of them wondered if the road they took was going for the Fallen Leaf City, and was amused by how close it was, while the other asked Cheng Dale if he was going to see Su Ying. Cheng Dale agreed and told them to go back to the village first as he would just go back by himself. Then one of them told Cheng Dale to take care. Cheng Dale told Zhu Shenji not to go as he had to go with him. After their arrival at Fallen Leaf City, Zhu Shenji asked Cheng Dale why he had taken him with him. Cheng Dale told him the reason was that he was resourceful, and he couldn't do what he needed to do without him. He suggested that Zhu Shenji call him Prince Apa'u, to which Zhu Shenji agreed and told him that he would do his job as well. Cheng Dale then asked him what he had to do. Zhu Shenji giggled and told Cheng Dale that he was going to drink flower wine. Cheng Dale let Zhu Shenji go and reminded him not to miss his task of meeting him at Su Ying's restaurant the next day, to which Zhu Shenji told him that he got it. As Zhu Shenji was leaving, Cheng Dale thought that he had run fast. However, Cheng Dale took a pouch from his pocket and mumbled about how Zhu Shenji would drink flower wine without money. Night arrived, and Cheng Dale knocked on someone's door. He placed his hand on the door and noticed that it was locked from the inside and heard someone crying. He then leaped onto the roofed gate and landed inside the house. Xiaoda was holding a knife, asking who the intruder was. She realized that it was Cheng Dale and asked him why he had to go over the wall instead of going through the door. Cheng Dale asked Xiaoda why she was crying and about Su Ying's whereabouts. Teary-eyed, Xiaoda informed him that Su Ying's father had died and that Su Ying wanted to pay her last respects to him. But she was kidnapped. Cheng Dale questioned her and asked her to tell him more about what had happened. Xiaoda explained that Su Ying's father had died 3 days before, and Su Ying wanted to pay her last respects to him but was thrown out several times. However, Su Ying's family was targeting their Hilly restaurant's business and said that if the restaurant was not returned, she would not be allowed to say goodbye to her father. Crying, Xiaoda proceeded to tell Cheng Dale that in the afternoon, the Su family had called Su Yin to discuss the matter, but she didn't return. Cheng Dale patted Xiaoda's head and comforted her, telling her not to cry as they would go to the Su family. Xiaoda was worried about Cheng Dale's identity and would get arrested. Cheng Dale, however, told her that they would go. They then arrived at the Su family's household, and Xiaoda stood in front of the door. Xiaoda knocked aggressively and yelled to open the door. A man opened the door, asking what all the noise was about and if Xiaoda was visiting to mourn. Xiaoda asked Su Zhong if she had been there for Su Ying. Su Zhong yelled at her, telling her to get lost as Su Ying had left before it got dark and hadn't seen her return. Xiaoda retorted, telling him that she didn't believe him and that she had waited for Su Ying who hadn't come back at all. Su Zhong argued back, saying he didn't know and that she must have gone to find a wild man, which wouldn't be unusual for her as she had been the wife of a bandit. Xiaoda was annoyed and told Su Zhong to watch his mouth, believing that Su Ying must have been locked up by them, and asked him to let her in to find out. Su Zhong slammed the door in her face, telling her to get lost as she had no discipline and asking her if the Su family was the kind of place she could enter whenever she wanted. Angry, Xiaoda gritted her teeth. Cheng Dale asked her if she was sure that it was the Su family that did it, to which Xiaoda answered that Su Ying had no enemies in the city, and that there was no one else other than the Su family who had done it. She suggested to him that they go inside by climbing the wall, and find Su Ying and see what the Su family wanted to say. Cheng Dale told her to knock again as he wanted to use the door. Xiaoda knocked and yelled again to open the door and cursed at Su Zhong. She went on to say that if he fell into her hands she would spank his ass until it turned red and added more curse words. Su Zhong opened the door and yelled at Xiaoda, asking her if she wanted to die. However, it wasn't Xiaoda who greeted him but Cheng Dale, who was about to attack him. Su Zhong was hit in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground, and as Xiaoda watched, Cheng Dale asked her where she was most likely to get locked up. Xiaoda told him that the Su family had a cellar where sometimes a few subordinates were locked up who had committed mistakes, believing that Su Ying must have been there as well. Cheng Dale then told her to hurry up as they would go to the cellar. Meanwhile, at the funeral, a woman was paying her respects. Lai Dado informed his little sister that they had locked Su Ying up and asked her if it really didn't matter. The woman responded that at the moment they had to keep Su Ying in the cellar for a few years, and when the wind died down, they were going to betroth her to a subordinate, and that she could do anything but resign to her fate when she gave birth. Lai Dadu questioned her, saying her plan was a little harsh. The woman clenched her teeth and told him that she had been with Su Sihai since she was 18. But when he died, he left Su Ying his entire family fortune without giving her a single coin. She went on and said that in Su Sihai's eyes, she would always be his concubine, and she believed that a concubine was a slave. She asked Lai Dadu how she could tell him how much she had suffered, as if they both came from a bitter background, and that her parents had sold her at the age of 13. Angry, she added that they had lived until that moment, and they should have understood that if they did not fight for what was theirs, they would get nothing. Lai Dadu reminded her that Su Ying had connections with the mountain bandits and worried if they would retaliate. The woman then told him that rumors said that even if she followed the mountain bandits, she had certainly been played with enough, and that she would have been dragged back to the mountain village, and she asked him if there were any gentle and respectful mountain bandits in the world. The woman stood up and told Lai Dadu that he could go now and ordered him to look for some physically talented people for her in the next few days and recruit them, as there were some things that she was not comfortable doing as a woman. Lai Dadu assured her that he was already working on it and had some leads. A man shouted that the bandits were coming inside, which shocked the two siblings. A group of men, the Su family's servants, alerted everyone that the mountain bandits were on their way, while others sought assistance. They then realized that the mountain bandit was from the Toad village, as they heard rumors that Cheng Dale had done nothing but evil, from 8-year-old children to 99-year-olds. He had killed all kinds of people. Cheng Dale informed them that he didn't want to kill them as they were from the Su family. With a serious gaze, Cheng Dale ordered them to hand him over Su Ying as he didn't want to kill them. The men from the Su family were scared, causing Cheng Dale to gain fear points. As they trembled from fear, they told each other to go first. Cheng Dale then told Xiaoda that they were going to find Su Ying first. As they were running to one of the Su family houses, Xiaoda was calling for Su Ying's whereabouts. She told Cheng Dale that they arrived at the Su family basement, believing that Su Ying must be inside. Xiaoda proceeded to announce that they came to save her. Puzzled, Xiaoda was confused why the basement was empty and wondered where Su Ying was. Cheng Dale thought to himself and claimed that Su Ying was taken away as there were traces of movement on the floor. A woman appeared and called Cheng Dale. Cheng Dale turned to look at who called him, and the woman introduced herself as Su Lishi and told him that she had met him before. Agitated, Xiaoda inquired of Su Lishi as to where she had hidden Su Ying, pleading with her to release her. Su Lishi ignored Xiaoda and told Cheng Dale that they were also worried about Su Ying's disappearance. However, she informed Cheng Dale that Su Ying was not in the house as she had left at dusk. She went on to say that if Cheng Dale didn't believe her, he could search the house, and every door of the Su family was open to him. While Cheng Dale threatened her with a sword at her neck, he asked Su Lishi if she wasn't afraid of him killing her. With a calm expression, Su Lishi responded that she thought of him as a heroic person who would not put a weak woman in trouble. Doubtful, Cheng Dale wondered if Su Lishi was stalling. He then sheathed his sword, and as he walked, he told Xiaoda that they had gone to search for Su Ying outside. Xiaoda kept calling for Su Ying around the Su family household, asking where she was. They arrived at the funeral room when Xiaoda told Cheng Dale that there was no one around either and asked him what they were going to do at that time. Cheng Dale responded that it was easy to hide one person as the Su family's property was so big. Frustrated, he mumbled, believing that Su Ying was not in the area after all, and that if they had gotten her out in such a short time, they would have been able to find her. Su Lishi once again appeared and told Cheng Dale that she had already informed him that Su Ying was not in the house. Smirking, she went on to ask Cheng Dale to let her know immediately if he had any news about Su Ying, as she was worried about her. Aggravated, Cheng Dale told Xiaoda that they were going to leave. However, Xiaoda was still insistent about finding Su Ying. As they rushed to leave the Su family household, Cheng Dale looked once again at Su Lishi and noticed that she was smiling and glancing towards the funeral room, which surprised him. He then hurriedly turned back to where the coffin was and told Xiaoda to open the coffin. Su Lishi's eyes grew wide, and she told Cheng Dale that her late husband Su Sihai's bones were still cold and that the coffin must not be opened. Cheng Dale pushed her out of his way. She fell, and Cheng Dale forcefully opened the coffin and threw the cover away, which made a banging sound. Shocked, Cheng Dale then mumbled that he had found Su Ying tied down and sleeping with bruises on her face. He carried her and tried to wake her up as she was unconscious. Su Ying opened her eyes and noticed Cheng Dale seriously calling her name, as she also muttered Cheng Dale's name. She hugged him and asked if he had come to save her, to which Cheng Dale responded that he apologized for being late. Cheng Dale felt relieved, mumbling that he was glad that she was okay. Flustered, Su Ying thought that her mind was going blank as Cheng Dale was holding her so tightly and warmly. And while her heart was beating so fast, she wondered what was wrong with her as her face turned red. Her eyes twirled and she fainted, prompting Cheng Dale to ask her why she had fainted again, assuming she had a fever. Cheng Dale then carried Su Ying and threatened Su Lishi that he would deal with her some other time. While Su Lishi was kneeling on the ground, Su Lishi stood up and watched Cheng Dale and the rest leave, and with a grim look on her face, she mumbled the names of Cheng Dale and Su Ying, stating that she wouldn't spare any of them. After a while, Cheng Dale assured Su Ying that they were fine. Blushing, Su Ying responded and told Cheng Dale that he was a good person. Then Cheng Dale told her that she just couldn't call everyone a good person. Su Ying grabbed Cheng Dale's coat and kissed him, making Cheng Dale blush. Cheng Dale's eyes felt dizzy from the occurrences, and after a little while, the two of them fumed and felt hot. Su Ying distanced herself and covered her flustered face while Cheng Dale covered his mouth out of surprise. The system notified Cheng Dale that the fourth stage of the Woman of the Village had been triggered, and his mission was to assist Su Ying in reclaiming her family fortune. It then told Cheng Dale that his victory was already in sight, and advised him to continue winning Su Ying's heart. Cheng Dale asked Su Ying if they could do it again, but the flustered Su Ying declined and answered that she was too embarrassed. Xiaoda rushed to open the door to notify Su Ying about the bad news. Cheng Dale and Su Ying were alerted by Xiaoda's sudden arrival. Xiaoda informed them that the soldiers had surrounded the Su family's courtyard. The soldiers were shouting to block the road with wagons, as all the roads should be blocked so that not even a fly could escape from the manor, while others were giving orders to put shield soldiers in front and block the back door. Cheng Dale opened the door and was met by an unimaginable amount of soldiers, which made him curse in his thoughts and wonder if they had to put on such a big show just to catch him. One of the soldiers yelled at Cheng Dale, telling him not to resist as there was no way out for him. Sweating, Cheng Dale gave them a smile and responded that he gave up, as a couple of swords were near his neck. The soldier then advised Cheng Dale not to play tricks with them, and if he dared to move, his people would put 10,000 swords in his body. While another soldier suggested to the boss soldier that they put iron handcuffs on Cheng Dale because he had heard legends about him knowing magic spells and not let him use any of them. The boss soldier requested his men to quickly get him some chains while Cheng Dale's face was in grave danger. The boss soldier ordered one of his men to push Cheng Dale and assured him that he didn't need to be afraid as he was just one person, to which the soldier disagreed, scared that Cheng Dale would use his thunder magic on him. The boss soldier retorted that he didn't need to be afraid and hurried his men to kill 2 black dogs, as black dog blood had an effect of warding off evil spirits. Su Ying and Xiaoda were watching from far away, concerned about Cheng Dale's situation. While being cuffed, Cheng Dale sang a song that the sun rose in the east and the moon set in the west, and the pedestrians should thank the rooster for the 5th night, and when the rooster crowed and the day dawned, the wolves, insects, and tigers hid their tracks. He then went on and sang that sister should not worry, that there were people who walked in the dark. Everyone said there were tigers on the mountain, but sister, he should take the sword. As Cheng Dale continued with the lyrics, stating that sister should not worry, that there were people who walked in the dark. Everyone said there were tigers on the mountain, but there was a Toad King in the mountain, which made Su Ying realize something. Cheng Dale laughed as he yelled, "Toad King," which annoyed the soldiers, and they ordered him to stop singing. while another soldier asked Cheng Dale if he still wanted to sing even if he was on the verge of death. Xiaoda asked Su Ying what they were going to do, to which Su Ying responded that they were going to the Huli Fish. After a little while at the Hualoi restaurant, Zhu Shenji had been kicked out by a man cursing at him and telling him that he was in the wrong place to fool around. Zhu Shenji retorted and mocked the man, telling him that he had to wait until he had the silver, and then he would let him lick the soles of his shoes. While walking, Zhu Shenji was fuming, believing that Cheng Dale must have stolen his wallet as his wallet couldn't possibly have fallen to the ground, assuring himself that he had tied it up so tight. He then cursed Cheng Dale for going to a girl and stealing his wallet instead of forcing him to go drinking. Zhu Shenji thought about messing with Cheng Dale's mood as he had messed up with his own and wondered when he had become so good at being a thief. As he walked, he thought of Cheng Dale as a flying thief who couldn't possibly be apprehended by a soldier. However, as he passed some soldiers accompanying a criminal, he wondered why there were so many of them mobilized at night. He hid and thought about who the thief was that was powerful enough to cause such a stir in the Fallen Leaf City. And no matter who he was, he believed that he was unlucky. As Zhu Shenji stared at them, Cheng Dale yelled that he would come back. Zhu Shenji's eyes grew wide and his jaw dropped as he realized that it was Cheng Dale who had been held as a prisoner. Moments later, Zhu Shenji rushed towards Su Ying's restaurant, and when he encountered the Liao brothers, he told them that there was bad news. Cheng Dale had been arrested by the soldiers in the city. Agitated, the Liao brothers asked Zhu Shenji what they were going to do. Zhu Shenji then told them that they must not let him fall into the hands of the soldiers as Cheng Dale had treated them well, and that their only option was to raid the prison. Su Ying and Xiaoda arrived at the restaurant, telling Zhu Shenji to hold on and disagreeing with his idea that a prison raid was the worst scenario, as with the number of people they had, they would get caught easily. She asked Liao Jia to hurry to the Toad village immediately to send a message. The next day, the soldiers ordered the civilians not to rush and warned that if they cut in line, he would pierce them with his lance. Liu Bei sighed when he was asked by one of the soldiers what he had been doing. With a gloomy look, Liu Bei responded that he had been just a shoe seller and had been having a hard time making a living. He sighed again. The soldier felt sunken as Liu Bei continued to tell him that as a person, he had been born into a rocky career and had been oppressed by some higher officials. Liu Bei kept sighing, while staring at Liu Bei as he entered the gate. The soldier wondered why there had been so many people coming into town that day. As the soldier turned around, Guan Yu and Zhao Fei were behind him, shouting that they had been selling green beans for 30 copper plates per 1 pound and 10 copper coins for 4 pounds. Kinman and the White Wolf entered the gate next. The soldier looked at them and wondered why there had been so many people coming that day. He mumbled that he had seen 2 brothers selling weapons and a strong man carrying firewood, claiming that he had been handsome and had looked like a pagoda when he had stood in front of him. The soldier also noticed that there had been people who did small business and a hunter, while there had also been a nobleman with a servant girl, which he had hated as they had had some big money. He then thought that on that day everything had been the same, but he felt that something had been wrong. As a rule, not so many people would come to the city in the winter. Later that day, someone informed Zhu Shenji that among them that day there had been more than 50 people who had mingled with the locals and that the 2,000 brothers in the village had been ready and waiting for the beacon. They could enter the city at any time. Zhu Shenji responded that Cheng Dale had been willing to save his life for them to get food and that it had been the time for them to walk through fire for him if they had to. He then told them that they would break into the prison that night and free Cheng Dale. The men cheered, and Zhu Shenji ordered them to mobilize all the men as they would conquer the Fallen Leaves City and save Cheng Dale. Liu Bei chimed in and told them that the prison might have been heavily guarded, and even if they could save Cheng Dale, many of their men would have perished. He believed that Cheng Dale wouldn't have wanted to see something like that, and they couldn't have done it recklessly. Zhu Shenji asked Liu Bei for his suggestion. Liu Bei responded that they had to first send people to investigate the area around the prison and also send people out to protect Su Ying. He went on to believe that they had already considered all the things he had come up with. Zhu Shenji answered that he was correct and that he had been just about to send someone out for that. Liu Bei then said that the most important thing was that Cheng Dale must not be allowed to suffer in prison. He mentioned that it had been said that if you entered the prison in the Fallen Leaves City alive, you would come out dead. He further mentioned that inside, the 18 instruments of torture were complete, and even if you didn't die, you would suffer in agony. He went on to say that they needed to send some men to the city who would cause problems and end up in jail to take care of Cheng Dale. Zhu Shenji yelled at them, stating that Liu Bei was correct and they had to get Cheng Dale out quickly as he must have been in painful agony. After some time, a huge crowd of people attended Su Sihai's funeral. The people were gossiping that a rich family should rest the spirit for at least 77 days after death, while others wondered how the body had been sent out of the house before the first 7 days. Some people told others to stop talking, while some informed them that Su Lishi was the mother-in-law of the Su family, while others showed sympathy for Su Lishi for being a widow at such a young age. As night came, Su Lishi walked through the Su family's house. She contemplated that the Su family was over and was in the bag, and that in her 36 years of life, she had never experienced such relief. She stared at the moon and continued to contemplate that when she was young and poor, her parents hadn't cared much for her, and that while other people's daughters had worn new clothes, she had only worn old ones. While others had decorated themselves with flowers, she had only tied ropes around herself, and only her older brother had used his hard-earned money to buy her a piece of candy. She then believed that she had nothing except her beauty that God has given her, and that during famine at the age of 13, she was sold by her parents to human traffickers and was deflowered. Then after that, she was given into the hands of several wealthy families. She seemed to look beautiful, more delicate than the March pear blossom. However, no one knew how exhausted she was inside. And at the age of 18, she fell into Su Sehai's hands, and once a concubine, she would always be a slave. Even other lower servants pushed her around. And because her own body couldn't compete, she could not give birth to a male child, so she couldn't enjoy any benefits. Su Lishi went on, saying that now that she was 36 years old, everyone in the whole Su family had to call her madam. She had tons of family wealth and 1,000 hectares of land, and no one was able to compete with her. She mumbled that in 36 years of her life, she had never experienced such refreshing coolness, and the bright moon in the sky had never been so enchanting. She would no longer be dispossessed and would no longer have to look up to others. Su Lishi stepped forward and continued her contemplation that in 63 years as a human being, she could finally lift her head and take a deep breath of the cool, pungent air. She then spread her arms as it was the first time for her in 36 years. And as another day passed by, Su Lishi was eating grapes in the yard. Lai Dadu arrived and informed her that he had found some people she had been searching for. Su Lishi asked him if they were good and proceeded to advise him not to be like last time when he found her some losers who couldn't do anything. Lai Dadu told her that the people he recruited were all tough guys with blood on their hands. However, he asked Su Lishi as he was wondering if they really wanted to deal with those kinds of people. Su Lishi responded that they needed to, and if there were some tough people in their house, Cheng Dale wouldn't be able to come freely. She then ordered him to call his people over. Lai Dadu called the people to come in and introduced them to Su Lishi as they were all famous personalities, and the ones who were skilled were usually in a bad mood. Su Lishi told him that only those who were skilled had temperament and were hard to find in the world. She told Lai Dadu to be cautious as she believed that Cheng Dale's people had sneaked inside the town, and that he could command the men that he had gathered. Su Lishi went on to say that as long as Cheng Dale was not dead, everything could go wrong. She noticed that there was a child among the men and asked Lai Dadu why the child was there. Lai Dadu informed her that the child's name was Gong Yongai, and that he had neither father nor mother. He also mentioned that the child was not simple as he had also been sold to a trafficker a few years ago, and that as a result, all traffickers died overnight, and all the traces were also burned afterward. He continued informing Su Lishi that when they found Gong Yongai, they had to get him out of the pile of corpses as he was still strangling the trafficker's neck with both hands. Su Lishi leaned closer and held Gong Yongai's chin and told him to look up at her. She also asked how old he was, to which he answered that he was 16. She then told him that he would be with her from that point forward and asked him why he was still wearing old clothes, and that they would take him to make 2 new cloth sets in a few days. Stuttering, Gong Yongai responded that she didn't need to. Su Lishi laughed and told Gong Yongai that he had been one of them from that moment, and that she had to treat him better. Evening arrived, and the drunk General Kaio strolled down the street when he was complimented by a woman who asked him not to forget them after his promotion, to which he laughed. General Kaio laughed again and walked away, and the 2 women gossiped, telling each other that General Kaio had hit his stride lately, and that his concubine was pregnant with a child. While the other smiled and repeated what the other woman had said. General Kaio arrived at his home and knocked on the door, asking the people inside to open it. The door opened, and he then called out to his wife, and he noticed that no one was there and wondered where everyone had been and why they hadn't lit up in the middle of the night, while an unknown man stood beside him, staring. A hand appeared and covered General Kaio's mouth, and a knife was placed on his neck, which sobered him up. The unknown man ordered him not to move. General Kaio was cornered and was told by one of the men that he had been busy lately, that he had been coming home so late at night. General Kaio responded and asked them not to take the lives of his wife and child, and if they wanted silver, they should just ask. The man asked him how much silver he could own in his account as he had some borrowed loans from his love of gambling. Dejected, General Kaio asked the man why he had come to his house when he had been investigating so thoroughly. The man then informed him that they had come to visit him not to ask for money, as they were there to give him some money, and he poured a huge amount of silver. General Kaio stared at the silver and told the man that he would not dare to take the money without having done something for it. The man pointed his knife at him and told him that they had come to make a deal with him, and that if he promised, they would offer 1,000 taels of silver. But if he did not, they would exterminate his entire family while the other man held a knife to General Kaio's wife. Enraged, General Kaio asked them if they were from the Toad Village, to which the man answered that he was really smart. General Kaio responded that even with more silver, he could never have released Cheng Dale not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. The man squatted and pointed his knife at General Kaio's wife, telling him that Cheng Dale had gotten lost and stuck in the Fallen Leaves city, and that as a soldier, he had to catch a bandit, and that they couldn't blame him. He went on to say that their master's body wasn't made for hard work, so he would ask General Kaio once again to be gentler in prison. General Kaio told the man that Cheng Dale was not in his care, so he couldn't help them even if he had wanted to. The man clapped and assured General Kaio that the 1,000 taels were for him, and another 1,000 taels would also be his. 2 boxes of silver taels clattered on the floor beside General Kaio, which made him wonder if the Toad Village was rich. The man stood up and told General Kaio that they would talk on another day as their journey would be long, and bid him farewell. And as they were about to leave, General Kaio asked the man if he wasn't afraid that after they left, he would betray them and take the silver without doing anything. The man looked at him and replied that if he took the money and did nothing, they would have to take something away from him the next time they visited, and threatened him that it was difficult to protect against bandits in the long run. General Kaio trembled as he wondered what the man would take away, and began mumbling some body parts before concluding that it was the heads of his entire family. The man then told his men that they would get going, as General Kaio was staring at the scattered taels of silver. General Kaio thought that his choice didn't seem to be difficult. The next day, Su Lishi was talking to General Kaio, asking him when he would kill Cheng Dale and eliminate evil for human beings. General Kaio responded and told Su Lishi that the matter was not his responsibility. Su Lishi opened a box and was about to bribe him. However, she was stopped by General Kaio, telling her that he declined as he couldn't accept her money. Su Lishi then wondered what was going on and when General Kaio had become so clean. Meanwhile, at the Toad Village camp, Gao Fei Hu informed them that he had looked at the area around the prison, and when Cheng Dao was arrested, a lot of troops had been deployed outside the prison. He then told them that it was not realistic for them to storm the prison unless they did it on the way when they took Cheng Dale somewhere else. Zhu Shenji questioned Gao Fei Hu if he had taken care of everything in prison. Gao Fei Hu continued to report that the money had been sent to Kaio, believing that he would be careful after taking the money, and that Cheng Dale could have an easy time inside the prison. Concerned, Zhu Shenji mumbled that given Cheng Dale's behavior, he was worried that they would execute him on the spot, claiming that it couldn't be ruled out. Gao Fei responded that, based on the head of the cell, Cheng Dale was in a separate cell and was not currently sentenced, and that the head had promised to take care of him. Su Ying was depressed, while Zhu Shenji asked Gao Fei Hu how much silver they had left, to which he responded that there was not much left. Gao Fei Hu then told them that when he met with the head of the prison, he had heard a message from him that someone was trying to bribe him. Su Ying stood up and told Xiaoda to follow her, and as she walked out, Xiaoda asked Su Ying to wait for her. Concerned, Gao Fei Hu instructed White Wolf to bring 2 fighters with her and to keep an eye on Su Ying, to which the White Wolf agreed. He also wondered where Su Ying would go. A little while later at the Su family household, Su Lishi told Su Ying that she had missed her and was about to send someone to look for her, and after that, she invited her to have a mother and daughter conversation with her. She went on and said that although Su Sihai didn't recognize her as his daughter, she had always treated her as her own. Su Lishi smiled and told Su Ying that she had never come to see her, and as a mother, she could hardly come to her. Su Ying stood straight in front of Su Lishi and asked her if she thought that it was funny. They then stared intently at each other. Su Lishi closed her eyes as she was about to drink her cup and asked Su Ying the reason for her visit. Su Ying straightforwardly told her that she didn't want the Su family property, and what she wanted was a sum of silver. Su Lishi asked her what she meant by Su family properties and told her that from what she knew when Su Sihai kicked her out, Su Ying was already not part of the family. Su Ying retorted that she had known for a long time that Su Sihai had given her all the Su family's fortune before he died, and that the reason she had visited her was not to divide the property, but to give it all up to the Su family property, as she only wanted a sum of silver. Su Lishi then reminded her that her restaurant was also a property of the Su family, to which Su Ying responded that she couldn't give it up. Su Lishi asked her how much silver she wanted, and when Su Ying told her the number she wanted, Su Lishi kept declining. Agitated, Su Ying informed her that the fields of the Su family, and the business in the city and on the docks, wondering if it was still not worth 10,000 silver. Su Lishi raised 3 fingers and told her that the values of those businesses had nothing to do with it, and the best she could give her was 3,000 silver at most. Su Ying clenched her teeth in anger and agreed. Su Lishi then told her that her words were not proof, to which Su Ying responded that writing was her proof. She took a brush and suggested to Su Ying that she would have to let her subordinates send it to her, as 3,000 silver was not a small amount and she wouldn't be able to transport it as she passed the contract to Su Ying. After their negotiation, Su Ying walked out. However, she told Su Lishi that if she didn't send the silver, she had to watch out for God to punish her, as God was watching. Su Lishi responded and assured her that God had not yet taken her, a wife of a bandit, which proved that God was blind. And as Su Lishi held their contract paper, she then grinned and ordered her men to leave the wagon. After a while at the city lord's residence, a fat man asked Su Lishi why she had visited, claiming that she should be at home grieving. Su Lishi sighed and told the city lord that she wouldn't have come to him if some obstacle hadn't existed. The city lord asked her if something had happened. Su Lishi informed him that Cheng Dale had done a lot of bad things, and that when he was caught, his people kept blaming her for what happened and kept coming to her house to make trouble. She then stated her reason for coming. She came to ask when he would kill Cheng Dale to destroy the rays of hope left on his men. The city lord grinned and informed her about the situation, telling her that the fact he caught Cheng Dale was a great accomplishment, and that he was more worthy of being alive than dead. He went on and informed her that they had let Cheng Dale alive, in case the mountain bandits of the Toad village went crazy. He would serve as a hostage. Su Lishi understood and took a box, telling him that before Su Sihai died, he had promised to give a luminous pearl to the city lord and that day she had brought it especially for him. The city lord asked her what she meant. She then opened the box, which contained a shiny pearl, to which the city lord was happy and mumbled that Su Sihai was really a great person who remembered the dead even before dying. Su Lishi changed the subject, which reminded the city lord of their conversation with Cheng Dale, and the city lord assured her that he would take care of it while eyeing the shiny pearl. Su Lishi closed the box, and the city lord asked her if there was something else she wanted him to do. She told him that she just had a few family matters, that Su Ying was a disgrace to the Su family, and after Su Sihai died, there was no one who was able to control her. Earlier that day, she had come to her to exchange her family fortune for 3,000 silver to spend. She went on and said that the Su family fortune should be passed on to her in a few years. However, she believed that with Su Ying's current temperament, she didn't feel comfortable leaving the Su family to her. The city lord couldn't believe that there was such a thing. Su Lishi grinned and told him that she had also written a receipt for Su Ying, and that she would send someone later to deliver the silver. However, she was afraid that on that day it would be 3,000 taels, and the next time it would be 5,000. She would keep coming back to her, asking for money, and as her mother, she couldn't give her money, and the Su family couldn't afford Su Ying spending so much money. Worried, the city lord suggested that Su Ying should be properly controlled. Su Lishi then gave him the box and told him that after the death of Su Sihai, she had dared not to educate her. However, as her stepmother, everything she said had no effect. The city lord smiled and assured Su Lishi that he would do it for her, and that the receipt would stay with him. If Su Ying asked her for money again, she would have to see him. Meanwhile, at the front door of the Su family, Su Ying wondered why the silver Su Lishi had promised was taking so long. The man closed the door aggressively and told her to ask the city lord for money and to get lost. When she went to the city lord's manor, she was yelled at for having a large family fortune, and he was still not satisfied, asking her what she needed the money for and telling her to get out of his place. The city lord continued to scold her and asked her if her heart was clouded and suggested why she wouldn't go to Cheng Dale and ask for money. Su Ying felt dejected as she listened to every curse word that had been said to her. She then walked down the city streets, face down, as two men stalked her. Su Ying's face frowned, however, moments later a hand grabbed her shoulder, and a voice called out to her. She turned around and met White Wolf, who told her that she had been secretly watching her and wanted to stop her when she saw her going to the Su family. But something terrible happened in the end. She went on and said that it didn't matter when someone's time had passed, it could still be settled with the Su family. She held her hands and told her that they were going back as it was not safe where they were. A man held a bloody spear, and a massive pile of bodies lay down the street, while Zhao Zilong stood and stared at them. A voice then yelled that the Su family was full of bullies and ordered some of his men to follow him to destroy the Su family. Liu Bei told Gao Feihu to calm down, that no matter how he said it, they were still Su Ying's family. Fuming, Zhu Shenji asked Liu Bei how he could stay calm as they had already used countless amounts of silver and still got no way to save Cheng Dale. He suggested that they should just storm the prison. Munching on his food, Liu Bei then told them that if they wanted to do it, it would be much better to wait and relocate Cheng Dale, as he was more valuable alive than dead. He believed that Cheng Dale would definitely not be executed secretly. Su Ying chimed in that she thought it couldn't be said that there was no way, and that before she went to the city lord's residence, she found a method that they could try. Liu Bei asked what her method was. Su Ying responded that she had heard that Wan Boshan went fishing at the pier every 20th of the month, and if they kidnapped him, she believed that they could trade him back for Cheng Dale. Liu Bei inquired about the day they were in, to which Guan Yu replied that it was the 19th, and that the 20th would be tomorrow. Lai Dadu had stood on his balcony, looking out at the cloudy sky. One of his attendants informed him that he was afraid it might rain that day and asked if they should still sail. Lai Dadu asked him why they shouldn't sail because it was only his hobby, as if he couldn't enjoy just one hobby. His attendant also informed him that a person from the Su family had visited once again. Lai Dadu turned to face his attendant, asking if she had returned and how much she had disliked the woman. He ordered his attendant to inform the woman that they were going to execute Cheng Dale on that night and also not to bother him any longer. Lai Dadu told his attendant that he needed to hurry up and stop interfering with his enjoyment. Quite a number of spears appeared while the soldier yelled that they were going. Meanwhile, Su Lishi complained that she had been walking around so much every day for the past 2 days, and she had already gotten blisters on her feet. She asked someone to massage her feet, however, the person was reluctant. Su Lishi asked him if he had disliked her, to which the man answered that he hadn't dared. She sighed and told Gong Yong'ai that if people like them didn't help each other, there would be no one who would respect them as he held her feet. She went on to say that it was also because they were meant for the same thing, that when she saw her, she felt close to her in her heart, asking him not to take offense as she really saw him as her own brother. As Gong Yong'ai was massaging Su Lishi's foot, she told him to be gentler as she was hurt. She reminded him to be gentle on a woman's foot and asked him why he was holding her feet so tightly, as if he were a simpleton. Gong Yong'ai responded that since he was a child, he used to massage his mother's foot, to which Su Lishi asked him if he could also call him his mom. Gong Yong'ai blushed and didn't speak a word. Su Lishi grinned and wondered if what she was doing was what people with higher power could enjoy, and that once she had been the admired beauty. However, she had become the observer as she moved her hands towards Gong Yong'ai. As she twirled some of Gong Yong'ai's hair, she wondered if it was the kind of power some stinking men sought. She moved her hands, pinching his cheeks, with the thought of playing with people as if they were toys, which led her to the conclusion that it was fantastic. Meanwhile, at the Toad Village group, a man reported to Zhu Shenji that they had found out that Fang Boshan had left his residence and was heading to the pier. Zhu Shenji spoke up, telling them that the battle that day would be a sure victory, but it would also be bloody, and that because Cheng Dale had treated them well, they couldn't bear seeing him suffer in prison any longer. He went on to say that after that day, he was afraid that he would not see many of them in the future. And if someone was afraid, he would not be for him. He suggested that they drink now, and that when they walked out the door, they would be brothers forever. A man voiced out asking what Zhu Shenji was talking about and that he could just say that they could lay down their lives for Cheng Dale as he also did the same for them. The men agreed. They were told that they were going to drink wine together until it was empty and that they would go together to save Cheng Dale as a firework swooshed into the air and made a huge bang in the sky. Fang Boshan noticed the fireworks and asked one of his subordinates why they were being set off in broad daylight. One of his subordinates asked Fang Boshan if he wanted him to send someone to take a look, to which Fang Boshan responded that there was no need for it, suggesting that they needed to pick up the pace as they would need to be faster. Zhao Zilong stood on top of one of the house roofs, holding a bow, watching them, while Liu Bei and Zhang Fei were hiding in an alley, watching Fang Boshan's movements. Qin Man and Lin Xiaoyu were doing the same on the other side. Anxious, Gao Fei Hu informed Zhu Shenji that they didn't have much time before Fang Boshan arrived at the port, and that their only problem was that the fireworks signal outside the city had yet to appear. He asked Zhu Shenji what they were going to do, informing him that waiting for Fang Boshan to arrive at the docks would be much more difficult than catching him on the roads. Frustrated, Zhu Shenji gritted his teeth and told them that they would wait for another 15 minutes, and if there was still no signal, they would attack. Gao Fei Hu tightly gripped his sword and said nothing. The cartwheel made a noise, and an arrowhead pointed towards Fang Boshan. Zhao Zilong concentrated, and the sound of a galloping horse was heard. 2 men rushed into the city and covered the gate with some sand smoke. One of Zhu Shenji's men informed him that 15 minutes had passed as Gao Fei Hu readied himself and held his sword. Zhu Shenji commanded them that they were going to do it and attacked. Gao Fei Hu and Gao Fei Bao screamed, ordering their men to attack. Sleeping, Fang Boshan's men were ordering their subordinates to stop the wagon, asking the man who had just entered the city who he was. He woke up from the noise of his men ordering the unknown man not to move, which made him wonder. Fang Boshan asked one of his men what was going on and told them they could just pursue his hobby in peace. Kai Dekyang, the man who had entered the city, introduced himself and asked to see Fang Boshan. Huang Senyuan came running, asking his subordinates to stop. Gao Fei Bao asked Gao Fei Hu what Huang Senyuan was doing and wondered if something had happened at the Toad Village. Huang Senyuan anxiously informed them that Cheng Dale had been saved and that they could all stop now. Zhu Shenji was in disbelief and yelled, wondering if Yang Longting had given Cheng Dale the title. Huang Senyuan told him that Cheng Dale had received a title as one of the 2 generals of the Rangers, rewarded with 100 taels of silver, armor, a noble horse, and much more. He informed them that they had also received many promotions, like 100 chief lieutenants. However, Yang Longting had not yet appointed anyone for the position and had left Cheng Dale for the decision. White Wolf asked if they didn't have anything to do after Cheng Dale got the position. Huang Xinyan enthusiastically informed them that Yang Longting would never allow a temporary mistake to ruin a long-term plan, and that Kai Degang had gone to Fang Boshan to save Cheng Dale. Dejected, Zhu Shenji sat in the corner contemplating, giving Huang Senyuan the impression that he was disappointed. Zhu Shenji spoke and told them that he could no longer talk about regrets, and that he had just drunk too much wine that went to his head. which made the people around him speechless. Fang Bashan asked Kai Degang if he wanted him to release Cheng Dale. Kai Degang responded that it was Yang Longting who wanted Cheng Dale released because he belonged to him, and asked Fang Bashan not to kill him. Fang Bashan was in doubt and told Kai Degang that it had taken him great effort to catch Cheng Dale, and if he released him, it wouldn't be easy to catch him next time. Kai Degang informed Fang Bashan that Cheng Dale had sworn allegiance to Yang Longting long ago, and that Yang Longting had cherished him as a talent, and that there was no way he would appoint him a general out of all the rangers. He continued by saying that Cheng Dale was now one of Yang Longting's people, and he asked Fang Bashan if he wanted to arrest some of Yang Longting's people, as well as if he hadn't tortured him in prison. Anxious, Fang Bashan felt nervous and thought that before Su Lishi came, he had asked the head of the prison to take care of Cheng Dale. He believed that with the head's temperament, Cheng Dale had at least one layer of skin peeled off if he hadn't died. Depressed, with snot coming down Fang Bashan's nose, he couldn't finish informing Kai Degang about Cheng Dale's situation. Kai Degang was sweating heavily and yelled at Fang Bashan to take him to where Cheng Dale was being held right at that moment. After some time, they arrived at some sort of a dungeon, where Kai Degang asked Fang Bashan if he was sure that Cheng Dale was still alive. Still anxious, Fang Bashan reassured Kai Degang that he understood the people under him and believed that they had been gentle with Cheng Dale. He hoped Cheng Dale had a strong life force and must have been alive to the point where he could be saved. A man's voice mumbled about how much Du Mao was worth and how he should have been his equal, that the man from the Ring tribe had been strong enough to hold 3 out of 5 rounds against him in a horse fight. A couple of men inside the prison with Cheng Dale asked him to tell them more about the method of the 5 thunderbolts, as they had heard that the gods had taught him in his dream. Cheng Dale smiled and enthusiastically asked them if they could understand if he told them about the gods, while a bald man was all smiles serving him his meal. While Cheng Dale stated that the method of the 5 thunderbolts had been too powerful for him to use easily because it destroyed too much, and proceeded to ask the soldier who had been serving him what they would be eating that day. A few delicacies were served. Disappointed by what had been served, Cheng Dale asked if they could eat something milder, and that speaking of fish, he knew a way to eat fish raw, that if they dipped it in sauces, it would bring a wave of flavor. The men were amazed and told Cheng Dale that he had seen a lot of things, to which he agreed. At the same time, Fang Bashan and Kai Degang arrived at Cheng Dale's cell and were speechless. Fang Bashan tapped the prison guard's shoulder and asked him what it was all about, to which the guard turned to look at the man behind him. He responded to Fang Bashan that he had been the one who ordered him to take care of Cheng Dale. Fang Bashan became enraged and told the guard that they had taken his orders literally and taken care of Cheng Dale far too well. The two of them approached Cheng Dale's cell, with Fang Bashan telling Cheng Dale that if he had been careless, he would have made him suffer. They drew Cheng Dale's attention, with him noticing Kai Degang first and telling him about how he had suffered over the previous few days. Kai Degang believed that Cheng Dale hadn't suffered and that he had eaten much better than he had. Cheng Dale asked who the man with Kai Degang was, and Kai Degang said he had been the local city lord, Fang Bashan. Fang Bashan cried and told Cheng Dale that he had suffered enough. Cheng Dale's face became serious as he remembered seeing Fang Bashan's name somewhere, and proceeded to ask him if they had ever met before. Fang Bashan grinned and told Cheng Dale that he had admired him for a long time, believing that their meeting was fate, before turning to scold the prison guard for remaining standing and ordering him to open the cell door. Cheng Dale got out and pleaded with Fang Bashan to let his buddies out too. Fang Bashan clasped his hand and reassured Cheng Dale that he would immediately set his buddies free as his friends were also his. He informed Cheng Dale that Yang Longting had promoted him to one of the 2 generals of the Rangers and that the official uniform and military seal were in the city master's residence, and asked him if he had to go there with him. He went on and told Cheng Dale that it was now the time for him to wash the unhappiness out of his body as he had come out of such a place. As they came outside the prison, Cheng Dale stretched his arm in relief and mumbled that he had now tasted freedom. Disappointed, Fang Bashan spoke to the prison warden and asked him how much silver he had received, as it was hard for him to trick him as he was not foolish. He ordered the prison warden to call all the people who had taken the silver, as they needed to talk, to which the prison warden obeyed. Fang Bashan was enraged by the idea that he didn't get a single coin. However, his men all ate until their bellies burst, as he was like Kong Fangxing. After a while at the city lord's residence, Fang Bashan wondered if it was all of them. He yelled after learning that many people had received silver. Fang Bashan couldn't believe that from the smallest to the chief cook of the prison, to the military general Kaioi, and even the advisors at his side, they had taken Toad Village silver. He wondered if it was all about Cheng Dale's safety or their own lives. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, back house, Cheng Dale felt satisfied while taking a bath, and after that, he was dressed by the 2 female attendants. They also combed his hair and tied his shoes. He mumbled, stating his title as General Cheng, and that his outfit fit him perfectly and was made specifically for him. Cheng Dale told his attendants that he used to buy clothes, and the attendant used to tell him he was handsome in his clothes and that they suited him. A man arrived behind Cheng Dale and called him. Cheng Dale turned and told Kai Gang that they would be colleagues from that moment. Kai Gang was with some company, passed Cheng Dale the enrollment papers, 100 taels of silver, and the official seal, along with the other rewards that Yang Longting wanted him to have. He went on to say that the official seal was specially made for him by Yang Longting and asked him if he liked it. Dejected, Cheng Dale couldn't speak a word as he saw a huge golden toad and wondered why there was a toad sitting on the official seal. Kai Gang asked Cheng Dale if he liked what Yang Longting had specially made for him, while Cheng Dale looked depressed. Cheng Dale took a deep breath and responded that he would ride into battle for Yang Longting even if he died. Fang Boshan wondered if Cheng Dale had such deep feelings for Yang Longting. He grinned and told Cheng Dale that in the last few days he had suffered enough, as it was like the flood had dashed against the temple of the Dragon King. He clapped his hands, ordering his men to come, and a few people appeared, bringing with them boxes. They lined up the boxes which contained a huge amount of silver, and Fang Boshan informed Cheng Dale that the silver had yet to be returned to him and his subordinates had eyes but failed to see. Cheng Dale responded by telling them that the silver was his gift to his friends because they had all been working hard lately, and he wanted them to divide it among themselves. Fang Boshan's men thanked Cheng Dale for his gratitude. Kai Gang was watching what was happening and wondered what Cheng Dale was greedy for, as he had never seen a mountain bandit who was not greedy for money. He reasoned that once everything was settled, they needed to get rid of Cheng Dale because such a person should never have been alive. Kai Gang was confused after he saw Cheng Dale and Fang Boshan whispering, to which Cheng Dale told Fang Boshan that he still had some personal matters he would like to talk to him about. They proceeded to whisper as Kai Gang watched them from behind. Cheng Dale walked and waved his hand behind as Fang Boshan told him that he had a good point, which left Kai Gang wondering. Kai Gang approached Fang Boshan and asked him what they had discussed, as Cheng Dale seemed happy. Fang Boshan responded that they had discussed nothing, as Cheng Dale had just asked him if he had access to female slaves that he could buy. He told Kai Gang happily that Cheng Dale was an interpersonal man and it was said that he had been put in prison because of a woman. Kai Gang was disappointed and thought that Cheng Dale was just a pervert, believing that he was not greedy for money but greedy for sex. A moment later, Fang Boshan and Kai Gang were seeing off Cheng Dale in front of the gate. Fang Boshan asked him if he should send some people to take him back to the mountain, as he believed that it was a long way back, while Cheng Dale was petting his horse ride. Cheng Dale had told them that he didn't want to go back to the Toad Village just yet, as it was about time for his men to arrive. A group of people was seen walking towards them, stopped in front of the city lord's mansion gate. Cheng Dale's men had clasped both of their hands simultaneously and greeted him. Kai Gang and Fang Boshan, who were watching, wondered when so many people had sneaked into the Fallen Leaf City. Cheng Dale smiled and told his men that they should call him by his title, General Cheng, at that moment and ordered that they were going to get going. While trudging away, Cheng Dale sang a song in which he stated that he had also attended the Qianling banquet, ridden through the street in front of the palace gate, and that everyone had praised his beauty. Moments later, snow was seen falling, which meant the start of winter. Su Ying and Sioda were standing by the side of the road, and Sioda reassured her that she didn't need to worry because she had heard that they had released Cheng Dale, believing that he would return later. Su Ying's face was still gloomy. A second passed by and a galloping horse arrived. Cheng Dale stepped down from his horse and greeted Su Ying. Su Ying's eyes were wide open, and the umbrella that she was holding left her hands as she ran towards Cheng Dale. She hugged Cheng Dale, which he also did the same and cried on his shoulders. Cheng Dale comforted her, assuring her that everything was fine, as they could go and do business now. Puzzled, Su Ying asked him what he meant, to which Cheng Dale responded that they were going to take back what belonged to her. Meanwhile, Su Lishi was taking off the clothes of Gong Yangai, asking him if the new clothes would fit him. Gong Yangai called Su Lishi madam, but was interrupted by her, telling him not to call her madam as she was only a few years older than him and if he didn't mind, he could call her sister. Uncomfortable, Gong Yangai called Su Lishi Ru's sister. However, Su Lishi leaned close to him, noticing his scars and mumbling that he might have suffered a lot. She asked him if he could tell her the story of the scars. Gong Yangai recalled his time as a slave, which made his eyes bulge, and he could only remember blood. He told Su Lishi that they were just some ugly scars. Su Lishi chuckled and told Gong Yangai that she used to be just like him before, but they hadn't dared hurt her tender flesh. She was relieved that he was pure even if he was wounded and asked him if he wouldn't look down on her for what she had said, to which Gong Yangai responded that he wouldn't dare to. Su Lishi leaned closer, making Gong Yangai blush as she asked him if he had ever touched a woman, to which he replied that he hadn't. She whispered in his ear and told him that she would help him find one, and that his body would be loved by women. Lai Dadu arrived anxiously and reported to Su Lishi that something big had happened. Su Lishi turned to him annoyed and asked him why he was yelling. Lai Dadu's face blackened as he informed Su Lishi that Cheng Dalei had come to settle scores with them. Su Lishi inquired about the whereabouts of the guard and people, having been informed by Lai Dadu that everyone had fled due to Cheng Dalei's beating. She was told to proceed to the main hall, where they had all gathered and were waiting for her. She cursed at them, stating that they were a bunch of scum. Upon arriving at the main hall, she was met by a group of men lined up on her left and right, with Cheng Dalei sitting in front of her, and Su Ying beside him. Cheng Dalei's men gazed at Su Lishi. Su Lishi spoke, asking Cheng Dalei what he had been doing in her mansion again. Cheng Dalei responded that he had come for the purpose of dividing the family property. He claimed that it was normal for him, as the Su family's son-in-law, to share the family fortune. Su Lishi gritted her teeth, wondering how a mountain bandit could talk about dividing the family fortune. Cheng Dalei coughed, and Zhu Shenji, who was also sitting beside him with the official seal, told her to watch her language. He informed her that Cheng Dalei was one of the 2 generals of rangers and asked her what she meant by calling him a mountain bandit. He told her to open her eyes and see the official seal, the title that had been bestowed upon Cheng Dalei by Yang Longting. Cheng Dalei was one of the 2 generals of rangers who led the battalion of King Niu Mountain. Su Lishi was sweating, wondering how Cheng Dalei, who was hated by everyone, had become a general. She told them that discussing the division of the family property was not impossible. However, she insisted that they must invite all the elders of the Su family to be present as witnesses. Cheng Dalei smiled and assured Su Lishi not to worry. He claimed to have considered the matter and clapped his hands, ordering his men to bring in the elders. A group of dejected-looking men arrived as Cheng Dalei announced that he had invited all the relatives to discuss the division of the family property. Su Lishi held the contract she had made with Su Ying and told them that she had been excluded from the Su family. Therefore, she had no right to demand a single penny from the family. However, as her mother, she couldn't bear to see her daughter suffer. She also informed them that 2 days ago, she had received a note indicating that Su Ying had taken 3,000 taels of silver from her and was prepared to relinquish all claims to the family property. She believed that they would understand this at a glance. Su Ying became agitated and yelled that Su Lishi was talking nonsense, as she hadn't received any silver from her at all. Su Lishi scoffed and asked Su Ying if she thought everyone present was as stupid as those who still had the receipt. One of the elders took the note and informed the crowd that the date and fingerprint could be confirmed, as he realized that the handwriting was indeed from Su Ying. Su Ying was being consumed by agitation while listening to the elders. They mentioned that the note also had the name of the city lord Fang Bashan as a witness on it. She wondered if Fang Bashan was truly a witness, as the elder assured them that the reference was true and not fake. Su Lishi smiled, thinking that Su Ying was still too young, and wondered if she had come that day to discuss the family fortune. Cheng Dalei grabbed Su Ying's wrist, causing her to look at him and notice the smile he held on his face. Su Lishi passed the note to Cheng Dalei, telling him to take a look. Cheng Dalei told her to address him as General Cheng. He warned that if she treated him like a mountain bandit again, he might consider it an insult to the empire. He slammed the note, creating a loud bang sound. Su Lishi's eyes narrowed as she asked Cheng Dalei if he didn't want to read the note. Cheng Dalei responded that he didn't need to read the note, as for him, it didn't matter. Anxious, Su Lishi asked him why it didn't matter, to which Cheng Dalei told her in an aggressive tone that if he said it didn't matter, then it didn't, and there was no reason why. Su Lishi's face darkened as she told Cheng Dalei that she feared Fang Bashan wouldn't agree. She ordered Lai Dadu to bring Fang Bashan as a witness, to which Lai Dadu quickly obeyed. Cheng Dalei took a sip from his cup and advised Su Lishi not to bother, stating that even if she invited Fang Bashan, he would not come. Lai Dadu quickly ran and passed through the Su residence gate. After some time, he came back, catching his breath and sweating. Su Lishi asked him what was going on and where Fang Bashan was. Lai Dadu was catching his breath and sweating as he informed Su Lishi that he didn't even see Fang Bashan's face. He just sent him a message. And the message's content was that there was no reason why Su Ying should not inherit the family property when her father died, which caused Su Lishi's eyes to widen. Again, Su Lishi's face darkened, and she thought that everything was gone in the end. She believed that it was such a moronic reason that there was no reasoning without power. She clenched her fist and thought that it had turned out that in the world there was only one truth that was unchangeable, and whoever had more power was also right. Su Lishi asked Cheng Dalei if she could talk to him alone, to which Cheng Dalei responded, why couldn't they talk at the same place? Su Lishi told him that there were some things she would like to share with him in private, which made Cheng Dalei think, and later on, he agreed. They arrived in an empty room, as Cheng Dalei asked her what she wanted to say. Su Lishi bowed and knelt, telling Cheng Dalei that at the moment she had felt like a little bird in his hand, that he could easily take her life by crushing her or let her live by giving her some rice to eat. She looked at Cheng Dalei as she begged him to spare a few grains of rice and her life, as what she had been only looking for was just stability, and in the future, she would not regret anything even if she had to be a slave. Xiaoda and Su Ying spent time on a balcony, as Xiaoda told Su Ying that because Cheng Dalei had been a mountain bandit, They had been exposed to people's disputes in the past. She believed that after that day, no one in the family would dare to gossip about Su Ying because Cheng Dale had become a general. Xiao enthusiastically said that there was nothing more glorious than having a general as a husband, and that by marrying the general who led the army, the Su family was said to have risen high. Meanwhile, in the room where Cheng Dale and Su Lixi were having their talk, Su Lixi glanced at Cheng Dale and told him that she had done everything she could, but in the end, she had come up empty-handed. She begged him to show a little mercy and give her family a way to live. Cheng Dale's face darkened as he blushed, stuttered, and asked her if she could stand up and talk. Su Lixi stood up and leaned closer to the flustered Cheng Dale, telling him that if he wanted her to do something, they could do it right there. She flirtatiously put her hand on her chest, informing Cheng Dale that she was meant to serve people and was very good at it. Su Ying, who was sitting on the edge of the railing, stared at the sky while Xiaoda ate beside her. She thought that Cheng Dale and Su Lixi's talk was taking so long and wondered what they had been talking about. Flustered, Cheng Dale couldn't muster a word as Su Lixi's aggression towards him made him feel uncomfortable. She asked him what he wanted her to do. Cheng Dale ordered her not to get so close. Su Lixi still continued her flirtatious approach and told Cheng Dale that she still had great confidence in her body. She asked him if he wanted to try. Cheng Dale gulped as he became sweatier. Su Lixi smiled and thought that Cheng Dale was just a mountain bandit after all. Cheng Dale's eyes darkened as he told Su Lixi to keep her distance because she was stepping on his robe, which was the official uniform for the general and hadn't been washed yet. Su Lixi's face contorted as she couldn't believe what Cheng Dale had said. She wondered if he was a blockhead or if she had just overestimated her charm. Cheng Dale's face darkened and he told Su Lixi that stepping on his official robe was like stepping on the official's authority. He also wondered where his cup of tea was, as he had been there for so long, and he mocked the Su family for having no rules. A man jumped from the ceiling of the room. It was Gong Yangai, who was a sword coming behind Cheng Dale, who had told him to die. Su Lixi's eyes went wide as she was surprised and wondered when Gong Yangai had hidden himself in the room. Cheng Dale quickly unsheathed his sword and parried Gong Yangai's sword. His face contorted as he thought that Gong Yangai's sword was fierce and wondered when the Su family had such a person. The system popped up Gong Yangai's information. He had been a silent and excellent executioner at just age 16, which made Cheng Dale amazed at his many attributes. Cheng Dale readied his feet and kicked Gong Yang in the face. Gong Yangai flew and flopped. However, he stood up as soon as he fell and ran towards Cheng Dale. Like a fierce beast, Cheng Dale anticipated his attack. He swung his sword, but Gong Yangai was able to duck in time and growled at Cheng Dale seconds after. Gong Yangai tackled Cheng Dale, who was made unable to move and wondered how. He ran and rammed Cheng Dale through the wall, causing a huge banging sound. As he crushed Cheng Dale against the wall, his eyes began to glow red. He pounced on top of him and began his assault on Cheng Dale, who crossed his arms to block Gong Yangai's attack. However, Cheng Dale's head drew some blood, as did his mouth, as he was choked by Gong Yangai, causing him to make a rough noise. Cheng Dale struggled as his face darkened from Gong Yangai choking him, and his sword fell to the ground. Cheng Dale elbowed him in the face, and on defense, Gong Yangai pushed his face. Gong Yangai bit Cheng Dale's arms as he held tight on him, which made Cheng Dale's eyes widen in disdain. Struggling to talk, Cheng Dale palmed Gong Yangai's face, telling him that he was a brat. As he was pushing Gong Yangai's head, he bit him hard, and his clothes were ripped off, including his skin. Cheng Dale cursed at him while still being choked, and he held Gong Yangai's head, asking him if he was a dog. His eyes glowed red as he was about to headbutt him, which made a huge bang. Gong Yangai stepped back, unable to balance himself. Cheng Dale kneeled down as he was coughing, and some blood rushed from his bitten arms. He picked up his sword, stood up, and glanced at each other. Cheng Dale told Gong Yangai that he couldn't kill him, as his men would be arriving soon. He smiled and asked Gong Yangai to follow him so they could drink and eat meat together. Gong Yangai cursed at him, telling Cheng Dale that he had usurped the Su family's property and had forced Su Lixi to commit to him. He claimed that Cheng Dale was wearing a fake tiger skin and doing things that had forced him to do bad things at the time. A moment later, Cheng Dale's men arrived at the scene with concern and informed him that they had come. One of them asked Cheng Dale who Gong Yangai had been, as his martial arts had been impressive at such a young age. Zhang Fei asked Cheng Dale to step back, as he would handle Gong Yangai on his own. Gong Yangai screamed at them, telling them to step forward as he would kill them all. A hand reached behind him. Su Lixi's hand wrapped around him, hugging Gong Yangai in concern. Gong Yangai assured Su Lixi not to be afraid, as he would clear a path for the both of them. Su Lixi closed her eyes, and a single tear was seen in her eye, telling him that he didn't have to and that she wanted him to run away. Su Lixi interrupted Gong Yangai's thoughts on him running alone by telling him to run because she couldn't. She went on and told him that the matter had originally been her fault and he had had nothing to do with it, so he could just be free to run away. And as for her, she belonged to the Su family, assuring him that she wouldn't die. Su Lixi yelled at him to go, to which Gong Yangai obeyed, charging in through one of the windows. while the mouth of the man in front of him was wide open. He leaped on the man, and the man stumbled as Gong Yong'ai landed on his chest, while the other man asked who he was. One of them yelled to stop Gong Yong'ai, as the others wondered who had come out of the window, and while some were amazed by Gong Yong'ai's speed. Looking through one of the windows Gong Yong'ai had jumped from, Su Lishi thought of Gong Yong'ai as silly. Crying, she hoped for him not to get caught, as for her she was just a bird in a cage. And as for Gong Yong'ai, he was the eagle in the sky, while looking at the horizon where Gong Yong'ai was running. Gao Fei who asked Cheng Dalei if he wanted him to take some of the men to catch Gong Yong'ai. Cheng Dalei's hands raised, expressing his need to stop, and responded that he claimed that Gong Yong'ai would rather die than be captured by them, and if they were to try, he believed a few of their men would die in the process. Su Lishi kneeled, staring at the ground, while a voice asked Cheng Dalei what they would do with her. Su Lishi was in disdain and said that it was her responsibility, as she couldn't educate Gong Yong'ai, who was a servant of the Su family and intentionally hurt someone. Cheng Dalei responded that it was now Su Ying's business on how to deal with her, as it was now the Su family's concern and he was not interested in it. And as Gong Yong'ai, Cheng Dalei pitied him as he saw real talent in him. With a serious look on her face, Su Lishi didn't respond back. After a while, a voice announced that Su Lishi had usurped the first daughter's finances and allowed an evil slave to harm people, so she was expelled from the Su family and would have nothing to do with the Su family's future. While Su Ying stood up in front of her relatives, they went on and announced that those who conspired with Su Lishi and plotted against Su Ying would be expelled from the Su family. Also, the first bloodline would pass the second bloodline, and the property of the children of the second bloodline would revert to the family. The Su family closed their eyes as they listened that the Su family property, such as the fields outside the city, the urban cottage industry, and the cargo ships at the docks, was inherited by the first daughter of the Su family. Su Ying's face was bright as she informed them that the matter had been settled, and in the future, she hoped that they would work together to increase the prosperity of the Su family. As she stepped outside the Su family's gate, a hand holding a bag and a man said that even though the fortune was returned to the Su family, Su Lishi certainly had some private savings in secret. Another man chimed in that he believed her money was enough to open a small inn outside. Cheng Dalei and Zhu Shenji watched Su Lishi leave. Zhu Shenji warned Cheng Dalei that if the grass had only been cut, he had to be aware of having a snake in his lap and proceeded to ask him if he was too merciful to deal with her. Cheng Dalei retorted that a homeless woman who was Su Lishi was more than a mouse rather than a snake, and that the sword in his hand was to lead heroes from all over the world, and that the Su family affairs were nothing compared to that. Zhu Shenji brushed his beard with his hand and asked Cheng Dalei if he was plotting against Su Lishi. Cheng Dalei smiled and told Zhu Shenji that a rabbit does not foul its own hole because he was uninterested in them, but he was interested in Gong Yong'ai because he was a rare talent. This prompted Zhu Shenji to question him. Zhu Shenji looked at Cheng Dalei and asked him if he wanted to invite Gong Yong'ai to the village, as he remembered him saying that the boy didn't like to be bothered. Cheng Dalei, remembering his fight against Gong Yong'ai, told Zhu Shenji that that was why he wanted him in and that Su Lishi was the key. He ordered Zhu Shenji to put people around her to watch her. He mumbled, believing that it wouldn't be long before Gong Yong'ai showed up at her place again, and when that opportunity arrived, Cheng Dalei would grab it. The system appeared, informing Cheng Dalei that he had completed his task of helping her fight for the family fortune, and was given a bonus draw time of 1, asking if he wanted to draw now. Looking at the system, Cheng Dalei grinned and asked the system if she was done evolving, as he hadn't seen her in a long time. The system didn't answer, which made Cheng Dalei question and call her name. Cheng Dalei took the opportunity and chuckled as he grabbed the system's cheeks and stretched them. The system punched Cheng Dalei in the face, which made Cheng Dalei fly a distance between them. Cheng Dalei fell to the ground, still affected by the impact of the punch and with a red dent on his face. The lottery machine appeared, telling Cheng Dalei that he had a lot of nerve. Even though the system's body was developing, she was still a self-regulating body that he shouldn't just touch. It advised him that after the hit he should wake up and start sobering up. Anxious, Cheng Dalei asked the lottery machine if he was now in charge of the lottery. The lottery machine told Cheng Dalei that he was correct, that he was to fill in for the system at work and that the raffle was a la carte reward. It informed Cheng Dalei that he could choose the type of raffle and the raffle type. It added that Cheng Dalei could choose weapons, secret books, items, characters, mounts, and so on, as they would come out in excellent grade or higher. Cheng Dalei told it to quickly get him the secret book. The lottery machine enthusiastically obeyed, and a huge amount of gacha balls appeared. A green ball appeared and informed Cheng Dalei that he had acquired the astral axe technique and that its level was top. Cheng Dalei's eyes shined, and he thought that he could now finally get the full power out of the ghost-faced axe. Suddenly, another ball dashed and hit the axe technique, which made both Cheng Dalei and the lottery machine's mouths wide open in confusion. The lottery machine mumbled that the ball was a sword technique. A notification popped up, informing Cheng Dalei that he acquired the sword technique off a quick sword and that the first style was straightforward, ultimate power, and crippling. Cheng Dalei rode on a horse and waved his goodbye to Su Ying and Xiaoda. Kai Gang approached him, asking if he was about to leave. Cheng Dalei responded that he was, and although he didn't want to go, he had many things to do in the Toad Village. He asked Kai Gang if he wanted to stay in his village for a few days so that they could talk more through the nights. Kai Gang clasped both of his hands in respect and told Cheng Dalei that he was also busy with some official business, so he wouldn't be able to bother him. He informed him that, however, some people did want to go to the Toad Village. He went on to say that the ones who wanted to visit were talented people sent by Yang Longting to help. Cheng Dalei's face became serious as he believed that it was some form of surveillance. He asked Kai Gang how many would come. Kai Gang answered by guessing that there were 3 or 4 who would visit. Cheng Dalei sighed and told Kai Gang that he must have been disappointed by him. Kai Gang held an awkward smile and responded that it was more on Yang Longting's orders and he couldn't help it. Cheng Dalei raised his hand and began his speech, stating why they didn't send some more over because what he lacked the most was talented people. Kai Gang cringed, wondering if Cheng Dalei couldn't really understand the real meaning. Later on, the huge wall of the Fallen Leaf City was in the distance. Gao Fei, who called Cheng Dalei a general and told him that they were strong now. He could now also be promoted to Centurion when they got back. Cheng Dalei responded and told him to call him village master in front of their own people, not a general. He went on to say that people should be aware not to become too ambitious just because they had been given something great. For example, he couldn't do whatever he wanted just because he was wearing the general's armor. Gao Fei, who asked about what Cheng Dalei's promotion meant. Cheng Dalei responded that Yang Longting did not let him die in the Fallen Leaf City because he wanted him to die in the great battle against Black Rock City, and that no one would feed cheese to a mouse unless the cheese was attached to a mousetrap. He went on to say that now he had eaten the cheese, the mousetrap would snap shut and the mouse and cat game with Yang Longting was the next big thing. A few days later, they were on the mountain path of King Niu Mountain. A carriage was seen passing, and the inside of it spoke that several of them were going to King Niu Mountain, not only to find out if they were serious about accepting recruitment but also to examine the Toad Village's finances and internal relationships. One of the men inside the carriage said that the Toad Village had annexed 50 other villages, and he didn't believe that they were closely related, while the man on his right responded that he understood the mission. He was worried that the wild mountain bandits were said to eat human flesh. Pei Zizhai, the man with a man-bun hair, told them that only a man with great courage could accomplish their mission, and he advised the others that they were intellectuals so they couldn't get tough with the mountain bandits. However, they had to use their brains instead. The fat man mumbled that to investigate, inquire, and differentiate they wouldn't get tough with them, so they had to use their brains. While the man on the raid chimed in that they must crush the Toad Village with their minds alone and show them the power of intelligence. They told Pei Zizhai that they understood it, to which Pei Zizhai praised them. Later on, they arrived at the front gate of the Toad Village and introduced themselves as Yang Longting's men whom he had ordered to come and asked them to open the gate quickly. Pei Zizhai sweated and told his companions that they had to be careful when the gate opened and dozens of swordsmen and axe fighters rushed out. They had to immediately run away, to which the others nodded. Suddenly the gate opened, and out of their expectation, the Toad Village villagers threw flower petals at them, welcoming Yang Longting's men. Zhu Shenji, who led the villagers, welcomed them as they prepared a flag for them. Pei Zizhai and the others' faces turned blue as they didn't expect such a warm welcome. Zhu Shenji and the others grinned, and he told Pei Zizhai that they looked forward to them like winter looks forward to spring light, and that they had long awaited the arrival in their village. The man beside Zhu Shenji flattered Pei Zizhai. Pei Zizhai asked Zhu Shenji who he was. Zhu Shenji held his hand and introduced himself. He was in disbelief as he thought that the Toad Village's attitude was good and that their task didn't seem to be difficult. He claimed that he could even make some profit aside. Pei Zizhai responded that he had come to follow Yang Longting's order and check the Toad Village situation. He asked them to take the lead, and they answered that they would treat him to food as they believed that he had a long journey. The food served emitted a strong smell. Pei Zizhai and the others' faces darkened as they wondered if the food served was the food they were going to eat. Zhu Shenji chuckled and told them that they were blessed as they normally couldn't eat such things but now had the opportunity today since they had some guests. The man beside Pei Zizhai was depressed and told Pei Zizhai that beautiful women were present and sang for them while they drank and enjoyed the dance. Pei Zizhai responded that when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Trembling, he held his chopstick and was about to get some food, but he stopped. Zhu Shenji's hands collided as he told the depressed Pei Zizhai that he didn't have to be in a hurry as they hadn't prayed yet. Pei Zizhai asked Zhu Shenji what he meant. Zhu Shenji began to pray and thanked Yang Longting for the food he had given and whose light illuminated the world, which made Pei Zizhai and his men wonder what Zhu Shenji was doing. Zhu Shenji chuckled and enthusiastically told them that they must pray every day before meals, as Cheng Dalei worships Yang Longting so much that he hangs a portrait of him in his bedroom and bows 3 times in the morning and 3 times in the evening. He asked if Pei Zizhai didn't pray before meals, and he responded that they didn't have such a rule at their place. After barely swallowing, Zhu Shenji stood up and told them that they had new people in their family on that day. He asked the villagers to applaud and asked their new brothers to recount the glorious past of young Longting. Pei Zijai asked him if it was really necessary. Zhu Shenji yelled, asking him if he did not respect young Longting and if he did not worship him from the bottom of his heart, and not regard him as the light of his heart. He spread his arms towards the villagers and told them that Pei Zijai seemed embarrassed. He asked them which one of them would stand in for him. A man stood up and happily told them that he would start. He sang a song praising Yang Longting for his achievements. Another villager beside him sighed as he wanted to sing the same thing. Another man wrote a poem for Yang Longting. Zhu Shenji smiled and asked for the next person to perform, and beside him, Pei Zijai felt dejected by that time. The villagers each presented their praises to Yang Longting while the others cheered for him. Zhu Shenji grinned and told Pei Zijai that he would be next, which made Pei Zijai question him. Zhu Shenji told them that they started at 5,000 words, which made Pei Zijai and his men's jaws widen. Meanwhile, in the valley of the New Toad village, Liu Bei and Cheng Dalei stood above a peak, staring at the horizon. Liu Bei asked him if he had really decided to use the method against the people sent from Yuzhou. Cheng Dalei responded that he had no other method, as it was not time to fight with Yang Longting. Liu Bei retorted that he didn't think they could hide the New Toad village from Yang Longting. Cheng Dalei told him that hiding it for a day was better than not hiding it at all, and that eventually the truth would come out, but that they were not as strong as Yang Longting at the moment. The villagers at the New Toad village kept working on the structures as they brought logs from each corner of the village. The system was sleeping as its system evolution was still in progress. Pei Zijai clasped his hand and asked Zhu Shenji if he could meet Cheng Dalei as he had been idle with them for a long time. Zhu Shenji responded and told him that they could talk with Cheng Dalei another time as he had diarrhea. He suggested that they should talk about the deeds of Yang Longting instead. He asked Pei Zijai which battle Yang Longting won a great victory against the rings, to which Pei Zijai replied that it was the battle in Nage Valley. Another question was asked by Zhu Shenji, asking Pei Zijai how many enemies were killed in the battle, and he answered that there were 1,000 who were killed. Zhu Shenji asked another question about the names of those who were killed. Pei Zijai closed his eyes from the absurd questions. Night came, and the huge campfire was lit. The villagers still praised Yang Longting. Pei Zijai and his men were in the corner, and he told them that they had been there for a morning run, a prayer before meals, and a discussion before bed about how great Yang Longting was. The man beside Pei Zijai felt more dejected as he responded that what they ate at the village tasted like animal food. He had seen some meat and wine the other day and had been informed that it was an offering to the king of Yuzhou. He went on and said that the key was that they also ate it with them and that he didn't know how to survive anymore. Zhu Shenji appeared and asked them if they could tell him the top 10 classic quotes of Yang Longting, which shocked Pei Zijai and his companion. Pei Zijai gathered his men and murmured that the Toad village was a bunch of crazies, while the man in the center told them that they were completely unable to find the entry point. The last man told the other two that if they continued, he would go crazy. Zhu Shenji asked them where they were going. Pei Zijai responded that they were just going for a little pee, which made Zhu Shenji ask if the three of them would pee, believing that they had a good relationship, and they just laughed. After a little while, at the gate of the Toad village, one of the villagers happily told Zhu Shenji that Pei Zijai's party was gone, to which Zhu Shenji asked if he was sure. Zhu Shenji raised his arm in happiness and told the men to get the meat and wine from the kitchen as they hadn't eaten meat for days, which made his men happy. One day and one night later at Yuzhou City Military Division, a man yelled, informing the military strategist that someone had come back. Lai Shanyan wondered if Pei Zijai had witnessed an important piece of information. Pei Zijai and his men looked out of life in them, which made Lai Shanyan ask what was wrong with him and if he had managed to lose weight. They knelt and bowed in front of Lai Shanyan. Lai Shanyan asked them if the Toad village had locked them up and beaten them up. Pei Zijai and the man beside him cried as several days of sad and happy experiences came together and informed Lai Shanyan that the Toad village hadn't treated them right. Agitated, Lai Shanyan closed his eyes, poked his nose bridge, and mumbled that the Toad village was shameless, that no matter what Cheng Dalei was up to, they should test him so they would know. He pointed at them and informed Pei Zijai's party that the boss bear of Fuhu Mountain wanted to rebel against Yang Longting, as they also needed to beat the dog before the lion and stain Yuzhou Greenwood with blood. He ordered Pei Zijai that he should go to the Toad village one more time to deliver his letter and have them send 1,000 people to fight on Fuhu Mountain. Pei Zijai begged Lai Shanyan to spare him, and he asked if he was trying to take his life by going back to the Toad village. Lai Shanyan was confused. Meanwhile, a hand handed a piece of an envelope to Cheng Dalei and informed him that it came from Yuzhou. Zhu Shenji asked Cheng Dalei what the content of the letter was. Cheng Dalei responded that Yuzhou had asked them to raise 1,000 soldiers to help them fight against Fuhu Mountain. Zhu Shenji leaned closer and advised Cheng Dalei that they couldn't send soldiers to Yang Longting as he obviously wanted to be on their tail. Cheng Dalei looked serious and responded that if you eat a jujube from someone else, you have to give them back a jujube tree, as it was the rule in business, and that now Yuju was waiting for them to give a reply. He burned the letter on the candle's flame and asked Liu Jihan to get him a pen and some paper for him to write. Cheng Dalei had told Liu Jihan what to write on the paper. Morning came, and Zhu Shenji thanked the soldier for his hard work. He had asked the soldier if he wanted to stay one night in their village because it was already late, and he would have to take a long way back. He assured him that he would be well treated, which made the soldier shudder. The soldier rode his horse quickly and then turned around and left. Zhu Shenji's eyes sunk as the soldier ran so fast. Meanwhile, that the venerable military strategist, Lai Shanyan, wondered if the letter was really the handwriting of a mountain bandit, as he was amazed by how elegant it was. The content of Cheng Dalei's letter, as Lai Shanyan was reading it, was just complimenting Lai Shanyan, which made Lai Shanyan cringe. Lai Shanyan continued to read the letter, and he thought that even though Cheng Dalei spoke disgustingly, he seemed to understand the situation. As Lai Shanyan was reading, Cheng Dalei stated in his letter that there were over 5,000 people in the village, but they were old, weak women and children in need of rations. He thought that what Cheng Dalei said was true, as the village was short on food and wanting some rations for the winter was normal. While Lai Shanyan had a cup of his tea, he noticed that there was another letter in the envelope stating that Cheng Dalei wanted to borrow some supplies from young Longting. Lai Shanyan blurted out the water in his mouth as he saw the outrageous supplies Cheng Dalei needed. He gritted his teeth as he believed that Cheng Dalei should just starve and wondered if he was going to attack Yuju City for asking for so many supplies. Lai Shanyan closed his eyes and thought that he had to report to young Longting. After a while, young Longting's eyes darkened after reading what was in Cheng Dalei's letter. He asked Lai Shanyan, who was in front of him, if Cheng Dalei was losing his mind. Lai Shanyan responded that he wasn't sure what Cheng Dalei was thinking, so he decided to share it with Yang Longting so he could make a decision. Yang Longting mumbled that Cheng Dalei not wanting to send troops was reasonable. However, he didn't know what his actual position was. He added and told Lai Shanyan that the warehouse had a few hundred pairs of military boots to send to Cheng Dalei, and that if they could kill the boss bear, the rest of the supplies would be sent. Lai Shanyan was against the idea and asked if they would really give Cheng Dalei supplies. Yang Longting held the letter and told Lai Shanyan that they would send him his request just to see if he would send troops, as he was not yet rich enough to feed them with his own money. He stood up and inquired from Lai Shanyan about the situation at the Fuhu Mountain. Lai Shanyan informed him that Luo Tai had already gone there, and with him were 1,000 soldiers and horses, along with the Green Forest bandits, totaling 2,000 people. He believed that in the next 2 days they would have news. Yang Longting asked Lai Shanyan to keep an eye on Luo Tai, as the topography of the Fuhu Mountains was complex. It was a largely mountainous area that was not easy for cavalry to attack. Lai Shanyan obeyed, and on that day, Luo Tai led 2,000 soldiers and sent troops to Mount Fuhu. And as a result, Luo Tai failed miserably. Fuhu Mountain's advantage of location drew the enemy deep into the mountain and separated the soldiers and horses. They were crushed one by one, killing hundreds of people and scattering 2,000 soldiers and horses in all directions. Only 1,000 people survived the flight back to Yuju City. Boss Bear had been a powerful and influential man for many years, so he was not reckless. A man was in disbelief that the king of Yuju had given them 500 pairs of military boots. Another man chuckled, as now everyone could do their job with 500 boots. While some others said that for them, they were not just military boots but the reputation of the Yang Longting, which they believed they had stepped on. Huang Senyuan informed Cheng Dalei about the news brought by the people of Yuju. The Luo Tai attack on Fuhu Mountain had almost been beaten to death by Boss Bear, and Yang Longting was enraged, so he demoted Luo Tai directly from general to a horseman who transported grain. Cheng Dalei responded with a scoff, telling Huang Senyuan that Luo Tai had used people carelessly, and Yang Longting had been very tolerant of him. Now, Luo Tai had just been demoted. Huang Senyuan closed his eyes and informed Cheng Dalei that after Luo Tai's defeat, Yang Longting had personally commanded the army and assembled another 1,000 soldiers and horses, and just the other day, he had sent troops to Fuhu Mountain. However, Boss Bear was not to be trifled with, and a long-drawn battle was to be expected. Cheng Dalei grinned as he had an idea to use Yang Longting to take a few more things from him, as he believed that the Toad village didn't deserve less. He ordered Liu Jihan to get him a pen and ink. Cheng Dalei took the brush and wrote a letter for Yang Longting. Concerned, Liu Jihan asked him if it was okay to write it in that way, to which Cheng Dalei assured her that it was okay, as he was just half joking, pointing out a few things to him as he was tolerant. The worried Liu Jihan responded that she was afraid Yang Longting would blame them, to which Cheng Dalei replied that he was also tolerant. After a while, Liu Jihan passed the finished letter to the soldier to deliver it. Later that night, a voice was heard in a room moaning as she was hurt. Cheng Dalei asked her if he was doing it too hard, to which the voice responded to do it softer. Cheng Dalei was massaging Liu Jihan's shoulders. Zhu Shenji aggressively opened the door, telling Cheng Dalei that something had happened. Cheng Dalei looked at Zhu Shenji, asking him what was wrong. Zhu Shenji's eyes were wide as he informed Cheng Dale that Fuhu Mountain had been broken through. Cheng Dale was in disbelief as it had not even been a day since Yang Longting attacked. Zhu Shenji informed Cheng Dale that Yang Longting had personally led 1,000 soldiers and horses, including the remnants of the army Luo Tai had originally led. Zhu Shenji informed Cheng Dale that Yang Longting had used the night to attack the village and had lured Boss Bear out of the village with a mock attack of 200 old and weak soldiers. Yang Lingting's main force had taken advantage of the fact that the village was empty and broken in, using the old and weak women and children of the hut as a shield to attack Boss Bear violently. It was reported that Boss Bear's wife and children had been killed in battle, and his men had suffered numerous casualties. He was fortunate to break out of the siege accompanied by some close friends. However, Boss Bear's whereabouts were still unknown. Cheng Dale's eyes darkened while Liu Jihan beside him couldn't care less after Zhu Shenji reported that Yang Longting had broken through the mountain in one night, from the beginning to the end of the battle in just only 2 hours. Shocked, Cheng Dale believed that it wouldn't take many troops to defeat the Toad village. He ordered Qin Man to ride and retrieve his letter. Qin Man didn't hesitate and quickly ran in the middle of the night. Qin Man caught up with the messenger who was resting at the post that night. He retrieved Cheng Dale's letter and handed over a newly written letter. Qin Man clasped his hand, informing the soldier that Cheng Dale had found a spelling mistake in the letter and had asked him to come over to replace it. The soldier gave him the letter. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest, Cheng Dale and his men were camping. Cheng Dale told them that they were going to send troops to search for Boss Bear, who had escaped into the forest. The man voiced out his opinion, telling Cheng Dale that he was 63 years old in the current year and begged not to be sent out, as he could hardly hold the sword anymore. Cheng Dale responded that if he couldn't hold his sword, he should pass it to Little Lei. Little Lei, who flexed his arms, told Cheng Dale that he was strong and could carry it for his grandpa. Qin Man chimed in and told Cheng Dale that Boss Bear could be very fierce, as he had heard in the last few days that others who had been chased by him had been killed. He was worried that if only a few of them encountered Boss Bear, they wouldn't be enough to fight him. Cheng Dale grinned and told Qin Man what he had been talking about as they hadn't had the bad luck to bump into Boss Bear. He told them that after that day's hike, they would return because the more dry food they ate, the more difficult it was to digest. Cheng Dale turned to Qin Man, who was grilling his food, and told him if he could hunt some animals to improve their diet as he came from a hunting family. Qin Man smiled and responded that he couldn't hunt in the cold weather. He was alerted and noticed a bear in the nearby trees, which also made Cheng Dale turn to look at what he was talking about. The group hid in one of the bushes, and Qin Man wondered why the bear looked familiar, while Cheng Dale mumbled that all bears looked the same to him. Cheng Dale told Qin Man that it was now up to him, as he had also heard that bear paws were very complimentary. Qin Man leaped and landed on a tree as he held his spear in his hand, watching the bear. He took another leap and was about to plunge his spear behind the bear. After a while, Boss Bear's men asked him if they should look for the second master as he was still lost. Enraged, Boss Bear ordered them to look for the second master as he was almost like a brother to him. He was assured that the beast was very fierce, and if someone died somewhere because of the beast, he would reveal his whereabouts. When one of Boss Bear's men noticed smoke and informed him that someone was in front of them, Boss Bear told him to be quiet. Meanwhile, in Cheng Dale's camp, they grilled the meat on top of their campfire. He complimented Qin Man, telling him that he could really do well, as it just took one hit to kill the black bear. Qin Man told them that the bear seemed weak, otherwise, it would not have been so easy. Cheng Dale scoffed and told Qin Man not to be so modest, as well as telling him to try the grilled bear, despite the fact that he couldn't hunt but was a great griller. They turned to look at their side and noticed Boss Bear standing and clenching his axe. Boss Bear cried and yelled for his dead bear, while Cheng Dale's group stared him dead in the eyes. Anxious, Cheng Dale told Boss Bear that he had no idea and invited him that he could have some instead. Enraged, Boss Bear with tears in his eyes screamed the name of his little brother. He yelled at Cheng Dale's group that he would take revenge for the bear as he charged towards them. Cheng Dale stood up and yelled at Boss Bear that he had been waiting for him for a long time and he was just in time. Boss Bear and his men halted. The man beside him asked what was wrong. Sweating, Boss Bear wondered if there would be an ambush. Cheng Dale grinned and told Boss Bear that by the order of Yang Longting, he had been waiting for him at the area for a long time and asked him to fight as the last time they saw each other neither of them could claim victory. Boss Bear reasoned that Cheng Dale's group must have known it was his mount as they got his bear, believing that they dared to camp around the area and cooked a meal just to attract him. He gritted his teeth and claimed that there was an ambush nearby. As both groups glanced at each other, Boss Bear told Cheng Dale that he was not used to being a lapdog like him and that day he would cut him in half. Cheng Dale stared at Boss Bear thinking if he scared him, believing that if they had a fight at the moment it would be a bloody battle. He wondered if he had to use his joker. Boss Bear yelled at his men, telling them that the situation did not appear to be right and ordered them to retreat as he ran first. Agitated, Cheng Dale yelled at Boss Bear where he was going as he had to fight him for 300 rounds. Boss Bear turned to look at Cheng Dale as he was running away and laughed at him, telling him he wouldn't get ambushed by him, while Cheng Dale and his group were watching them retreat. Cheng Dale gave Kin Man a thumbs up and told him that they were going to get out of the forest. After a little while, a man asked Boss Bear where they were going, and Boss Bear responded that they were going east. He told his men that Cheng Dale thought they were going south and that he didn't know they turned around halfway, making them impossible to find. Boss Bear raised his axe and mumbled that after some time in hiding, they would occupy a mountain and eat and drink generously as they had before, promising his men that he would still be a boss in 3 years. The man beside Boss Bear praised him. Some time later, Boss Bear and his men hiked up the mountain when he noticed something moving behind the bushes. Cheng Dale and his men appeared. Cheng Dale turned around wide-eyed as he encountered Boss Bear again. Boss Bear's face darkened, and he couldn't speak a single word. Cheng Dale pointed at him and told him that he knew Boss Bear would come. Boss Bear retreated again and quickly ran, telling Cheng Dale that he was not finished with him. Cheng Dale sighed and vented at Kin Man, asking who had led the way. Kin Man scratched his head and suggested Cheng Dale should lead instead. Cheng Dale told them that they were going back up the mountain to find the official way back to the Toad Village, as it had been dangerous in the area. Kin Man inquired if they would meet Boss Bear again, to which Cheng Dale responded that they wouldn't be that unlucky. After a little while, they arrived at a village, and Cheng Dale sighed that they had finally gotten out. The bushes beside them moved and made a noise. Boss Bear appeared, mumbling that he didn't know how many ambushers were in the mountain village as they were no longer safe in the mountains. He informed his men that they would leave the mountain in the evening and find a family to rob. Boss Bear turned his head and noticed Cheng Dale, making his face darken. Cheng Dale and Kin Man's faces also darkened as they both thought they were unlucky. He asked Boss Bear if he believed in fate. Enraged, Boss Bear asked Cheng Dale why he had bullied them so much, while the man beside him informed Boss Bear that they no longer had the strength to run away. Boss Bear raised his axe and told Cheng Dale that he hadn't seen an ambush in the area, believing that Cheng Dale must have wanted to exhaust their fighting strength so he could fight them. The man beside Boss Bear also raised their weapon and told Boss Bear that they were going to fight with them as it was nothing th. They charged at Cheng Dale's group as Boss Bear ordered them to kill them. Cheng Dale readied himself, ordering Kin Man to protect the others as he would deal with Boss Bear and his men alone. He asked the system for the fusion skills, and that all martial arts in the world must be diligently learned and practiced, that the power must be exhausted to its limit. Experience in combat is indispensable. Without 10 years of martial arts, they could not get to their essence. Fusion was a rapid method, and the martial arts fusion would consume the martial art entity of the skill book. After the fusion, Cheng Dale was able to fully use the martial arts, however he could not teach others. The system appeared, warning Cheng Dale that the level of the host was not enough, and the use of martial arts after the fusion would be a great burden on his body. She asked if he would like to continue the fusion. Cheng Dale held his sword and told the system to fuse as he charged towards Boss Bear and his men. As they charged at each other, Boss Bear's men yelled to kill Cheng Dale with everything they had. Cheng Dale's sword emitted a blue aura as he unleashed his speedy sword technique. The first style was straightforward, which made Cheng Dale blitz through Boss Bear. He thought that his sword was fast. After the first blow, Cheng Dale claimed that he was hurt and his wrist bone felt pain like it had been broken. Cheng Dale thought that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to master the style perfectly as he slashed and dashed through his enemy. He believed that he could stab a maximum of 7 times. Boss Bear's men were slashed, making them groan as Cheng Dale blitzed through them one by one. Cheng Dale turned as he was about to encounter Boss Bear's huge axe behind him. Cheng Dale tightly clenched his sword as he was about to deflect Boss Bear's axe. He held his sword with both of his hands and was about to thrust at him. He slashed Boss Bear, making him cough blood, and thought that Cheng Dale was strong. Behind him, Cheng Dale knelt one of his legs. Kin Man and the others stood by as Cheng Dale stood firm, while Boss Bear and his men lay unconscious on the ground. Kin Man was in disbelief after just a few breaths. Cheng Dale took care of so many people before he had the chance to do anything. He asked Cheng Dale when he had learned such excellent swordplay. Cheng Dale, on his back, spoke if Kin Man thought the gods had only passed on their axe technique to him, and that he was also regarded as a first-class master as of the time. At the end of the fusion, Cheng Dale's martial arts techniques were integrated into the deep consciousness of the host. The system warned him that his body was in a high state of stress, and now he had been forced into sleep mode. Concerned, Cheng Dale's men asked what was wrong with him, as Cheng Dale fell to the ground asking them to wake up. Some time later, Cheng Dale woke up and noticed that Liu Jihan was calling him after he had opened his eyes. Bedridden, Cheng Dale called for Liu Jihan, as Liu Jihan covered her mouth in disbelief. She leaped to him and hugged him, relieved that Cheng Dale had awakened. Liu Jihan informed the villagers that Cheng Dale had now awakened. Cheng Dalei petted Liu Jihan and asked Qin Man how long he had been out. Qin Man responded that he'd been out for a full day and night, as his sword style had been used in the business world and was not suitable on the battlefield. He looked at Zhu Shenji and asked him if something had happened during the time he had passed out. Zhu Shenji informed him that Yang Longting had taken away Boss Bear's body, and that Yang Longting had praised him and sent him many rewards. Curious, Cheng Dalei asked Zhu Shenji what Yang Longting had sent. Zhu Shenji responded that there were 200 pieces of silver, 10 pieces of jade, 50 pieces of silk, and some furniture. Cheng Dalei's face darkened, and he mumbled that Yang Longting had sent useless things. Liu Jihan looked at him and told Cheng Dalei that his reputation had spread all over Yuzhu City, and now everyone knew about the Toad Village. She asked him why he still looked unhappy after that. Cheng Dalei responded that if he had more power and strength, he would not have to be at others' beck and call. He brushed Liu Jihan's hair as he mumbled that he hoped Boss Bear's corpse could satisfy Yang Longting for a few days. Day after day passed. The snow melted, and everything came back to life. The construction of the village was nearing completion. At the new Toad Village, the men tried to pull the wooden bridge in front of their gate. One man yelled and informed them that the drawbridge had been raised and the gates had been installed. They were ordered to open the floodgates. A red-haired girl ordered them to get the crossbows and slingshot up the wall, as she wanted to have more crossbows on the wall. She ordered more rocks too. A system notification popped up, stating that the construction of the village was complete and the system upgrade was finished. In the morning, Cheng Dalei sat alone on the balcony. He was thinking after the construction of the village had been completed. He had only been notified about a system upgrade, but not about an upgrade to a third-level village. While he held onto a scroll, he kept thinking that, therefore, there were no additional attributes of the system. Only the podium for summons, residential buildings, medical center, military observation posts, warehouse, blacksmith shop, woodworking store, clothing store, and wondered what exactly was missing. A dainty hand emerged, held the scroll, and requested for her to take a look. Cheng Dalei looked back and was surprised. As soon as he realized it was the system, he flushed. Cheng Dalei was amazed that the system had evolved. Then he began to wonder how big she had become, to which she agreed the podium for summons, training ground as such these were already available, and the condition of the 1,000 inhabitants was now fulfilled. The system figured out the problem as she said that there was one more item missing. A pop-out box appeared that he had a top-level character was still missing with 2/3 of completion. Cheng Dalei thought in his mind that he did not look at anything that was not compatible with decency, and asked the system as he had been wanting to for a long time. Even though it said that only he could see her. The system used to be so small, but now they were so big and that she was already a big girl, so she needed to pay attention too, which made the system further confused. Cheng Dalei continued to say that she wore a skirt every day and flew over his head and asked her if she wasn't afraid to expose herself as he might have seen it by accident, to which the system was stunned. He had a lot to say about her not being a bully to the lottery machine, her violent tendencies, and told her to be a more polite lady, suggesting to draw 10 times but couldn't guarantee him a top-level character, podium for summons, and as to why she couldn't send him a top martial artist, which could be beneficial to everyone, which made the system angry. The system punched Cheng Dalei and yelled at him to die and called him a pervert. Cheng Dalei was lying on the ground, and the system continued berating him for being shameless and a pervert and asked him where he had looked every day. She was really enraged with Cheng Dalei. She even called him a dumbass. A few moments later, Cheng Dalei asked Guan Yu if he had improved on his sword fighting training, asked Zhang about whether he felt comfortable with his snake spear, and if he felt divine power that could stop 10,000 opponents by himself, and also suggested to Lin Xiaoyu to practice with a weapon as he aspired to be a warrior. Xiaoyu replied, "How could I practice when I didn't have a weapon anymore?" Cheng Dalei answered him to go to the blacksmith Shu and have her forge a weapon for him. He sighed, feeling dejected because it seemed impossible for anyone to level up in a short time. On the day of the awakening, the spring thunder appeared, and everything came to life. It was raining when Cheng Dalei sat on the balcony with Liu Zhai, pondering where he could find the third one. She asked her village master that the village was built, yet he was still unhappy and offered to sing a little song for him. Cheng Dalei agreed aimlessly and said whatever, but in his mind, he had thought that even though he had merged himself with a fast sword style, he was still only excellent. He pondered about the chances of pulling top level with 100,000 fear points at the podium for summons, and it seemed that he only had the option of accumulating 1,000,000 fear points to trade for a top level character directly through the system. Liu Zhai kept singing while the rain kept pouring. She smiled while singing beautifully. Cheng Dalei asked her how she knew this, to which she replied that she was able to do that before. Cheng Dalei was in awe after learning it at a youth center. He placed his palm on her head and assured her that Yan Jihan was gone and she was now Liu Zhai. He added that she was his Liu Zhai. A few days later, Yang Longting raised 50,000 troops and sent them to Black Rock City. A soldier informed Yang Longting that in front of him was the Toad village of Qin New Mountain. to which he acknowledged and responded that this time they would let the Toad village clear the way. It was also about time to put those mountain bandits to good use. As they moved along, they were welcomed by cheerful bandits waving a red flag, hoping they would enjoy their stay with them and wishing them all the best of luck and success. Meanwhile, they were stunned by the Toad village. Yang Longting told Zhu Shenji, who was wearing a black face mask, that he intended to send the people of Qin New Mountain ahead so he could promote him later, and asked what he had been doing, where he had been, and why he hadn't come out for Cheng Dale to see him. Zhu Shenji replied that his village master had been sick and unable to greet the Lord in person and hoped that the king would punish him for that. Yang Longting suspected him of faking his illness as he had gotten sick at just the right time. Zhu Shenji respectfully replied that, to be honest with him, not only had the village master been sick, but there had also been many people sick in the village at the moment. Qin New Mountain had been fighting the plague right now, to which he questioned this plague. He then questioned what kind of plague it was and how come he had never heard of a plague in this area, to which Zhu Shenji responded by asking him to come closer. Yang Longting leaned closer to Zhu Shenji as he whispered to him if he had ever heard of salsa, which made him wonder. Zhu Shenji explained that it meant that once the disease broke out, it could kill anyone. Yang Longting simply stared at him while pondering the fact that it had not been a coincidence that just when he had wanted to use him, he had gotten sick. However, if he were to become infected, his 50,000-man army could collapse in a day. He then demanded that Zhu Shenji inform Cheng Dale to come to him on the spot immediately, and Zhu Shenji replied that his village master had been infected with the plague. But he also threatened that if Cheng Dale did not come to him, he should not blame him for cleaning the people of Qin New Mountain first. Unsteady steps were heard calling out for Yang Longting, who was referred to as my lord. Cheng Dale, who was shaky and fragile, arrived while being carried out by another bandit while he sobbed, begging his village master to hold on. Cheng Dale informed Yang Longting that he had come to visit him. Yang Longting asked him if he had been really sick. Cheng Dale coughed as he denied that he had not been sick and claimed to have been in good health. He had prepared his armor and accompanied the lord on his journey to repay his kindness. Yang Longting advised him to get treatment if he had been sick, adding that it had never been too late to protect his family and country when he would be well again. He instructed to call for a military doctor to treat General Cheng, to which the military doctor complied. The military doctor checked Cheng Dale's eye and told him to stick his tongue out a little, which he obeyed. Yang Longting asked if he had been really sick. The military doctor replied to His Majesty that General Cheng's body had been cold and his pulmonary veins had been injured. If not treated in time, his life would have been in danger. Yang Longting demanded to call another military doctor again and cited how a charlatan could have cured his general's illness. Then he thought in his mind if he had been really infected with the plague and wondered if he had accused him wrongly. Another military doctor checked Cheng Dale. He also told His Majesty. After a discussion, the three of the military doctors agreed that he had been seriously ill. Despite being visibly weak and coughing, Cheng Dale insisted that he had not been sick and he would have killed the enemy and served the king. Later on, Yang Longting gave in and told Cheng Dale if he had been sick, he needed to get better and later he would have a chance to prove himself. Then he thought in his mind. He had had the plague and still wanted to join his army and wondered if he had wanted to kill him. The 50,000-strong Yuzhu army departed on horses. Cheng Dale waved them goodbye as he stood behind, telling them they must have triumphed in one fell swoop and swept everything away, even though he couldn't have accompanied them. The ability of his village master to pretend as sick while the three doctors had missed it astounded Zhu Shenji, who thought it had been awesome, but found it really scary. A snotty-nosed Cheng Dale claimed that he had soaked himself in the river for 3 days before developing a cold. He had already been sick, and his life hadn't been easy, to which Zhu Shenji responded with the remark that he had been really sick. Zhu Shenji helped him to hold on with him, which Cheng Dale instructed to bring him to Huang Sanyuan later, for he had to give him an order. Zhu Shenji asked what had to be done that only Butler Huang could do, to which Cheng Dale replied that he wanted him to go to Black Rock City, meet with Zhu Banchuan, and tell him that they had wanted to work with him. Fast forward, Huang Sanyuan was escorted by Zhao Zilong to bypass the army and take a shortcut, faster than the Yuzhu army, and got to Black Rock City. After traveling a long way, they managed to sneak into Black Rock City. Butler Huang told General Liu that he had had an important request to see the city Lord Zhu and that it was a matter of life and death. They went inside, and General Liu called his adoptive father, informing him that someone from the Toad village had come. City Lord Zhu Banchuan was seated while writing. Butler Huang marveled at what an extraordinary person he was, thinking that even under the pressure of the advancing army, he had been able to read and write so calmly. He then extended his fist wrapped in greeting and told City Lord Zhu that he had risked his life to come to him on the village master's order to discuss an important matter that could have resulted in death. But he was interrupted by Zhu Banchuan and questioned about the cooperation when he was about to surrender. In fact, he had been writing the surrender letter right then, admitting that he had been a guilty minister and would kneel down 100 times. Butler Huang was floored and asked City Lord Zhu how his soul would have been able to take it. City Lord Zhu coughed as he replied that he could have managed to hang in there, He was shocked when he realized that Butler Huang had come to side with him against the Lord of Yuju. He added that if he captured him and offered him to the Lord of Yuju, perhaps he would have been spared, which left Butler Huang speechless. Butler Huang sat down with him and inquired when City Lord Zhu had become like that. He used to be aggressive, no matter what bad things happened. He handled everything with plans and strategies. He added that the way he looked that day had been a little scary. City Lord Zhu sighed when he told him that although this matter should remain secret, he couldn't live comfortably there for much longer. He would discuss this with him in detail. At the time, before he had gotten rid of Han Huju, he realized through espionage that Yang Longting had joined the same army with Han Huju in his youth. They had led the remnants of the army and fought a bloody battle with the rings and later became famous. But with that alone, he could not become the Lord of Yuju, and his wealth still depended on his wife, Qiuishi. His wife Qiuishi had belonged to a powerful family in the capital, which had a lot of power and influence. Han Huju seemed to have offended the Qi family at the time. In order to have a good relationship with the Qi family, Yang Longting resolutely broke friendship with him. Yang Longting even took away Han Huju's credit at the awards ceremony in the capital because he had been manipulated by the Qi family. After being recognized by the Qi family, Yang Longting was appointed Lord of Yuju, while Han Huju was only the Lord of Black Rock City. The incident caused a complete rift between the two, and they never got back together for the next 30 years. But the problem was that the relationship between them had not been broken at all. Zhu Banchuan had misjudged the brotherhood between them. He had not thought that his power could be so great, which had led to the current situation. Moments later, Butler Huang told him that he was afraid the King of Yuju might not accept his surrender. City Lord Zhu replied that he knew the planning was in the hands of the people after all. As long as their safety was guaranteed, they would force him to write a surrender. Maybe the King of Yuju would let him go too. Butler Huang responded that he had time to write a surrender letter and why didn't he use their motivation to deter him. City Lord Zhu pondered how and with what he would deter him. He had his own people serving in the army and as officials, and he simply needed to send a message to have many powerful families report to him. He could do nothing more than wait for the army to invade so that he could open the gate to surrender. He went on to say that he had planned to take Black Rock City as his foundation, and although he might not end up being a powerful lord in the future, he had become completely exhausted from ruling Black Rock City, and his ambition was also gone. Butler Huang replied that his village master had asked him to bring a message to the city lord, which made him wonder what Cheng Dale had said. People would have died if they had gotten their heads down, but they might have lived if they had fought back. City Lord Zhu repeated what had been said, to get their heads down and fight back, and responded to Butler Huang, asking him to talk more about it. A soldier in a carriage informed General Luo that the Toad village was ahead, which he questioned if he needed to remind him of it. Seated on top of sacks, General Luo said his adoptive father didn't want to train him. Why wouldn't he be with the grain carriers and have to deal with this group of mountain bandits? To which the soldier controlling the horse replied that the Toad village had recently been recruited and was therefore considered their allies. General Luo questioned whether they truly stuck into other people's affairs and were also expected to treat them equally, questioning what the big deal was. The soldier advised General Luo that he could not say that later. When they arrived at Toad Village, the military strategist said they could not pick a fight with them now. Suddenly, the soldier received a swift kick to the head. General Luo questioned whether they took the military strategist's words seriously when he was a piece of shit in his eyes. He might as well think of a way to destroy Toad Village to eliminate a major problem for his adoptive father. Then perhaps he would be able to rejoin him. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale was informed that it was time for him to take his medication. While Liu Zhai handed him a bowl of his medication, he was lying on his bed coughing and telling her it was bad luck to say anything like that. Suddenly, Zhu Shenji stormed into the room and informed his village master that the grain transporters from Yuzhu had run into trouble with some of their people. In response to Cheng Dale's request for help, Liu Zhai objected since her village master was still ill. Cheng Dale criticized how anything could go wrong during this procedure and gave the order to take him there immediately and bring his sword. A few moments later, someone threw a jar to the ground and moaned that the wine was worse than horse poop. It was General Luo who complained about how they were treated and demanded that he get out. A bandit explained to him that the village master was not feeling well, to which General Luo did not care if he was alive or dead, and insisted for him to get Cheng Dale out. Cheng Dale, with Liu Zhai, appeared behind and asked if he was General Luo and what it was about his staff that bothered him. General Luo acknowledged Cheng Dale and realized that he was actually a sickly bastard. He then explained to him that he needed to realize that he was a mountain bandit, and that his adoptive father had made him what he was. If he did not understand how to appreciate his adoptive father's favor, he could promote and discard him at any time, to which Cheng Dale responded that he was well aware of this fact. General Luo reached for a jar of wine and questioned whether it was something his people could drink or whether this was the only thing his village could serve him. Cheng Dale slightly bowed his head, then laughed and said that he would be coming back with another great wine to entertain General Luo. General Luo responded that he wanted to drink this jar of wine, to which Cheng Dale politely denied because he was suffering from a cold and could not drink wine. General Luo poured the wine on Cheng Dalei's head and reminded him to remember this well. Not showing respect to him was like not showing respect to the Lord of Yuzhu. This shocked Liu Zhai. General Luo kept saying that he wanted him to drink all the wine in this jug until there was not a drop left. The bandits were surprised to see their village master had to go through this. General Luo, who wanted him to get angry, mockingly responded to the entire jar of wine that Cheng Dalei did not want to drink, which was spilled on the floor, thinking that if he lost control, he could go to his adoptive father to gather up troops and destroy him. Even though he was dripping wet, Cheng Dalei maintained his composure. Liu Zhai offered to drink it for her village master. General Luo grinned as he reached for his sword, wondering where this little nanny came from. He continued drawing his sword swiftly while questioning what she was that she deserved to drink it. He then swung his sword in Lai Zhu's direction, shocking her. General Luo's sword was suddenly blocked by another sword, which caused a metallic clattering sound and successfully moved it further away. It was Cheng Dalei who blocked his attack. Cheng Dalei furiously stared at him. After General Luo told Cheng Dalei that he needed to control his dog and not let her bark because his fast sword did not recognize the dog owner, General Luo grinned and thought in his mind that Cheng Dalei was finally angry. If he had known this earlier, he would have killed the little girl long ago to make him even angrier. In response, Cheng Dalei said he would discipline his people, but what about him? He called him a little dog who didn't have someone to control him. General Luo reached for his inside pocket and replied that he was holding a sword, laughing, and daring him to hold a sword in front of him. He then threw some copper plates and added that he also had a fast sword that could cut through copper plates with one swing. Suddenly, General Luo rapidly split the copper plates in half and then told him that if he could do the same with the copper plates, the matter would be settled for today. Cheng Dalei responded that his sword was not for cutting copper plates, to which General Luo sarcastically asked what else he used it for and guessed it was for cutting radishes. Cheng Dalei replied that it was for killing people. He then abruptly approached him, slicing his sword numerous times in a short period of time, and unexpectedly stopped behind him. General Luo froze in awe. After stating that there was such a swift sword in the world, blood began to trickle from him as he progressively lost his footing. Screaming for their General Luo, the grain transport soldiers were startled. Even the bandits were taken aback, and Cheng Dalei asked them what they were looking forward to before informing everyone that it was time to get to work. As the grain-carrying soldiers fled, their boots clattered loudly. Outside the Toad village, however, they were pursued by bandits with weapons. The grain-carrier soldiers of Yuzhu pleaded with General Cheng to talk, as they did not want to fight him. He responded by telling them to put down their weapons, take off their leather armor, leave the grain carts there, and they could go. The soldiers were shocked and terrified, thinking that if the Lord of Yuzhu discovered that their grain carriage had vanished, he would have them behead them. Cheng Dalei told them they should take Luo Tai's body with them. He then fiercely said to send a message to the Lord of Yuzhu that Luo Tai was beheaded by Cheng for not obeying the law. Yang Longting's army fought its way to Black Rock City and set up camp 10 miles from the city. The soldiers were divided into 4 groups to prevent the people of Black Rock City from escaping by surrounding them. His grain carrier soldiers arrived at the army camp of Yuzhu and bowed down while addressing their Lord of Yuzhu. Yang Longting was given the blood-stained corpse of General Luo, who had been slain by Cheng Dalei after complaining about the wine's quality. The soldier then told him to deliver a message that Luo Tai had been beheaded by Cheng for not obeying the law. Yang Longting responded to the loss of grain transport. He immediately ordered them to be executed by cutting their heads off. Then Yang Longting composed a letter and gave the order to have it delivered to Toad Village. He angrily thought of Cheng Dalei. It was written on the letter, asking him if he was not afraid of death. Cheng Dalei chuckled when he read the letter. He grabbed his ink brush and wrote, "If you want to fight, then come and fight." Angrily, the paper was slapped upon the table. After reading the return letter, Yang Longting yelled Cheng Dalei's name furiously. Inside a war room, Yang Longting told everyone to listen and asked who wanted to lead 5,000 soldiers with him to destroy Toad Village. The general responded to His Majesty, saying he would leave this matter to him and was confident that he would definitely fulfill this mission. However, his military strategist voiced that he would not suggest this. Now the army had just set up camp, and if they returned now to attack Cheng Dalei, Zhu Banchuan might take this opportunity to attack them from behind. He went on to say that they would find themselves in a situation where their backs were against the wall, which would be a big military mistake. Besides, he still had their grain routes in his hand. If he cut them off, their 50,000 strong army would be in a desperate situation. His general respectfully chimed in, suggesting to His Majesty that they should first leave this bandit alone, and when they successfully besieged Black Rock City, they could get rid of this bandit on the way back. Yang Longting was told to calm down while he was left speechless. He clenched his fist, crumpling the letter, and instructed to call the servants. Meanwhile, at the Toad Village, it was daytime when Cheng Dalei was informed that another letter had arrived from the Lord of Yuzhu. Liu Zhai inquired of her village master what the King of Yuzhu had said. Cheng Dalei sat with the letter in both his hands and responded that it said he knew Cheng Dalei had killed Luo Tai and praised him for a good and fantastic job. The grains were provided for them, and it would be better if he could come to them for the siege. Cheng Dale smiled when he thought that Yang Longting was really adaptable to circumstances. He was worthy of being the Lord of Yuzhou. He then instructed Liu Zhai to have the pen and paper ready as they would be getting ready to kiss his ass. Alongside Cheng Dale, Liu Zhai sat down and began to pen the words that praise the light that shines in the north, the backbone of the empire, His Majesty the Lord of Yuzhou, whom he would always revere. Moments later at the army camp of Yuzhou, after receiving his letter, he had everyone in the hut read it together. All of them were convinced of his wisdom, and many of them wiped the tears from their faces because they felt this letter was glorious. Inside the letter, Cheng Dalai expressed his desire to serve alongside the king, but he was too ill to leave his bed, so he could only pray for him in his heart and wished him success. He signed off as your faithful little fellow, the eternal admirer of the king of Yuzhou, from the trap battalion of Qin New Mountain in Yuzhou, his ranger general Cheng Dale. Yang Longting thought in his mind that this bandit and his flattering words, behaviors, and the letters he wrote to Yuzhou City were similar to all the other scoundrels in the city who were good at kissing asses and being opportunistic. Everyone, including him, thought this little bandit was a joke. He genuinely underestimated Cheng Dale, thinking perhaps he was someone who was more worth as a target than Zhu Banquan. He used his tableside candlelight to burn the letter, and he didn't care too much about it at this point because his first priority was invading the city after first appeasing the small bandit. It was nighttime at the city mansion of Black Rock City. City Lord Zhu Banquan, alongside his armed soldiers and captured citizens on their knees, told them that the so-called siege of the city seemed to be still absent. However, Yang Longting's army surrounded Black Rock City. He kept talking to everyone. Yang Longting was not a man of his word. He was going to kill them all, but do not be afraid, for he would protect them all. A captured citizen questioned his protection when he captured them all right now and advised the city Lord Zhu to give up and surrender early. Maybe there would still be a chance for him to get out alive. The captured citizen replied that only he would not survive when the Lord of Yuzhou broke through the city. City Lord Zhu sat in front of them and questioned what else he was fantasizing about, given that everything had been sealed from the outside, and it was obvious they did not even have a chance to escape. They advised him to release them as soon as possible and could also assist him in pleading for mercy. But Zhu Banquan questioned his goodness because he was aware that the man had made a bargain for his own children and that he intended to sell him in exchange for the position of city lord. He felt safe and brave and went to the Hongmen banquet. City Lord Zhu added that he did a little work when he invited them over for dinner. He sent someone to hide an envelope there and sarcastically assured them not to worry about the letter. It was hidden quite well, so it was not easy to find. The fake envelopes had been clearly arranged for them, and a few years before, he found out that the king of Yuzhou had some secrets that were not known. City Lord Zhu grinned when he kept saying. It included how he became the Lord of Yuzhou and where he was wounded during the war, which prevented him from having children. And it was all written clearly in the letter. The captured citizens were shocked and terrified when City Lord Zhu kept teasing them if they thought that he would tell them everything before he would be beheaded. In the future, they would all live in the mansion of the city lord. When they should stay alive, they stayed alive together, and when they should die, they died together. City Lord Zhu added. Fast forward, it was daytime when someone claimed that these opportunists, willing to trade their loyalty in exchange for fame and fortune of their entire family, had been dealt with, along with the procrastinators. Butler Huang asked City Lord Zhu how long they could hold the city this time, to which he replied that they should rely on themselves for as long as they could because there was no turning back. City Lord Zhu continued to say that the Black Rock City only had 5,000 soldiers, adding that if they were to be marginalized, then all 100,000 residents would be treated as soldiers. If Yang Longting couldn't bear the loss of his troops and retreated, he would be able to make a name for himself. If he couldn't bear it, it was just a death and nothing more. He asked Butler Huang how the preparations were going on their side. Butler Huang replied that it was pretty successful, and the people were withdrawn but worried if his village master's plan could work. City Lord Zhu responded it should work if he put his heart into it. In a certain place, a few men were chatting about how Yang Longting was not a good person. They said he was horny as hell, that all the women in his family, including a child, his older or younger sister, and aunts were not spared, and that he was one hell of a perverted person. Yang Longting also grew up with an excessive lust for sex which he couldn't restrain as an adult, and watched his wife sleep with other men to satisfy himself. Many individuals were discussing Yang Longting. Rumors were spreading. It eventually spread throughout the Black Rock City and reached the barracks outside the city. Soldiers from Yuzhou were whispering. Yang Longting continued to sit inside his hut. He was furious when he thought of Zhu Si, which was City Lord Zhu Banquan's nickname. A red flag was waving while chanting to attack the city. His soldiers blew their horns. At dawn, Yang Longting began to attack the city. The Yuzhou army advanced towards the Black Rock City, raising their red flags while screaming to kill them. With the intention of killing, they made their way to the wall, and then climbed up ladders. A Black Rock City soldier yelled that they needed to defend this area, and prevent others from climbing there and killing them. Soldiers occasionally fell down the ladder as they screamed. The Black Rock City remained unfazed, while at the Yuju camp at night, where its soldiers were currently being treated. Inside the hut, Yang Longting discussed with his military strategist that the previous day's attack was just a feint, as the defense of 4 walls would always have a weak side. He instructed his military strategist that he would lead the 1st Regiment with 10,000 soldiers to surround the East Gate, and Kai Dalong would lead the 2nd Regiment of soldiers to surround the West Gate. Kai Deking would lead the 3rd Regiment of 10,000 soldiers to surround the North Gate, while Yang Longting went on to say that he would lead the main force with 20,000 soldiers to attack the South Gate since Zhu Si was a bit capable. The Black Rock City was built like an iron barrel, and it was hard to use the secret spies he had planted there. The Lord of Yuju was informed by a soldier that a letter had arrived from the Qin New Mountain side. It caught the attention of Yang Longting, while the military strategist felt annoyed and wondered what Cheng Dalei was up to again. A day ago, on the mountain path of Qin New Mountain, inside the carriage, Xiao Yi asked Miss Su Ying. Despite the famine being just over, the Huli fish business was just starting up again. Yet she wondered why Cheng Dalei now wanted the entire Su family to move to Toad Village. Miss Su Ying explained that Yuju City and Black Rock City were fighting each other, and in a year of military chaos, staying alive was more important than anything else, and it was hard to be a wealthy family member in peace. Xiao Yi doubted that the little Toad Village could support hundreds of members of the Su family. Their carriages kept moving when Xiao Yi was in awe and asked what this place was and instructed her to look at it. Miss Su was left speechless. As they passed through the high-walled stone gate, she wondered when the Toad Village had become so big. Meanwhile, it was nighttime on the official road of Qin New Mountain. The grain carrier soldiers were instructed to freeze. The mountain bandits screamed that this mountain path had been made by them and that they had also planted the trees. The grain carrier soldiers were startled when the bandits demanded that they leave their money if they wanted to pass. Cheng Dalei, with his axe resting on his shoulder, warned them that otherwise, they would have their teeth knocked out and be buried alive without being killed. The soldier innocently laughed at him, continued to address him as General Cheng, and inquired whether or not he was joking because he hadn't done this in a while, and wanted to have fun, which he thought was quite amusing. Cheng Dalei explained that he was robbing them right now and wondered if they understood. The soldier was confused because Cheng Dalei cheekily responded that he had quit after he had already submitted to the Lord of Yuju. Cheng Dalei smiled and agreed when the soldier asked if he had simply decided on the spot. With delight, Cheng Dalei assured them that he wouldn't treat them harshly, and that the Toad Village's rule called for 20% of the grain. The soldier asked him if he wasn't afraid of dying and expressed outrage at how he dared to apply this rule to the Lord of Yuju. Cheng Dalei leaned closer and stared at him, referred to him as a friend, and promised to be honest with him. He was only going to take 20% of the grain from him, then pretend nothing had happened. He reminded the grain carrier soldier that he should know that the people who had not brought the grain last time had been beheaded by the Lord of Yuju and questioned whether he wanted to bang his head against the king's sword. Then he threatened the soldier, asking if he would prefer to run into his axe, leaving the soldier speechless. The grain carrier soldier gave in 20% of the grains and left. Cheng Dalei waved goodbye as he stood behind and reminded them not to forget to deliver the letter to the Lord of Yuju. A few moments later, a letter was opened with the words "I quit" written on it. It was Yang Longting who was furious after reading it while tightly holding the letter. He was enraged. He ripped the letter and ordered Kai Dalong to take command of 10,000 soldiers and bring him Cheng Dalei's head in 3 days. Kai Dalong replied with his fist clenched, indicating that he understood. The next day he led the 10,000 soldiers and went directly to the Flying Tiger Village. Cheng Dalei constantly met with Kai Dalong in the Flying Tiger Village and actually made Kai Dalong believe that the Flying Tiger Village had become the base camp of the Toad Village. His soldier informed him that all people here had run away, and they seemed to have retreated in an orderly manner and had taken everything with them because everything was empty. Kai Dalong thought in his mind that it would not be easy to run away, and instructed his troops to go after them because they must kill them all. The scouts who were sent ahead said that all the villages in the Qin New Mountain were empty and Kai Dalong wondered where they had gone. The army followed the traces to catch up with them and finally, all the traces pointed toward a valley. The 10,000 soldiers of Yuju army were stationed in front of the new Toad Village when they arrived. As his soldier questioned whether they would still attack the city even though they lacked siege equipment, Kai Dalong was astounded and wondered when there had become such a big city there with a wall that appeared to be harder to breach than the Black Rock City. Kai Dalong responded to give it a try. It was daytime when Kai Dalong ordered all troops to charge and kill them while they mounted the ladders on the wall. Meanwhile, Blacksmith Zhu fired the crossbows and slings. The gigantic rock was launched into the air and fell on the soldiers, breaking their ladders. Their soldier went down and fell from the ladder as the gigantic stone started crashing on them. While riding his horse, Kai Dalong observed his soldiers' screams as they were struck. He was shocked and terrified, wondering what kind of city defense mechanism that was. When he realized they had slingshots and crossbows, and that he could not take the Toad Village with 10,000 ordinary soldiers, Kai Dalong ordered them to retreat. On top of the gate, Liu Bei asked his village master whether they should leave the village and pursue them since they had retreated. to which Cheng Dale replied that they would not leave. He was showing weakness to bait them. He then added that he was the one in a hurry so they would just hold him off. Kai Dalong was stationed near the village for 10 days but could not fight a real battle with Cheng Dale. Whether pretending to retreat or showing weakness to draw the enemy in, Cheng Dale just wouldn't come out. And he did not have a siege engine to lay siege to the city. Simply attacking would have been a nightmare. The soldiers were launching a covert attack. Therefore, they had to move quickly to breach a small defense gap and approach the stronghold covertly while being warned not to fire arrows. Unluckily, the Toad bandits were aware of this and cleared their throat loudly enough for the soldier to hear. The twin bandits grinned when he urged them to give them a taste of the golden juice. The soldiers screamed. The ground had a muddy-like texture that would suck in a shovel. The soldiers, too, were trapped and sucked into the mud, while one of them said that they had to manage to get in, change their clothes, and blend in with them. He continued, unaware that a man was standing behind them, that if they managed to invade the city tomorrow and open the gates, that would be a big success for them. Gao Fei, who came to the conclusion that his village master had the ability to predict events far in the future after witnessing the soldiers' shocking sneak attack and subsequent tunnel attack. He stated that every 10 steps on a post, every 5 steps a guard. He also thought of a password, and questioned them if they thought that a few little rats like them could have sneaked in. He laid his sword tip on his neck and ordered these gentlemen to come with him. A few moments later, he stood on the top of the gate wall, and Cheng Dale was asked why he conspired against him when the Lord had treated him well. Kai Dalong added if he still had a sense of honor, then urged him to come out of the village quickly to fight with him and questioned what kind of hero he was if he could only hide in the village. Cheng Dale replied that their friendship was worth more than 1,000 gold. He didn't want to fight with him, and reminded him of the time they talked by candlelight at night where he said he would travel far away, and he would find a girl for him. He went on to say that they became good friends when they first met, even though they were not really brothers but considered as one, and he did not expect to cross swords with him. Kai Dalong uttered that it was bullshit and he did not care about him. Cheng Dale questioned why he was trying to avoid this again. He could still remember their gathering in which he said Yang Longting was a person who could do nothing but eat and drink, and that it would be so much better if he became the Lord of Yuzhou. Cheng Dale suggested he take Yang Longting's head, and he would make him the Lord of Yuzhou, which made Kai Dalong surprised and terrified. Kai Dalong sweated profusely when he thought in his mind, if the king of Yuzhou found out about this, not to mention whether he believed it or not, he would certainly feel uncomfortable, and his future would be ruined. On the other hand, Cheng Dale himself came forward to say this. He continued thinking that if he forbade the soldiers from spreading, it would look like he was hiding something. Since he wouldn't come out to fight, he would let the soldiers escort the grain brigade at the Kin Niu Mountain. He kept thinking he would take some of his men to fight Black Rock City and pursue this issue later on. Eventually, Kai Dalong abandoned the attack on Toad Village, leaving only 3,000 troops stationed along the main grain transportation route. However, the grain transport route was too long and therefore could not be fully secured, and Cheng Dale's bandits were familiar with the environment, conducting night raids, fires, and traps. He led a group of people to transport. Whatever could be robbed was robbed, and whatever couldn't be robbed was burned. And they never fought head-on. As soon as they encountered a larger force, they immediately fled back to the village. Someone sighed as he questioned when transporting 10 wagons of grain, at least 3 wagons would be lost. It was Cheng Dale, saying that they should have followed the Toad Village's rules right from the beginning and given him 20% of the grain, as he stood in front of high stacks of grain. Meanwhile, on the Black Rock City side, the siege still continued. Inside the hut of Yuzhou camp, they were reporting to Yang Longting. Kai Dalong reported that Cheng Dale had now blocked the grain channel. Another soldier chimed in that they had encountered a variety of attacks but had difficulty setting the tune with one beat of a gong. Kai Deking reported a young martial artist with amazing fighting skills, and the military strategist said that they had been too careless with this person. Otherwise, they would have taken down Toad Village before coming there. This left Yang Longting speechless. A voice emerged, saying that it was not too late. It was Yang Longting who commanded them to notify the entire army that they would be leaving camp the next day. He remarked to kill the Toad first, then kill Zusi. The next day, 50,000 troops were sent to Toad Village. The soldiers of Black Rock City were confused because the Yuzhou army had withdrawn. On the top of the stone wall gate, Lu Heng questioned his adoptive father if they had been successful in driving them away because they had withdrawn their men. City Lord Zhu responded that Yang Longting would not retreat so easily, they would fight the Toad Village. Lu Heng replied asking what they should do next. City Lord Zhu said that if one of 2 interdependent things falls, the other would be in danger, which means that when the Toad was dead, they were next. He then instructed Lu Heng to take 1,000 light cavalry, prepare bows, arrows, and set out to lure the enemy. He added to show them a call to fight, the more noise, the better. A throng of noisy soldiers on horse galloped outside the Black Rock City, and City Lord Zhu watched them from atop. These soldiers successfully attracted the attention of the Yuzhou army by enticing it to join them in battle. Yang Longting smiled when they saw the Black Rock City soldiers were out, and that finally they could slaughter some lives. When the usual army straightened its rear formation and was ready to attack, with the swiftness of his light cavalry, Lu Heng dashed back to Black Rock City. When the light cavalries quickly returned to the gate and shut it, Yang Longting was rendered speechless. Kai Dalong asked his majesty what to do now, and dismayed, Yang Longting instructed to further withdraw from the palace. With further withdrawal from the place, Lu Heng grinned when they came out again with 1,000 light horsemen and shot arrows. It was nighttime at the Yuju camp. Yang Longting kept thinking and realized Cheng Dale and Zhu Banchuan had been working together in some way or they wouldn't have cooperated so well. The mountain roads to Toad Village were mostly canyons, which were not suitable for combat. And if he stubbornly attacked the Toad Village now, he was afraid they would be pulled halfway back and forth, which would tire out the troops. He had spent half of his life in the military, and it was the first time he had encountered such vile enemies as Cheng Dale, together with Zhu Banchuan. It felt like he was trapped in a swamp, as if he was being suffocated. He went on thinking he could no longer be guided by any side. He could only bet everything on a single throw, and he must destroy the city as soon as possible. Yang Longting was stuck in a difficult situation between Black Rock City and Kin New Mountain. If he continued to attack Black Rock, he could only attack persistently. If he retreated from the camp to attack Toad Village, he could be easily attacked from the front and back. He finally decided to attack Black Rock City by force, and the battle lasted 2 months. 2 months later, Yang Longting was terribly fatigued, and everyone was nervous. Zhu Banchua's city was almost out of food, and no one knew if they could keep it up. Cheng Dale's side had plenty of stocks. A grain carrier bandit asked his village master if they would keep robbing grain because they wouldn't fit anymore in the granary, and he was afraid the food would go bad with the humid weather. Cheng Dale grinned when he caved in and told everyone to take a few days off and eat some good meals. The mountain bandits of Toad Village had gained weight overall. Meanwhile, it was raining on Kin New Mountain when Cheng Dale was informed that many soldiers from Black Rock City had arrived. Cheng Dale perched on top of the edge, wondering what had happened. There were so many defeated soldiers, and did that mean Zhu Banchuan had driven Yang Longting into defeat? Dao Fei who questioned whether they ought to continue robbing the people, to which Cheng Dale replied that something was wrong because they weren't just soldiers from Yuju City but also from Black Rock City. He instructed them to head back to the village and send someone to keep an eye on them all the time, and that the defeated Yang Longting might take his anger out on them. A stream of defeated soldiers passed by like an ant colony. Soldiers on horseback and on foot moved slowly, soaking wet in the rain. On the other hand, a horse was making its way towards Toad Village and was making frantic calls for their village master. They recognized it was Butler Huang and Silong, commanded to open the gate. Butler Huang alerted his village master that something terrible had happened while Silong and he were both drenched in blood. Terrified, Butler Huang yelled that the rings were coming. The soldiers of Yuju fought at Black Rock City. It was a bitter struggle for 2 months. From the far north, 10,000 sons and daughters of the northern barbarians came south. The Yuju army was crushed in 1 day. The Black Rock City was broken through in half a day. After that, they slaughtered the city for 10 days without stopping, leaving behind a mountain of victims, severed heads hanging from tree branches, and birds swooping around. It was a gloomy day at the Black Rock City. A northern ring man on horseback led a group of captured civilians who had been turned into slaves through a series of rope ties on their hands while walking barefoot. Suddenly, the people behind the slave were startled and scared when an arrow flew straight to his throat. The northern ring man shouted furiously at Kaimei while riding his horse, telling him that these people were his slaves and threatening to kill them. Kaimei responded that he had stolen too much and asked if he could take them back, promising to take care of it for him. Kaimei was the son of the king of the northern ring tribe. He continued to frighten the slaves behind him by shooting his arrow at them. Kaimei had offended the northern ring man, who was riding a horse, and he threatened to fight him if he did not return his slave. A few moments later, some members of the northern barbarian began laughing at Fu Delay and questioned how he could possibly be a warrior for the tribe if he did not even dare to kill people. Fu Delay on horseback ignored them and told them to keep up with him while stuttering. He was Kaimei's little brother, Fu Delay. Fu Delay was then told to keep up with him and labeled a coward. In response, he insisted that he was not a coward. He rode his horse, causing a loud thud, passing through where heads hung from tree branches. The Black Rock City was burning and being slaughtered. Fu Delay thought in his mind that they were all killing and robbing. Some envied them that they could not dare to do that and feel happy while he himself could not. This time the battle had just begun, and he wondered how long it would take. He wanted to go home and drink Grandma's milk tea and wondered about Wu Lihen and what she was doing right now. Butler Huang reported to Cheng Dale that 10,000 people from the rings had infiltrated the city in half a day, and the situation had become chaotic. Amongst 10,000 soldiers, they managed to escape thanks to Zhao's skills, and Cheng Dale inquired whether Zhu Banchuan was still alive. Butler Huang firmly responded that everyone was already dead because the rings had executed him as soon as they breached into the city. Cheng Dalei inquired about Yang Longting's whereabouts, whether or not he was dead, and Butler Huang responded that he was probably not dead. He had heard on the way that Yang Longting escaped and he might still be alive now. Cheng Dalei added that this old man was very fierce. He had led 50,000 elite troops and questioned how Yang Longting could be so weak in front of the Ring tribes. He couldn't defeat Black Rock City in 2 months, yet the Rings did it in half a day. He wondered if they were heavenly soldiers coming to Earth. Cheng Dalei was left dumbfounded when Butler Huang informed his tribe that they were talking about the Rings. The Toad Bandits were talking about the Ring tribe when they claimed to have been the ones to invade and defeat the Empire in the past, forcing even the Imperial Majesty to abandon the city. Cheng Dalei thought to himself that this Ring tribe appeared to be troublesome and questioned if they were really unbeatable. The next day, Gao Fei Hu respectfully asked his village master where to go. Cheng Dalei contemplated possible places they could have gone. The Toad Bandits continued to chatter and expressed fear that if the Rings were dissatisfied with their occupation of Black Rock City and desired to go farther south, they might flee south to avoid the Rings. If the Rings pursued them, they might take the mountain and dominate it. In a room full of bandits with Cheng Dalei seated in front of them, one bandit said that while the young could survive, what about the children and the elderly? Another suggested that they should cross the sea since the Ring tribe could do nothing to stop them. Cheng Dalei was left speechless by their comments. Gao Fei Hu inquired of his village master what he had in mind and whether he could tell them. After a brief period of silence, Cheng Dalei asked if it was possible for them to stay put rather than run away. Liu Bei questioned his village master about what he meant by wanting to fight in combat with the Rings that had terrified the bandits. The Toad Bandits were terrified and furious that it would fail completely. Not even 50,000 soldiers could have stopped them. They reasoned that they shouldn't have fought in the ring when they could have fled and even asked their Toad Master whether they wanted to die altogether. They were ordered to be silent by Cheng Dalei. As he rose up, he reminded them that he was still the village chief and argued that it was too early for them to have treated him disrespectfully. The Toad Bandits were rendered silent. Cheng Dalei clarified that he hadn't said they had to defend themselves or flee. He had just said that they might have done so if they had had their backs to the enemy's Iron Horsemen, in which case 1 to 2,000 out of 5,000 would have been lucky. The village terrain was simple to defend yet difficult to attack, and as long as they held onto the gate, not even tens of thousands of horses and men could have breached it, according to Cheng Dalei, who went on to explain how they would have protected themselves. Second, cavalry would have had a difficult time navigating the highlands, thus weakening the Ring tribe's advantage. Third, their village had countless supplies that would have lasted for a year and a half, but the Ring tribe lacked logistical support, and without food, they would have inevitably scattered. Of course, if they had defended themselves to the very end, they would have had to make a lot of sacrifices, but he believed that given all 3 conditions previously mentioned, it would not have been impossible to defend. Since Cheng Dalei was not someone who issued orders by himself and this decision would have affected the lives of more than 5,000 people, it was only natural to discuss it together. Then, he raised his fist, telling them to raise their hands if they were ready to fight. The Toad Bandits avoided making eye contact and kept silent. Cheng Dalei thought with his mind that no one had dared to fight the Rings and questioned whether they were actually so terrifying. Suddenly, a hand was raised. It was Xiao Yu. A few moments later, someone began singing beneath the dark clouds. Kai Mei ordered someone to continue singing and playing since he enjoyed hearing someone play. At the door, it was Fu Delay who then inquired of his brother as to how long they had to stay there. Kai Mei responded that they had been waiting for the tribe to bring back the slaves and supplies, asking whether he had been getting bored, to which Fu Delay replied to his brother that he had been missing Grandma. He had held his shoulder when Kai Mei had asked if he had missed her or his Wu Lihan. Kai Mei explained that Wu Lihan had been the most beautiful horse in the meadow, and only a lion-like man had been worthy of her. He then asked Fu Delay how many people he had killed that time and how many slaves he had acquired. Fu Delay stammered in response. Kai Mei was interrupted by his brother, who referred to him as a silly brother and encouraged Fu Delay to join him in listening to music. A lady had continued to sing and play the bandurria. She had kept singing as she reflected on how she had previously believed the Ring tribe to be full of demonic beings. But up close, she had the impression that these Ring people were simply normal people, or at least that this Kai Mei had not been terrifying and had a nice smile. When Kai Mei had asked Fu Delay if he had understood the lyrics while sitting next to him, Fu Delay had said that he had not and that he had not thought it had sounded good either. The lady had kept singing, and Kai Mei had laughed and told him that when he had been a bit older, he would think it had sounded good. He had then been asked if the lady had been attractive, to which he had said that she had been. Kai Mei had said that he had gotten her for him by force and now he was gifting her to him. He had already asked for him. She had still been a virgin. Fu Delay had hesitantly replied that he had already had Wu Lihan. After calling him by name, Kaimei had given him a strong shove, causing Fu Delay to fly off the ground and crash on top of the lady playing for them. Fu Delay had looked back toward his brother and glared angrily at him. Kaimei had risen up and told him that he hadn't murdered anyone or spilled a drop of blood throughout the battle, and he had questioned whether he had been worthy to be his brother. He had continued to say that a man who had not dared to shed blood had not been a warrior of his northern ring tribe. Either he took her or killed her, which Fu Delay had been furious and afraid about. Kaimei had tossed a sword in his direction and threatened to murder him if he hadn't. He had pushed him to become a real man right there. Fu Delay was silent as Kaimei laughed. Fu Delay contemplated either killing or stealing from her. Fu Delay took up his sword while the woman begged him not to kill her as she could do anything he wanted. He eventually let her go and dropped his sword, which shocked the lady. She asked whether he would be willing to let her leave, and when Fu Delay replied that he was, he instructed her to go through the back door and head south. She could reach her country if she continued traveling south, and nobody could harm her there because it was unsafe here. The lady replied that this place was swarming with his people and that there was no way for a helpless woman like her to escape them, which he then inquired what they should do. She asked if she would be protected by him. He blushed and promised to try the best he could to stop anyone from hurting her. Meanwhile, at the Toad village, where Xiao Yu raised his hand, Cheng Dalei asked him why he wanted to fight and if he had something in mind. Xiao Yu replied that for the good of the country and the people, his death meant nothing if he could save lives. He continued that the Ring tribe was raging everywhere, and they could only sacrifice their lives for justice, adding that he did not fear death. Bandits near Xiao Yu were muttering and laughing sarcastically while criticizing his national justice and calling him an inexperienced boy. Cheng Dalei sighed as he observed Xiao Yu's look, wondering whether Xiao Yu was the only one who wanted to fight in war. While it was simple to declare support for the country and its people, mountain bandits like him could not afford it. He kept thinking that even if he gave the people missiles, they could not win this battle since the people's hearts were not prepared for war. The only way out at the moment seemed to be escape, but Cheng Dalei genuinely did not want to run away. When he questioned everyone if they still thought of him as their village leader, Gao Fei Hu responded that they were all at his disposal to do anything he wanted. Cheng Dalei stood up, explaining that he was putting their lives in his hands by calling him the village master, but he did not have the authority to send everyone to their death. However, if he could borrow soldiers and had enough confidence to win this battle, he asked if everyone could go into battle with him. Gao Fei Hu asked who would be willing to help them and from whom they could borrow troops in times like that. In response, Cheng Dalei said that he had made arrangements for the matter and that an update would be available over the next 2 days. A few days later, it rained at the foot of Qin Nu Mountain, and an army of Yuzhu soldiers walked home led by Yang Longting on horseback. Yang Longting was startled when someone shouted to block their way. It turned out to be the Toad bandits. Yang Longting questioned Cheng Dalei about what he had been doing, to which he replied that he had been waiting for him the entire time. Yang Longting asked Cheng Dalei why he had been waiting for him. Cheng Dalei replied that the Black Rock City had been occupied and Qin Nu Mountain was the last gate of the empire. If the mountain were taken over by the Ring tribe, the empire would be defenseless in the north. The Toad village of Qin Nu Mountain intended to be the front line of this battle, so Cheng Dalei added that he hoped the Lord would set aside his old grudges and work with him in keeping peace. Yang Longting inquired hesitantly and perplexedly if Cheng Dalei was still sick. Someone wondered what was wrong with the mountain bandit. The Yuzhu soldier questioned how a group of bandits stopped them, given that the Rings invaded, while Kai Dalong believed Cheng Dalei was sick and dizzy from the fever. Cheng Dalei said that they heard of their past 30 years ago, when the Rings come to invade them. It was Yang Longting who made vigorous efforts to turn the tide. He questioned what the difference was between now and why he couldn't do today what he'd done 30 years ago. Yang Longting irritably questioned him, asking if he ever fought with the Rings, whether he knew how powerful the Rings were, and how he could possibly defend himself with an untrained crew of fewer than 10,000 people. He yelled that he fought them and knew how strong the cavalry of the Rings was. 30 years ago, he got nothing to lose, but now he had a reason to live, where Cheng Dalei stayed silent. Yang Longting commanded him to get out of his way, or else he would have ordered his soldiers to kill him. Cheng Dalei responded that he was the Lord of Yuzhu, personally appointed by Emperor Ming. He was above everyone else and urged him that he should fight for his people. Yang Longting's hand reached inside his clothing while he responded that Cheng Dalei was disgusting. He threw his emerald-colored military seal and angrily responded that he was giving it up to him. He declared he was the Lord of Yuzhu and if he wanted to defend, as this was no longer his headache. The military seal, which was emerald in color and a dragon sculpture on its top, fell to the sopping wet ground in front of Cheng Dalei as it continued to rain. Cheng Dalei picked up the emerald-colored military seal. He raised it and showed it to everyone, the military seal of the Lord of Yuzhu. He asked if there were any honorable men willing to fight with him, kill the enemy, and succeed. His fellow bandits remained silent while Cheng Dalei continued showing the military seal of the Lord of Yuzhu and asked them to join. While Cheng Dalei was being avoided and the soldiers were looking down, Yang Longting advised his people to ignore him and urged them to go with him. However, determined, Cheng Dale persisted in asking them to join while repeatedly displaying the military seal of the Lord of Yuju in an effort to recruit anyone willing to die for the nation. Yet, he was being ignored and passed by the soldiers. The rain continued pouring at Kin Nu Mountain as Cheng Dale still continued shouting in hopes of recruiting someone. Cheng Dale was interrupted by Gao Fei Hu and told his village master to head back and discuss the escape as well. While Cheng Dale questioned going back, he argued that he's still a plan left that he could use. He continued by instructing Gao Fei Hu to go back and construct a barrier at the village's entrance, and anybody who wished to flee was told to leave their horses, weapons, and armor behind. Cheng Dale was adamant that not a single piece of iron would pass through his Kin Nu Mountain. He gave the command to accompany him to Fallen Leaf City. Cheng Dale on horseback passed by people trying to escape. He remarked that even if they managed to escape, they would not be able to live their lives as they wanted. The docks would be overcrowded, and even if they fled to the big cities, which city lord would take in these refugees? Cheng Dale went on to say that they lacked clothing and food, which was just a way to starve and die without dignity. Someone uttered to their village master that they couldn't defend it. Cheng Dale responded that as long as Fang Bashan provided him with 10,000 men, he could certainly defend himself with the location advantage. At the city lord's mansion in Fallen Leaf City, Lord Fang was reprimanding his men for what they'd done and why they needed these clothes while directing them to swiftly load his jade Buddha onto the cart. When Cheng Dale and his men came, City Lord Fang was still lecturing his people, telling them that if they kept sobbing, he would leave them behind and Rings would take care of them. Cheng Dale and his men questioned what the city lord was doing. Lord Fang looked back and asked Cheng Dale what brought him there and added that he didn't have any additional ships available for him if he wanted to borrow one. In response, Cheng Dale said that he was not borrowing ships but rather soldiers and presented the Lord of Yuju's military seal. He hoisted the military seal and instructed City Lord Fang to cooperate with him to defend Kin Nu Mountain on behalf of the Lord of Yuju. He said that when people saw the seal, it would be like when they saw the Lord of Yuju. City Lord Fang questioned what Yang Longting was doing right now, and Cheng Dale replied that he was sitting in Kin Nu Mountain and ordered him to deliver the order, adding that if they could hold Kin Nu Mountain, it would be a great achievement for him. City Lord Fang responded that his military service not been as important as his head, and told his buddy Cheng that since they got along and pretended that he not seen him, he would take that as a thank you. However, Cheng Dale was adamant with Lord Fang that if Kin Nu Mountain could not be defended, Fallen Leaf City would be destroyed. It was inevitable that the people would also be killed, and he wouldn't be able to keep his head as the ruler of the city. Cheng Dale urged him to fight alongside them because Toad Village now a geographic advantage, food, and people. City Lord Fang began to sweat profusely when Cheng Dale wanted to go into battle with him against the Ring tribe. But he told him he wanted to run for his life and pleaded not to drag him along if he wanted to die. He gave Cheng Dale his cobalt blue military seal and the authority to command the soldiers in the city as he liked, and also told him to tell the Lord of Yuju that he hadn't seen him. Cheng Dale looked at the two military seals in his hands. He raised his hand bearing the military seal of Lord Fang and asked if anyone wanted to fight with him to drive out the barbarian enemy and defend their land. However, the citizens and soldiers were silent. Gao Fei Hu urged his village master to head back home. Later that night, a candle was lit near the three military seals placed on a table. Cheng Dale was thinking and frustrated about why they couldn't try to defend it first. Why did they flee when they heard the Ring tribe? And questioned that they didn't even have the courage to hold a sword, and no one but Lin Sheiyu supported him. Cheng Dale kept thinking Lin Sheiyu would be a great warrior, and that death wouldn't bother him. Lin Sheiyu probably thought he knew himself that they did not really have a chance to win. But Cheng Dale strongly believed it could be won. Cheng Dale was calling the system. However, he sat alone and the system did not show up. Cheng Dale thought in his mind that if the system didn't come out and give him a quest, did that mean the system also thought that his time also run out? Cheng Dale was so lonely while the system and lottery machine floated high above, staring at the stars and moon at night. The lottery called his big sister and asked her that it was time for them to give a new quest. However, the system got irritated and ignored the lottery. The lottery went on to say that the boy was at a crossroad and she should stop fretting and guide him well. The system responded that he was no longer the little boy he used to be. It was better to let him make that kind of decision himself. But in her mind, it was because she would be embarrassed to appear before him. Someone knocked at Cheng Dale's room. It was Su Ying who informed Cheng Dale that the people outside were all waiting for him, to which he replied to let them wait a little longer. Su Ying sat close to Cheng Dale, sympathized with him. She knew it not been easy for him to build this family business, but when there was smoke, there was fire. She held his hand and continued to tell him that there were Su family stores everywhere in Jeju and Kingju. She persuaded him to hide there for a while since the Rings would not stay for long and waited until the situation was over and they could always come back. Cheng Dale was getting up as he agreed. He smiled as he told Su Ying that he was ready to go. At the Toad Village military area where a large number of bandits gathered, someone yelled to inform everyone that their village master arrived. Cheng Dale stood in front of them and addressed them as his friends, went on to say that their wives and children were all here, and this village was built by everyone together. Cheng Dale inquired whether they were willing to give up the village in order to be the same poor and hungry bandits they once were. The advantage of location, the village unlimited weapons and supplies. He asked them if anyone was willing to fight alongside him and defend their village. He continued that he would not stop those who wanted to go, and those who were ready to fight should take a step forward. Lin Yu firmly stepped forward in support of his village master. Worried, Cheng Dale asked again if there was anyone else. Zhu Shenji said, "Never mind and forget it." As Zhu Shenji stepped forward, he questioned his daughter as to why she was following him, to which Zhu Ling'er replied and berated him for leaving her alone. Zhu Shenji responded that he lived long enough as an old man, and that today he would accompany Cheng Dale to death, but he couldn't let his daughter follow him. He told his village master to let her go. Kinman said that he didn't care as he believed they would all die one day. Liu Bei sighed and scratched his head. He added that the four brothers were ready to die for the village master. Little Wolf of Apricot Blossom chimed in while stepping in and told Cheng Dale that he was hopeless, while the female bandits were worried. The second master of Flying Tiger also stated that he would follow Cheng Dale to death, while Gao Fei, who was shocked. Su Ying, Xiao Yi, and Liu Zhai stepped out as well in support of their village master. Cheng Dale thought in his mind that in the end, there were only more than 10 people different opinions, but with the few people there, Toad Village could not be defended. He conceded and responded that he did not have the power to make them die alongside him, and he suggested talking about the escape. However, even if they wanted to escape, they needed to listen to him. Cheng Dale went on to say that if 5,000 people scattered like birds or wild animals, they could only become spirits through the swords of others. He told his people that if they wanted to escape, they would escape together. Cheng Dale would not leave anyone behind. He would not give up an old person, and he would not lose a single child. Lin Yu responded as his village master wished and said that he would be at his service. Cheng Dale commanded Xiao Yu to climb Bull's Horn Peak alone, carry dry food for a month, and use the big tree as a signal to show the attack direction of the Ring tribe. He called Liao Jia and Liao Yi to come to his service. He commanded the two brothers, and they would take 1,000 men each. They would dig a canal, destroy the road, block the road with stones and trees, and buy time for everyone to retreat while the two brothers respectfully wrapped their hands into fists. Gao Fei, who respectfully asked his village master if they should act overnight, as this matter was urgent and should not be postponed. Cheng Dale responded that there was no need to hurry. The Ring tribe was still burning and looting Black Rock City, and this would last for at least another 10 days. They were scared and disorganized in the beginning. If they ran into every possible path without paying attention to which one they chose later, that wouldn't bring destruction upon themselves. The bandits were talking about fleeing to Bingju or Jeju, and someone said that because Bingju bordered the Ring tribe, they could end up worse if they escaped there. Cheng Dale raised his hand and responded that Su Ying business in Jeju, and if all 5,000 of them went there, it would probably take them longer than a month. Everyone should take enough food to provide for themselves for a month. Weapons were also needed for self-defense. They should prepare everything together and cut down large trees for building horse carriages. The bandits raised their hands as well and responded to everything at their village master's command. Fast forward to the Black Rock City's City Lord's mansion. Fu Delay was walking slowly while holding a hamper. He kept going away while passing discreetly behind guards, until he arrived outside the yard of the Black Rock City. He opened a small door leading to the basement. He walked down the steps, holding a candle light in one hand and a hamper in the other. The lady asked who it was. Fu Delay responded not to be afraid because it was him. He smiled and told her to eat up because he brought it for her. They sat across from one another, with the meal and candle light placed between them. Fu Delay warned her not to choke and brought her water to drink, explaining that he couldn't always come over to her, and that this was her food supply for 3 days, so she needed to eat slowly. As she observed the bruising on Fu Delay's face, the lady thanked him for hiding her there and asked if he was beaten. Fu Delay responded that it was nothing, and that his brother used to beat him up a lot, so he was used to it. The lady continued to eat as she replied that she was the one who got him into trouble and thanked him before asking when they were leaving. Fu Delay replied that he did not know and they couldn't leave for now. His brother said he was looking for something here, and he did not know what it was. He thought in his mind that her expression when eating reminded him of the puppy he once had. It was also such a glutton back then and was later killed and turned into meat by his brother. The lady continued chewing while saying that Fu Delay was a good person and was different from them. If only they not come to fight with them, and questioned why they were so evil and come to rob them, which made Fu Delay stunned. Silence came between them. Fu Delay remained silent while the lady noticed the awkward silence while holding her bread. The worried lady was sorry that she misspoke and told him not to pay attention to what she said. Suddenly, Fu Delay assured her that it was alright and responded that they not been able to eat for a long time. The tribe was hit by a disaster last year. A large part of the pasture land was deserted, cattle and sheep starved, and if they not robbed them, they could not have continued to exist. Fu Delay added that enough of the unhappy stuff, told her his name was Fu Delay, and asked what her name was, to which she replied that she didn't have a name, she only a stage name which was Green Cherry. Fu Delay called her Little Cherry, which left her speechless. They both laughed and smiled. The good things of the world are not bound, but like colorful clouds, they dissolve easily, like brittle glaze, and one is full of thoughts that are in the heart and not in words. The contented person would not tire of love, and people who care about each other would talk to each other. Not everything was calculated by man. Everything was determined by fate. When the candle ran out of its light, Fu Delay took his leave, told her to take care, and said he would come to see her often. After that, she developed affection for Fu Delay. He hid Green Cherry in the basement, like a little dog, and wanted to check on her every day to see if she'd grown. One day, Fu Delay brought her a hamper containing her meal. He happily called her his Little Cherry when he came to see her and asked if she was hungry because he brought her a good meal. Fu Delay's smile quickly faded, his eyes filled with fear, and he dropped his hamper when he saw his brother, whom Kaimei sarcastically called his good brother, and asked what he brought to eat because he was asleep and got hungry. Fu Delay asked his brother if he killed her. Kaimei replied that Fu Delay a fearsome look in his eye like a hungry wolf and questioned if Fu Delay would kill him if he told him she was dead. A fight broke out between the two brothers, where Fu Delay called his brother a bastard. However, Fu Delay was on his knees after being beaten by his brother and asked if he still wanted to be a good person. He was on the ground while his brother Kaimei stood tall in front of him with a bottle in his hand. With visible bruises on Fu Delay's body, he was splashed with alcohol, which made him scream in pain. Kaimei furiously asked him if he wanted to be a good person and would let him be one. While Fu Delay was face down on the dripping wet ground, he ordered two men to bring the people in. Two men brought out Green Cherry so aggressively that she stumbled on the ground. Green Cherry could only scream as she landed near Fu Delay, who managed to get up from the ground. Meanwhile, Fu Delay smiled when he saw his Little Cherry and realized that she was not dead. Green Cherry called Fu Delay's name when she saw him. Kaimei said again that he would give a chance to be a good person and ordered two men to bring out the 7 women. Two men brought out a string of women with their hands tied. Holding a sword, Kaimei asked Fu Delay whether he wanted to save her. He questioned if he would kill these 7 ladies, or if he could only save one. Kaimei thrust the sword into the ground and repeatedly stated that he could either kill her or save 7 people. Confused, Fu Delay looked up as he called his big brother. Kaimei ordered two men to strip Green Cherry naked and do it with her in front of him. Fu Delay's eyes began to tear up as he called his brother again. Kaimei furiously screamed at him and told him to choose. He given him the opportunity, kill 1 or kill 7. Meanwhile, two men began tearing and pulling Green Cherry's clothes, while she struggled on the ground. Kaimei continued to pressure Fu Delay to take the knife and kill someone to save someone. Kaimei told him again to take the knife and kill someone, questioning how he could save people if he couldn't learn how to kill, while Fu Delay repeatedly called his brother. Green Cherry cried and struggled as two men held her neck and continued tearing and pulling her clothes, while Kaimei berated Fu Delay, telling him not to call him brother as he did not have a brother like him. Kaimei called him a stupid coward and questioned if his mouth was only for pleading. He questioned Fu Delay if his knees were only for kneeling, and his hand couldn't even hold a sword while Green Cherry continued crying. Kaimei went on to say he could save 1 or save 7, or everyone would die, and Fu Delay was sobbing. Green Cherry cried as she pleaded to be saved repeatedly. Suddenly, Fu Delay screamed stop while his eyes welled up in rage. He snatched the blade, slashed towards two men, and swiped at his hand. Two man's hands splattered blood all over, and he abruptly threw Green Cherry to Fu Delay while cursing him. They crushed onto the ground as dust and smoke billowed up around them, and they coughed it up. Kaimei was pleased that his brother was now back on his feet. He persisted in putting pressure on him by asking if he intended to kill 1 or 7 people, sinisterly imploring Fu Delay to tell him which one. Finally, Fu Delay stated that he didn't have to choose, which perplexed Kaimei. Fu Delay gripped his blade tightly and went on to add that all he needed to do was kill him as he pointed his sword at him, his eyes filled with fury. Kaimei sinisterly laughed as he watched his brother's rage boiling inside him and told him to come and kill him now. Enraged, Fu Delay advanced towards his brother who a whip in his hand and yelled at his brother to die. Kaimei smiled as he awaited the assaults of his furious brother. After Fu Delay missed with his sword attempt, Kaimei quickly whipped a left cut. Fu Delay looked stunned as he continued to thrash him out and told him he was moving too slowly. Fu Delay aimed for a right cut but failed to slash his brother with his sword and still continued to miss. However, Kaimei continued whipping him out, told him to move up, and teased him to move faster and faster while he was still hitting Fu Delay. Blood began to drip, and Kaimei told him that his steps were disorganized and he needed to calm down. Persistent, Fu Delay aimed for a middle stab but missed, and Kaimei told him to hold onto his knife, questioning how he could kill him if he couldn't hold onto a knife, while Green Cherry watched them from a distance. Green Cherry was worried as she held onto the remaining fabric of her clothing. Kai Mei whipped Fu Delay on his face and told him that he was too slow. Kai Mei aggressively fought with Fu Delay, and his little brother could only step back as he did so, berating him for being rubbish and wanting to kill him with such weak power. The whip suddenly got a hold of Fu Delay's sword. Kai Mei drew Fu Delay near to him and told him he liked the way he looked at him while teasing to kill him. Fu Delay screamed in rage. Suddenly, Fu Delay was able to cut Kai Mei's body and blood splashed, which stunned him. Kai Mei took a moment to realize what happened as he stepped back, and blood still splashed with the whip in his hand. His fingers touched the blood that dripped on his chest and tasted it. Kai Mei praised his brother, saying that finally he was willing to grow up. He pronounced that she was his and that he managed to save her. Fu Delay was breathing heavily, visible eye bruises and blood all over him. Kai Mei added that since he chosen to save her, he called for Chuo Man and ordered him to get rid of them. After licking his blade, Chuo Man started killing women. Fu Delay witnessed them being killed and was terrified. Kai Mei told his brother that it was not easy to survive in this world. He was too weak, and if only he were stronger, he could have saved everyone because it is not easy to be evil in this world. It was even more difficult to be a good person, so he grew up quickly as the weak could not protect anyone. Life was never gentle or pleasant, and it was full of blood and pain. The weak were the ones who were trampled on by the strong. Human life was just so worthless. Now that she was his, he hoped he would become a real man with her body. Kai Mei walked away as he told him to remember that it was now his possession and not to let anyone take her away from him. Neither his brother nor his father. Do not hesitate to draw his sword if someone reached for her. Meanwhile, Green Cherry sobbed while he held on to the little clothing she left. Fu Delay looked at her and called her little cherry. Fu Delay told her not to cry anymore, however, she was still sobbing inconsolably. He screamed at her to stop crying. Green Cherry stopped crying and gazed at him confusedly. He placed his hand on her shoulders and told her that she was his woman, and he was Fu Delay. He was her master and hugged her. He told her to remember his name. He would protect her from that day onwards. With Fu Delay, no one could steal her, and no one could hurt her. Life was like a divergent path between north and south. The world was long and windy, and no destiny existed with certainty. Chuo Man, eliminate the slaves who could not be transported. Kill those who to be killed and bury those who to be buried. Kai Mei ordered Chuo Man to call off the wolf cubs as they probably enough fun. It was time to get down to business. In the morning, the village master was questioned when they left because they was preparing for a long time already. Cheng Dalei replied that it was almost time to go and he had a plan in mind. It was Gao Fei who asked again how much more they needed to wait. If the Ring tribe came and attacked them, none of them could leave, while Cheng Dalei was wondering how they could be so fast and asked him if the Ring tribe was light on their feet. Gao Fei who asked what his village master was thinking. Cheng Dalei replied that he actually been thinking about one thing the whole time. He added that the Rings already raided Black Rock City and wondered why they would want to come here and attack further. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they didn't attack and we abandoned such a great family business and ran away? Which made Gao Fei who confused and questioned what his village master meant. Cheng Dalei answered that he wanted to check out Black Rock City, which surprised Gao Fei who and led him to tell his village master that he was out of his mind. Cheng Dalei brushed it off and questioned what was crazy about it. He thought everything out carefully. He would pick a dozen of his people who could fight, go at night, and come back at night. He clarified that they wouldn't fight them, which appalled Gao Fei who and led him to tell his village master he was going to die. Cheng Dalei told him to be silent and reminded him that he was still the head of the village and his words still counted. Gao Fei who tried to reason out, but he was interrupted by Cheng Dalei, and told again that he was the village master and he to listen to what he said. Cheng Dalei added that that night he decided he would execute this plan, which left Gao Fei who speechless. At dusk, Cheng Dalei assembled a force of 36 people with a minimum strength of excellent rank. Lin Xiaoyu approached his village master and asked if he called him back to come along with him. Cheng Dalei replied that he not, however, he another task and he needed to take 100. All the men sharpened their weapons, brought their bows and arrows, and set out at night. Cheng Dalei led them on horseback. Cheng Dalei and his team arrived near the Ring's camp, which was right in front of them. He was told they couldn't go any further because they could be easily spotted by the guards outside. Cheng Dalei questioned what information they could find from this distance. He suggested tying up the horses and taking a closer look. However, Gao Fei who responded to his village master that it was not a very smart idea. Cheng Dalei reminded him that he was the village master and he needed to listen to him, which Gao Fei who conceded and that he was fine with it. The Ring's guards were talking about them leaving and it was time for them to go to the next place because they were tired of staying here. Someone added that the women in the kingdom were born beautiful and white as lambs, while another one berated him for he dared to say such a thing and asked if he was not afraid one's wife in his house would eat him. The Ring's guard continued chatting about the woman they caught and tried to negotiate to trade 2 cows with it, while Cheng Dalei and his team lurked in the bushes. Gao Fei who got scared and asked his village master if he heard that because they were coming to kill them. He went on to say that they needed to go back to the village and prepare to escape. Suddenly, Cheng Dale ran towards the rings with his axe and yelled at the bandits of the northern rings, for the great Cheng was there, come fast and die on his axe. This shocked and scared his team while their jaws dropped because of their village master. The ring guards were alerted and questioned who it was and demanded to show himself while Cheng Dale sprinted swiftly and yelled at the scum of the rings to prepare to die. They pointed their spears for the enemy attack. However, the rings guards' heads were chopped off, knocking out their teeth and slashing through their bodies. Tin Man told his team not to stand there and go help their village master. Shortly after that, they sprinted with their weapons in hand, and some yelled to kill them all. The ring guard yelled for enemy attack and ordered a signal to the camp. Suddenly, a firework appeared in the night sky while the ring guards were killed, and a buzzing sound was heard, which scared the toad bandits. The ring tribes quickly swarmed outside their camp and repeatedly yelled for an enemy attack. They rode their horses and carried their weapons. Cheng Dale screamed and told everyone that the wind was tight and tearing, which means that the momentum was not right, and immediately withdrew. The bandits rode their horses away from the ring tribe while Gao Fei Hu asked what the hell he was up to. Cheng Dale responded by running for their life. If he was too slow, he would be shot by arrows of the rings. Someone notified Cheng Dale that their horses were too fast and that they almost caught them, which he assured them not to worry, leading them to the main path as he everything prepared on the main path. Cheng Dale smiled as he told them to follow him and avoided the roadblocks. Liao Jia and Liao Yi erected roadblocks, rocks, large logs, and dug deep and shallow river ditches on the official road. The rings were blocked by large logs where they suddenly stopped chasing them. His fellow ring member told Chuo Man that he didn't have a good feeling with so many obstacles in the way, to which Chuo Man replied that they were just a few mountain bandits. Since they killed their brother, they couldn't just let them escape. Gao Fei Hu looked back and told his village master that they did not seem to be able to catch up with them. He suggested they escape while they still could and hurried back to the village. However, Cheng Dale fiercely shouted and told the rings that he was the lord of the Fallen Leaf City, the ranger general of the Kin Nu Mountain Trap Battalion, and the holder of the Lord's Seal of Yuju. He also called them dog bandits of the northern rings, coming fast and dying on his axe. This made their jaws drop and shocked toad bandits and questioned what Cheng Dale was doing. Gao Fei Hu scolded him that they would have given up chasing them, but he roared back. Cheng Dale laughed while his fellow bandit questioned him if he wanted the whole village to go down with him. They headed back to the village as the rings were coming to attack them. It was still dark, and they arrived at the village and quickly opened the gate, repeatedly. The gate opened and they went inside swiftly, while the bandits on the top of the gate wondered what was behind them when the village master was back. They were stunned for a short while and suddenly realized it was the rings. A bandit screamed that the rings were attacking them, while someone shouted that the rings were attacking them. The bandit complained about how they could escape, that they were finished, they felt totally awful, and turned to their village master who was eager to seek death when they should have run for their lives, while Cheng Dale remained silent. Gao Fei Hu confronted Cheng Dale that he wouldn't escape. He wasted time and brought the ring there purposely to drag them to death with him. Su Ying thought of Cheng Dale as she watched and stood on the side. Suddenly, Cheng Dale smiled and laughed loudly. He answered them that they were right, he never wanted to escape. Cheng Dale went on to say that fleeing to where, like a dog turning its back on the enemy, and questioning whether they could really escape. He took his sword and pointed at the rings, and shamed his people for being afraid before they even fought. Now that the rings arrived, this place already become a desperate situation. There was no way back, and he no choice but to lay down their lives and fight. The bandits kept saying that their escape was no longer possible, but depending on it was. Someone questioned that their opponents were the rings, and only 2,000 people of them could fight. They asked if they could defend against them. Cheng Dale confidently replied that there were only a few thousand pursuers and what was there to be afraid of. Cheng Dale reminded Gao Fei Hu that he didn't say the rings were invincible, and today he would kill them to show him. 1,000 ring members on horseback rode and aimed to attack. Cheng Dale called for Blacksmith Zhu and ordered her heavy crossbowmen to push up the heavy crossbows, to which she agreed immediately. As the rings approached near the Toad village, Cheng Dale commanded teams of 5, all on his signal. He told them not to be nervous and to behave as they would in normal training. The shield bearers went right for cover, adjusted the angle, and let them come closer. The horses moved quickly while Chuo Man alerted his people that they some people up there ready for firing arrows, and that the trap battalion would break down the door with him and kill them all. The rings men shot their arrows simultaneously, aimed at the top gate while they came near the gate. Cheng Dale commanded the shield troops to the front. As a result, they were able to block the arrows successfully. He directed them to aim the lights of the fire below and spread the heavy crossbows. Cheng Dale called for Team 1 to get ready and released. In the darkness, it was completely impossible to see the real shape of the village from a few hundred meters away. When they arrived at the gates, they saw the high wall, which was difficult to overcome. Chuo Man thought in his head it was a trap. and there were still crossbow arrows that cut through the night sky. Chuo Man was hit right into his chest and screamed with fear in his eyes. A lot of the ring members were hit, blood began to splash, and they lost their balance and fell from their horses. Cheng Dale commanded his team to load the crossbow and called the stone-throwing team 2 to get ready. Cheng Dale shouted for release, where several stones, flew at the rings and heavy bang was heard as soon as it reached unto them. Some were able to dodge. However, some didn't. The rings repeatedly yelled to pull back because it was a trap, repeatedly. Another one yelled to hold formation and return to camp for support. The hastily retreating cavalry joined the charging cavalry like a great wave. People rolled back and forth, and there was no telling how many people and horses perished from the trampling in the darkness. The rings repeatedly alerted his fellow troops to retreat. They fell back quickly while heavy and large stones flew and still aimed at them. Gao Fei, who was shocked when he saw the rings were knocked back by this. Cheng Dale responded where he said every day that the rings were invincible, that they were strong and the courage of 1,000,000 men. Everyone the same opinions, that was why the rings could break Yuzhou in a day, and the Black Rock City in half a day, and berated them. They were bound by fear even before the battle started. Cheng Dale furiously told them now that he's shown them. The rings were not 3-headed, they know 6 arms and were invulnerable to swords and spears. They were not monsters, they were also born from the parents, and raised by mother and father, and they were just as human as them. They screamed when they were in pain, they were afraid to die, and they could be defeated when they were overwhelmed by enemies. And now the heavy crossbow team continued until they were out of range or they ran out of arrows. The bandits' courage and morale were lifted, as they were eager to fight and get in line. While Cheng Dale gazed at the fleeing men of the ring tribes, his fellow bandits argued about who was shooting arrows. Cheng Dale stood at the top of their stone walls, ordered his people that they were out of range and did not waste crossbow arrows. He said that there were only remnants of wounded soldiers below, and he called for the good men of Toadstool to get ready with him as they would rush out and kill those animals quickly. Cheng Dale raised his swords while his people cheered for him. Their gate was opened and they rushed out on their horseback for an attack. 2,000 men from the mountain fortress rushed out to kill the fleeing rings, while the remnants of the rings tribe were only 200 or 300 people, and the men and horses were exhausted. Besides, they simply could not offer effective resistance. Cheng Dale was not in a hurry to kill them but only wanted to slowly exhaust the physical strength of the survivors. Eventually, the survivors were driven into a ravine by Cheng Dale's deliberate pursuit. This was like a bag. The 100 Liu family elites that Lin Xiaoyu led were the last rope to close this bag, and he alerted his troops that they were coming. Lin Xiaoyu said that the leopard wolf was in the bag and struck. Overnight, 720 ring members died at the city gates, and the 300 survivors were annihilated at the Qin New Mountain Pass. From the Toad village, several people were killed, dozens were seriously wounded, and more than 100 were lightly wounded. Warning came at the Qin New Mountain. Somewhere at the white tents of the Ring tribe camp, someone thought in his head that there were only a dozen people who should have been killed by now, but kept wondering why there was no news even after sunrise. These people from the kingdom were easy to kill. Could it be that they come across a village in the mountains and started looting again, or did Chuo Man get ambushed and they were dead? It was Kai Mei, and someone on horseback arrived at his tent to report. At sunset, the northern Ring tribe set out from their camp and sent troops to the Qin New Mountain. The battle's aftermath, including a field covered with blood and bodies, was a disaster in front of the Toad village. The Toad bandits pulled the bodies and buried them. As they draped a white cloth over their faces, they placed the dead in a carriage. While Cheng Dale stood by himself atop their gate, the sun was going to set. He didn't say anything as he stared down at the bloody bodies lying on the ground. After continuing to gaze at the bodies, Cheng Dale closed his eyes. A voice emerged and told him that he fought a beautiful battle today. Cheng Dale replied that it was not bad and that today was just the beginning. It was the system and referred to him as a young man, and it was a long time. Cheng Dale told her that she was not out for so long. If it was not for the raffle machine, he would have thought she disappeared while the system teased him if he missed her. It was a year since Cheng Dale entered this world, and he always wanted to ask her this question. He told the system. Because of her existence, he couldn't help but think that this world was actually just a game. The information of the people on Qin New Mountain. He could read it whenever he wanted, just like a game NPC. Their character biographies, skills, and even some personal data could appear, but later he found that there were many people whose data he couldn't check. Like Lai Xingya, the fortune teller old man, even Hull. He could only see that he was a member of the Ring tribe. Cheng Dale went on to say that the system's ability to view NPCs was not powerful, and some people deliberately disguised themselves because he could not see through them. As he learned more about this world, his image and the system's presence were incompatible with this world. The world is real. The system was more like a fusion of Cheng Dale's memories, a poor imitation of the system in his mind than the system's stream novel. Although the system very little authority in the world they were in, trembling with fear using cheats and exploiting a bug. The rewards granted would also not exceed the limits of the era either. Since he came to this world, he wanted to live and understand things clearly. Cheng Dale questioned the system whether she was a ghost, god, or demon if she chosen him, but what she wanted him to do. The system responded that her real name was Heart, and her birth seemed to be related to his soul. She explained that when she first woken up as a system elf, she was just stupid and ignorant. She only known that as soon as she was born, she was given the permission to manage the system. With that, she could give a mission, operate a raffle machine, and even improve the system's functions, offering unlimited possibilities. The system added that it was a divine thing with strange abilities, enough to change the world. Even though she hadn't actually known what it was, it left Cheng Dale confused. The system added that Cheng Dale carried memories of things that this world did not currently have, and she was born because of it. She guided him along the way. The system winked at Cheng Dale and said that perhaps they wouldn't know the answer until they got to the end of the road. Cheng Dale was disappointed that the system was acting like a riddler again and asked for more useful information. The system sighed as she replied that she could only answer a limited number of questions because she didn't know much about these things. Perhaps the raffle machine knew more than she did. Cheng Dale said that maybe when he was transported, both of them was merged by accident. At that time, a beauty caught his sight, and he wanted to make her his own. When he seen treasure, he wanted to steal it. He continued to say that when facing 1,000 soldiers of Black Rock City, he hadn't hesitated to kill, becoming greedy and cold-blooded. Some part of his real personality was disappearing slowly, and even to the point that he needed to release Liu Heng, who slaughtered a village. When he was a guy who'd just been transported, when he gained the awareness to kill a person. Furthermore, this abnormal possessiveness. He lived a good life and questioned why he was transported and why the system shouldn't have been hers. The system sighed and placed her hand near Cheng Dale's face. Suddenly, the system flicked her finger on his forehead and called Cheng Dale an idiot. The system explained that he was fusing with his dumbass and that was his newbie protection period. She added that he'd just been a newbie who not experienced life and death. She only thrown him directly into the battlefield to gain experience. She was afraid that it would only take a few more days before he went mad. The system added that when Cheng Dale just arrived in this world, the system amplified his desire so that he got the motivation to adjust in this world. She temporarily protected him from the fear of death so that he was not afraid in front of the enemy. He was able to hold his weapon steadily, and he was not soft-hearted towards the enemy until he adapted to this world. The system furiously stated that she given him a strong heart, yet he was not satisfied. She complained that the hosts were really getting worse and worse at serving. She told him that he was transported because he stayed up late and died due to lack of sleep. Do not become a victim of delusional disorder every day. Cheng Dale was stunned and unable to speak. He realized that he stayed up late and died suddenly, while the system called him stupid and asked if he had any other questions. Cheng Dale sighed as he replied that he had one more question. He asked how long the newbie protection lasted, to which the system responded that it didn't last long. After 1,000 Black Rock City soldiers began to disappear, the system questioned why he asked. Cheng Dale answered both Su Ying and Liu Zheng. He knew they feelings for him, but when he came to this world, he always felt detached from it. He always thought he liked Su Ying because of the system's influence on him, and he did not know whether that feeling in his heart was real or not. He always felt that just because he wanted to complete the task, the system sent him to pursue Su Ying, and he felt like he lost some value. The system replied that the newbie protection was long gone and asked himself whether it was true that he feelings for her, while Cheng Dale said that he should take into consideration that they were both sociable. The system suggested he go chase her. This time there was no pressure from the mistress of the fort mission. He should go and propose to her. However, Cheng Dale hesitated because the Ring tribe could invade anytime. The system replied to hurry up. If he was late, he wouldn't have a chance, while Cheng Dale could only agree. Meanwhile, the system labeled him as a retarded guy. Later that night at the Toad Village, someone knocked on a door. It was Cheng Dale, and Xiao Yi opened the door when he asked if Miss Ying was asleep. Xiao Yi replied that she was about to rest. Xiao Yi invited him to come in. Su Ying was sitting on her bed and asked Cheng Dale why he was still there at such a late hour, worried that something happened. Cheng Dale was biting his lip and responded that he would like to talk to her about something. He told Xiao Yi to go out for a moment and referred to her as a little butterfly. However, Xiao Yi questioned his village master and asked what he wanted to do. Suddenly, little Xiao Yi was carefully thrown out by Cheng Dale. She looked back and was annoyed. She peered near the closed window in hopes of listening to what he to say. The candle was lit in the room, where Su Ying asked how long it would be before the ring would attack them. Cheng Dale replied in about 2 or 3 days because the marching speed of the rings was fast. Su Ying asked what he wanted to talk about. Cheng Dale blushed when he slowly asked if she wanted to marry him now. Su Ying's face turned red and she questioned the timing. Cheng Dale replied that he knew this was very abrupt, and he didn't have a gift or a ceremony or anything. But if she waited until after the war and he proposed to her, it would feel strange, like he was planting a flag. So, Cheng Dale asked her again if it was better to be early rather than later, and if she would marry him. Su Ying was silent, and Cheng Dale kept saying that if she did not want to, he suggested they could slowly develop feelings for each other. She replied for him to relax a little and asked him if he was too nervous for his own good. Cheng Dale was speechless as he looked away. He replied not to take his words seriously, slowly turned around, and said that she should rest early. He was near the door and added that after this battle, they did not even know whether they would live or die. Su Ying called Cheng Dale, which stopped him from leaving the room. She stood up, responding that she thought she was already his while her face was blushing. They kissed in the candlelit room. When she lost her virginity, he fell in love with her. She sensed that the gentleman was not blushing and turned to him with a hug. Suddenly, the light went out. This made Xiao Yi wonder as she continued to peek into the room. Their act of love burst out little red hearts in the air. When Xiao Yi heard what was happening, Cheng Dale and Su Ying continued making love, which resulted in more little red hearts bursting in the room. Xiao Yi was startled when she suddenly realized they were making love. She walked away. It was too sudden and she was worried about Su Ying because she was an absolute blockhead when it came to this. She should have asked his mother to show her those position pictures first. And Xiao Yi was not sure if there were any herbs in the village that strengthened the body. The system was sitting on the roof, gazing at the stars and moon, and uttered that it was hard for her to say anything while she was enjoying a few moments of wind and rain. She was surprised and smiled when she received a notification ding that they were rewarded with half a day of rain and wind. Meanwhile, at the Black Rock City, someone was announcing that anyone who did not arrive within 10 drum beats would be executed. They were in formation while their division was being called group by group, signifying their presence. Someone called the attention of all northern ringers. It was Kai Mei leading them and commanding them to go as he led the way. They started their journey in the Qin Nu Mountain. While they marched on the roads of the mountain, Lin Sheiyu, covered in a makeshift grass suit, was observing them from the top of a mountain edge. He continued to observe them and estimated about 10,000 men, heavy cavalry, light cavalry, foot soldiers, prisoners, provisions, and their path. Shortly after that, he hurriedly headed out because he needed to notify his village master. Lin Sheiyu stood alongside a tree on Bullhorn Mountain, still wearing his grass suit. The tree began to make a harsh rasping sound. Lin Sheiyu was shaking the tree, sending a signal to the Toad village. The second master noticed that the tree on top of Bullhorn Peak was moving, which meant Lin Sheiyu was giving the signal. The second master, reading the signals, told his fellow bandits to notify the village master because the rings were coming from the north. The morning came at Qin Nu Mountain. A few thousand northern rings marched. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale and his troops lurked in the distant bushes. He said that their speed slowed down a lot. However, Gao Fei who added that those ravines and wooden barriers wouldn't hold them for long. Cheng Dale responded that they would escape once they shot some arrows. They wouldn't be able to chase them once they got deep into the mountains. He raised his hand and called his troops' attention to ready their bows and arrows. Cheng Dale fiercely screamed for a release. Some of the members of the Ring tribe and horses were hit and lost their balance. Kai Mei furiously alerted his people that there was an ambush and to watch out for hidden archers. He commanded the longsword group to go after and kill them. Cheng Dale, leading his troops, ran deep into the mountain and told them to keep up with him. All of his troops followed their village master into the mountains. The mountain became silent. A ring member reported to the prince that they couldn't find them after they vanished into the woods, and the forest was too dense. This shocked Kai Mei that they lost them. Kai Mei ordered the scout to explore the road ahead and reminded them to pay attention to the surroundings. With the geographical advantage, Cheng Dale kept setting traps on the road, and the enemy was greatly slowed down. Finally, at dusk 3 days later, the Ring army arrived outside the Toad village. Kai Mei was holding a map and thought in his mind that he finally found it. The river crossed between both Bullhorn peaks, and behind the peaks lay what he was looking for. Kai Mei wondered how it could become a city when it was a densely wooded valley. He kept wondering whose army was stationed here, and if it was possible that they were the ones who attacked them a few days ago. He brushed it off, just broke down the gate, slaughtered the whole city, and they would have what was buried there. Kai Mei called for all his troops and they obeyed his order. He shouted to kill and attack the city. The Rings ran towards the city with their weapons, barriers, and ladders. Cheng Dale was informed that they were coming so fast, they did not even have to rest and set up a camp. He commanded his people to get ready because it was an all-out war. The Rings troops were organized and prepared to go up in one go. The battle began, and the Rings were climbing on their ladders while arrows and stones flew everywhere. The bandits were steadfast in holding their positions and getting them down. However, they were shocked when the Rings tribe began throwing large stones. The bandits were alerted to watch out. However, a flaming blast struck once along with the rocks, and as a result, some of them flew back. Qin Man called Zhang Fei to come with him to block the defense line that was broken. The Ring managed to climb up and kill while the frontline bandits were struggling and calling for support. Xilong was called out to stop them. Xilong responded that he understood while his brother laughed. The Ring members who managed to climb realized that it was a dead end but got slain on the spot. They successfully blocked the Rings and confidently told them to not even think about coming up. Little Wolf was slaying and slashing Rings with his sword. A massive wooden pointy log was seen with the rings as they continued to charge. The attack came like an ocean wave as the rings tried to break the city gate. One wave went down with a loud bang. The bandits poured oil when the one came up again. They ignited with fire. As a result, the ring members on the ladder were burning alive. They continued banging the city wall like waves splashed, while some ring members complained it was so hot. The first attack made by the ring tribe began at dusk. At 3 o'clock, the ring troops retreated. When the attack failed, Kaimei took advantage of the night to set up camp 3 miles away from the Toad village. Kingju and Yiju were located on the map after Kinnu Mountain. Tianyi city of Kingju docks was peaceful and calm. However, at the city lord's mansion, someone admitted their difficulties but still invited their buddy to come and join them despite having a large family and keeping everyone safe. Inside a room, they kept talking and told Lord Fang that they liked the pearls and jades. Lord Fang told the woman he referred to as Madam that she was too kind. He told her to take anything she wanted, while the lady smiled yet felt embarrassed receiving such luxurious gifts. Lord Fang watched her walk away and told her to take care. He sighed. He was in tears as many people asked him for money and treasure, but that was the only way to live under the roof of another, to live by his grace and read his mood. Lord Fang sobbed and wondered how long his family's wealth was going to last. A soldier came in and repeatedly called his city lord's attention. He was scolded by Lord Fang and told to lower his voice because the wall's ears. He reminded him not to call him that there, and let others think they were into role-playing. Lord Fang asked how the matter. He inquired about Gon. His soldier reported to Lord Fang that the Ring tribe hadn't killed Cheng Dale yet when he asked the people who come from Yuzhu before they left. Lord Fang wondered if they hadn't killed him yet and questioned if the Rings ran away after robbing the Black Rock City, to which the soldier responded if he thought Cheng Dale could stop the Ring tribe. Lord Fang replied that it was not possible. The northern barbarians over 10,000 armored horses. He ordered to double-check it and find out what was going on at Bullhorn Mountain, to which the soldier agreed. Meanwhile, at Yuzhu City, soldiers protecting the gates were positioned in a line, each with a spear in their hand. Yang Longting was ordering Kai Dalong to prepare more large crossbows. If they wanted to defend the city, bows and arrows were essential. Kai Dalong responded that he asked the craftsmen in the city to work overnight to make 100,000 arrows in 1 month. Yang Longting furiously questioned the time and sarcastically told them to hurry up because the northern barbarians would not give him a month, and they could not lose this battle. Kai Dalong responded with his fist clenched, and they made haste. Yang Longting observed his soldiers in formation, who stood with their spears in hand. He asked the young man his age, to which the young man replied, "Your Majesty, I am 16. Yang Longting praised him for being a good man and asked if he was afraid. The young man replied that he wasn't. Yang Longting laughed and responded that he himself was also afraid, wondering how the young man could not be. Yang Longting added that if he was afraid, he shouldn't do it, but emphasized that they would protect their homes and defend their country. He told the young soldier that when the Great War came, he and the king would fight the enemy, to which the young soldier agreed. The soldiers addressed their majesty and asked him to take care as he left. The morale and courage of the Yuzhu soldiers were lifted because they did not expect the king of Yuzhu to talk to the young soldiers. They kept talking about the king being a good man and how he drove away the Ring tribe. Other soldiers chimed in, saying that following him was not a bad idea. A report was received inside the city lord's mansion in Yuzhu City. A soldier knelt down as he reported to his majesty that the Ring tribe hadn't crossed the Bullhorn Mountain yet. Yang Longting was skeptical about them not coming out yet as it didn't feel right. He asked about the whereabouts of the bandits of Kinnu Mountain and where they escaped. The soldier responded that they hadn't seen them coming out of Kinnu Mountain. Yang Longting thought to himself and wondered if fool Cheng Dale was really trying to stop the Ring tribe. He ordered to scout once again to find out the situation on Kinnu Mountain, to which the soldier agreed. Meanwhile, many people, like Yang Longting, sent scouts to infiltrate Kinnu Mountain. City lords, bandits, and rich families were everywhere. Imperceptibly, countless pairs of eyes rested there. The talks of Kinnu Mountain never been in the limelight like they were today. Among those fleeing from the wars, some people were thinking of rising again, while others were ready to pack their belongings and move away from the war. Just like how Su Lishi and the young man walked away together, happily. Moments later, at Toad Village, Huang Sanyuan was reporting to Cheng Dale. Since they already fought with the Ring tribe, the courage of their warriors diminished. The fighting power of their warriors simply could not compare with the Ring tribe. Huang Sanyuan added that their defense formation was relatively strong, and if someone was injured, there would be a new person to replace them. In last night's battle, they were fortunate that no one died, but the total number of severely and mildly injured warriors was more than 100. Those who were wounded was sent to Liu Bei. The medicine was still sufficient, so there was nothing to worry about. Cheng Dale inquired about the damage to the city wall. Huang Sanyuan responded that the Ring tribe was not proficient at using stone throwers. Some of the stones did not hit the city, and some flew over the city, which was currently being repaired by their warriors. Cheng Dale asked about the weapons and how blacksmith Zhu was doing, to which he replied that the women and children of the village sped up the production of arrows. They cut a lot of wood before, and the raw materials were also sufficient. Huang Sanyuan added that the damage to the giant crossbows was being repaired by blacksmith Zhu, and the blacksmiths of the village were making more giant crossbows and stone throwers. Cheng Dale confidently replied and smiled that the Ring tribe was just like that. As long as they were given some more time, they might be able to train them into elite soldiers who were disciplined. When the time came, they could wipe out the scum of the Ring tribe. Huang Sanyuan replied that this was just the first wave at best. It was only an appetizer before the main event, and advised his village master that this shouldn't be taken lightly. However, he thought in his mind, because of his village master's confidence, could they really win this battle? A simultaneous rustling sound was heard outside their village. Cheng Dale was alerted of an enemy attack, and the Ring tribe was attacking their city again. He ordered Hugh and Sanyuan to light the wolf smoke and sound the war drums. He commanded archers, giant crossbows, stone throwers, and everyone to position because a new wave of enemies was coming. A bandit pointed to his village master to look out. The Ring tribe came out in much larger numbers. Cheng Dale couldn't believe what he saw. Refugees were marching in their direction, pleading with them to help them. The terrified refugees were pleading with them to let them in so they could rescue themselves and their kids. Cheng Dale thought in his mind that they were planning to get inside the city using a wave of refugees. Huang Sanyuan stated that those savages used the refugees to charge at the city. They inquired of their village master about what they should do. The Ring tribe advanced behind the refugees. Kai Mei, who was on his horse and far behind, watched the battle. Kai Mei thought in his mind that they didn't have a powerful crossbow, and observed their faces and eyes as they cried out for the gates to be opened to save them. He questioned whether they would have the courage to kill both them and their own people. These refugees pleaded for help in a desperate attempt to avoid dying. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale softly taken in all of their cries at the same time. Dao Fei who asked Cheng Dale if they were already in range and if the Ring tribe was behind them. Cheng Dale responded to prepare the heavy crossbow archers. Tighten the spring, he raised his hand, all of them under his command. Cheng Dale's hand was shaking. The refugees were still praying and crying to be saved. For a moment, Cheng Dale was speechless. However, the Ring's tribe was fast approaching. Cheng Dale shouted in frustration, "Release." Several arrows flew from the sky like rain and hit the ground, and the rain of arrows continued. Many of the refugees were struck by arrows and died while lying on the ground. As a result, Cheng Dale received a series of notifications, increasing his fear points by approximately 10,000 points. The bandits were startled and frightened yet remained silent. Cheng Dale's fear points continued to rise by several thousand points as the arrows continued to rain down on the refugees and puncture right through their bodies. Cheng Dale was teary-eyed when he called out his second team to get ready while receiving a series of notifications because he was obtaining fear points. He kept racking up fear points as the majority of the refugees lay on the ground with arrows protruding from their bodies. Cheng Dale's tears streamed down his face as he shouted, "Release." Even a child was not spared by the arrows and was on the ground, and Cheng Dale continued obtaining fear points from the refugees. On the other hand, Kai Mei thought in his mind that it was decisive, but as long as they could block the first rain of arrows and disrupt their army, their goal would be achieved. Their next step would be to attack the city. The Rings raced fiercely towards the city with their weapons, barriers, and ladders. As other refugees searched for their parents, Cheng Dale kept hearing the refugees begging for help, pleading with him to save them and spare them death. He thought in his mind while crying that those dead and wounded refugees, their cries and laments were all transmitted directly to his mind. Countless emotions of fear hit his mind like a tidal wave: despair, resentment, agony, sorrow, and he wondered about the heavy stench like a mixture of blood and innards smell. Tears continued streaming down his face. He called out to the system that something was wrong and questioned why she was doing this and if this was what she wanted to make him feel. Dao Fei, who notified Cheng Dale that they were coming. Teary-eyed, Cheng Dale commanded all troops to hold the city wall, not letting those animals set foot on their fortress. Otherwise, they would end up like those refugees, and behind them was where their families were. All the bandits fiercely screamed as they agreed with their village master. Stone and arrows went inside the Toad village while the second team was told to maintain their position and go, while others screamed to kill and attack the city. Kinman and a few other bandits slashed through the Ring members climbing through the ladder. Other bandits even drew arrows at short range and swung swords in defending their city. The Ring members were close to climbing to the top yet they would be slain and screamed as they fell back down. Guan Yu led the archers and told them to stand back and maintain formation, to which they agreed. While his brothers were fiercely fighting off using their flaming spears and stabbing the sky to kick those Ring dogs off the wall, and kill. The ring members struggled, but they held the ladder and still charged up there, while others screamed as they fell from the sky. Kaimei was notified that the situation was not good and it was difficult to open a gap to attack. They lost too many of their men in the attack and suggested the soldiers retreat. Kaimei gestured with his hand to withdraw and retreat. Moments later, a person who didn't have parents would hold and carry a burden, fearing that he would not live a long life. Who know brothers like feet and hands, who know husband and wife like a guest or a friend. What was the blame for being born and what was for killing? Yet no one knew whether he lived or died. Someone believed what people said but doubted it because she dreamed it. It was the system and she cried for the end of the world. The heaven and earth were sad, and the trees were mournful. The soul no place to go when the sacrifice did not come. There would be a bad year, and people would be displaced. The system was sitting and questioning the meaning of time and fate from ancient times. This so-called war was such a brutal thing. Cheng Dale stared at the system screen and thought of his fights in the last few days where he actually got 200,000 or 300,000 fear points out of the rings. He believed that the rings were not afraid of death when they fought a war, and that according to yesterday's battle he actually got hundreds of thousands directly from the refugees. Cheng Dale thought that his 1 million fear points could be exchanged for a top character. Staring at the screen intensely, he reasoned that the amount was won by an underhanded method. He tapped on the screen and asked the system to summon a character. As Cheng Dale tapped, a light appeared from the screen. The system appeared and told Cheng Dale that she had received his request. An orb of light came into view as the system chanted that the heartbeat of the world would usher in the light of the stars. The system continued her chants, stating that millions of emotions would cross the summon platform and flowed directly into people strong enough to shake the world. While holding the orb of light, the system smiled. Amused, Cheng Dale thought that the skipped scene last time would just look like that. He requested the system to pity him and let him go over his difficulties as he wished for a strong character. While closing her eyes, the system continued mumbling that the hero of the story was reborn and was about to cross time and space to come. The orb of light glowed brighter as it pulsed around the place. A man appeared. A notification stated that the legendary military general was obtained, the leopard head Lin Chong. Info of Lin Chong appeared, stating that he was a martial artist unknown to the public as his age was 33 years old. And as for his skills, he had the wave-breaking sevenfold spear while his hidden attribute was a 1,000-mile-long search for his beloved. Unamused, Cheng Dale asked the system if Lin Chong was coming. He looked at the screen seriously as he thought that he only had a level 3 village building without the additional attributes of a level 3 village. Cheng Dale believed that he should be able to upgrade the village to level 3 since there were already 3 top martial artists. He tapped on the screen and told the system to upgrade the village. The system notified Cheng Dale that the upgrade had failed because it had insufficient conditions, which made Cheng Dale confused. He repetitively tapped the screen, however the result was still the same. Cheng Dale's face darkened while the system watched behind him. She told Cheng Dale that Lin Chong hadn't yet come and that he had to wait until he entered the village to upgrade, while Cheng Dale looked at her with disappointment. Depressed, Cheng Dale wondered if Lin Chong was capable of such a great feat, and told the system that the rings had surrounded the village to the hilt while also wondering if he could come to the village alive after passing through the rings. While Cheng Dale looked at the rings camp and mumbled that if Lin Chong was killed by the rings while trying to reach the village, he would lose a great general for nothing. As the afternoon sun was seen in the horizon, Cheng Dale wondered where Lin Chong's whereabouts. Meanwhile, at the Northern Ringers camp, a man's voice mumbled that they had been fighting for so long, yet they didn't even know what kind of force Cheng Dale had. Another man added, wondering where all those monkeys came from. The man on the right wondered since when did the people of the Empire become so stubborn as usually they collapse at the first attack. While the other man on the left chimed in that they attacked twice in a row but without success, and that many lives were lost in vain. The others added that some of the smaller tribes were completely wiped out in the battle. Hu Luxing voiced out his opinion, telling them that if he had known that so many people would die, he would have left after the Battle of Black Rock City, as they also did a lot of looting. Aggravated, the man on his side asked Hu Luxing if he was saying such things because he was afraid. Hu Luxing stood up and told Gan Linyang while he was still riding a young horse he could kill when he was 9 years old. Gan Linyang also stood inviting Hu Luxing to a fight if he was not convinced. Hu Luxing cursed aggressively and told Gan Lingian how dare he speak up, while another man joined in their argument, telling them that if he didn't give them 2 punches they wouldn't even know why flowers were so colorful. Kaimei's face darkened as he thought that subordinates were difficult to lead when he had such stupid people under him. He reasoned if they could have read more in their spare time. He thought that there's no wonder why the Empire calls them barbarians. Kaimei wondered how nice it would be if he lived in the flowery world of the Empire, and was not confronted with uncouth barbarians every day. Meanwhile, a drum noise was heard all around the place. Hu Luxing wondered about the noise as he believed that the enemy could be attacking. Gan Linyang looked at Kaimei, wondering if they really dared to rush over, as lowland warfare was their specialty. Kaimei stood up from his seat and told his subordinates that they were going to take a look outside. They rode a horse as they looked over the Toad village who was making the noise. Gan Linying warned Kaimei for their hidden arrow and that they could not go any further. Kaimei mumbled, wondering what the Toad village were trying to do. While holding a paper, Zhang Fei cleared his throat while Huang Sanyuan raised his hand and told his men that it was enough as their enemies came out and that they didn't need to drum anymore. Zhang Fei read the paper telling them that he had heard that the ringers had a strong fighting style and were famous for their horsemanship. He was ordered to read as he had the loudest voice and he could also read and write. Zhang Fei continued telling the rings that Cheng Dalei said that the martial arts of the rings were nothing more than the fighting methods of the animals, and the real martial arts would have to be taught to them by the Empire. And that as of today the two armies face each other, and that Cheng Dalei couldn't bear the futile sacrifice of the soldiers of both sides as he was ready to fight with the warriors of the rings alone on horseback. He asked Kaimei if he could defeat Cheng Dalei. They were ready to open the city gates and raise their hands in surrender. Kaimei's face darkened. He asked them who they were, as to which Zhang Fei couldn't answer. Zhang Fei looked at Cheng Dalei telling him that the rings asked who they were, to which Cheng Dalei couldn't believe such a question. Cheng Dalei took a step towards the edge and mocked the rings, telling them to listen carefully. He introduced himself as the Ranger General of the Trap Battalion in King Niu Mountain, and that he was the Lord of the Fallen Leaf City in the Empire, and also the owner of the Royal Seal of Yuju, and the Axe Master whom the gods have passed their abilities to. As his face darkened, he ended his statement that he was also the Toad King who guards the King Niu Mountain. Cringing, the rings wondered who the hell Cheng Dalei was. Zhang Fei shouted that many famous characters had died under Cheng Dalei's axe, as he proceeded to ask the rings what they were. Kaimei coughed, signaling Gan Linying to give him a good shout as they were unable to lose their own reputation, to which Gan Linying also agreed. Gan Linying yelled and introduced Kaimei. Kaimei was embarrassed and thought that it was scary to be uneducated, while Gan Linying happily told him that it was done. Another drum noise was made as the wooden bridge slowly fell down. The Toad village gate was opened as Kin Man rode out with his horse. He introduced himself and asked the rings who would come to die under his spear. Kaimei looked back and asked his men which one of them wanted to kill Kin Man. All the men behind were simultaneously agreed to be the one who would kill Kin Man. A horse's hooves and a man came rushing towards Kin Man. Kaimei wondered who the man was, to which one of his subordinates informed him that the man seemed to be a martial artist who had defected to the northern barbarians and that he also possessed some skills. The man told Cheng Dalei to come out of the city, wishing him to let him smash his head with his stick. Cheng Dalei leaned towards the edge as he saw Du Mao and wondered. Du Mao yelled, mocking Cheng Dalei to come down and have a fight with him. Cheng Dalei thought how Du Mao was not dead and how he had joined the Ring tribe. He replied to Du Mao telling him that he respected him as a man, asking him how he could become a tiger after joining the Ring tribe and if he wasn't afraid of his ancestors cursing him from their graves. He asked Du Mao to put down his weapons and fight the barbarians together with him. Du Mao responded by calling Cheng Dalei retarded and told him to stop talking nonsense, asking for him to come down so he could let his stick knock his head. While looking at the battlefield, Cheng Dalei replied that he would make Du Mao regret his decision. Cheng Dalei ordered Kin Man to kill Du Mao. Kin Man charged and raised his spear and told Du Mao to accept his death as he was a traitor. Du Mao readied himself and mumbled, "Very good." Both of their weapons clashed. As both men fiercely wanted to kill each other, Zhu Shenji asked Cheng Dalei if he thought that Kin Man could win. Cheng Dalei told him that it was hard for him to say, as Kin Man and Du Mao's skills should have been equally matched. He added that if he wanted to win, they would have to use an unusual move. Both Du Mao and Kin Man fought ferociously. The spear of Kin Man almost hit the face of Du Mao. Kin Man's eyes grew wide as he saw Du Mao smiling and was about to counter. Du Mao swung his club, to which Kin Man barely managed to parry and struggle. Hu Luxing mumbled that the two were equally matched and if they were a little clumsy, their heads would fall on the battlefield. Kaimei responded that it seemed that the Empire also had such heroes, masters who were not inferior to their tribe experts. Gan Linying chimed in that he pitied such a great martial artist. Zhu Shenji's jaw dropped as he thought that the fight did not look good. Cheng Dalei told him not to worry and just watched carefully. As both men fought, Kin Man glared at his opponent intently. The horse hooves continued to clatter. Kin Man's spear hit Du Mao's horse, which led to Du Mao falling to the ground. Cheng Dalei mumbled that the winner had been decided. Kaimei ordered one of his men to send someone to fetch Du Mao back as he was still useful. Kin Man was about to swing his spear, going for Du Mao's head. He yelled at Du Mao to die. Du Mao's eyes grew wide as he grit his teeth hard. Kin Man's spear missed Du Mao, who was lying to the ground. Meanwhile, another horse appeared and grabbed Du Mao's clothes, dragging him away. Enraged, Kin Man told them not to run away and rushed after both men. Cheng Dalei ordered Kin Man not to chase after the enemy, as to which Kin Man turned to look at him. He added that if he chased too deep, he would get hit by the ring's arrows. He ordered Kin Man to come back. Kin Man flat out obeyed Cheng Dalei's orders and went back to the city. Cheng Dalei yelled, cursing the rings and telling them how powerful they were. He ordered them to dismount and surrender and kneel down, as he would show them a move or two, which was enough for them to use for a lifetime. Gan Linying replied that there was nothing to be proud of when an empire fights an empire, and ridiculed them for being good at barking with no bite. Cheng Dalei's face darkened with anger and ordered his men to show them who they were messing with. A hoarse thump was heard while the city gates opened. Zhao Zilong came out holding his spear on his back and told the rings to get ready for round 2. He introduced himself, telling them that he is Zhao Zilong from Chang Mountain. The Ring tribe representative responded, telling Zhao Zilong to watch him carefully as he would teach him some manners today. The man laughed, telling Cheng Dalei how dare he let a child come out to die. He told Zhao Zilong to go back to his home and drink milk for a few years and come back to the battlefield when he has grown up. One of the men from the Ring tribe said that he would do it himself, while the others agreed that he could kill Zhao Zilong, and the other man mockingly said that he was already 60 years old, advising him that he better take a rest. Zhao Zilong stared at them, mumbling that the Ring tribe was looking down on him. He told them that he would get serious and show them their place. The man charged and told his companions to let him behead Zhao Zilong's head first. One of his companions sighed and mumbled that he stole all the show for himself. The man furiously rushed towards Zhao Zilong, holding 2 swords, and told him that he was going to die by the sword. The man smiled as he was about to cut Zhao Zilong. However, Zhao Zilong watched the man carefully. Both warriors clashed, and Zhao Zilong came out triumphant, killing the man with his 100 birds spear. The Ring tribe people's jaws dropped as their companion couldn't even last 1 round, while the others wondered what happened. Zhao Zilong yawned and mumbled that he was bored. He asked the Ring tribe who else and told them to hurry up and come at him. Another man charged towards Zhao Zilong, telling him not to be so arrogant and to fight him instead. The man grit his teeth and told Zhao Zilong to die as he was about to pierce him with his spear. Meanwhile, at the city gates, Zhang Fei mumbled that another guy came who could stand 2 rounds against Zhao Zilong, and with just a few rounds, he was already knocked off his horse. Cheng Dalei stared intensely while his subordinates mumbled that the 3rd one for the Ringers lost, and so did the 4th. At the Ring tribe's camp, Kai Mei was out of words while watching his men die one by one. A man was slashed down the camp and Zhao Zilong's 5th opponent, the 7th one, just fell down. Zhao Zilong breathed out of exhaustion. Kai Mei mumbled that Zhao Zilong was so strong, as one of his men responded that Zhao Zilong was already exhausted, asking one of them as to who would go and kill him. Another man chimed in and told him that if he wanted to go, he could go, as they don't know if Zhao Zilong was just pretending. Meanwhile, at the city gate, Cheng Dalei ordered Zhao Zilong to come back. The men from the Toad village cheered, mocking the Ring tribe and telling them that they were too weak for the competition. The Ring tribe's courage decreased and they couldn't respond back. Kai Mei told Cheng Dalei if he dared to come out and defeat him, he would retreat immediately if he could win against one of his next generals. Cheng Dalei responded, telling Kai Mei that he was the one who commands and does not try to be a hero, a truth so profound that the Ring tribe would not understand. Kai Mei smiled and claimed that Cheng Dalei was afraid and that he should just open the gate and give up, as he would spare his life and give him the opportunity to lead horses and carry saddles. Humiliated, Cheng Dalei told Kai Mei to get lost. Zhu Shenji asked Cheng Dalei why he wouldn't go down and fight Kai Mei. Cheng Dalei's face darkened, and he cursed Zhu Shenji, asking him how much he hated him and that he wanted him dead. Zhu Shenji changed the topic and told Cheng Dalei that now the enemy was down there in a chaotic formation, and their courage wasn't conducive. If he went into battle personally, he could certainly strengthen the courage of their army. Cheng Dalei was contemplating and thought that he had set everyone up, and although they hadn't yet openly resisted, everyone had a reason to complain. He thought that if he went out and fought a little, maybe he could calm them down. However, resentment could also increase his standing. After a while, the city gates opened, and Cheng Dalei told Qin Man and Zhao Zilong that they had to be ready to rescue him at any time as soon as he couldn't fight, to which Qin Man agreed. Cheng Dalei yelled at the rings and asked them which one of them would die by his axe. Kai Mei mumbled that Cheng Dalei came out and ordered his men to release the monster that had made a big mess earlier in their camp. The men approached a small cage. Kai Mei told the man that he would give him 1 chance. The men who were tightly cuffed stared intently. Kai Mei promised the man his freedom if he would kill Cheng Dalei. The man didn't answer, and after a while, they loosened his ropes, and the man began to walk towards the battlefield. Cheng Dalei wondered where they got a tall martial artist as he stared at the man ferociously. He claimed that the man could be Lin Chong. The man spoke and apologized to Cheng Dalei, telling him that he had to suffer as he had a mission to complete. The system appeared with a notification that the man was indeed Lin Chong, which surprised Cheng Dalei. However, Lin Chong's spear began to attack Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei barely dodged Lin Chong's spear and thought that it was quick. His eyes grew wide as he asked Lin Chong not to rush and hear him out. Lin Chong responded, telling him that he wasn't Master Lin and he didn't know him. He gripped his spear tightly and apologized as he leaped, swinging his spear at Cheng Dalei. Kai Mei's subordinates mumbled that if nothing came up, Lin Chong should be able to take Cheng Dale down after a few more moves. Concerned, Qin Man told Zhao Zilong that Cheng Dale was at a disadvantage. Zhao Zilong responded that they must not rush into anything, that if they rush now, they would be forced to fight with the rings, and they wouldn't be able to save him. They could easily break through the gates after that. Cheng Dale was struggling and asked Lin Chong if he was willing to be a dog of the rings and kill his own people. Lin Chong didn't answer for a second. However, he responded that his master's son was stranded, and his whereabouts were unknown. He had to bring him back alive. He continued to attack Cheng Dale and apologized. Cheng Dale, who had just blocked Lin Chong's attack, asked him who his master's son was. Lin Chong asked Cheng Dale if he had seen a person with a majestic bearing and a chivalrous spirit called Lin Xiaoyu. As Cheng Dale blocked Lin Chong's attack, he told him that he knew his master's son, which left Lin Chong questioning. He informed him that Lin Xiaoyu was inside the city, and at the time, he was his sworn brother, and if Lin Chong was Lin Xiaoyu's eldest brother, he was also his eldest brother. Lin Chong was confused that if Lin Xiaoyu was not captured by the Ring tribe, how could his weapon fall into the hands of the Ring tribe? As they continued fighting, Cheng Dale told Lin Chong if he didn't believe him, he would share something private that only Lin Xiaoyu knew. Lin Chong responded that he would like to hear what Cheng Dale could reveal. Cheng Dale proceeded to share everything about Lin Xiaoyu as he knew many things about him and asked Lin Chong if they could talk as they fought. Qin Man noticed that Lin Chong's attack slowed down, and Cheng Dale and Lin Chong were attacking back and forth. The fight continued as Cheng Dale informed Lin Chong that Lin Xiaoyu had a red birthmark on his chest and asked if he was willing to believe him now that he had shared everything. Lin Chong's eyes grew wide and asked Cheng Dale how he knew so many secrets about Lin Xiaoyu. He claimed that Lin Xiaoyu was homosexual. Lin Chong's face darkened as he mumbled that Lin Xiaoyu had such bad eyesight. Cheng Dale was annoyed by the sudden comment. He told Lin Chong that he would bash his head in. Cheng Dale coughed while retreating and told Lin Chong that he couldn't save him that day, so he would go back first and save him in a day or two. He rushed back and told him to withdraw as they couldn't distinguish who was winning, so he had to wait for him to go back to heal his stomach, as they would fight some other day. The faces of the people on both sides darkened in embarrassment, and they thought that it was obvious that Lin Chong could beat him to pulp, and he couldn't lift his head. Cheng Dale rushed to the gate and asked for his men to close the gate. The gate closed, the wooden bridge began to lift up. Cheng Dale hopped off his horse and told Qin Man and Zhao Zilong to summon all the chiefs and explained that there were important things to discuss. After a while at the gathering hall, Cheng Dale informed his subordinates that Lin Chong had been a long-lost friend of his who was trapped in the Ring camp. He asked them to use their heads and tell him if they could get him out, asking for any of their ideas. Liu Bei began by telling Cheng Dale that it was difficult to rescue Lin Chong in the Ring camp, and asked him if his friend was important. Looking at Liu Bei, Cheng Dale told him that Lin Chong was very important. Liu Bei suggested that they have to launch a large-scale attack, and start a hand-to-hand battle with the rings and take the opportunity to snatch Lin Chong back. Another man suggested that they make a surprise attack on the enemy's camp at night and secretly get Lin Chong back from the enemy camp with a few experts. Some people added that the Ring tribe knew that their side would not leave the city, and that their defense may not be strict. One voiced out to take a few good masters as the chances of success were very high, while some argued that they didn't know the situation of the other party's camp, and if they couldn't save Lin Chong they would lose more than they would gain. Some concluded to dig a tunnel and asked Cheng Dale what his thoughts were. As he was sitting on his chair, Cheng Dale voiced his opinion. He clenched his fist and told his people to keep thinking, regardless of the cost. Their next task was how to save Lin Chong. He informed them that he named the mission code name as Saving Soldier Lin Chong. Meanwhile, at the Ring tribe camp, Meng Zian scolded Du Mao, telling him not to act rashly as he intended to let him show his skills at the critical moment. Their status could also be improved, however, Du Mao was too impulsive. Du Mao retorted that he could go and seek refuge with bandits as Meng Zian couldn't imagine that when he became a traitor, their future generations would not be able to lift their heads up in society. Meng Zian smiled and responded that Du Mao was just a villain and asked him who would look up to him in the empire. He went on to question Du Mao that when the emperor founded the empire, he was not regarded as a king by everyone, and that 20 years had passed. He wondered who would still dare not call him an emperor. Du Mao responded that he was not as eloquent as he was just looking for Cheng Dale to take revenge. And after he killed Cheng Dale, he would never stay in the Ring tribe for one more day. Meng Zian reminded Du Mao that he was the one who saved him in the first place, which aggravated Du Mao. Meng Zian chuckled, telling Du Mao that Yu State was not loyal and his son was unfilial to his parents and that he didn't think he should act righteous now. Then, all of a sudden, a drum was heard in the entire place. Kai Mei came out of his tent, wondering who it was, and asked his men that they were going out to sea. Cheng Dale, who rode his horse, raised his hand and told the scum of the Ring tribe that their grandfather Cheng Dale had arrived. He asked them which one of them was tired of living as they needed to come quickly so that he could kill them. Striding forward towards the enemy, Cheng Dale told the men of Ring that he had learned the art at the age of 3, mastered it at the age of 9, and was invincible at the age of 13. Kicking the North Sea back garden as no 180 or under could beat him. The men of the Ring tribe wondered what Cheng Dale was doing, while the others guessed that he wanted to fight them alone. Annoyed, Kaimei ordered his men to kill Cheng Dale as he was bothering him. Hu Luxing held his weapon and told them that he was going to kill Cheng Dale. He charged towards Cheng Dale with an intent to kill. Cheng Dale asked the man to go back as he was not qualified to fight with him, and that he wanted Lin Chong to come out and fight him again for a few thousand rounds. The system appeared bearing information about Hu Luxing, a famous excellent warrior, and a leader of the Small Hill Division. Cheng Dale looked at Hu Luxing intensely and thought that the head of the Small Mountain Division might be enough to catch him. Hu Luxing swung his mace and told Cheng Dale to take his move. Cheng Dale also swung his axe, which Hu Luxing barely managed to block. His eyes widened as he thought that Cheng Dale had good blade skills and a heavy axe. He concluded that his opponent could not be underestimated. They turned at each other as Cheng Dale taunted Hu Luxing to come again and take his move as he swung his axe. Both of their weapons collided. Hu Luxing was sweating out of struggle as he thought that Cheng Dale moved so ferociously that he was going to lose. Kaimei, who was watching from afar, mumbled that Cheng Dale fooled him the day before as he had a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, at the battlefield, the two were fighting with each other for 10 rounds. Struggling, Hu Luxing claimed that Cheng Dale's attacks were not as sharp as they were at the beginning. He believed that he was exhausted and that his opportunity had arrived. Cheng Dale retreated and told Hu Luxing that he was going back to fill his stomach and he would take his head another day. Enraged, Hu Luxing shouted at Cheng Dale, telling him not to go. He chased him. As he chased behind Cheng Dale, Hu Luxing angrily told him to stop running away. He claimed that he was so close to killing him and wondered why. Enraged, Hu Luxing's face darkened as he cursed in his thoughts that he was so close to catching up and wondered why there was always a gap between both of them. Cheng Dale leaped, which made Hu Luxing wonder why his horse could suddenly pick up speed and create a gap immediately. A system information popped up, stating that the horse Cheng Dale was riding was an excellent slender horse and had a skill for running away, getting a speed bonus when running away. Kaimei shouted at Hu Luxing, ordering him to stop chasing and come back. Cheng Dale screamed Qin Man and Zhao Zilong's names as he rushed towards the city gates. He asked them why they weren't doing anything yet and wondered what they were waiting for. Qin Man came out first, and behind him were Zhao Zilong and Gao Fei Hu. Hu Luxing's eyes widened as he was intercepted by Qin Man's spear. He barely blocked the spear, however, Qin Man forced him off of his horse. Zhao Zilong, who was holding a rope, tied down Hu Luxing, who believed that his life was over. Gao Fei Hu helped Zhao Zilong in tying Hu Luxing. They hastily entered the city gate, ordering their men to close it. Enraged, Kaimei knew that it was a trap and ordered his men to attack the city. The rings charged towards the city, bringing with them their ladders. Kaimei ordered his archer units and catapult units to get ready. Gan Linying shouted at Kaimei, asking him not to shoot arrows as Hu Luxing was hanging at the top of the city gates. Cheng Dale claimed that they should shoot their own people, as the Ring tribe liked to use catapults, bows, and arrows and serve them the same sauce. The siege lasted another day and night. After leaving hundreds of bodies behind, Kaimei finally returned unsuccessfully. A voice was heard at the top of the city gates, addressing Kaimei that if he wanted to save Hu Luxing, he should cut the crap. Cheng Dale asked him to release Lin Chong, and they were going to exchange one for the other. Kaimei gritted his teeth and thought that Cheng Dale had challenged Lin Chong to a fight today, claiming that it turned out he didn't want to kill him. Instead, he wanted to save him. He reasoned that the Small Hill Division was not a small force in the Northern Ringers Division, and at the moment the Small Hill Division's leader fell into the hands of the enemy. Kaimei thought that if he didn't save Hu Luxiao, the Small Hill Division would turn against him. Kaimei suggested that his side would release Lin Chong. On the other hand, he would let Hu Lu go down along the wall at the same time. Let them go over by themselves, and the soldiers on both sides must not take a single step, which Cheng Dale agreed to. Hu Luxing walked toward the Ring tribe while Lin Chong moved towards the city gates. Cheng Dale ordered Zhao Zilong to lift Lin Chong up. Zhao Zilong threw the rope and began lifting up Lin Chong as they noticed that he was badly wounded, and they ordered to take him to Liu Bei. After a while, Cheng Dale thought that he had finally completed the conditions, and he began to tap the screen to upgrade the village. A light glowed. A voice was heard stating that Cheng Dale was a righteous boy. The system appeared and told Cheng Dale that under his attentive leadership, the village is thriving. The conditions have been met, and she congratulated him for bringing the village to level 3. She went on to say that she saw that he was righteous and had extraordinary resources, and he had proven to her that he had a heart strong enough to use great power. A light glowed from the tip of the finger of the system as he told Cheng Dale that she would give him the power that can destroy thousands of armies. She asked him to take it while pointing the light on his head. Cheng Dale gained power up, physical improvement, combat movements, and combat abilities were merged with the host, and the village owner leveled up to the top level. A notification popped stating that level 3 village was reached and all skills increased by 1, and the village rewarded with one ability. Archery improvement for archers, and the probability of producing excellent weapons in the forge is increased. A system information popped, and the character summon platform upgraded, in every summon consuming 100,000 fear points, one guaranteed top character after 10 summons, and he would have a chance to get one supreme warrior with 10 million in exchange. Both the system and the gacha machine informed Cheng Dale that the new system store is officially open today. Each time he entered the system store, 10,000 fear points would be deducted from his account. And fear points could be used to buy weapons and equipment, props, martial arts, sundries, and population. And that the items sold in the newly opened store are only rated between average and excellent. The system welcomed Cheng Dale to the new system store. The system informed Cheng Dale about the items in the store, including the Da Hai Dan, the flesh and bones of the living corpse, priced at 80 fear value. A weapon, twin ring knife, was priced at 60, and the mount, crow horse, was priced at 200, while the 500 refugees were priced at 500. And the 100 Soldiers Manual, which recorded the training methods of various types of soldiers, was priced at 3,000 fear points. And the system continued. Cheng Dale's face was distorted after he heard the expensive prices. He asked the system if there was anything that cost less than 100,000 fear points, to which the system answered that she was going to take a look. The system searched as Cheng Dale watched behind her. She told Cheng Dale that she found something, an ordinary cut wounds medicine, priced at 5 fear points, and a box of gunpowder powder, priced at 10 fear value. As she told him the cheapest thing, she told him that after purchase, he could choose the place where the item appeared and enjoy the quality service of home delivery. Cheng Dale claimed that 100,000 fears for one box of gunpowder were cheap, as he believed that it would be the most useful for now. He glared at the cut wound medicine as its role was to speed up the recovery of injuries. Cheng Dale remembered that before Lin Chong was saved, he had been tortured by the Ring tribe and got serious injuries, and the medicine was just what he needed. Pointing his fingers at the medicine and telling the system that he wanted the item, to which the system agreed and asked him if he needed anything else. A beep noise deducted Cheng Dale's fear points to 500,000. The system smiled in gratitude and told Cheng Dale that they would see each other next time. Meanwhile, Cheng Dale held the medicine in his hand and informed Liu Bei to use it on his brothers. Liu Bei recognized that it was Mr. Zhang Jing's incised wound medicine and asked Cheng Dale where he got it from. Cheng Dale said that he bought it from an immortal and hurried Liu Bei to save the people. After some time at the top of the city gates, one of Cheng Dale's men reported that the city wall was repaired and that it seemed to be stronger than the previous one. Cheng Dale rubbed his hands on the wall as he thought that the repair speed was much faster than before. He realized that it was the skill of the mountain fortress. As he inspected the wall, Lin Chong appeared, asking for Lin Xiaoyu. Cheng Dale said not to worry, as Lin Xiaoyu was on a very important mission, and was not in any kind of danger. Lin Chong's face stiffened as he asked him again where Lin Xiaoyu was. Cheng Dale sweated a little, however. He pointed out that Lin Xiaoyu was over there. Lin Chong, still confused, asked him what. Cheng Dale informed him that Lin Xiaoyu was on the top of the Bullhorn Peak, using the tree as a signal to show the direction of the Ring tribe's advancement. He pointed to the tree and said that in that way, if the Ring tribe made any move, they could know in advance. Lin Chong's face darkened in anger and shouted to Cheng Dale, asking if he wanted Lin Xiaoyu to die. Cheng Dale assured him that his mission was not that dangerous and that no one could find him there, as there were big trees at the top of the peak, making it difficult to see him. Besides, no one would look to the sky all day. Enraged, Lin Chong clenched his fist and told Cheng Dale that it was good not to be found when you were alone, but if you were found, you would be dead. He told Cheng Dale that since it was not dangerous, he should go there instead. Cheng Dale informed him that the mountains and rivers were shattered, and all the people became destitute and homeless. The land was dying every day. He went on that many people had already died in his fortress, and their people still opened the gates to collect the corpses, and they already knew that they would not be able to return alive. And if the Ring tribe attacked them while they were collecting bodies, he doubted that those who were collecting the bodies would be able to get in. The reason was that they knew that opening the gate meant giving the Ring tribe a chance. He added that once the Toad village was breached, 5,000 lives were bound to become ghosts of the Ring tribe's sword. Cheng Dale's face darkened as he said that he would die, as well as Lin Chong. Xiaoyu would also die, and that the both of them had no choice. Lin Chong, who was listening, didn't mutter a single word. Meanwhile, at the Bullhorn Peak, the men inside the city noticed that the tree was moving. Cheng Dale screamed, ordering everyone to get ready as the Ring tribe was coming again. Taking advantage of the evening and sunset, the Ring tribe attacked on a large scale. Many Ring tribe warriors were willing to die, risking their lives to charge. Several times the city was in danger of being lost. The people of Toad Village had already put aside their fears and resisted the attack till death. Kinman, Zhao Zilong, and Lin Chong each led a team to guard the city. The three generals moved together, dancing on the battlefield with their killing dance. Kai Mei's eyes were wide open as his men mumbled that Lin Chong was seriously injured, and he wondered how he recovered so quickly. The people from the Ring tribe also were confused on why couldn't their stone rocks break their city walls anymore, and ordered them to load up bigger ones. Someone also screamed to hit them harder, while the others warned the others to watch for the Toad Village arrows and raise their shield as their arrows were much more accurate. The battle lasted for a day and night, but the Ring tribe returned without success. In the following days, Kai Mei launched a dozen more attacks on the city, sacrificing countless lives. But still he could not break the gates. In short, the Toad Village had held for 17 days. The city walls hadn't been breached. Many forces sent out scouts. Countless eyes fixed their gaze on King Niu Mountain. One of the scouts noticed that the Rings had retreated and wondered if the Toad Village had been broken through yet, while his companion didn't believe so. They were ordered to send the message back quickly, reporting about the 7th attack and going on. At Jizu, the city lord's mansion, a man reported that the 11th attack on the Toad Village by the army of the Rings was also unsuccessful, while his superior said to continue to investigate. At the Yuju city lord's mansion, Yan Long asked his subordinate what the situation was and if the Toad Village had been broken through. The man reported that the Toad Village was able to defend against the Rings. Yan Longting was sweating as he believed that they could fight back again and asked when exactly they would be broken through. Meanwhile at Qingzhou, Tianyi City, a soldier was looking for his city lord. He bowed and reported to Fang Bashan that according to those who fled to the port, the Rings had not yet broken through King Niu Mountain. Fang Bashan questioned if they were still unbroken, and wondered if Cheng Dalei's band of mountain bandits were really holding the fort. Doubtful, Fang Bashan asked the soldier if the Toad Village could stop 10,000 elite soldiers with their small army of rabble. The soldier asked Fang Bashan if they should go back, which made Fang Bashan question him. He explained that they could lead the remnants of the army and attack the Rings from the outside with the Toad Village from inside. The Ring tribe would be attacked from front and back, and they would definitely be defeated by their army, and Fang Bashan, the city lord, would have a great success. Fang Bashan asked his men if he was not crazy, as he was talking about the Ring tribe. Kaioi didn't answer, however, he wondered what was so awesome about the Rings. Fang Bashan ordered Kaioi to keep scouting, and said as soon as the Ring went south they could pull out immediately, to which Kaioi agreed to. Meanwhile, a young boy asked his master why they had to go to King Niu Mountain as it was a war zone. The master said that recently fewer and fewer people had fled to Qingzhou. He believed that there were only two possibilities for the situation. He went on to say that it was either the Rings had already killed their way through and were currently taking over the city, or Cheng Dalei was still defending the Toad Village. The young boy believed that the second one was probably too implausible. The master replied that the mountain bandits became outlaws and more professionals, but the overall quality of their soldiers was by no means comparable to the regular army. The boy claimed that the armed soldiers of the capital and the soldiers of the other provinces could not stop the Rings, and the weakest mountain bandits stopped the strongest riders of the Rings. He asked his master what happened to the Rings. The famous generals in the region trembled with fear when they heard about the Rings, but only a group of mountain bandits dared to fight back. The master answered that countless youthful leaders of the empire also thought so. Some people didn't believe the rumors and wanted to try to fight the Rings and wondered what was the big deal with the Rings. He went on to say that the result was often more losses than victories, and it was not even an exaggeration to say that out of 100 battles, 100 were lost. And after countless failures, it was considered that the Ring tribe was unbeatable. Time passed, and if the young leaders of that time had not died on the battlefield, they should also have had gray hairs on their heads now. The master said that at that point, when a young man wanted to fight the Ring, he angrily retorted with the phrase, "That's the Ring tribe," and no one had even given an answer to the question, "What's the matter with the Rings?" The master continued and told the boy that actually, everyone knew the answer to the question, but no one was qualified to answer it for 30 years. As they saw the vast horizon, he told the boy that on that day, they would go to the Qingnui Mountain to see if he could write down the answer to that question. The master rubbed his beard and mumbled that the question was not complicated, and the answer was also simple and required only a few words. But no one could put it on paper, because the answer must come from the pen of an elite soldier, with the great rivers and mountains as paper, with blood as ink, and with a clean victory as the final word. The Rings were nothing. Meanwhile, at the Toad Village city gates, Zhu Shenji told Cheng Dalei to look. He mumbled that the Rings were retreating as they were taking down their tents. Zhu Shenji suggested storming and then taking advantage of their lack of preparation to really crush them. Cheng Dalei's eyes narrowed, and he said no need to rush. The Ring tribe retreated. Zhu Shenji said to give them the order to pursue them. If they would not pursue them, they would fly far away. Cheng Dalei asked him not to worry as they were trying to draw them out. He noticed that the treetops shifted southwest, and the opposite. He believed that the enemy's retreat was actually a strategy to lure the troops, and once they left the line of sight, they would surround the Qingniu Mountains. Cheng Dalei smiled and ordered Zhu Shenji to go down and leave the city gate wide open. Zhu Shenji asked if he was going to send troops. Cheng Dalei snapped his finger and wondered what Zhu Shenji meant, as when the rings returned, they should prepare more crossbows and heavy stones and be prepared to give them a good treatment. The rings marched towards the vast forest. Kai Mei asked his subordinates if they came after them, to which the man replied not yet. He ordered the man to continue to observe. Under the crescent moon, Lin Xiaoyu thought that the Ring tribe was still camped within the vicinity of Qingniu Mountain. He wished for Cheng Dalei not to chase them out. Meanwhile, at the Ring tribe's camp, Hu Luxing said to Kai Mei that with the Empire's thirst for greatness and success, when the enemy retreated, they should have gone out of the city and pursued the routed soldiers. He wondered if the Empire was aware of their plans as they were still calm at the time. Kai Mei questioned how it was possible. How could they know that their retreat was real or fake as they didn't have a far-sighted person? Doubtful, Hu Luxing asked Kai Mei why they weren't coming out. Kai Mei responded that even if they didn't come out, they would just kill them when they were careless. Suddenly, a man came running reporting to Kai Mei that the Toad village was crowded inside and seemed to be celebrating. Kai Mei smirked, mumbling that it seemed that they had been scared out of their wits, and even if they retreated, they dared not to come out. The rings waited out, as another report came in that the number of soldiers at Toad village gates had dropped to 100. The man was ordered to scout again. Another report that the guards were down to 50, and another to scout again. Then the third report came as the man said that there were only a dozen of soldiers at the top of the city, and the city gates were open as they were gathering the weapons outside the city gates. Kai Mei stood up as his face darkened. Smirking, he told his man that they were going to attack the city and kill them all. Meanwhile, at the city gates, men were gathering corpses and weapons. All of a sudden, they noticed a rumble and looked from where it came from. They shouted that an enemy was coming and told their other companion to get inside the city. Zhao Feibao smiled in relief and yelled that they were finally here. The Ring tribe gathered and charged towards the city gates with an intent to kill. They successfully infiltrated the gates. Kai Mei yelled the cavalry was inside and ordered his warriors of the steppe to kill them all and massacre the city. Men from the rings screamed to kill. At the top of the gate, Cheng Dalei ordered the gate closed. As the ring charged, a metal was heard clacking and rumbling as the gate closed. They left confused and were ordering their men to attack the city. Cheng Dalei summoned a siege hammer and instructed his archers to load and release. As a barrage of arrows fell down, the ring's eyes grew wide open. Kai Mei yelled in despair as he realized it was a trap and things were not looking good. He ordered his men to retreat, but it was too late as the arrows pierced some of his men and horses. Inside the city, Hu Luxing screamed to seize the gates and clear the way for the follow-up troops. However, their horses fell into a trap. The rings cursed as they fell in a trap. Hu Luxing ordered his men to control their horses and not to move as the enemy was coming. Warriors from the Toad village held their spears and yelled to kill the rings and attack their horses. The cavalry who lost their momentum could only be attacked by the well-trained spearmen. Hu Luxing and his horse were stabbed by countless spears as they called it heaven's subduing. At the top of the gate, Zhu Shenji asked Cheng Dalei if they should leave a survivor. Cheng Dalei covered his mouth and answered what he meant by leaving a survivor. He ordered him to tell the archer to kill everyone. Zhu Shenji noticed that the handkerchief embroidery Cheng Dalei was using was exquisite. Cheng Dalei asked him whether it was true, after he told him that Su Ying embroidered it but that he didn't like to use it. Moving back to the battlefield, the archers kept releasing their arrows as many bodies of the rings lay dead on the ground. Kai Mei ordered his men to withdraw. Wounded, Kai Mei looked back at the city. Cheng Dalei asked Kai Mei to stay a bit longer and asked him if he was satisfied with his meal. Enraged, Kai Mei gritted his teeth and threatened Cheng Dalei that he would kill him and chop him 1,000 times. Cheng Dalei called him an uneducated barbarian and asked him what qualifications he had to bark in front of him as he was a defeated man. He pointed at him and said that those who are unrestrained would be stabbed, and those who violate their country would be pearled even if they were far away. And as he continued to taunt him for dating a beast who ate the raw flesh of birds and beasts to try to get their nation's weapon, he declared that he would punish him today in place of heaven. He ended his speech that Kai Mei was already defeated, to which Kai Mei's jaw dropped in humiliation. Kai Mei lost consciousness and fell. Confused, Cheng Dalei thought that the first time he saw this was when he was a student. The rings gathered around Kai Mei's tent, asking how he was. Someone mentioned that his illness was troublesome. He informed them that it was a heart disease and a heart disease needed heart medicine. The man said to Kai Mei that the medicine was ready, as he would get well after drinking it.